Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13, care of Star Times. I know my life is in danger. I think you can help me. I'm desperate and don't dare go to the police. Please, if you want to help, call at the Tivoli Theater box office for the ticket left there. Our handbill will tell you more.
Our handbill will tell you more. Yeah, that's the way it started. The note from the girl, Maria, the theater ticket, and then murder.
And now, back to Box 13.
It was Thursday when I received the letter from Maria through Box 13. Some of the letters I get are from cranks. Some from people who are just curious about a reporter-turned-fiction writer who advertises adventure wanted, will go any place, do anything. But with this one, it was just like Susie said.
Gee, Mr. Holliday, it doesn't look like one of those crank letters or somebody that's just curious, thinks you're crazy or something.
How can you tell, Susie?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it's just female ignition.
There's a dictionary over there, Susie. Look up ignition.
Don't you know what it means, Mr. Holliday? It's when a woman...
Skip it, Susie, skip it.
Oh, okay.
I'm supposed to pick up a ticket for tonight's show at the Tivoli. Take a look at this handbill. Torino. The great Torino. Like his look, Susie?
Well, I don't know.
That's what I thought. Okay, Susie, close up shop for the day.
You're going to follow it up, huh?
That's the general idea, yes. I want to see what Maria has on her mind and why she's afraid. This was it. I picked up the ticket at the Tivoli. A big poster told me this was a charity affair with the acts doing a two-night stand. Tickets, $10 a throw. I circled around the lobby, looked at the acts advertised, singers, dancers, a dog act, and then there it was. A big life-size cutout of the great Torino, complete with mustache and goatee. Nice-looking guy, maybe too smooth-looking, but it was what he was doing that made me take a better look. He held a rifle to his shoulder and was aiming it across the lobby at another cutout. And this one? This one was a girl. Pretty? Mm-hmm. Big eyes, maybe a little scared-looking, and looking straight across at the great Torino, and right into the barrel of that rifle pointed at her head. Well, if this was Maria, she had a right to have something on her mind. Anybody who stands up and lets a rifle be fired at her is earning a living the hard way. I was thinking about it when the call buzzer zizzed in my ear. I drifted in with the crowd during the overture and took my seat, first row right on the aisle, easy to get at. An usherette shoved a program in my hands. The great Torino was scheduled next to closing. Okay, that meant I'd have to sit through the rest of the acts. I did. It was skipping. But the great Torino was something different. He had two assistants, a girl and a good-looking young guy. It was a magic act with class, and Torino was clever with his hands. He did a trunk effect that was really great, and the girl who helped was the same girl whose cutout was in the lobby. Torino tied her with a rope, slipped a big canvas bag over her, and locked her in a trunk. He fired a shot, and bang, the girl came running down the aisle. And the trunk she was put in, well, empty. All done in a split second, too. The great Torino took his bow, but I noticed something. When he reached out to take the girl's hand and bow with her, she managed to be busy at something else. Okay. She didn't like him. He gave her a funny look, then walked to a rack and picked up a nice nickel-plated rifle. I sat up in my seat because the girl threw a quick look at me and a tiny nod. No one would have noticed it but me. I looked back at Torino, who was speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to call your attention to my final effect. A most dangerous one. So dangerous that few illusionists will attempt it. the history of the magician's art has recorded several deaths during the feat. My assistant will go into the audience now and select a committee of volunteers who will please come upon the stage. Maria, if you please.
So the girl was Maria. I guess my cue was to be selected as one of the committee. I raised my hand. She picked me. I went on the stage with 4 others from the audience. Stood there while Torino went to the footlights and spoke again.
Please, the music. No music. Please, no music. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I shall give the gentlemen of the committee this rifle. It may be examined thoroughly. Also, 3 bullets, which they may mark later for identification. Gentlemen, the rifle. And here, the bullets. Please mark the lead in any way you choose, unmistakably.
We took the rifle and the bullets. And the great Torino, well, he had the audience sitting on the edges of their seats. No one knew exactly what was going to happen, and Torino wasn't going to tell them until the right time came. And one of the other men on the committee spoke to me.
Bullets look okay to you?
As good as any bullets can look. 22s, huh?
Yeah. How do we mark them?
Initials?
Yeah, good idea. The 3 of us cut our initials in the lead. That all right with you, mister?
Good. How about the rest of you?
Suits me. I've got a knife here.
Yeah, let me see the rifle.
Yeah, sure, here.
Rifle look okay? No gimmicks?
Well, not that I can see.
All right, my initials are cut in the bullet. You want to cut yours?
Oh, yes. I cut my initials, DH, in one of the bullets. So we had 3 bullets with initials cut in the lead. No chance for substitution. Then Torino took the rifle and the bullets.
Thank you, gentlemen. Grazie tanto. You are satisfied?
Sure, I am.
Yes.
Good. Now, if you will all watch closely, I shall load the bullets in the rifle. So, and what is your name, sir?
Holiday.
Good. Then, Mr. Holliday, if you will please hold the loaded rifle until I am ready for it.
Oh, sure.
In this way, there can be no trickery. Ladies and gentlemen, you saw me load the marked bullets, yes? So, and you have the loaded rifle. Good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce once more Maria. Maria? The young lady is as courageous as she is lovely. Maria, you will take your place, please. Mr. Holliday, would you care to shoot at Maria?
Oh, no. No, thank you.
Then that leaves it up to me. No. The rifle, please.
Oh, here you are.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall ask for complete quiet. Thank you. Maria, you are ready?
Yes? I'm ready.
The great Torino walked to the other side of the stage. He raised the rifle to his shoulder, pointed it at Maria. She was pale as death. Her arms were tense, tight. Perspiration stood out on her forehead, and on mine, and on everyone in the audience. Then, so help me, this is what happened. A bullet appeared between Maria's teeth. She let it drop to a plate she held in her hands, then... And 2 more bullets popped between her teeth and fell to the plate. No one in the audience moved. No applause, just that tense feeling. Torino walked over, took the plate. His hands never touched the bullets. I'll swear to it. He walked to me and the other 3 men with me, and...
Gentlemen, you will please to identify the bullets, yes? This one. Initials T.G.
That's me. Yeah, that's mine, all right.
Thank you. And this one, K.R.
Mine.
Thank you. And the third, D.H.
That's mine. How did he do it? I don't know. All I know is that when I walked off the stage, Maria managed to get a note into my hands. When I read it later, it asked me to meet her at a little coffee shop about 3 blocks from the theater. All right, that's what I did. We sat in a booth, back out of the way, and Maria talked.
Thank you for coming, Mr. Holliday.
That's all right, Maria. I saw a great act, but what am I doing in it?
You can help me. Please help me.
How? Doing what?
You can keep Torino from killing me.
More coffee?
Didn't you hear me?
Oh, sure. Sure, but I don't get it.
You saw the act. The rifle trick.
Yeah, it was great.
Then you must see how easy it would be for Torino to kill me while doing it.
Slow up a little, Maria. Let's start from the beginning.
All right. You saw the other assistant.
You mean the good-looking kid?
That's Billy. I love him and he loves me.
Then what's your problem?
Torino. He hates Billy. And he hates me for loving Billy.
Jealous?
Insanely.
Well, quit then.
I will. After tomorrow night's performance.
But why wait if you're afraid?
I won't be afraid if you're there.
What could I do?
Be on the committee again. If I think anything's wrong, I'll signal you.
And then?
Do anything. Drop the rifle, but don't give it back to Torino.
Now, wait a minute. How could he kill you?
He'd claim it was an accident. 3 magicians, all their assistants, have been killed accidentally doing the trick. The mechanism of the gun goes wrong.
Giving away secrets, Maria?
I have to. There's a mechanism in the breech of the gun. It drops the real bullets down into Torino's hand when he closes the breech.
Oh, then I get an unloaded gun.
There are blanks in it. The mechanism substitutes them for the real bullets.
That's good. And he slips the real bullets to you.
Yes, when he takes my hand to introduce me.
And you slip them into your mouth.
While the audience is watching Torino and the rifle.
I see. Maria.
Yes?
Why don't you go to the police?
Torino would know. He'd know.
How?
He watches me.
Then aren't you afraid he's watching now?
No, not tonight. I slipped away. I don't think I could manage it again. Don't you see, Mr. Holliday, you're my only chance. I saw your ad in the paper, box 13.
You mean the police would ask him questions, and he'd lay low until he got the chance to...
Yes. Will you be there tomorrow night, Mr. Holliday? Look, I have a ticket for you here. The same seat. Please. Please.
All right, Maria. I'll be there.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll try to keep the trick from being trumped by the great Torino.
And now, back to Box 13 with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, it sounded like a great assignment. From the way the setup looked from where I sat, it gave the great Torino a perfect chance to kill Maria. I checked on Maria's story about the accidental deaths during the trick, and Jonesy at the Star-Times verified it. A smart cookie like Torino could fake an accident, and who's going to pin the black ribbon on him? Nobody. Okay, it's up to you, Holliday, to figure it out. Next night, I sat in the same seat and watched Torino go through his act. The trunk thing, still great, knocked the audience off their seats. Me, too. Couldn't figure it. But the big stuff was still to come, the rifle trick. I went on the stage, kept my eyes on Maria. I marked one of the bullets again. Oddly enough, Torino didn't seem to recognize me. That was all right with me.
And now, ladies and
Torino went through his same spiel, word for word. I kept my eyes on Maria. But it was as though she'd never seen me before in her life. She looked... Well, it sounds silly, but she looked hypnotized. Then I heard Torino saying to me...
Mr. Holliday, would you care to shoot at Maria?
No, thank you. Torino looked at me hard. My name and my face together might have tipped him. There was a funny look in his eyes. I stared at Maria. Not a sign from her.
Maria, you are ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
I relaxed a little. She hadn't given me a sign. Everything was all right, and then...
Maria! Maria!
She dropped. Maria dropped. And right between her eyes was a little round hole.
Look, Holliday. Is that straight, that story?
Sure it is, Kling. She was afraid she'd be killed.
But you say she didn't give you a high sign.
No, she didn't even look at me.
But she told you if there was anything wrong, she'd tip you.
Yes, but she didn't tip me.
Okay. Sergeant.
Yes, sir, Lieutenant.
Get Torino over here.
Yes, sir. All right, you. Lieutenant Kling wants you.
Any ideas, Holiday?
I'm dry. Bone dry, Kling.
What about this guy, Billy, she told you about?
I told you.
Okay.
It was accident. Something she was go wrong. Please.
Quiet. Now, look.
Accident. She's wrong accident that happened. I am an artist. You tell me I do something wrong. No. It is wrong.
Holy
Accident.
mackerel.
I've said
Sergeant.
it a million times.
Sergeant.
I have done
Yes,
this
sir.
trick.
Put this guy in his dressing room and keep him there till he blows off that head of steam. But watch his door.
Listen to me.
And the window from outside.
Yes, sir. Come on, Houdini. Come on.
It's funny, Kling.
I'm hysterical, I don't think. What's funny?
The girl, Maria, I don't think she knew me tonight. She looked right at me. Didn't give me a tumble.
Yeah? So?
She told me she'd signal me if anything was wrong. I don't get it. But it looks as though she
What?
She deliberately let Torino fire a gun she knew was set to kill her.
That makes great sense.
I know, no sense at all. Besides that,
Torino get away with it. You're going to let him tell you it's all an accident. Well, don't believe it. He killed her.
That's Billy.
Kling,
What?
let me ask him a couple of things.
Now, look, Holiday, I'm in charge of this case. You're in on a rain check.
Okay, but I'm in, huh?
Yeah, for the one reason that Maria told you about it, and
He killed her. It wasn't an accident.
Oh, I better go help the sergeant.
Any objections if I mosey along with you?
None. Just keep your mouth closed, that's all.
Sure.
All right.
So I listened while Kling asked questions. But there was something knocking at the back of my head, asking to be let in. Something I'd seen, heard, remembered. I didn't know. But what bothered me was Maria not giving me a signal. When she said she'd know if Torino was up to something. Billy answered Kling's questions.
No. All I know is that Torino bluffed Maria. He said he'd kill her if he saw me hanging around her.
Who loads the rifle with blanks?
Maria.
Maria. She do it tonight?
She always does it.
Right up with it.
Maria loaded the rifle herself. She did. Before the performance. So I got an idea. I left the stage where the investigation was going on, and I walked backstage toward the dressing rooms. I wanted to talk to Torino, but there was a large blue cop sitting at the door. He looked at me and...
Well, Holiday,
Oh, hi, Murph.
I feel lousy.
Oh, that's too bad. Say, think I could talk to Torino?
No.
Oh, now, look, you can watch and listen, tell Kling everything that goes on.
Playing detective, Holiday?
Nope, playing a hunch.
What about?
Why not listen and find out? And if you learn anything, tell Kling. And you might learn something good.
You mean something that might break the case?
Yeah, might.
Oh, well,
What's the matter, Murph? Can't you use a couple of stripes?
aye, sure. Oh, okay. But I'm standing right here, understand?
Sure.
Right. Hey, you, get up and... Oh, brother. Look. Ain't nobody gonna ask him no questions.
No, I don't think he's in any shape to answer.
A promotion, you say? A promotion? I'll be lucky if I ain't fouled up for good. This guy's been knifed right under my nose.
That's right. Somebody stabbed Torino. He was as dead as Maria. And nobody saw anybody go in or out of the dressing room. There was one window. It was open. But the officer outside swore he had his eye on it. Nobody in or out. And nobody in the room but Torino. Well, the knife was in his back, so suicide was out. Kling and his boys turned the room upside down. Torino's apparatus and trunks were shoved around. Still nobody. And it turned out nobody had a motive for killing Torino except Billy.
Me? Me? Are you crazy? I never left the stage. I was talking to you. I was answering questions. I can't be in two places at once, can I?
He was so right. Kling was tearing his hair. Then more questions. The rest of the acts were strangers to Torino. Knew nothing about him. I was thinking about it when something hit me. Something Billy had said. While Kling was still firing questions, I got to a phone. Hello? Oh, hiya, Kenny. Still running that private eye? Swell. Do something for me, will you? Okay. Put a man on the Tivoli Theater right now. And get him to tail a guy named Billy. Huh? Here's what he looks like. About 5'9", stocky, light complexion, wearing gray suit.
Good morning, Mr. Holliday.
Hiya, Susie. Any messages?
Uh-huh. The detective agency called.
And what? What's the message?
Oh, I wrote it down in shorthand here. Trail Billy in shoe. No, wait a minute. Ooh, terrible ink. I got it. To insurance company this morning. He placed claim for double indemnity policy for his wife, Maria Baker. Hey, wait a minute, Mr. Holliday. That's not all.
That's enough. I'll see you later, Susie.
Torino.
Step on it, Jonesy.
Oh, you want hard facts, it takes time to find them. Even in the morgue of the Star-Times.
Okay, Jonesy, okay, but hurry up, will you?
Here we are. Torino, born Italy.
Skip that. How long has he been in the country?
6 months. Noted magician in Italy and Europe before the war.
Only 6 months. Now, Jonesy, if you were a magician, you wanted assistants. How would you get them?
Advertise in a billboard, magazine for show folks. What else?
Where can I see the last 6 months' copies of the billboard?
I got a local office in town. All the copies you want. Hey, where you going?
Thanks, Jonesy. Be seeing you. I've got a lot of reading to do. 6 months' copies of the billboard. I looked through every one of them, and when my eyes were falling out of my head, I saw it. An advertisement. The one I wanted. And the one that tied up with something Billy said. And something I saw during Torino's act. I tried to get Kling on the phone, but no dice. He was out. I left word for him to meet me at the Tivoli, and I went there myself. There was nobody there but the watchman. The $5 bill got me in. Oh, there's no place gloomier than backstage in an empty theater. I headed for Torino's dressing room because I had a good idea how someone got in and stabbed Torino, then disappeared. I opened the door, stepped inside. It was dark. The shade on the window must have been down. I was fumbling for the light switch when somebody pulled the shade on me. Oh!
Got any idea who slugged your Holiday?
Yeah, Kling, I have.
All right. Who?
Billy, maybe.
No dice. He didn't come near this place. We had a tail on him.
Do you know about the insurance?
Sure. But he couldn't have killed his wife because she loaded the blanks into the gun.
Uh-huh. And the medical examiner's report on the bullet that killed her? What about that?
22.
No initials on it?
No, none. So it looks like this Maria deliberately planned her own death. It wasn't an accident. If it had been, the bullet in her head would have been marked.
Kling, put out a dragnet.
For who?
For the one who slugged me.
I'll cut it, Holiday. If you know anything, spill it before I lose my temper. Who do you want to pick up?
Here's the description. Young woman about 26.
26.
Brown hair.
Brown hair.
Lovely blue eyes.
Blue eyes.
About 5'2".
5'2".
Worked as a magician's assistant.
Hey, what are you giving me? That's Maria.
Uh-huh, Maria.
She's dead, you dope.
You mean her twin sister's dead, Kling?
Twin sister? What are you talking about?
The trunk effect Torino worked could have only been done with twins. Billy tipped me off on it.
Billy?
Sure, when he said nobody could be in two places at once. And Torino advertised in the billboard for twins.
You aren't dreaming this.
Put out a dragnet for Maria.
Who stabbed Torino?
Maria. She got her twin sister to take her place in the rifle trick last night. That's why I didn't get a signal from her. The sister didn't know me from Adam.
Now, look, Holiday, we searched this dressing room. There was nobody in it when Torino was stabbed.
Maria was here. Look. False back in this cabinet. Good old magician's gimmick. She was here all the while. Maria and Billy took out an insurance policy on her and planned to make me the patsy. Because I'd testify that she told me Torino hated her, that she was scared. Torino was knifed to keep him from spilling about the twins. Billy was in the clear on that. Because he had an alibi when Torino was killed. Okay, Clint?
Okay. We'll put out a dragnet.
And they got her, Mr. Holliday?
Yeah, Susie. They got her.
Gee, sounds just like a story.
Uh-huh.
Only nobody will believe it.
Look, I've got a knot on my forehead to prove it. Well, does that make you hysterical?
No, but I was just thinking.
Don't be reckless, Susie. What about?
I was just thinking, with that bump, you'll have to wear off-the-face hats for a while.
You're a great help. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville with original story by Russell Hughes and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. This is a Mayfair production. Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Hey, look, boss. Look at this. An ad in the Star Times out-of-town newspaper. Yeah.
Box 13, Adventure Wanted. We'll go any place, do anything. Well, this looks like the right answer, Tony.
Yeah.
I think I'll write a letter to Box 13.
The letter was postmarked from the city in Nevada. It came airmail, special delivery to Box 13 and me. It sounded like a great chance to grab a change of scenery and maybe a little fun. Fun? Brother, how wrong could I be?
And now, back to Box 13 and Dan Holliday's newest adventure, Triple Cross.
Just run an advertisement in the Star Times, one that reads, Adventure Wanted, will go any place, do anything, and see what you get. A lot of them can be interesting, like the one I listened to Susie read. The one that came airmail, special delivery from Nevada.
Enclosed is enough money to buy you a plane ticket to Los Meros. You want adventure? All right. Come to Los Meros, register at the Paradise Hotel. Wait in your room until you're contacted.
And that's all it says, Susie?
That's all, Mr. Holliday. There's not even a signature, even. It's what's called an ominous letter.
What kind of a letter, Susie?
Ominous. That means it's not signed by anybody.
The word you mean is anonymous.
Oh.
But you could be right after all. Well, Susie, lock up the office and look for me when you see me with a new plot and a nice tan. A new plot and a nice tan, I said. I got the plot, but the tan almost turned into a beautiful white pallor, the kind that goes well with lilies. The plane trip was smooth. The trip from airport to the Paradise Hotel was nice and easy. And the hotel itself, well, it was the only one I could remember that looked like the ads in the travel folders. Oddly enough, there was a room reserved for me in my name. Okay, somebody checked and found out who I was. I explored the suite, thinking maybe I'd get a lead on what this was all about. But it was just a fancy set of rooms, all newly decorated. I sat down, and then about a half hour later... Come in.
Message for you, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
Just a minute. Who gave this to you?
A man, sir.
What kind of a man? What did he look like?
Oh, just a man, sir.
Oh, I see. A head, 2 eyes, nose, 2 ears, and a mouth. That his description?
Yes, sir. That's exactly what he looked like.
Good. Then I'll know him when I see him. Oh, did he ask for an answer?
No, sir. He just told me to bring the envelope to you. Will that be all, sir?
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks. Well, 2 $100 bills. And a message that said, buy a red carnation in a flower shop and put it in your lapel. After dinner, go to the casino roulette table, buy $200 in chips and put them on number 18. If you win, walk away, wait 10 minutes, and put half the winnings on number 22. After you play, wait in the casino. So, with the carnation in my lapel, I had bought $200 in chips and walked to the roulette table. There weren't many players. It was a little too early for the big crowd. So I waited a minute and watched the play. Took a look at the croupier, but I might as well have been in Timbuktu. He didn't give me a tumble. Okay, the best way to see what was going to happen was to see. I shoved the whole 200 on number 18. One or two of the other players placed bets, and then...
No more bets, please. No more bets. Number 18, red and even. Your chips, sir.
The croupier shoved the winnings across to me. I watched his face. If he had any expression, it was on the soles of his shoes. Well, maybe $7,000 win was coming around here. I left the table, sat down, and did a little problem in arithmetic, which figured out to be $126,000. That's what I'd have if number 22 came up. And, brother, it looked from where I sat as though it would. The 10 minutes went by, and I walked back to the table. Waited until the wheel stopped.
Number 16, red and even. Place your bets, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Slowly, I shoved 3,500 in chips to number 22. This time, the others around the wheel did look. 3,500 to 35 to 1. Then the wheel began to slow up.
No more bets, ladies and gentlemen. No more bets, please.
That croupier was as cold as the floor of a mausoleum. Somebody dropped a pin, and I heard it hit the floor. The white ball clicked its way until...
Number 22, black and even. Your chips, sir.
I cashed in the chips, and there I sat, with $126,000 tucked away in my inside coat pocket. Somebody had that wheel fixed for a killing. I began to wish I was back in my office. I didn't like it. A crooked play. Why? Who? I made up my mind to go to the owner of the place and wash my hands of the whole thing when...
Oh, there you are, Mr. Holliday. I've been looking for you. I have a message for you.
Yeah?
Well, it's verbal this time, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what is it?
You're to go into the bar and wait.
Is that all?
Yes, sir.
The same man gave you this message?
Yes, sir.
Did he still have a head, 2 eyes, a nose, and 2 ears?
Yes, sir.
All right, here you are, kid.
Oh, thank you.
You know, if this keeps up much longer, you'll be able to retire my tips alone.
Thank you, Mr. Holliday. Will that be all?
How much did this character give you to forget what he looked like?
Oh, nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
And a smart boy like you should have taken a good look the second time.
Huh?
Especially since I asked about him after the first message.
Oh, he was big, dark, a little mustache, and had a little white scar over his right eye.
Will you take $5 for that information?
That's all right, Mr. Holliday. No charge for that service.
Good boy. I'll see you later.
Yes, sir, Mr. Holliday.
I walked toward the bar, wondering what was coming next. I didn't like that fortune burning the cloth in my pocket. The bar was like my suite. Fancy, rich, and expensive. I climbed up on one of the stools, and the bartender came over and...
Yes, sir. May I serve you, sir?
Got any ginger ale?
Yes, sir. What with, sir?
Oh, by itself. Just a glass of ginger ale.
Just a ginger ale?
Oh. You see, I like the bubbles.
Champagne has bubbles, too.
But they're still around the next day. Just a ginger ale.
Yes, sir, of course.
Excuse me, is someone sitting here?
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Here you are, sir. Ginger ale.
Thanks.
The usual, please.
Okay. Yes, sir, may I?
You got a light?
Of course.
Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Here you are.
Thanks. Why do you drink ginger ale?
Oh, I like it. Why do you drink martinis?
Same reason, I guess. It's a brilliant conversation, isn't it?
Well, I've heard better.
You're not very friendly, are you?
A Boy Scout is always friendly.
And does good turns. So I hear.
Do you want to be helped across the street?
All right. I'll shut up.
I took a good look at her. There was something scared looking about her. She was nervous. Well, so was I, because the minutes were passing and I still had that money. And I wanted to get rid of it. But I wondered about the girl, whether she had any part in this. I watched her out of the corner of my eye. She picked up her bag, reached for a lipstick, and then...
Oh, clumsy.
So it's true what they say about women's handbags. You get the stuff on the bar, I'll pick up the kitchen sink off the floor.
I'm so sorry. Did the powder spill on you?
No, it's all right. Yeah. Here you are.
The mirror didn't break, did it?
Nope, you're still good for 7 years more.
Thanks. Thanks ever so much.
I told you I was a good Boy Scout.
You have a nice smile.
Want a toothpaste commercial to go with it?
Don't be nasty.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm just as nervous as you are.
Let's talk about something else.
She chattered away. And
it really is.
I listened with half an ear. Once in a while, threw in a yes or a no. And the clouds began to gather. The mirror at the back of the bar went back and forth. The people got bigger, then shrank to midgets. Somebody drove a plane through my head. It buzzed around and made a bad landing on my brain.
There you are. Feeling better now? You'll be all right. Just lie there, take it easy.
Sure, Hey, I'm in my room.
Of course. We brought you here.
We?
I'm the hotel physician, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, what happened?
And just a fainting spell, nothing serious.
Fainting spell? What are you talking about?
Fainting spells. Your wife told me you get them.
My what told you what?
No. Just lie back.
Whose wife said what?
Your wife. She's got to have a prescription filled.
Now, listen, Doc, hand me my coat, will you?
It's better if you lie here.
It's better if you hand me my coat. Give it to me.
Oh, very well. There you are. What's the matter?
Was my wife in this room?
Of course, she came up with me.
Uh-huh. Doc, what would you do with $126,000?
What? 100? That's an odd question. What would you do with it?
I don't know. Because I haven't got it anymore.
Now, back to Triple Cross, another Box 13 adventure with Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
So there I was, $126,000 in the red. If it was meant to be taken from me, then somebody was working it the hard way. Sure, the girl slipped something in my ginger ale when I picked up the stuff that fell out of her handbag. She took the money. All right, I wanted no more of it. I was going to head for the nearest exit, running, not walking, when... Come in.
You Holiday?
Yeah. Do I know you?
Call me Tony. I'm the guy who wrote the Box 13.
Oh. All right, goodbye, Tony.
Sit down.
What's the idea?
Funny, I was going to ask you that.
We're playing 20 questions. Let's skip the other 18, Tony.
I got a big one left. Where's the dough?
You tell me.
Give it to me.
Well, I didn't like him. I didn't like the gun he was playing with either. And I didn't like the little white scar over his right eye or the little black mustache. I was willing right then and there to cross him off my friendship list. But I told him what happened.
It's a great story. Ain't heard one like it since I read fairy tales.
Well, I don't care if you believe it or not.
You got no regard for your health, Holiday.
Look, Tony, I'm leaving this place
You'll
now.
be too heavy to carry out if you take one more step. That's better. Now, what kind of a frame is this?
Once more, you tell me. I played a crooked wheel downstairs. I don't like that.
You got adventure, didn't you?
I don't want anything that's crooked.
Look who's talking. Who was the girl?
Believe it or not, I never saw her before.
What did she look like?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Ever try to take a good look at anyone in that bar downstairs? It's too dark to even see a lighted match.
You're smart, Holiday. The game with the girl is neat, awful neat. You get the dough, play doggo, act like the girl slipped you Mickey. Later she turns up with the dough and you two split.
Now talk sense, Tony. I didn't know why I came to Los Moros in the first place. I didn't know how I was going to get that money. How would I have time to dream up that frame with the girl?
Yeah. Yeah, I never thought of that. Okay, Halliday, maybe you're telling it straight.
Okay. Now can I go?
No. You get that money back first, then you can go.
I don't think I'll stay for the ninth inning, Tony.
The game has not started yet, Bud. You get that dough.
How?
That's your problem, but get it.
Look, Tony, I'm backing out of this. You know I can go to the sheriff.
Oh, no, you won't. Because there'll be a tail on you from now on out. One move like you're going to the law. Understand?
Okay. Okay, I get it.
And there'll be somebody in this room to see that you don't use the phone. You'll be covered like a pool table, Halliday.
What if I can't find the girl? What if I can't get the money back?
The boss will be awful mad.
And?
There are worse places than Los Moros to spend a lifetime. If you live.
Ever have one of those dreams in which you try to run away from something and can't? Well, this one, with my eyes wide open, was really something. Tony and I went downstairs. Two other characters detached themselves from chairs when Tony nodded at them. Brother, I was covered. It looked hopeless. With Tony not far behind, I asked the doctor if he'd ever seen the girl who said she was my wife. Well, there was no dice there. Then I remembered something. I told Tony I was going back into the bar.
Bar? What for?
Now, look, Tony. Let me do it my way. I'm the one that's on the spot, so let me play it the way I want.
Okay. I'll watch. And don't try for a quick steal, because the boys outside know what to look for. Go ahead.
Thanks. What would I do without you, Tony?
I don't know. Because you're not going to be without me. Remember, I'll be watching.
Yes, sir. May I serve you? Wow. Feeling better, sir?
Well, much. Where were you when I fainted?
At the other end of the bar, sir.
Oh, yeah. So you were.
It wasn't our ginger ale, sir.
No, it wasn't. I just have a loose head, and when I shake it, it comes off.
May I serve you something, sir?
Yes. An answer to a question.
Well, what's that, sir?
Who was the girl who sat down next to me?
I don't know, sir.
Oh, yes, you do.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Quit the sir business. You knew that girl.
Why do you say that?
Because when she sat down, she asked for the usual, and you brought her a martini. And you said okay when she asked you.
What does that prove?
The martini proves you knew who she was. The okay means she wasn't a guest of the hotel. No bartender as polite as you are would say okay to a lady guest. That makes sense?
Why do you want to know who she is?
Does that make any difference?
Yeah, because I wouldn't want to see her in trouble.
I'll try to keep her out of it.
I won't tell you.
Ever see a picture of Alexander Hamilton?
What are you talking about?
Well, here's one. And funny enough, it's on a $10 bill. In fact, there's pictures on all 5 of these bills.
Yeah. Her name's Kathy Lee. I think she has a place at the Las Palmas courts.
Thanks. Put these pictures in frames, will you? I found the Las Palmas courts. And, of course, Tony behind me all the way. The name list in front said Kathy Lee lived in number 8. I looked around before I turned in the walk. Yeah, Tony was closer to me than Varnish on a tabletop. I found number 8 and stopped for a second. Looked for a phone line, but there wasn't any. I knocked at the door. No answer. I tried it again. Then I heard Tony whisper from the shadows.
Try the door, Halliday.
I did. It was unlocked. Tony coached from the sidelines.
Go on in.
I went in and closed the door behind me. It was dark. I decided to risk a call. Kathy? Kathy? Kathy Lee? She wasn't there. I fumbled my way to what felt like a dresser and a lamp. Turned it on, and what I saw made me turn that light off fast.
What's the matter?
She's dead.
What are you talking about?
You heard me. She's dead.
You sure?
Well, go in and look.
You go back in and look for that dope. Go on.
Now, look, Tony, I don't do any more of this. That poor kid's dead, murdered. I want you to call the sheriff.
No, you don't. I said you go back in there and look for that dough.
You look for it.
Leave my fingerprints all over the place. Now you go back in there and hunt.
Don't be a sap. Whoever killed her took the money. Don't you see that?
Maybe. But we'll play this angle all the way. Now stop talking and get in there.
I hated to turn on that light, but I had to. I didn't look at her. I looked through the room. Then I found something. A plane ticket to San Francisco, leaving that night. And a boat ticket for South America. They were in an envelope, but the information on the envelope said there would be 2 reservations. I put it back where I found it because I didn't want Tony to find it on me. And there was something else. A locket with a man's picture in it. I took it off his chain and shoved it in my pocket, and I left.
Well, Helene?
It's not there. I told you it wouldn't be.
Stand still. Back toward me.
A frisk, Tony? You don't trust me, do you?
Shut up.
No, I told you.
Who killed her?
Find that out, and you'll know where the money went.
Come on.
What's so funny?
Holiday, right now I wouldn't want to be in your shoes.
Tony was right. People at the casino saw me win that money, and somebody must have seen the girl with me. Then I got the Mickey. The money was taken, the girl killed. Who did it? Mm-hmm. Me, Dan Holliday. Because the girl clipped me for the money. Well, this was a beautiful frame. Any art gallery in the country would be proud to hang it. But I knew something Tony didn't. The plane and boat tickets. 2 seats. One for Kathy and her murderer. Somebody who left her tickets in her bungalow to make it look as though she was in on the $100,000 job by herself. Sure. Now her killer was taking a plane. In 1 hour. Then a boat to South America. I could have told Tony, but I wanted to wrap it up myself. Besides, I wanted to get the whole thing to the law. On the way back to the hotel, I figured something out for myself. But I'd have to see the boss of the casino, and I thought I knew how to do that without Tony tagging along. The casino was full. I stopped. Tony stopped.
What's the idea? What now?
I've got to think.
Up to your room.
No.
You want to get hurt?
Sure, go ahead. Shoot me. Now. In front of all these people. You know, Tony, you wouldn't get 10 feet.
Smart, ain't you? Okay, what's now?
I'm going to play blackjack.
What?
Want to watch? I sat at the blackjack table. I had as much interest in the game as Aunt Mamie back in Iowa, who never saw a deck of cards in her life. But I had an idea, and I played it for all it was worth. Look, dealer,
Yes?
I didn't like that last deal.
I beg your pardon, sir.
I said I didn't like that last deal.
Well, return your money, sir.
Never mind the money. Who runs this place?
Hey, what is that guy trying to pull on over there?
It worked. In 3 seconds, I was surrounded by muscle boys, and Tony was hotter than a New York sidewalk in August. But he couldn't touch me. A minute later, I sat across the table from the owner of the casino. I told him what happened, and when I finished, he stared at me and said...
You're trying to tell me somebody let you win that money on my wheel?
I am?
You're crazy. The wheel's straight.
But you know I won that money.
Sure I do. Any time $100,000 slides across, I know it.
But this time it was fixed. The croupier was tipped I was to win.
Wait a minute. Marty, send Frankie up here right away. Huh? Oh. Okay, forget it.
What's the matter?
Frankie, the croupier, went off duty just after you won. It's not back yet.
And he won't come back. Now, somebody planned to take the house this evening for that money. Somebody who couldn't risk getting it himself. So I'm the logical one. No one knows me here. I'd look like just another player. Later, Mr. Fix-It plans to pick up the money and beat it. Who? Someone besides yourself who could get to the croupier and bribe him to fix the wheel. Got any ideas?
Yeah. One. My partner.
Well, that's it, then. It's got to be.
But the girl, she doped you. That was a hard way to get the money from you.
Listen, I've got an idea, but I'm a little cramped for room. Some of your partner's boys, particularly a guy named Tony, are glued to me. Get some of your boys to shake them off, and I'll bring that money back to you.
How do you know where it is?
I know.
Okay, Holiday. Remember, fast play and I'll find you if it takes the rest of my life.
It's a deal. Now, how about the boys?
They won't follow you. Marty, that guy will leave my office. Some mugs are tailing him. Stop him. Got it? Good. All right, Holiday. You're on first base. Go ahead.
I was sure he'd be at the airport, and I wasn't wrong. He was sitting in the shadows on the outside. I walked over to him, and he looked up.
Holiday, I thought you would be...
Thought I'd be framed, huh, Frankie?
What are you doing here?
I've got a message from Kathy Lee.
Kathy? She's...
You ought to know you killed her.
Ah, you're crazy.
Not only that, you've got $126,000 in that bag. $126,000 that looked like easy money.
Shut up.
That money doesn't mean a thing. It's the girl who counts, the girl who was willing to do what you told her to do. The girl you triple-crossed and killed after you double-crossed your boss who bribed you to fix the wheel.
It's too bad you're so smart, Holiday.
It's too bad you led with that right, Frankie. Somebody call the police to come and clean this up.
The croupier was... Oh, please hurry, Mr. Holiday. I want to hear the ending.
All right, Susie, all right. What do you want to know?
Well, how did you guess that Kathy Lee was the croupier's girl?
Well, her locket had his picture in it.
Oh, they should have given you the money as a reward.
No, thanks, Susie. They can have it.
But there's one thing I don't understand, Mr. Holiday.
And that's?
You didn't get a tan at all. You're just as pale as when you left.
Oh, $126,000. A murder and a tan, too, she wants. Good night, Susie.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures. Watch for him in his new picture, Saigon. Box 13 is directed by Richard Sandville, with original story by Russell Hughes, and original music composed and conducted by Rudy Schrader. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Pickard. Production supervision is by Vern Karstensen. This is a Mayfair production.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Colette Renoir, address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
Having traveled fairly extensively, I've had the opportunity of sampling the food of many different countries. And although I'm by no means a connoisseur, I like to think that I've acquired a taste for good cooking, be it French, Austrian, Italian, or what have you. It isn't my taste I wish to speak of, however, but that of a certain gentleman named Elliot Dryden, to whom good food was just as essential as the very air he breathed. Such was his claim, at least. And it was very largely because of this that he had come to rely so completely upon Colette Renoir, his cook, much to the annoyance of his wife Edna, who was more than a little jealous of Colette's prestige.
Oh,
For the life of me, Elliot, I can't see why you're so captivated by that woman's cooking. I didn't enjoy my dinner a scrap.
That, my dear, it's because you have no appreciation of the finer things.
Oh, you have the gall to talk about finer things. All you ever think about's your stomach.
Good food's the essence of life. More wine?
Thank you, I've had quite enough.
The perfect aid to digestion.
Sometimes I wonder why you didn't marry her instead of me.
Marry who, my dear?
Colette.
Sometimes I wonder myself.
The whole situation's so ludicrous. It's impossible to run the house in competition with another woman.
You're not required to run the house.
It seems to me I'm not required to do anything.
Many wives would consider themselves fortunate in your position.
Not if they had to put up with Colette.
You've never liked her, have you?
Neither liked nor trusted.
She's honest enough.
That's not what I meant.
You're worried she might persuade me to run off with her. Is that it?
You know as well as I do. There's nothing she'd like more than to have you to herself.
Strange. I've always looked on her as the moral type.
Moral nothing. She's French, isn't she?
True. Unfortunately, she's also fat and 50.
Oh, I'd adore her to hear you say that.
By the same token, of course. She's a good 5 years younger than you are, and quite a bit slimmer.
She has the legs of an elephant.
And you have the trunk.
Very funny.
The lady herself.
Monsieur found your dinner satisfactory, I hope.
Colette, it was highly satisfactory. You surpassed yourself.
Oh, thank you, monsieur.
Monsieur may have enjoyed it. For my part, I thought it was abominable.
Madame.
For a start, the meat was underdone and far too highly spiced. And for another...
No notice of her, Colette. She's in one of her moods this evening. Aren't you, my dear?
If I am, it was brought on by the dinner.
I am sorry, madame. I do my best.
Your best to butter up my husband, perhaps. But your charms don't work on me.
Oh!
Ladies, please.
You hear what you say, monsieur. I am insulted.
You will apologize to Colette, my dear?
Never. What I said was the truth, and everyone knows it.
No, it is too much. Monsieur, you will accept a week's notice.
Oh, come, my little Colette. You upset yourself needlessly. Madame was joking.
I most certainly was not.
Oh, yes, you were, my dear. Or did I forget to mention that I saw a large, furry spider on the porch as I came in earlier?
Oh, spider? Where?
Not to worry. I have him in a bottle on my desk. Now, you will apologize to Colette, won't you?
Please, Elliot, you...
Apologize to Colette?
I'm sorry, Colette. As my husband says, I was joking.
Of course.
Such jokes I do not find funny.
Madame has a peculiar sense of humor. You really must forgive her.
Yeah, I forgive her. This once. But if it happens again, I go.
It won't happen again. Now, I think we might have our coffee.
Oui, monsieur. In here or in the drawing room?
In here, I think. It's a trifle warmer.
Oui, monsieur. I will bring it at once.
My dear, how often must I tell you not to torment her? One of these days she really will walk out.
If I thought that, I'd take to her with a pitchfork.
Edna, really, do try to contain yourself. These outbursts of yours are becoming most tiresome. Colette's been with us a long time. I wouldn't like to lose her.
You'd rather lose me, I suppose.
Let's just say without you, I believe I could manage to scrape along somehow. But without Colette, I'd be lost.
Elliot, is that you?
Yes, my dear.
Don't take your things off. We'll be eating out this evening.
Oh, my dear Edna, you will have your little joke, won't you?
I'm perfectly serious. You'll get no dinner here.
No? Why, Colette ill?
She seemed well enough when she left.
Left?
That's what I said.
I don't think I quite understand. Where's she gone?
I've no idea. All I know is she won't be coming back.
Won't be... What are you talking about?
I dismissed her this morning.
Dismissed her?
Yes. She insulted me, so I ordered her to leave.
But, where did she go?
I told you I don't know.
Then you'd jolly well better go and find her, hadn't you?
Oh, no. She's not coming back into this house. Not while I'm capable of lifting a finger to stop her.
We'll see about that.
You can do what you like. Put spiders in my bed, cockroaches in the bath. It won't make any difference. This once I've made up my mind.
Have you? Have you indeed?
Where are you going?
To my room, and there I intend to remain till you return with Colette.
In that case, I suggest you go out and have something to eat first. You're in for a long wait.
That's up to you, my dear. But I have no intention of eating again till you bring her back.
He meant what he said, Mr. Simon. He's been locked in his room ever since.
But I understood you to say that this was 6 days ago.
That's right.
You mean he's been there without food for 6 days?
With the door locked and bolted.
He hasn't been out at all?
Certainly not to my knowledge.
But surely.
There's a bathroom adjoining. He has plenty of water, but no food supply whatever. For the past 3 nights, I've taken a tray up and left it at the door. But he won't touch a thing. Each time he's left it.
Incredible.
He's an incredible person.
Has he ever locked himself up or embarked upon a hunger strike before?
No. But he's done other things equally as stupid.
Oh, such as?
Well, for instance, he knows how terrified of insects and things I am.
Mm-hmm.
And if I do something that annoys him, he pays me back by putting a spider or something in my bed.
A spider in your bed?
Yes. Once he put a cockroach down the back of my dress, and he often drops them in the bath with me.
Oh.
So, you see, things like that.
He's not a violent man in any way.
Oh, no. Anything but. I don't ever recall him so much as raising his voice to me, let alone exercising any form of violence. He has other, more effective ways of getting what he wants.
And his present behavior is brought on solely by your dismissing this Colette RENOIR.
Yes.
How long has she been with you?
7 years.
Oh, what prompted you to dismiss her?
She was rude to me. I lost my temper and told her to go.
I see. So she went. Now you want her back, is that it?
I have to get her back. He won't come out of that room or eat again until I do. And as much as I'd like to stick to my guns, I wouldn't like to see him do himself any harm. But the whole point of my coming to you is that I can't find Colette. I don't even know where to start looking. For that matter, she could have gone back to France.
Well, do you happen to know anything about her background? Where she lived before she entered your husband's employ? What she did?
She had a job in a Paris restaurant.
A job as a cook?
Yes. It was only a small place, but quite exclusive.
I see. But how did your husband come to meet her exactly?
To tell you the truth, I've never been too sure. He went there for dinner once or twice, to this restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Then one evening he brought her back to the flat with him.
And she's been with you ever since?
Yes, ever since.
Were you living in Paris at the time?
Yes.
Indefinitely?
Originally, we'd planned to spend 3 months. We ended up by staying 9.
And this was in connection with your husband's business, was it?
Well, he has no business. His father left him quite a lot, in bonds and so forth. He's never had to work. Not since I've known him, anyway. No, we were just staying there. For pleasure, I suppose you'd say.
He's a reasonably wealthy man, then.
Wealthy enough.
And you say that his main interest in life is food, is that it?
Definitely. It always has been.
Or did she be able to give it up altogether for so very long a time?
Oh, don't misunderstand me. He was never a big eater. Quantity doesn't interest him in the slightest. Just quality. He won't touch anything but the very best.
I see. Oh, Miss Renoir must be a very fine cook.
He seems to think so.
Tommy, you haven't thought of calling in the police, I suppose?
Police?
Under the circumstances, you'd be perfectly justified in so doing.
No. No, I'd rather just find Colette.
Oh, I see.
Believe me, Mr. Simon, I realize how absurd all this must seem to you. It's just that I know Elliot. I know how far he's capable of going, particularly when he makes up his mind to follow a certain course. And, well, even though I've never had a great deal of feeling for him, I can't just stand aside and let him go on like this. I tell you now, if Colette isn't found, he'll stay in that room till he drops dead of starvation.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
People never fail to amaze me, the things they get up to, their quirks, their idiosyncrasies. From his wife's description, Elliot Dryden was unquestionably an eccentric, a man who would do almost anything to get his own way, even to the extent of locking himself up in a room like a small child, and then going on a hunger strike. In certain respects, he bore the characteristics of a sadist, and yet in others, he bore those of a mild-mannered, docile husband. In either event, it appeared that he had to be protected from himself. And having agreed to accept the case, I duly sent for Agent Paul's study, whose reaction to the facts was very much as I'd expected.
It's like I always said, Chief. There are more people walking around the streets who ought to be in straitjackets than there are names in the phone directory.
Well, I wouldn't know much about that study, but certainly a great many people do have very peculiar tendencies.
Well, in my book, anybody who carries on like this Dryden guy is a nut. Nothing less. 6 days locked in a room without a bite to eat just because his wife sacks the cook. Oh, brother, how peculiar can you get?
Well, if all else fails, of course, the police will have to be called in to eject him forcibly. Unfortunately, they can't compel him to eat. The only person who can do that is Colette Renoir.
About whom we don't know a thing.
Except, of course, that she's French.
Oh, well, that's going to get us a long way. There can't be more than about 500,000 or so French people in this country.
Yeah, I think your best bet might be to go and question Dryden himself.
Well, how am I supposed to get to him? Break down the door?
When he learns who you are, perhaps he'll open it.
And if he doesn't?
You can always try talking through it.
Yeah, well, I think I'd rather have it that way. I don't want to take any chances of being bopped in the dome.
From what I gather, you need have no fears of meeting trouble of that nature. According to Mrs. Dryden, he's a particularly mild sort of chap.
Even so, I wouldn't want to get too close. Just in case his confinements made him savage.
Well, I'll have to leave that to your discretion. I have the address here somewhere. Oh, yes, it's Wandsworth. 72 Argyle Parade. The Drydens' home in the outer London suburb of Wandsworth was no ordinary one. 3 stories high, it was set in spacious grounds. At the back was a grassy paddock. At the front, an expanse of lawn. A broad gravel drive led from the entrance gates to the house and on to a garage at the rear. At the front door, Study was greeted by our client, Edna Dryden, who, at his request, led him upstairs to her husband's room on the first floor.
Elliot, there's someone here to see you. Mr. Study from the Missing Persons Bureau. He wants to ask you about Colette. Elliot.
Yeah, not talking, eh?
He may be asleep.
Let's see if I can rouse him. Hey, you there, Mr. Dryden. Hello? Look, do you want this woman found or don't you?
Send my wife away.
Oh, Elliot, don't be such a fool. Come out of there and behave like
Okay, Mrs. Dryden. You better do as he says. No sense antagonizing him further.
Whatever you say. It's all so absurd, so utterly ridiculous. I'll be in the drawing room when you want me.
Right. Okay, Dryden, she's gone. Do you open the door or do we talk through it?
Wait. Oh, please come in, my dear sir. So nice of you to call.
Somewhat taken aback by the other's unexpected affability, Study remained for a moment standing on the threshold, as though waiting for a second invitation. In appearance, Dryden looked as normal as any man he'd ever seen. Dressed casually in a grey jumper and slacks, he was immaculately groomed and seemed to be in perfect health. With a friendly smile, he shepherded the agent to an armchair and without further ado poured 2 drinks from a whiskey decanter on the mantel.
Water or soda, old chap?
Water, thanks. Just a dash. That's fine.
Here you are.
Look, excuse the puzzled frown, but I don't get it. According to Mrs. Dryden, you've been in here for almost a week without food of any kind. Yet I come in and find you looking like you just finished a 10-course meal. What gives?
Oh, purely a matter of constitution, old boy. But that's by the by. Oh, what's the news on Colette? You found her?
Hardly. Your wife only came to see us this morning.
Yes. I heard her phoning for an appointment. I thought you'd probably be along for a chat.
You're causing her a lot of worry. I suppose you know that.
No more than she's caused me.
Well, I've only heard her side of it, but the fact remains, she wants this Colette located. She's retained us to trace her. The big drawback is she seems to know very little about the woman, which is why I've come to you. I figured maybe you could shed some light on her background.
My dear fellow, I know very little about her myself. Other than that, before entering my employ, she lived and worked in Paris.
Uh-huh. What was the name of the restaurant she was working in there? All your wife could tell us was that it was somewhere in Montmartre.
Chez Dominique in the Place de la Gare. Probably gone out of business by this, I should think. A great deal can happen in 7 years.
Uh-huh. Well, worth checking anyway.
Look here, old chap, you're barking up the wrong tree, you know. You take my tip and forget the whole thing. I'll see you're more than compensated financially.
But I thought you wanted it found.
Oh, so I do. But, that's my wife's worry, not yours.
Your wife's paying us to do the worrying for her.
Well, whatever she's paying, I'll double it if you don't.
This gets more fantastic by the second. Do you want her traced, or don't you?
She'll turn up in due course.
Meanwhile, you'll sit here and waste away to a mere 14 stone, eh?
Oh, come, my boy. Let's not be obstinate about it. I want you to drop the case.
And if I don't feel like dropping it?
I think you will.
Well, think again, mister, because I'm not just now getting tired of this case. I'm only beginning to get wound up. You might be used to getting your own way where Mrs. Dryden's concerned, but there's one big difference between her and me.
Oh?
Yeah. I'm not scared of spiders.
But it doesn't make sense, Mr. Studdy. Are you sure you didn't misunderstand him?
He offered to double what you're paying if I agreed to drop the case. Did that sound like a misunderstanding?
It's beyond me. Unless he's delirious.
Yeah, well, maybe he is at that.
All this time without food, it must have taken its toll on him.
The queer thing about it is he looks so fit. And he can't have lost that much weight. His clothes seem to fit him okay.
Some people stay much the same, regardless.
Yeah. There's no way your husband could get out of this room unknown to you, is there?
Not unless he crept out at night after I was asleep.
Uh-huh. So you can't be sure he hasn't been slipping downstairs to the kitchen for a snack every night.
His room's next to mine. I'm a fairly heavy sleeper, but he couldn't be sure I wouldn't hear him. Still, I suppose it's possible. Although I haven't noticed any food missing.
Well, there's one way to find out. Tonight you'll go to bed at the usual time, and we'll see what happens.
You want me to stay awake and listen for him?
No, that won't be necessary. You just go to bed. I'll take it from there.
Accordingly, that same night, Edna Dryden retired at the customary time, shortly before 11 o'clock. From his hiding place, in a broom closet at the head of the stairs, Studdy had a perfectly clear view of both bedroom doors. The house was in darkness. Nothing stirred. 11:30 came. Midnight. He felt the pangs of cramp in his left leg. Cautiously, he massaged it, waiting for the minutes to pass. 1 o'clock. 1:15. And then, abruptly, came the faint sound of a key turning in a lock. The door to Dryden's room opened slowly, and a moment later a shadowy figure emerged. He was wearing a dressing gown and slippers, and he carried a torch, the beam of which probed ahead of him as he crept stealthily along toward the stairs. The agent stood stock still in the closet as the figure stole by. Down the stairs, one at a time, swiftly, silently, along the hall at the back of the house. Then the sound of another door opening. A moment's pause. Closing. Then the padding, slippered footsteps returning. Back along the hall, up the stairs. The same shadowy figure. In one hand, the torch. In the other, what looked like a large hat box tied up with string. Back past the closet, into the room. The door closed. And then silence again. Hastily, but with caution, Studdy emerged from the closet, went down the stairs, along the hall to the back door. Outside, it was pitch dark, but his eyes had become accustomed to the darkness. and he saw her at once. A woman wheeling a bicycle toward the gate at the far end of the trackless paddock that formed the Drydens' backyard. In a second, he was after her, his footsteps muted in the soft grass. She almost got to the gate when she turned and saw him. Dropping the bicycle, she started to run, but her foot struck against some unseen object, and she sprawled headlong upon the ground.
Okay, just hold it there. Here. Give me your hand.
My ankle it is twisted.
Yeah, well, that's what happens to little girls who go on midnight jaunts. Come on. Get you back to the house.
No, stay away from me.
Well, if you'd rather spend the night here, that's all right by me. Study's the name, by the way.
I don't know you.
Maybe not, but I know you. Colette Renoir, isn't it not? You know, that ankle of yours is in bad shape. I'm afraid you're going to have to let me carry you.
No.
Okay, then. We'll talk here. Well?
It was all his idea. He talked me into it.
Into what? And why?
He wanted to teach her a lesson.
His wife?
Yes. She was always picking on me, making trouble. I threatened to leave if she did not let me alone, and he made her promise she will. But she does not keep this promise, and he is very angry with her. He tells me he will make her sorry for disobeying him, but that I must help him to do it.
Ah, so it was all prearranged, huh? You insult her, so she has no choice but to order you out. Then when Dryden comes home, she tells him what's happened. He turns on the big act, knowing she'll fall for it and finally be forced to eat humble pie. Knowing also that when you eventually show up again, she'll be so glad to see you, she'll change her tune towards you completely. Never step out of line again. Which suited you, because you wanted the drop on her, and more than suited him, because he wanted the drop on both of you. Am I right?
I did only as I was told.
And you've been smuggling meals to him every night, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, well, small wonder he looks so fit. Where have you been hiding out all this time, anyway?
I have been staying with a girlfriend.
Far from here?
Near the station. She has a flat. I've had use of the kitchen for cooking.
Ah, so everything fitted in fine. Too bad it didn't come off.
Well, what are you going to do?
That's for Mrs. Dryden to decide. Bright Boy's had his laugh. You've had yours. The last one's hers.
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
An incredible story, an incredible trio. Even now, as I look at the file on Colette Renoir, I find myself wondering whether Dryden was a complete bounder or just a misguided fool. In either case, his scheme backfired to such an extent that he's going to be a very long time getting over it. Indeed, all it accomplished was the one thing it had been designed to prevent, the ultimate departure of Colette Renoir, who, upon recovering from a very badly sprained ankle, returned to Paris forthwith, and to the best of my knowledge has not been heard of since. The only one to benefit, in fact, was Mrs. Dryden herself, who at long last became mistress. That is, sole mistress of the manor. And now, this is Henry Simon, as usual, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, transcribed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are searching frantically through the dark, empty rooms of an apartment, panic gripping your heart, terror at your heels. For the girl you loved, who was with you a moment before, has disappeared, vanished, as if into thin air.
Today we escape from reality with a gripping tale of a girl who vanished and the man who had to find her to save his life, as Cornell Woolrich told it in his great story, Finger of Doom.
Nothing unusual ever happens to you, huh? In your comfortable American city, nothing ever could it? Let me tell you something. Right on the common, everyday streets of a big city, I had the strangest, most fantastic adventure anyone could dream of. And I've had my fill of adventure for the rest of my life. This happened several years ago before the war on an ordinary evening in early spring. Well, not so ordinary, because I had a couple of free tickets to a good show and I was picking Steffi up at her office for dinner. See, we were going to be married in less than 2 weeks. So naturally, I was impatient as I waited there on the sidewalk in front of her office building. And, of course, she was late, last one to leave as usual. I felt like a picket pacing up and down in front of the door, but finally there she was, spun gold piled on her head, blue eyes shining, and carrying...
Hi, darling.
What's that?
Have I kept you waiting long? I tried to hurry all I could. With this? Just a package. I promised his nibs I'd deliver it on the way home.
But you're not going home. We're eating out and going to a show.
But it's right on the way. I have to leave it at a flat in Martin Street. It won't take a minute.
Why can't he get somebody else to run his errands for him? We're late now. This will cut our eating time down.
Woof, woof, Grumpy.
Oh,
So this is what the 13th does to you.
13th?
You mean you've forgotten? You mean you aren't counting the days?
Oh, sure. 13 days left.
13 and a half. Don't forget that half of it's to be a noon wedding. I don't like the 13 all by itself. I'll be glad when it's tomorrow when only 12 left.
You know something? You're cute. The more I know you, the cuter you get.
I bet you won't say that a year from now. I bet you'll be calling me your old lady then.
Will you mind?
Well, not right at first, maybe.
Okay, come on. Let's make like delivery boys. Oh, what's the address?
Mr. Miller, 415 Martin Street, apartment 4F.
We're on our way. Sure, it's a frowsy neighborhood.
Everybody can't be rich, you know. 411, 413. Oh, there it is.
Yeah. Some clients your boss must have. I'll be glad when you aren't working for him anymore. Oh, did you give him your notice?
Yesterday. He gave me the funniest look. Good thing he doesn't know you. He'd eat you alive.
Hey, wait.
Huh?
Here it is.
Oh, I was sailing right by. See how you affect me?
Mm-hmm. Okay, give it to the hallman or the janitor or somebody, and let's get going.
Oh, no, I've got to take it up personally and get a receipt. Besides, there doesn't seem to be anybody here. Oh, it's one of those push-button doors. What did I say the name was again?
Muller or something, wasn't it?
What would I do without you? 4A, 4B, 4C. Oh, here it is, 4F. Oh, no wonder I couldn't find it. The name card's fallen out. Oh, this must be the button. You wait down here for me. I won't be a minute.
A minute's too long.
Well, this'll hold you until I get back. Oh, the door. Only a minute now. Bye.
Bye. For a minute, I watched her through the glass. She got into the little self-service elevator and closed the door. Then all I could see was the gleam from the elevator in use light. Then she was gone. I lit a cigarette and waited. How long does it take to smoke a cigarette? 5 minutes? 10? Anyway, I finished it. Nothing happened. I stood around fidgeting, shifting from one foot to the other, from one shoulder leaning against the wall to the other. Woman came by with a squalling kid, gave me a haughty look, and went on in. I tried to figure out what could be taking so long. Maybe they didn't have a pencil to sign the receipt. Maybe they had to find one. I lit another cigarette, took a couple of puffs. But now my patience was gone. What is this? I rattled the door first, and then I pushed the button for apartment 4F. I still didn't plan to go up. I just wanted to let her know that I was still alive. But I got no answering buzz. I kept ringing it, holding my thumb down till it was white. Still no answer. Suddenly, I wasn't angry anymore. Suddenly, I was scared. I did the instinctive thing. I ran out into the street again and looked up at the face of the building, searching the windows, but, of course, there was nothing to see. And that move cost me a chance to get in. While I was out on the sidewalk, a seedy-looking character came out of the door, letting it click shut before I could get back in. I tried the buzzer again. Couldn't be out of order. They'd answered it when Steffi pushed it. But now, nothing. Dead to the world up there. By now, it was 20 minutes. 20 minutes since she left me. Now I was frightened. I knew I had to get up there. I pushed another button, then he went at random. The door was released and I was in. F was at the back of the building. I stood out in the dark hallway and listened. There wasn't a sound. At first, this was a relief. At least she wasn't in any difficulty, or she'd be screaming. But then, when I began to knock and kick the door, practically break it down, and still nobody made a sound, I began to get panicky. Heads poked out of doors all along the hall. Where will I find the janitor?
Down in the basement, I suppose.
I raced down to the basement, found the janitor eating his supper. I barged right in.
You looking for something?
Come up with me, quick. Will you bring your pass key? I want to open one of the flats.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
I don't like the looks of it. My girl took a package up. I've been waiting for her for over 20 minutes, and she never came down again. Now they won't answer the bell. Come on, please, hurry.
Oh, which apartment is it?
On the 4th floor. Come on, I'll show you.
What number?
4F, but...
Wait a minute. Couldn't be 4F, not that one.
Why not?
Because there's nobody living there. Why, that apartment's been vacant for 6 months.
He took me up and showed me he was right. It was an empty flat. I went through its rooms calling Steffi's name, but she wasn't there. There was nobody there. Looked like there hadn't been anybody there for months. The dust was thick on the bare floor, on the sills of the locked windows.
See, mister, she couldn't have come in here.
But I saw her. I saw her ring the bell and go in the door.
In this door?
The downstairs door.
Oh, well, she could have gone to any apartment then.
But she was coming here. She rang this bell and somebody answered.
Nobody could have answered. Nobody's been here. She must have rung another bell.
Is there somebody in this apartment named Muller?
No, we never had anybody by that name. Not in the whole 12 years I've been here.
Somebody must have gotten in and was waiting for her.
Will you tell me how they could? It was locked. You saw me open it with me pass key, didn't you?
Listen, we're going to ask all the tenants on this floor. Maybe they heard something.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like to disturb them. Maybe this girl just walked out on you. Maybe it had a quarrel.
No, there was nothing like that. I know she wouldn't just walk out. Besides, how could she? Is there a back way?
Yes, but only through the basement. She would have had to pass right by me.
And you didn't see her, and I was waiting downstairs at the front door, and she didn't come out that way. Then obviously she's still in here.
Well, maybe. Or maybe...
What?
Are you sure she ever come in?
Of course. You mean, am I sure there ever was a girl?
Well, now, don't get excited, mister. All right, we'll look, we'll ask. Take it easy, take it easy.
Okay.
Hear anything in 4F? How could I? The place is empty.
I know, but didn't you hear something? Anything?
No. Yeah, the buzzer was going like crazy, like somebody was leaning on the button downstairs. But that
was
could have been
me.
anybody. Yeah. Then a little later, this guy banging on the door. He asked me where to find you.
Never mind.
Thank you. Sorry to have disturbed you.
Okay.
Well, that's all of them. No trace at all. Maybe now you'll let me get back to my supper. There's nothing more we can do. Maybe if you go where she lives or works, you might find her.
Wait here. I'm going to call the police. First, I got a patrolman from the corner. He asked a lot of questions and then called his station. A few minutes later, a detective was dropped off, a fellow by the name of Gilman. I must admit he was thorough. He checked on every apartment in the building. The only thing he learned was about the false ring which let me in. But there was only one, not two. And that meant that whoever buzzed for Steffi was expecting her. Gilman checked apartment 4F thoroughly, the windows with their undisturbed layer of dust, the door, the keyhole, everything. And then he said...
There's nothing to show that she or anyone else ever came in here, Bud.
Look, don't do this to me. You make it sound like she didn't come here with me at all.
That's what it does sound like.
But don't you see... Look, I was going to take her to a show. Here are the tickets.
Don't mean a thing. We're going to build this from the ground up and see what we've got. You say her name is Stephanie Riska. Address?
120 Farragut.
What's she look like?
She's blonde, and she came up to about here on me.
Okay. Don't let it get you.
I'm not scared because she's gone. It's because she's gone in such a fairy tale way. She just disappeared into thin air.
All right, let's get about finding her then. You met her at 6:15 outside the Bailey Goodwin building with a package to be delivered here. Who'd she work for?
A press clipping service called the Green Star. It's a one-man organization operated by a man named Hessen. One dinky little room on the ground floor of the building.
What do they do?
I don't know much about it. They have a list of clients, and they go through the paper and clip out any story which mentions one of the clients. They get about a nickel a clipping.
How is there any money in that?
I don't know.
Okay, we're going up there. We'll find out.
The night watchman led us into the office after Gilman showed him his badge. It was a tiny room with only a desk, a telephone, and another table and a filing cabinet. Except for a lone can of Canadian Ace brew, All of them were bare as bones.
This is no office. This is a telephone booth.
Not a big business, I guess.
This is their list of clients. They can't be making very much money at those prices.
Steffi got paid every week.
There's nobody named Muller in the file.
What do you think?
I don't see anything here to indicate she even has a secretary.
You could ask the night watchman.
I already have. He's never seen her.
Well, but that doesn't mean anything. He works at night and she works in the daytime.
Okay, I only said he's never seen her. Doesn't know anything about her.
Hessen, her boss. You can ask him.
We're going there now. Here's something.
What?
What kind of gum does your girl chew?
She doesn't. Likes Lifesavers, hates gum.
Whoever sits at this table chews gum. Lots of it. It's all over the bottom. Tutti frutti.
Oh, that doesn't mean anything. Maybe somebody came in, put it there. Maybe it's old. Maybe Hessen.
Okay, let's go. We'll see what he has to say.
Hessen lived in a swanky bungalow-type home in the suburbs. As Gilman and I left the police car and walked up the drive to the house, I got the strangest feeling of unreality. Like this was all a horrible nightmare. Couldn't be happening. My knees were sagging, but then Gilman was knocking on the door, and it was answered by an ugly, foreign-looking character who went away and returned to usher us into Hessen's presence. I'd seen him a time or two, but he didn't know me, so he gave no sign of recognition.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Mr. Hessen, I'm Sergeant Gilman, police force.
Oh, yes, I'm pleased to know you.
I won't take up much of your time, but I need a little help.
Gladly, if it is within my power.
Did you ever see this young fellow before?
No. What has he done?
I'm not sure yet. You know anyone named Muller at 415 Martine Street?
Muller? No, I don't know anyone by that name. I think we have a Miller, a Mrs. Elsie Miller, on our list, who all the time divorces and remarries. Will that do? She owes us $29.
Then you didn't send a package over to Muller, apartment 4F, 415 Martine Street at 6:15 this evening?
No.
Why, you...
Hold it. You keep quiet.
I'm sure I didn't, Sergeant. But wait, it's easy enough to confirm it. Oh, Miss Riska.
Yes?
Stephanie, will you please come in a moment?
What?
Steady. My assistant happens to be right here at the house tonight. I had some dictation to give her, and she's transcribing it. We usually mail out clippings. Only when there's some urgent request do I send them by personal messenger.
Yes, sir?
Suddenly the room was spinning in front of my eyes. I was looking at it, trying to see it, but lights kept streaking across the room like comets. And their voices came to me through a thick fog.
Stephanie, did we send a package to 415 Martine Street this evening to a Mr. Muller?
No, sir. Not that I know of.
I see. And tell me, did you ever see this young man before? Do you know him?
Why, no, I don't believe I do.
Wait, this isn't Stephanie. He's calling somebody else by her name. This isn't Stephanie. I tell you that...
My dear sir, this is the only young lady I have working for me.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, Mr. and Mrs. X thought they were pretty smart, smarter than the Narcotics Bureau and the Bureau of Customs combined, but they overlooked a casual passenger aboard the luxury liner. For a fascinating true-life tale of crime and smuggling on the high seas, hear Gangbusters tonight. And along with it, CBS's other great Saturday night thrill-a-minute show, The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. Both of these programs are regular Saturday night features on most of these same CBS network stations. Gangbusters recreates famous crimes and their solutions by national, state, and local agencies. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe are based on the character of the famous Private Eye, created by Raymond Chandler, the noted mystery story writer. And now, with our stars, Harry Bartell as Kenny, and with Ed Begley as Gilman, we return to the second act of Escape and Finger of Doom.
Stood there and blandly said it. This strange girl was my fiancée, was Stephanie Riska. He stood there looking surprised and hurt, and she stared at me with a just right, puzzled expression on her face. Gilman was holding me with a sort of a half Nelson and gritting at me.
Stop it.
But I tell you, this isn't Steffi. Steffi is blonde. This girl is brunette. Steffi's short, comes up to here. This one's tall, I tell you.
Shut up. You're asking for trouble. Now, calm down.
Sergeant, I don't believe I understand.
I'm just beginning to myself. Miss, how long have you been working for Mr. Hessen?
Why, since October of last year. About 6 months.
And your name is Stephanie Riska?
Why, yes, of course.
She's lying, I tell you.
Shut up. I don't mean to doubt your word, miss, but just for the record, I suppose you could show me some proof of your identity?
Why, yes, right here in my bag. My driver's license.
Oh, wait, the bag has initials. Oh, yeah, S.R.
Of course, S.R.
And the driver's license.
Steffi doesn't drive. She has no car.
But I do. It isn't a very good one,
Anything else?
Well, this letter, addressed to me.
Address 120 Farragut. May I look?
Why, yes, of course.
Uh-huh. It's genuine, all right. Here you are, and...
I don't know what else I have here, but... Oh.
I'll get it. Here you are.
Oh, thank you.
I see you carry chewing gum in your purse.
Why, yes.
Tutti frutti. Not many people like that flavor.
Oh, I never chew any other.
Well, thanks. Sorry to have bothered you both. Come on, chum.
I hope we've been able to help, Sergeant.
A lot, thanks. Good night.
Good night, Sergeant.
Okay, what's your racket, kid? Are you a pushover for the mental ward? Or are you working off a grudge against this guy? Or did you do something to some little blonde, blue-eyed number and you're trying to set up an alibi even before we find out about it?
Things like this don't happen. They can't. 1 minute she's here and then she's gone. No one will believe me.
Why should we? You haven't produced a single person all night who actually saw this blonde of yours.
Where'd I get her name and address then?
That's one thing I'm not sure of. So I'll give you one more spin for your money. You stand or fall by the place she lived. 120 Farragut Street. Come on, let's go. Okay, this is it. Come on. What is it, a rooming house?
Yeah. She lived alone, just a room. She only came here from Harrisburg 6 months ago. But the landlady...
Now, what's the matter?
I just remembered. Hessen recommended this place to her.
Now, look. You want to go in or you want to go to headquarters? The tougher you get with me, the tougher I'll be on you.
Listen, you gotta listen. I was only up there once, but I remember it. Sticking in the mirror of the dresser is a litho of the Holy Mother. On the radiator's a rag doll I won for her at Coney Island and a Hickok wallet I gave her last Christmas. And on a shelf against the wall is a gas ring, and from the light fixture to the gas jet is a string where she hangs stockings to dry. Will you remember those things? The bedspread's green, and there's a green and yellow upholstered chair. Don't you see? I couldn't make these things up. She must be real.
You almost convinced me. Come on. Now, when we get inside, you keep your mouth shut. One peep and I'll split your lip.
Yes?
You got a girl named Stephanie Riska living here?
Yep. 4th floor front.
How long she been here?
Riska? 6 months.
What does she look like?
Dark hair, dark skin. About as tall as this young fella. Talks kind of husky. Why?
Police. I want to see her room.
Sure. Come right in.
Gilman practically had to support me all the way up. My knees just weren't functioning. But that was nothing to the shock I got when the landlady opened Steffi's door. The room was all different. Not one thing was the same as I had told Gilman. He didn't even look at me.
Has she always had it fixed up this way?
Always. Since the first week she moved in.
Does she drive a car?
Yeah, a little old coupe. She's a real clean roomer. Only one thing I got to complain about. Oh, there it is again. Under the washstand.
Oh, yeah. Chewing gum. Yeah, let me see it. Uh-huh. Tutti frutti.
You better watch your friend. He looks like he's going to faint.
Let him fold up. That isn't anything to the falls he'll be taken in a few minutes.
What did he do? Murderer?
Not her, but I got a good hunch he murdered somebody, and he picked the wrong name out of the hat.
He don't look like a... Look out!
I hit him and ran. I knew I had to. He was going to take me to the police station. Then I wouldn't have any chance to find Steffi. Not for a long time. Maybe too long a time. And I had to find her. I went back to the Martine Street flat. It was the only place to go. Back to where she disappeared. Start from there. I knew Gilman would catch up with me sooner or later, but I might be able to turn up something first. I told the janitor the cops had sent me back to take another look at the apartment and got him to give me the passkey. He fell for it. I went up to the apartment alone. But once there, I couldn't find a thing. I wandered through the empty rooms, calling her name helplessly. I tapped the walls, scraped the plaster, tested the windows. I'd been there about 10 minutes when I heard a little sound out in the hall, like somebody coming up the stairs very quietly. I slipped out the door and stood at the top of the stairs. It was the janitor, with Gilman and 2 cops. They were coming up the stairs. There was only one way for me to go, up. So up I went. And then they saw me.
Hey, you, come down here.
One flight up, I came to the top of the stairs. A sort of skylight window opened onto the roof. It was standing loose, partly open. I ran out across the roof, tried to hurdle the low wall to the next roof. I missed, fell.
All right, don't move. I got you, you lily-livered louse. And when I get you down to hell...
All right. I'll go quietly. It's no use now.
Well, I'll be...
What's the matter?
Calhoun, throw your light over here.
What? Okay. What? It's a package.
Yeah, package lying here on the roof. Addressed to Muller, apartment 4F.
That's it. Don't you see? That's what she brought.
Holy smoke. Okay, kid. Somebody did bring a package here tonight. I'll give you that. And when I give you that, I guess I give you all of it. She's a blonde, never chews gum, doesn't drive, all of it. Somebody must have jumped her, brought her up this way across the roofs and down through some other house. They dropped the package on the way. Maybe didn't have time to come back and pick it up.
What'll we do?
Calhoun.
Yeah.
Call in. Have a radio car keep Heston's house on Myrtle Drive spotted until we get there. I want to stop off at that office again first.
Right, Sarge. Do you think...
No, kid, not yet. They would have done it right here in the empty flat and let you take the rap. Come on. Buck up. We got work to do.
At Heston's office, we found 2 things.
These files are funny. About every third name is a foreign one with a foreign mailing address. Why would those people want local press clippings?
What do you mean?
I mean, this looks like a job for the FBI. Spy stuff. Maybe your girl had found something out. That's why they figured she was too dangerous. Did she ever say anything?
No, but she told him she was quitting next week to get married.
So she didn't suspect anything, but they thought she did. Same thing. Come on, we'll stop off at that rooming house. I want that landlady picked up. Obviously, she's one of them. Changed the room all around. Stuck the gum into the washstand, everything.
Hey, wait. Look. On the floor next to the baseboard.
Yeah. Gilt hairpin. So she was blonde. Okay, let's go.
At the rooming house, with the landlady turned over to a cop downstairs, Gilman went over the room once more. Fished into the wash basin drain and came out with a couple of blonde hairs.
Now, why didn't I think of that the first time? Girl shampoos her hair once in a while.
Then we were on our way to Heston's house on Myrtle Drive. All the way I was praying. When we arrived, it was dark, deserted. Even the police car Gilman had ordered wasn't there. We went in, shooting the lock off the door. We searched the ground floor, then upstairs. In an attic room, we found a shortwave radio. But not Steffi. Just as we got back downstairs, Calhoun came in with a report from the radio car.
They trailed him to Pier 07, North River. The 3 of them got on a tramp steamer that sailed immediately.
And they're gone. It's too late.
They won't get out of the harbor. We'll have them picked off at quarantine. 3 of them, you say, Calhoun? A blonde girl?
No, they said 2 men and a dark girl.
Then where's Steffi?
Still here, probably.
But where?
We'll soon... Wait. You smell something? Smoke?
Yeah. And gasoline.
The basement. Come on, hurry.
Smoke. The basement's filled with smoke.
Here, over this way.
Steffi!
Hurry, this place will be a mass of flames in a minute.
I can't see. Steffi!
Here, give me a hand. Here she is. Hurry.
Oh, Steffi. Is she...
No, she's breathing. Hurry, let's get her out of here fast.
In the next few minutes, there was a lot of excitement around there. While the fire companies fought the fire, we cut the ropes off Steffi and revived her. She was all right. And I sat there in the police car with my arms around her as if I'd never let her go again. And that's just how I felt, too. Then a radio report came in.
Well, they got him off the ship at quarantine. They'll be turned over to the FBI eventually, but first... Well, they better hadn't let me get my hands on him. You know, kid, she is pretty.
Gee, thanks for everything.
It's okay. Well, I gotta go and... Oh, say, I've got something I want to return to you.
Yeah, what?
This.
I went out like a light when he hit me. And a few minutes later,
Kenny.
when I came to, Steffi was holding me in her arms,
Kenny.
stroking my head and smiling.
Kenny, he said to tell you no hard feelings. But when anyone socks Dick Gilman over the head, he gets socked back, even if they're the best of friends.
Steffi, you know something?
What, darling?
You're cute with stars in your hair.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented transcribed Finger of Doom by Cornell Woolrich, adapted for radio by John Dunkel. Starred as Kenny was Harry Bartell, with Ed Begley as Gilman. Featured in the cast were Joy Terry, Edgar Barrier, Louise Arthur, Peter Prowse, and Kay Miller. Special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week,
you are clinging to a narrow window ledge, your strength running out. While before your eyes, seen through the window, the most beautiful girl in the world is about to die. Because of you.
Next week, we escape with an unusual story, The Adaptive Ultimate by John Jessel. Be sure to tune in again at this same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. You can escape again tomorrow night when CBS's famous dramatic series presents screen star Edmund O'Brien in another special Sunday night Escape broadcast at 6:30 Eastern Standard Time. Mr. O'Brien will star as an explorer who becomes a prisoner in a beautiful and strange country populated by blind men. Be sure to hear tomorrow night's Escape, starring Edmund O'Brien in H.G. Wells' famous story, Country of the Blind, on most of these same CBS network stations. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news, to be followed by Let's Pretend, over most of these same stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wolfe is busy planning a menu. I'll see if he can talk to you. What's the name again? You want to talk to a dame named Mrs. Collins?
Hang up, Archie.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins?
No.
I don't suppose you care, but I think her voice is very charming.
Doubtless. Every female has a charming voice to you. Hang up.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mrs. Collins, but at the moment, Mr. Wolfe is too involved with his digestive system to be interrupted. However, if I may introduce myself, Archie Goodwin, Mr. Wolfe's assistant, if I can be of any help.
Archie.
Yes, Mrs. Collins, I'll ask you. Cocktail party.
Hang up, Archie.
Well, Mrs. Collins, I'm afraid it would be better if you didn't expect Mr. Wolfe. Goodbye. Cocktails. Phooey.
Absurd. Very absurd.
She says you promised to come to her cocktail party, and why aren't you there?
Because you are going to attend the cocktail party and the probable unpleasant ending.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, the most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, None other than that chairborne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe. Created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
Mr. Wolfe and I refer to this as the case of the party for death. Nero Wolfe really should have gone to the party since he'd accepted, but I was delegated. I can't complain now, since it was there that I met Georgia, the most beautiful redhead. Well, that's my weakness, redheads. Yeah, blondes and brunettes. Well, anyway, Mr. Wolfe was adamant about going to the party.
I've never been to a cocktail party in my life. You know, I drink nothing but beer.
You could take your beer with you, couldn't you?
I could not.
Do we know a Mrs. Collins whose cocktail party you said you'd go to?
The phone rang and I picked it up.
Where was I?
Exactly.
Okay. So a Mrs. Collins with a beautiful, seductive voice conned you into accepting an invitation to a cocktail party that you knew you weren't going to.
Archie.
Yes, master.
Just a little less sarcasm, perhaps.
Sarcasm?
Call it impertinence, then.
Impertinence, master?
Exactly. Less of that. Much less.
Okay.
Continue now.
Where was I?
You were reading the duck recipe.
Oh, yes, the duck. Oh, here we are. Dodine de canard. The dodine is one of the oldest dishes in the repertory of French cooking, being mentioned in books of the 14th century. Le Grand Cuisinier de Toute Cuisine.
Hooey, what time is it, Archie?
Almost 6:30.
Oh, in that case...
You going to get up?
Here on this card are your instructions, Archie. If you are still alive tomorrow, you may make your report.
I helped the huge bulk that was Nero Wolfe out of his specially built desk chair and walked with him to the elevator that would take him upstairs to his orchids. I stepped back to the desk and found the card which bore my instructions. In his small, perfect handwriting, I read, Mrs. Albert Collins, Empire Towers. Arrive at 7, say I sent you. After the murder, telephone me before the police arrive. At exactly 7, I rang Mrs. Collins' doorbell. Mrs. Collins?
I'm Mrs. Collins.
I'm Archie Goodwin. We talked on the phone a little while ago.
Oh, yes. Well, come in, Mr. Goodwin.
Mr. Wolfe begs to be excused. At the last moment, he was unable to attend.
Well, I'm glad you could come.
You're not disappointed?
No, I don't think so. I'm rather upset. I'm afraid, Mr. Goodwin, for my life. That's why I called Mr. Wolfe. Oh, just drop your hat and coat there, Mr. Goodwin.
May I tell you something, Mrs. Collins?
Well, of course, Mr. Goodwin.
Archie will do.
Archie?
When I spoke to you on the phone, I thought I knew what you'd look like.
And?
You do.
Well, is that good?
It's not bad, Mrs. Collins.
Janie will do.
Janie will do.
Archie, I think it would be best if I say you're an old beau of mine.
From where?
In Hollywood. When I went to Hollywood High School and you went to USC.
Okay, but don't expect me to remember much about it.
Well, I'll be flattered if you remember anything about it. I want you to keep your eyes and ears open. Observe everything tonight. Well, now shall we join the party? Oh, Albert, this is Archie Goodwin. Archie, this is my husband, Albert.
How do you do?
Hello.
And this is Joe Boyce, my husband's partner.
How do you do? Boys?
I've told you about Archie, Albert, but I guess you probably don't remember, do you?
No, I don't.
When I was in high school and he went to USC.
Oh, yeah, sure. What'll you have, Goodwin?
I'd like a plain lime and soda.
Oh, now, really? A teetotaler now?
Yes, I used to overdo it, remember?
So you knew my wife in Hollywood?
Quite a while ago, though.
Uh-huh. Been here long?
Oh, a while.
Did you and my wife run into each other again just lately?
Yeah.
A few days ago?
About.
Joe Boyce here is my partner, chemical business. Makes this sort of an old home week, doesn't it, Joe?
In a way, Al. I guess it does at that.
Joe knew my wife back in those days, too. And they're still very friendly. Yes, indeed. You two have got something in common to talk about, haven't you, Goodwin?
Mrs. Collins, you mean? We never knew each other very well.
No? Okay, Goodwin, let it go.
Why, look. Look what I found. A new man. Just what I need. I'm Georgia.
Archie.
Archie, dear, will you fix up my drink, please?
Anything for a lady.
Let's go to the bar. Eh, Archie?
I'm determined, Joe. You're only the money, our only Jane. I might listen.
Oh, Al, can't we talk about it later?
I like talking about it now, Joe.
You're going to be sorry about this, Al.
I am already. But you'll have 20 years or so in prison just being sorry. I've got the papers you forged right here.
You're hysterical, Al. Let's face it. The firm went broke, but I suffered too. So let's forget it.
Yes, Joe. The firm went broke, but you didn't. And I don't think my wife did either. The two of you had everything figured for yourselves. Well, I'm turning the papers over to the DA tomorrow.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, what do you know about this expected murder, if anything?
Has it happened yet?
No, but who's supposed to get killed?
I haven't the faintest idea, Archie.
Then why don't you stop it?
That is impossible. I don't even know who's there.
You want me to tell you?
Not in the least.
How am I supposed to prevent it if I don't know what I'm looking for?
You're not supposed to prevent it, Archie. I don't think you could. I don't think anybody could.
You want to hear what I found out already?
No?
I'll tell you anyway. Collins thinks his wife and his partner Boyce have been stealing his dough, and he's threatening to send Boyce to the clink.
Archie.
Yeah?
You're wasting our time. Go back to the party. There is nothing you can do to prevent the murder. But I want you to be there when it happens.
Now that all the guests have gone, let's sit down here, Georgia.
When Janie was in Hollywood, she must have had more good-looking boyfriends.
Let's get personal about this, Georgia.
Yeah, let's.
When you say good-looking, do you mean me?
I don't mean anybody else, Archie.
You know, I think you're pretty, too.
You'd better not let Jane hear you say that.
You think she'd care?
I thought you knew Jane.
Only slightly. You don't like Jane too well, do you?
Why?
Why? Why what?
Why don't you tell the truth about it? No man as attractive as you ever knew Jane slightly. Either they knew her or they didn't know her. Maybe you think I'm getting a little tipsy.
The idea never occurred to me.
No? Well, it has to me.
Refill your glass?
I'll come with you to the bar.
Well, here's your drink, Georgia. Oh, I find there's no ice left in the ice bucket.
Janie? Hey, Janie, no ice.
Oh, well, I'll get some. Here, give me the bucket.
Mrs. Collins, Janie, I mean.
Yes, Archie.
May I use the phone in the bedroom again?
Oh, of course.
Will you excuse me for a minute, Georgia?
I'm coming with you.
Why don't you just stay here until Jane brings the ice? Well, why don't you go talk to Joe Boyce?
I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce. I don't want to talk to Joe Boyce ever.
Now, look, Georgia.
I'm coming with you, Archie. Is that clear?
Okay, come on.
Here's where the phone is.
I could have found it myself.
You don't want me with you, do you?
Just sit down here on the edge of the bed and listen, if that's what you want to do.
Nero Wolfe speaking.
Archie, boss.
Well, Archie, what?
Just a bit of a report.
Go on.
At this moment, I am sitting on the edge of one of two twin beds in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Albert Collins. Sitting next to me is a gorgeous redhead named Georgia. Georgia what, dear?
Boyce.
You mean you're the wife of Joe Boyce?
Of course. Didn't you know?
I am sitting next to the gorgeous redheaded wife of Albert Collins' partner, Joe Boyce.
Archie, you annoy me.
From what I just learned, I can see there's another friction going on.
You mean Georgia and Jane?
Yep, fireworks between them. This one no like other one.
Have you anything more to say?
When I called, I was going to ask if there's any reason why I shouldn't come home now.
I wrote your instructions for you, Archie.
After the murder, call you.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear, isn't it?
But what if there isn't any?
Don't call me. Simple, isn't it?
Hello. He hung up.
Archie.
What?
That was a strange conversation.
Do you want me to explain it to you, honey?
What was that business about murder?
Shall we join the party?
Murder. Archie, wouldn't you be surprised if there was one?
Yeah? Who's going to do what and to whom?
I don't know. Maybe I will.
Elucidate, honey. Do you intend to figure as the killer or the corpse?
I don't intend to figure as anything. But you never know. Archie, do you think Jane Collins is better looking than me?
No,
Honestly?
honestly.
Then what's the matter with me?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, yes, there is. Look, do you want to kiss me?
Well, I'll tell you. When I graduated from Sunday school, I took a vow.
That's what I mean. But if I were Jane, you'd want to kiss me, wouldn't you?
No, frankly, no.
Why not?
Well, when I graduated from Sunday school, I...
Okay, Archie. Let's go back. You boys have such happy faces. Where's Jane?
In the kitchen getting some ice. Where have you been?
With Archie.
Is he an old school chum of yours, too?
Do you care, Joe?
No.
Mr. Boyce.
What?
How much do you weigh?
187. Why?
Then I'll be giving you 5 pounds. Shall we step outside?
This I have got to see.
Shut up. Mr. Goodwin, you seem angry.
Just terribly, terribly hurt.
Would it do any good if I apologized? Today I'm a little upset. If I said anything to offend you, I do apologize. Now, if you still want me to give you a boxing lesson, I'm at your service.
Let's forget it. I'm sorry, too. Jane Collins came in from the kitchen with a bucket of ice cubes, a tray of fresh glasses, and the strapless gown she'd been wearing.
There. I never thought I'd make it. Now I'm going to mix my own drink, and you can take care of yourselves. Ice first. Huh? Whiskey. And soda. It's a simple recipe, isn't it, Archie?
All it needs is the ingredients.
Well, I drink to the ingredients. Nice.
Janie, darling.
What, dear?
Would you mind very much if I took Archie away from you?
Uh-huh. Haven't you done that already, dear?
To listen to those girls, you'd think, wouldn't you, Goodwin?
Me, I never think.
What do you do, Archie?
I concentrate.
On what?
On not thinking. I did some serious concentrating on not thinking about Nero Wolfe or about the conflict of the partners, Albert Collins and Joe Boyce, about the jealousies of Jane and Georgia. The next 5 minutes hardly seemed an hour. Jane and Boyce murmured to each other. Collins drank gently but firmly.
Why can't you be honest, Archie? What's the matter with me?
What, Georgia?
You weren't listening, were you?
To every gorgeous word you said.
What did I say?
I want to hear it again, just the way you said it before.
I said, why shouldn't there be a murder? Why not? It's in order.
It's just not considered the thing to do.
Thing to do. Can you think of anything better?
No, frankly.
I can. My glass is empty.
My glass is empty, too. Jane. Jane!
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not much of a hostess, am I? Oh, don't answer that. Oh, you're all empty. But I've only drunk half of mine.
You don't usually drink so slowly, Jane.
Well, I'm just not in the mood tonight. I usually drink faster to keep you from drinking mine. See, Albert always gulps his and then reaches for mine.
What's the difference?
Well, I'll fix you some fresh drinks, but put my drink over there by you, Georgia, and lay off, Albert. I only had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more.
I suppose we know what dear Jane is going to do, don't we?
Lay off, will you?
Lay off. It's my husband who said that, Archie. Archie, meet my husband, Mr. Boyce. I will now explain why dear Jane took our glasses away to the kitchen when she could have poured a drink right here.
Listen, George, will you...
Mr. Boyce is speaking, Archie. What, Mr. Boyce?
Nuts.
Mr. Boyce says nuts, Mr. Goodwin. What do you say, Mr. Collins?
I think Joe has covered the field.
We were talking, weren't we, Archie?
Possibly.
We were talking about dear Jane. She's got to be always the prettiest, always devastating. Right now, she's putting on a completely new face. And in about 20 minutes, when our tongues are hanging out, she'll come back, all horsed up and bright and smiling, with another tray of drinks.
Yeah, she'll take all night to fix them.
Well, I'm going to get some air on the balcony.
Don't jump off. Al, you're drinking too much lately.
I shouldn't worry you, Joe. Especially now.
When you start drinking, not only your drinks, but everybody else's, too, well... Jane's right.
Is that what worries you? Slide Jane's glass down. The ice is all melted.
You see what I mean?
Okay, Joe, let's not be nasty until tomorrow. Well, that gives me an idea. Think I'll propose a toast. Until tomorrow. You know, it may be rather fitting that I should drink a toast from the glass that Janie left. Until tomorrow.
Go!
Al. Al? Jane? Janie!
Albert! Oh, Albert.
NERO Wolf speaking.
May I come home now?
Oh, hello, Archie.
I said, may I come home now?
Have you sent for the police, Inspector Kramer?
Of course.
Who was killed, Archie?
Albert Collins.
How, Archie?
I don't know. You were right, though, weren't you?
Naturally. About what?
Murder.
Oh, that. We can talk about it tomorrow. Good night, Archie. Come home when you can.
What do you mean, come home when I can?
You'll be held as a witness, won't you? Try not to wake me with the elevator when you come in.
Well, Inspector Kramer, you've had me here at headquarters for a long while. For quite a long while. Haven't you asked me enough questions?
Goodwin, you say you never saw these people before, Collins or Boyce or their wives. Yet when all the other guests had gone, you were still there.
I guess I just don't know how to say goodbye.
You didn't know they were partners in a chemical company. You didn't know that Boyce had forged a lot of papers with Collins' name.
All I know is what you tell me.
Goodwin.
Yes, sir?
I'm trying to be nice.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know, of course, that you went to that party because Nero Wolfe told you to.
Do you?
My question is, how did Wolfe know it was going to happen?
Why don't you ask him?
I already have.
He told you?
He says he never heard of Collins or Boyce.
Did he say he'd ever heard of me?
He says he isn't responsible for you or your shady friends. Maybe he knows I found a poison pellet in George's bag.
Inspector, may I make an important call?
Go ahead.
Archie. Confounded light. Hello?
What time is it, Master?
Confounded, Archie.
I'll tell you what time it is. It's a little after 4 a.m. I'm at Central Headquarters, and Inspector Kramer has been chatting with me about my shady friends.
Kramer is a jackass.
Just a second. Pick up the other phone, will you, Inspector? Sorry, Mr. Wolfe. What was that you were saying about Inspector Kramer?
I said Kramer is a jackass.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Wolfe.
Oh? Eavesdropping, Inspector.
I was just talking about bringing you down here for a little questioning, Wolfe.
Phooey.
What's that?
Phooey. It can be spelled in several ways. I spell it P-F-U-I. Phooey.
You think I won't bring you down here as a material witness?
Yes, I think you won't. I think you'll be making a great mistake if you did.
A great mistake? Why?
Because I might not tell you who killed Collins. Then you wouldn't know which one of these people to prefer charges against. Now send Archie home. Even he needs an occasional night's sleep.
What do you think of that? He hung up.
So it seems. Busy? He's probably left the phone off the hook, Inspector. By now, he's probably asleep again.
You know I can go out there, don't you?
Sure you can. More important men than you have tried it. And where are they now?
Goodwin?
Yes, sir?
I'm going to let you go.
I'm sure Mr. Wolfe and I are very grateful, Inspector.
You want to know why I'm letting you go?
I know why.
Why?
Because if you're nice and cooperative and don't make too much trouble, Mr. Wolfe will solve this case for you and tell you whom to prefer charges against.
Goodwin.
Sir?
Get out.
Thank you, Inspector. Good morning, Inspector. At 3 o'clock the next afternoon, I was rearranging the furniture in Nero Wolfe's office while the great man sat behind his desk watching me perspire.
Are you finished now, Archie?
I guess so.
And tell me where they sat.
There were 2 couches, like this, in front of a fireplace. Collins and Boyce were sitting together on one couch. When Georgia and I came in, they were looking at some canceled checks.
Where was Mrs. Collins?
I told you she was getting ice and fresh glasses.
Why was she getting fresh glasses, Archie? Where were the empty ones?
I don't know. Maybe they were the same ones she brought back, washed and polished.
Archie, I trust your powers of observation absolutely. That's why I sent you to Mrs. Collins' cocktail party.
Okay, how did you know there was going to be a murder? If it was a murder.
It was a murder, Archie. But isn't it obvious?
How is it obvious? Suppose Collins slipped a few drops of the poison into his drink himself.
It's very strong, very deadly poison, with a remarkably strong odor.
Like almonds, I know. I smelled it when I picked him up.
Archie, was anything found on the body that might have contained the poison? A fountain pen? Whatever?
Not even that.
Inspector Kramer found a poison pellet in Georgia's handbag. He thinks she poisoned Collins' drink.
Say, could be. But it wasn't his drink, it was his wife's. Then Georgia was trying to kill Jane, and Collins got it by mistake.
We shall soon see, Archie.
I was expecting a murder because you told me to expect it. I watched every move that everybody made. There's no possibility that Jane's glass, the glass with the poison in it, was tampered with by anybody.
This I believe.
Okay.
Archie, you're sore, aren't you?
Have you ever spent the night with Inspector Kramer? He's really a good man, too. Why did you say he was a jackass?
Because he didn't know who killed Collins.
Do you?
Of course. Was there ever any question about it?
Just a moment, please.
The only trouble is it may be difficult to prove. That's why we are giving this little cocktail party this afternoon with the help of Inspector Kramer. By the way...
Yes?
Call Mrs. Collins and tell her to bring a bucket of ice from her refrigerator.
Why?
Because our refrigerator's broken down.
No, it hasn't. I was just out in the kitchen a minute ago.
Our refrigerator has broken down. And it would be very helpful if Mrs. Collins would bring a bucket of ice cubes.
What makes you think she'll do it?
She will. Call her.
6:45. There we were in Wolfe's office doing a repeat performance of last night's smash hit. Two couches faced each other, a cocktail table between them. On one couch, red-headed Georgia and me. On the other couch, it was a big one, Joe Boyce, Jane Collins, widow of the lately defunct Albert, and NERO WOLFE. Jane had been drinking a little slower than the rest of us. Our glasses were empty. Hers was still half full. Wolfe said...
Archie.
Yeah?
At this point in last night's party, Mrs. Collins got up and left to get some fresh drinks. Repeat what she said.
Approximately?
Approximately will do.
I think she said something like this. She said, put my drink over by you, Georgia. Lay off, Albert. I've had about 3 swallows of it. Besides, you don't need any more, Albert. Am I right, Jane?
Close enough, Archie. But what of it?
Now, what is this nonsense all about, Wolfe?
Mr. Wolfe is trying to make something out of nothing.
I think Mr. Wolfe is going to turn up something mighty interesting. Don't look so perturbed, Joe.
Since I'm playing the part of the late Mr. Collins, pass me Jane's glass.
I'll keep my glass, Mr. Wolfe. I haven't finished my drink.
You're a very clever woman, Mrs. Collins.
Would it be too much if I ask what this is all about?
What worries you, Archie?
You make it sound as if that drink she's holding is poison. But it can't be, because as yesterday, she's already drunk half of it herself.
When our freezer broke down, she was more than willing to bring a bucket of ice cubes, wasn't she?
So?
What would happen, Archie, if you froze a gelatine-coated pellet of poison in the center of one particular ice cube? Mrs. Collins hasn't finished her drink. Notice the ice is all melted now. She hasn't taken one sip since the ice melted completely. She came prepared in case she was exposed. Smell it, Archie.
No, Archie, stand back. I can easily swallow this before you can reach me. Mr. Wolfe, in a few seconds, I'll drink it. But tell me something first. Tell me how you knew.
Jane, listen to me.
I knew there was going to be a murder last night because you said so. I knew that it was you who would commit the murder because it was you who invited me. You hoped an expert witness would prove that you couldn't have killed your husband. So I sent Archie Goodwin, whose observations are always exact, even when he doesn't know the import of what he's observing.
She brought back clean glasses. She poured the drinks out of bottles already open. And if anybody had put anything in or touched one of those glasses, I would have seen it.
Exactly. The poison pellet was frozen in a certain ice cube. Mrs. Collins put that cube in her own drink, drank it until the ice had almost melted down to the poisonous pellet center. And then she took all the other glasses away, leaving only hers half full. And as usual, her husband drank it.
No, Jane, don't.
Too late, Joe. Too late.
boss, Jane didn't get away with a suicide try. That was clever thinking you did.
I prepared a cube of ice in which I had frozen a gelatine capsule containing nothing more than a vitamin compound. I substituted for the cube in which Jane had placed the poison for herself.
Wonder why Jane Collins wanted to have Joe. He'd stolen practically all the money in the company. He was just a crook.
Birds of a feather, Archie. I don't believe Joe Boyce had any idea that Jane was planning a murder. And he still had all the money.
Well, the forgeries will put him away for a long time. And poor Georgia could have had it pinned on her if it hadn't been for me.
Yes. You knew all along, didn't you, that Jane had planned to have Georgia accused by planting another pellet of the poison in Georgia's handbag. Jane would have gotten rid of her husband and Joe's wife in one stroke. You knew all that, didn't you?
Well, how about a bottle of beer, boss?
Could you spare the time?
Georgia. Beautiful redhead. Wonder where she is tonight.
I'm sure I haven't the slightest idea, but in case you do... well, just be quiet with the elevator door when you come in.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by Mindred Lord was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and G.G. Pearson, Herb Butterfield, Peter Leeds, Evelyn Eaton, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Malevolent Medic. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Sorry to tell you today. This one's about a murder in which the victim trapped the killer. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I've selected a story by Dorothy Horton. She calls it My Favorite Corpse. Artie Paul said goodnight to Lil. Then he walked across town to his hotel. Lil's kiss was still heavy against his lips. Artie smiled as he remembered the pleasures of the evening. Now for tonight it was ended. But there'd be more evenings like this, many more. At the hotel, he bought a pack of cigarettes, said goodnight to the desk clerk, and went up to his room. He let himself in, flicked on the lights, then placed a telephone call to Long Island. While he waited, he whistled softly through his teeth. There was just one obstacle in the way of complete happiness for Artie. Just one. A voice answered on the other end of the line.
Hello?
Jenny, this is Artie. I just finished that work for the office.
Oh, that's nice, dear.
I didn't realize how late it was until just now. I've decided not to drive home so late at night. I'll stay at the Tarleton.
Well, whatever you think, dear. If it doesn't seem wise to come home, then you'd better stay in town.
I think it's best, Jenny. I'm pretty tired. Call you in the morning from the office, okay?
All right, dear. Good night. And Arthur?
Yes?
Pleasant dreams, darling.
Good night, Jenny. Arthur put up the receiver on the hook and sat staring out of the hotel window. Somewhere out there beyond the lighted city was his wife, Jenny, his devoted, faithful, understanding wife, whom he was going to kill. Artie wasn't sure just when he first planned to kill his wife, but it was shortly after he met Lil Nelson. It had been one of those electric things. Artie and Lil had met a few times for cocktails after he left the office in the evening before going home. At first, it had been merely an exciting flirtation, but quickly, frighteningly, it had grown to be much more. Now he saw Lil every day. He knew he was in love with her. Then finally, one evening, he told Jenny about it.
But, Arthur, you're 15 years older than this girl.
Jenny, look, we've been all over this.
Arthur, it simply wouldn't work. Right now, she seems to mean a great deal to you. But it's just a crush. A passing fascination.
Jenny, I'm sorry. I love Lil. I want a divorce.
You're acting like a schoolboy, Arthur. I don't think we should talk about it anymore.
Jenny, can't you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to leave you.
Now, Arthur, we've been through this before. I won't let you make a fool of yourself over that blonde.
Jenny, you're making a mistake.
Arthur, you need me. This girl wouldn't be good for you. You don't really love her. It's just animal attraction. It'll pass. In a little while, we can look back on this and laugh. I'm right. You wait and see. Arthur, are you listening? I won't let you have a divorce, Arthur. That's final. I know what's best for both of us. Arthur, are you listening to me?
Artie was listening to all the things he knew Jenny would say, all the platitudes, the truisms, the trite sayings that Jenny understood so well. Oh, Jenny loved him all right, but with a cloying, maternal love. Nothing like the consuming, flaming desire that was Lil's. If there was any particular moment that Jenny sealed her fate, it was then. Half an hour after she went to bed, Artie left his house and drove back toward the city. And Lil.
You're really going to do it, Artie?
Yes, I've got it all planned. There won't be any mistakes.
Pour me another drink, baby.
Sure. Funny, she never calls me baby. Always Arthur, like I was a little boy.
You're not a little boy to me. Not at all. Will it be dangerous?
No.
When, baby?
It'll take time. 2, maybe 3 months. But I've got it planned. Then you won't be stuck in this second-floor walk-up. You'll live where you want.
Near you's good enough for me.
We'll travel, have fun.
Florida, Bermuda.
You and me, Lil.
Soon?
Soon. 3 days after he made his decision, Artie bought a small .32 caliber gun. Then he began his period of stage setting. Lil was never mentioned in his home again. She stopped coming by the office to see him. There were no more cocktail rendezvous in the dark bar. And as time passed, people at the office forgot about her. The kidding died away. At bridge parties, his friends remarked on how nice it was to see a couple so much in love as Jenny and Arthur. They were getting along wonderfully. In the months that followed, Artie sat through countless dull plays and movies holding Jenny's hand. And all the while he ached to be with Lil. Artie wasn't certain that Jenny was fooled by all this sudden affection, but he knew their friends were. And then, after what seemed eternity, the night came, and Artie was glad. It was to be a Wednesday night, the night that Jenny went to a reading club. She'd be home around 10 o'clock. Artie went to work setting up his alibi. He phoned Jenny, then let it be known around the office he'd have to work late, might even stay in town. He ate dinner, then with his briefcase under his arm, sat down in the lobby of the Tarleton, in full sight of the night clerk. It was 8:15. Artie acted his part to perfection. By 8:30, he was nodding. At 9:05, he raised his head, blinked, and looked around. Getting up, he walked to the night clerk. Oh, well, that's one for the books. Fell asleep right there in the lobby. Look, I'm going up to my room. Nothing short of an atom bomb could get me out of bed tonight. And the night clerk laughed with him. Artie went up to his room, waited 15 minutes, turned out the lights, and quietly, carefully climbed out the window onto the fire escape. 3 minutes later, he was in his car. 40 minutes later, he was climbing in the library window of his own home. He looked at his watch. 10 o'clock. That was good. Jenny'd be home any minute. He moved quickly to the hallway by the front door and slid into the hall closet, pressing himself back into the darkness. Jenny was such a creature of habit, he knew exactly what she'd do. After she came in, she'd lock the front door, put the key on the hall table, take off her coat, and hang it in the closet. Artie stood in the darkness, his hand wet around the butt of the gun he held. The complete lack of any sound was terrifying. But any minute now, it would... The door. She was home. His ears strained, listening. The stale air of the closet made him dizzy. Then a sound he hadn't expected. What was the fool crying about? Now she was walking, just walking back and forth, and crying softly to herself. Then the crying stopped. She was right outside the closet now. He pressed farther back. Another door was opening, and a knife blade of light sliced into the closet. The coat slithered off a hanger onto the floor. Jenny bent down to pick it up, and her eyes found his shoes, his legs, traveled up to his face. And a rasping cry, her eyes wide. Artie lunged.
I've got to tell you something.
Artie dragged her into the smothering closeness of the hanging coats and pulled the trigger. As he drove back into the city, Artie knew he'd been very clever. It would look like suicide. He'd pressed Jenny's lifeless fingers around the butt of the gun. It was lying on the floor now, close to her body. It was all so simple. After he parked the car, Artie started for the hotel. But as he walked, a sudden desire made him hesitate. If only he could see Lil for a second, she'd want to know. A few minutes later, he was climbing the back stairs to Lil's apartment. He found the door unlocked and opened it. Lil? Lil, it's Artie. Where are you, honey? There was no answer. He stepped into the living room, and suddenly something burst inside his head. Lil was lying on the floor, doll-like, grotesque. The blue robe he'd given her was stained with blood. A gun lay beside her.
Artie, help me.
Lil, baby.
Oh, it hurts, Artie. Make it stop hurting.
Lil, what happened?
She shot me.
She? Who?
She came in, said she wanted to talk, but shot me.
Lil, I'll call a doctor.
Said she knew. For months she knew about me.
Baby, please don't try to talk.
When she shot me, your wife laughed. Artie. Oh, Artie.
Lil. Artie got to his feet. Lil was dead. He picked up the gun. It was his gun. His gun. The one he'd always had around the house. The one he had registered in his name. Now, too late, he remembered he hadn't seen it for several days. Of course. Jenny had taken it when she planned a murder of her own. Jenny had fooled both of them. And Artie stood there for a moment, looking down at Lil. Tears filled his eyes and spilled over. After a moment, he walked to the phone and slowly picked up the receiver. I want the police. Please, this is Arthur Powell. I want to report 2 murders. One at my home on Long Island, and the other here at the River Crest.
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actress Virginia Gregg. Dorothy Horton's suspense magazine story, My Favorite Corpse, was adapted and directed by Norman MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens.
Next week, I'll have another story for you from The Black Book. It's most unusual, and it's called The Vagabond Murder.
Oysters are in season every month that has an R in it. And Jack Benny's gang are in season whenever Sunday night rolls around. Listen in whenever you are in the mood for fun. Clarence Cassell speaking. Remember, the comedy treat that can't be beat is Jack Benny Time, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
I have another story to tell you today. This one is about a crime in which a murderer is trapped by one of the most powerful forces of nature. Do you want to hear it?
Now starring Paul Frees as your teller of tales. Another story from The Black Book.
Yes. From the world's most fabulous collection of strange and unusual stories, The Black Book, I have selected a story called The Vagabond Murder. Eric Patterson was growing desperate. He'd been there for over 2 hours, waiting with less and less patience for the door in front of him to open. He listened intently for the warning sound of the key in the door. Eric needed to be warned because when the man he was waiting for entered the room, Eric was going to kill him. As the seconds ticked past in the darkness, Eric thought back to the beginning of all this. It was in New York. He had taken his wife, Karen, along on a business trip. It had been quite successful, and one of the best contacts he'd made was Henry Drucker. Drucker, the richest, most influential man in the whole investment business. And he seemed to like Eric from the start. And with Karen, they made a gay trio the last few days. Rounds of cocktail parties, the theater, endless nightclubs. And then on the last evening of all, Drucker had said,
"Look, Eric, why not join me on the Bermuda trip? The best thing in the world for you and Karen. My yacht sails tomorrow. What do you say?"
At first, Eric thought it was just talk, but he was wrong. And the next day, they sailed for Bermuda on Drucker's yacht, the Vagabond. It wasn't until the return trip that Eric began to suspect that it wasn't him Drucker was really interested in, but Karen. And then the night before they were to dock in New York, it happened. The three of them were sitting at the small bar after dinner when Karen got up, said she wanted some fresh air, and went out on deck. A few minutes later, Drucker excused himself.
"I think I'll go to my cabin, Eric. But I won't be long. Wait here for me, will you?"
"Well, yes, if you like."
"Good. Then we'll have a nightcap together."
And so Eric was left alone. As he sat there, disturbing images began to form in Eric's mind. Pictures of Drucker, handsome, virile, wealthy, and of Karen, young, beautiful, and oh so impressionable. With a suddenness that overturned the bar stool, Eric was on his feet, and half running, he crossed the room and went down the corridor to Drucker's stateroom. Drucker, open the door. Drucker, do you hear me? Open this door, I'll break it down.
Just a minute, Eric. I'll be right there. Just take it easy.
I'll take it easy till I count to 5, then I'm coming in. 1, 2...
All right, Eric.
Where's she? Where's my wife?
Well, you must be drunk, Eric. Karen isn't in here.
Was she in here, Drucker? Tell me the truth.
Don't be a fool, Eric. Of course she wasn't.
Then why was your door... I guess I have made a fool of myself. I'm sorry, Drucker.
Forget it. I'll tell you why I locked the door. You see, Eric, I'm diabetic and have to give myself an insulin shot about this time every night. Naturally, I don't talk about it, nor do I like anyone barging in while I'm at it.
Eric stood there feeling like a fool while Drucker washed the hypodermic needle and put it away in a box. Eric watched him place the box next to a packet of insulin capsules in the drawer of the night table by his bunk.
I can understand your jealousy, old man, with a wife as lovely as Karen. But I know women, Eric, and Karen is in love with you. She always will be.
Look, I'm terribly sorry about this, Drucker.
Now, let's just forget all about it. Matter of fact, I've been wanting to talk to you about something I've already told Karen. And it should prove how I feel about you, Eric. Here, pour yourself a drink.
Thanks, I need it.
You know anything about uranium?
Oh, it's expensive.
Know anything about Peru?
What are you driving at?
Uranium in Peru, Eric. Big. Really big. And the payoff is so big that I was going to put in $750,000 on my own. But I'll let you have $250,000 of it if you want it.
That's a lot of money.
So is a return of 23%.
Yeah. But I haven't got that much. I'd have to borrow on everything.
180 days should see the first dividends.
You'll have a certified check within 2 weeks. Back in New York, Eric and Drucker spent hours poring over graphs, reports, charts, surveys to make certain their investment was sound, and they could find no flaw. But 6 months later, Eric learned that even the most gilt-edged promotion can fail. Uranium in Peru didn't make him a millionaire. It ruined him. It took his entire personal fortune, and because he'd borrowed so heavily, his business and his credit were ruined. Eric suddenly found himself without a single capital asset. In desperation, he went to see Drucker.
So that's the picture, Eric. There isn't a thing I can do.
Yes, of course. I understand your position.
All my cash assets went too, and everything else of mine's tied up. You can't touch it for years.
Well, we took a chance, and we both lost. Thanks again, Drucker.
Eric, do you have any plans?
Well, I've had an offer from the coast.
Oh.
Small investment house in Oakland.
Well, I'm sure it'll work out fine. Tell me about Karen. How is she taking all this?
Karen? Oh, she's really great, Drucker. Now she decided to go back to modeling in New York for 6 months or so. Just while I'm getting started, you understand.
She's a fine girl, Eric. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. Well, goodbye, and thanks again. Out in California, Eric thought often of Drucker. After all, it was part of the game. They'd miss this time, but maybe the next. More often, however, he thought about Karen in New York. He'd heard from her regularly at first, and then the letters stopped. For 6 weeks, he heard nothing. He phoned long distance again and again, but nothing was able to find her. And he was beginning to be beside himself with worry and fear. Then one night his phone rang. Yes, hello?
Mr. Patterson?
Yes?
This is Oliver Fay. I do a little gossip column here for the Herald. I hope you read me.
No, I don't.
Well, anyway, perhaps you'd like to make a statement.
Statement? What are you talking about?
Well, it's about the marriage of Karen, your perfectly lovely ex-wife, and Henry Drucker.
Where'd you hear this?
I never reveal my sources, Mr. Patterson. But they're driving Mr. Drucker's Nash Healy out from Reno tomorrow. They'll be married aboard the Vagabond. Oh, it'll be terribly romantic, sailing off to the seven seas in search of happiness, nursing their newfound love under the Southern Cross.
At first, Eric thought it was all a lie, that perhaps he was the victim of a cruel prank. But he had to find out. And an hour later, he was standing on a fog-wet pier looking at the sleek white outline of the Vagabond. And suddenly, as waves of nausea swept through him, he understood everything. Drucker had deliberately ruined him, and undoubtedly with Karen's knowledge. These last 6 weeks, Karen had been in Reno divorcing him by default. Everything had been taken from him. His money, his wife, his pride, and he hated them for it. Eric stood there raging, his eyes fixed on the porthole he knew to be that of Drucker's own cabin. And suddenly he realized that he was going to kill Drucker. And a second later, he knew how he was going to kill him. He returned to his rooms and dialed the number of the Herald, asking for Oliver Fay.
Fay speaking.
Mr. Fay, this is Eric Patterson.
Oh, yes.
Look, I want to apologize for my rudeness earlier this evening.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Patterson. People are often harsh.
Yes, well, I'm sorry. I would like to give you a statement now. It's simply that Henry Drucker and I are close friends, and, well, there's no ill feeling between any of us. You understand. I certainly wish them the best of everything.
Well, good. I'll print that, and I'll show it to them tomorrow night. And, you know, there's a pre-wedding party aboard the Vagabond.
Oh? What time are they sailing? I might want to send them a wire.
Well, I have my little notes right here. Let me see now. Cocktails at 5:30, then dinner at about 8, and finally the sailing around 2 a.m., I think. You know, it's going to be such fun. I'm the only one of the literary crowd they've included.
Oliver Fay gushed on, but Eric wasn't listening now. He had all the information he needed. Henry Drucker was as good as dead right now. About 6:30 next evening, Eric stood in the shadows of the pier and watched the last of the guests arrive and board the Vagabond. Then he walked quickly across the open area directly to the porthole of Drucker's cabin. He was unobserved. The porthole was on a level with the pier, and Eric had to lie on his stomach in order to crawl through it. A moment later, he was safely inside. He closed the porthole and waited for his eyes to become accustomed to the darkness. Then he found the night table by Drucker's bunk and removed the hypodermic needle and insulin. Quickly, he filled the syringe with more than enough insulin to kill a man and placed it carefully on top of the table. Next, he found a towel and rolled it lengthwise. With it, he could choke Drucker into unconsciousness without leaving a mark. Now he was ready. An hour passed, then 2, and a third more slowly than ever. And for the first time, Eric grew nervous. Another hour, and the towel in his hands was wet with perspiration. What had happened? Had Drucker, in the excitement of the evening, forgotten his injection? Panic began to rise in Eric, and he fought it back desperately. And then suddenly he heard a key in the door. He stood back and waited. The door opened, and Drucker, a black figure against the light of the corridor, entered the cabin. Eric waited until he'd locked the door behind him. Then he moved. The towel went around Drucker's neck, and Eric twisted it with a frenzied strength. After a moment or two, Drucker ceased to struggle, and Eric finally released him. He might have been dead already, but to be sure and to make it look like suicide or an accident, he injected the overdose of insulin. Then it was over. Perfect. Eric sighed deeply with relief and satisfaction.
Mr. Drucker? Mr. Drucker? Oh, come now, I know you're in there. You promised me an interview, you know.
Terror-stricken, Eric moved to the porthole. His hands trembled as he opened it and prepared to climb through. But something was wrong. The porthole was open, but he couldn't get out. Blocking it 6 inches from his hands was a solid wall of pilings, great timbers side by side. The floor of the pier was now 2 feet above him. For a moment he was dazed. And then he knew.
The tide. The tide was going out, and the ship had dropped a few feet with it. The tide had cut off Eric's only escape. He was hopelessly trapped. He sat down heavily, almost ready to cry.
I'm still here, Mr. Drucker, and I'll wait right here all night if necessary. Do you hear me?
The Black Book stars Paul Frees as your teller of tales, assisted today by the noted Hollywood actor John Daner. The Vagabond Murder was written by Norman MacDonald and John Meston and directed by Mr. MacDonald. The special music is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Every Monday night, a top Hollywood star plays the leading role in a thrill-packed story on Suspense on most of these same CBS radio stations. Clarence Cassell speaking. Remember, Broadway Playhouse brings you top stars and top stories Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box.
He leaned over the shining halo of her blonde hair, reflected in the soft glow of the new moon. Oh, no, not that. Holliday, my boy, why did you ever decide to write fiction for a living? You know, you could have gone into something interesting, like being a truck driver, with the open road in front of you and a motorcycle cop in back. Hey, Susie, where you been?
Don't you remember, Mr. Holliday? I went down to Star Times office.
Oh, so you did. Tell me, what's new in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, what now, Mr. Holliday? What's new in Box 13? Yesterday, a man wanted to sell me a horse for $1,000 and a ranch to go around the horse for 25 times that much. The day before, my ad for adventure brought me a reply from a golf professional who simply wanted to drive golf balls off the tip of my nose.
Mr. Holliday.
Was that Susie?
I said that when a nice young man like you runs an ad, he should get a whole box full of answers.
Oh, well, thank you, Susie.
He should get bushel baskets full.
Well, thanks again.
The place should be loaded with letters.
All right. Now, what did I get?
One postcard. And from a kid at that.
A kid? You mean a child?
Sure,
Here, let me see it. A postcard from a youngster. It's probably a gag. Some small girl selling 10-cent packages of flower seeds for 50 cents. Sell 5,000 packages, and she gets absolutely free a St. Bernard dog. Well, let's see what really is on this postcard. I wrote to you, care of Box 13, because I thought you wanted it that way. I gotta see you right away on a very important matter. I am still doing business at the old stand. Signed, Johnny Moran. Johnny Moran? Why, he's a little boy who sells newspapers on the corner. Hey, Susie, get Johnny Moran up here right away.
Oh, I can't do that, Mr. Holliday.
Why can't you do it?
Because he's here already.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, how are you, my boy? Why didn't you just come up and see me instead of writing a postcard first?
Well, I like to do things sort of businesslike. Besides, it was fun to answer an ad for Adventure Wanted. Would you really do anything, Mr. Halliday?
Sit down, Johnny. and Tell me what your trouble is.
Well, I kind of wanted to see you alone. Sort of private-like.
Oh, that man-to-man stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, where would you like to talk?
Well, I thought maybe you'd come down to the corner with me. I'll buy you a drink.
A drink? You interest me strangely, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Susie, you'll excuse us, won't you?
Well, I don't know. You better be careful, Mr. Halliday.
Careful.
I don't want Johnny teaching you bad habits.
Johnny Moran is a very nice boy. Can't be more than 12, but he certainly seems to know his way around. Yes, Halliday, if you were ordering a small boy, this is just the model you would choose. But this drinking business...
I'm worried about you, Mr. Halliday. You sure that lemon Coke is enough?
Lemon Cokes are always enough for me, Johnny. Especially when I spike them with an ice cube. Say, how's your banana split?
Well, this one's got a little too much chocolate. I like the last one better.
Better finish it, my boy. You want to talk business, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you might have read about it in the newspapers. Of course, you could have missed it. It was way back on page 5.
What was on page 5?
Well, here, I got a clipping of the story. Read it.
Police announced they had recovered a portion of the jewelry stolen in last Tuesday's raid on Maury Jewelry Company. Held under suspicion of grand theft is John Moran. John Moran? Johnny, that's your father.
Yes, and he didn't do it, Mr. Halliday. I know he didn't.
Just a second. A part of the loot was found in Moran's apartment.
I don't care what they put in the newspapers, Mr. Halliday. He didn't do it. That's why I came to see you.
What about your mother, Johnny?
Oh, she died when I was a baby. Pop and I lived together. But he didn't do it, Mr. Halliday. Only they won't believe me.
Oh, you've been down to the police?
Sure, I went there right away. I even offered them my $18 for bail. You know what?
What?
The old DA just patted me on the head and told me to go home. But I'll bet you could go down and talk to that district attorney and make him let my father out. You can do anything.
Well, not quite anything, Johnny.
Yeah, but this would be easy for a guy like you. Besides, you're not afraid of anything. Not even a policeman.
Well, that's very flattering, Johnny, but I don't know what I can do.
Oh, you'll think of something, Mr. Halliday. You're a writer. You're smart.
Oh, but listen, my boy,
I'll bet you get my father out of jail in time for dinner.
Okay, Halliday. The boy says you can get his father out of jail in time for dinner. But what day? The story in the paper makes it look like they caught John Moran cold. You don't find stolen jewelry in a man's apartment if he didn't do the stealing. But there's a small boy waiting with all the faith in the world. So, Halliday, do something.
The district attorney will see you now, Mr. Halliday.
Oh, thanks.
Halliday, haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I've been pretty busy.
Huh, busy, huh? Well, then what brings a promising young author down to City Hall?
Because he's a promising young author who made a promise. And I hope he didn't make a mistake.
Hey, what in the world are you talking about?
About a man named John Moran. You've got him locked up in your nice new jail.
Yes, and from what we've got on him, he's going to stay there for a while.
His son thinks Moran is innocent, Clark.
I feel sorry for that boy. He came down and talked to me, but what could I do for him?
You've got the goods on Moran, then?
Absolutely. The police found some of the stolen stuff in his apartment.
Well, what's Moran's story?
A woman who works in the same building with Moran asked him to stop in at the jewelry store and pick up her watch. While he was there, this stick-up artist walked in and held up the place.
And that makes Moran guilty?
Don't be in a hurry. The stick-up artist used him as a shield when he beat it. Moran claims the man forced him to drive the getaway car out into the country.
Well, that still doesn't make him guilty. I think you've got the wrong person.
This is where Moran's story went wrong. He walked into police headquarters and told it, but it sounded too good to be true. They detained him while a detective went over and searched his apartment.
Oh?
The detective found part of the loot. Moran couldn't explain where it came from. Well, to our office, it looks like he pulled a clever gag. We think he's in with the hold-up men.
What about the woman, the one who sent Moran after the watch?
Grace Willard? We don't have a thing on her. She's in the clear.
I see.
So, Holiday, you better forget about playing Don Quixote. Day of fighting windmills is over. Go home. Forget about Johnny Moran.
Sure, Holiday, just forget all about John Moran. Write Benita the story and take it out of the typewriter. But how are you going to write the dialogue for a man who has to tell a small boy that his father hasn't got a chance? And describe the look in that boy's eyes.
I don't care what that old district attorney said. My father isn't a crook.
When your father should have been able to explain the stolen jewelry they found at your place.
I'll bet he could, too. They just wouldn't listen to him.
Oh, now, Johnny, if your father's innocent, they'll let him go.
So you won't help me either.
But I'm trying, my boy. What else can I do?
Nothing, I guess. See you later, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, listen to me.
I'm kind of busy right now. I gotta earn a lot of dough, I guess.
Johnny.
Because lawyers come pretty expensive, I heard.
Oh, look, kid.
You better go home, Mr. Holliday. I should have handled it personally in the first place.
Small boys have that knack, don't they? They can just vanish into thin air when they want to. You're quite a character, Holiday. Go home and write this on your typewriter. Write about the small boy who wanted you to get his father out of jail. And you didn't quite make the grade. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Johnny. I'm up at the place where we live.
Yeah, Johnny.
There's something funny going on.
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid to go into our place. There's a man in there.
You know him?
He's going through the place, though. And he's looking for something.
Johnny, listen. Run outside, find a policeman. I'll be right over.
I gotta get out of here.
Johnny, do what I said.
He just walked out the door. He saw me.
Get over to Moran's place fast, Holiday. You've got no time for fooling. He's not outside. Maybe he's upstairs. Oh, Johnny! Johnny! Where could that boy have gone to? Grace Willard. The woman who sent Moran up to the watch. If she knows Moran, she knows his boy.
Yes?
Oh, Miss Willard?
Yes.
Well, I'm Dan Holliday. Would you know where little Johnny Moran is?
Come in. Now, what's this about Johnny?
Well, he phoned me a few minutes ago from his place. There was a man going through it. He saw Johnny making the call.
Johnny's disappeared?
Yes.
You phoned the police? Do you think he's been hurt?
Well, the police knew nothing about it. I don't know what happened to the boy. That's why I came over here. I figured that if you knew his father, you knew Johnny, you know.
Poor Mr. Moran. I feel so badly about him. You know, if I hadn't asked him to get my watch, this never would have happened.
But that doesn't make it your fault, Miss Willard.
Oh, I feel terrible about it just the same. And now, Johnny disappearing.
He hasn't been here at all?
No. Let me think of it. Oh, by the way, I was just having some coffee. Would you care to join me?
Grace Willard is a very nice person. Really worried about the boy. Perhaps she'll come back with an idea.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Holliday. Now we'll talk.
Oh, thanks.
Did Johnny recognize the man?
No, he didn't have time to say.
Well, perhaps he found a policeman on the street. He might have gone back to the house.
Well, maybe I ought to call back.
Johnny's a cute little fellow. Johnny has a father who's in jail. Johnny's quite concerned about his father and would like to set him free.
Grace Willard is stalling Holiday. Waiting for something.
I don't know if Johnny will get his wish or not. You see, his father looks very guilty to the police.
Holiday, you idiot. That coffee was doped. The oldest gag in the world, and you swallowed it.
You look sleepy, Mr. Holliday. Are you feeling all right?
She looks like a reflection in one of those amusement park mirrors. She's long and skinny. No, she's short and fat. Holiday, get up on your feet.
How do you feel, Mr. Holliday? Are you all right? Answer me.
Get on your feet, I said. Walk, Holiday. Walk. Walk this thing off before it's too late.
You look very tired, Mr. Holliday. Let me get you a pillow.
Come on, Holiday. One big
How do you
effort.
feel, Mr. Holliday?
I can't make it.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Oh, take it easy, Holliday. Take it easy. Turn slowly now. Maybe your head still is connected to the top of your neck. That's better. Better. What am I saying? Where am I? An alley. Oh, fine. Dan Holliday, author, found lying in an alley between yesterday's newspapers and tomorrow's trash. What you need right this minute is a quick change, a fast bath, and a little chat with that district attorney.
I've got a man going up to the Willard woman's place right this minute, Holliday.
Thanks, Clark.
This ties her up with the Moran case.
Sure, else why would she give me knockout drops and have me dumped in an alley?
I'll bet anything she's disappeared. But why just knock you out? Why not dispose of you permanently?
I don't know, unless she was trying to kill time. Enough time to get something done.
Well, you can't do anything now. If she's disappeared, she won't stay lost for long. My men will bring her in.
Don't let her give him any coffee. She'll be out again.
Pardon me. District Attorney's Office, Clark speaking. Yes? Where? When? How is he? Thanks.
I'll see you later, Clark. I want to go over and see Johnny Moran.
I don't think you'll find him at home, Holliday.
Why not?
That was the hospital who just called. Johnny Moran was brought in a while ago, the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
And on top of that phone call about Johnny Moran is another one. Grace Willard checked out of the Wharton Hotel an hour ago. So, Mr. Holliday, they got you out of the way long enough to get to little Johnny. A small boy in a hospital. Me with an aching head and an aching feeling that something is very, very wrong. I think this is it, room 809. Johnny?
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
How do you feel, kid?
Kind of banged up.
Yeah, I know. The nurse said you weren't to do too much talking. So just let me ask a couple of questions.
It wasn't an accident, Mr. Holliday. He did it on purpose.
You sure about that, Johnny?
Yeah. I was walking down a side street. He had to swing way over to the wrong side to hit me.
Johnny, did he look like the same man who was in your place?
I didn't get a good look at him. He was bent down way behind the wheel.
Well, could you give me just a hint? Was he tall, short, thin, fat?
All I know is...
Yes? Johnny. Johnny. Johnny passed out and won't be permitted to talk for a while. Well, that puts it up to you, Holliday. Come on, you're an author. You write hundreds of situations like this one. Think. The boarding house where Johnny lives. Maybe the landlady saw the man. I certainly hope so.
Johnny Moran? Yes, I saw him come home, but it was quite some time ago.
Oh, did you see him leave?
Yes, he went upstairs. I heard him on the telephone, then he came running down.
Who was the man chasing him?
Chasing him? There was no one chasing him.
Are you sure of that?
Well, of course I've been here all the time. Oh, poor little fella. Don't know what's going to happen to him, what with his father and all.
This doesn't make sense.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. You see, Johnny called me, told me there was a strange man in his place. The man saw him, he hung up the phone and disappeared.
But I saw no man.
Are you sure?
Only Joe Coakley, but he's one of my roomers. That is, he was.
Was? When did he move?
Today, just after Johnny left.
Was he upstairs while Johnny was there?
Why, yes. Yes, he was.
Was he a friend of John Moran's?
Oh, no. He never spoke to anyone. Stayed in his room all day and went out at night.
Oh, one of those night flyers, huh? Could I see the room he occupied? This is Coakley's room, but it's empty. Well, Holiday, it looks like you're on the wrong track. Or are you? A stub from a dance hall ticket. I'd better talk to Johnny about this. Johnny, the man who came out of your room, was he about my height? Did he have grayish hair? Did he wear a brown suit?
Yeah, that's the man, Mr. Holliday.
How come you never saw him before? He lived right across the hall from you.
That guy? He only went out at night after I was in bed.
Oh? I'll see you later, Johnny.
Hey, where are you going?
Tonight I'm going dancing. This is a very nice place, Holiday. Admission 60 cents, which includes an evening of dancing. And from the looks of the customers, they're trying to get their money's worth.
Like to dance, fella?
Who, me?
You ain't not twins, are you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm a very bad dancer.
Oh, you let me be the judge of that. Come on, kid. You look good to me.
Oh, wait a second. Say, isn't that Joe Coakley over there?
Oh, you're not Joe?
Yeah, and the girl with him.
That's his girlfriend, Grace Willard.
Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
Hey, where you going?
This is it, Holiday. Only what are you going to do? They're leaving, and if you stop to make a phone call, you'll lose them. And I wouldn't like to lose that man. He's the one who hits small boys with big automobiles. They're going into that apartment house. This begins to look like the final chapter. Now to make a fast telephone call to an old friend, then better to get to the payoff. This is a very nice door. You can hear quite distinctly through it. Well, Holiday, here's where you cease to be a wallflower and become the life of the party.
Joe! Holiday.
Put up your hands, fella.
Sure.
Close that door, Grace.
Well, here we are. Aren't we?
Can you reply, Miss Joe? What are we going to do?
You finish packing that junk, we'll figure out something.
We can't let him stay alive.
Finish the packing, I said.
Too bad I didn't use poison in that coffee I gave him.
Quiet.
I noticed you were packing. Going away someplace?
What do you think? And get away from that bag, Holiday.
Oh, that's the stuff that was stolen from the store, huh?
None of your business.
Oh, going away together? You and Miss Willard?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. You pull that, go down and pick up my watch routine in a lot of cities, huh, Joe?
Make him be quiet, Joe.
Hey, Joe, who was the girl who worked with you before you met Grace? You know, the one who lived in Cleveland, or was it Chicago? I always forget. Come on, Joe. What happened to her?
Shut up, you.
What happened to her, Joe? Or the girl before?
How do you know there was another girl, Holiday?
Well, Miss Willard, you don't think you're the only one, do you?
You're crazy.
Yeah? Ask him where he was last night.
Don't pay any attention to him, Grace.
He wasn't with you. Know where he was?
How do you know he wasn't with me?
The stub of a dance hall ticket I found in the other room. It calls for only one admission.
You shut up, I said.
Just a minute, Joe. Were you down there last night? Were you dancing with that blonde again?
Suppose I was. So what?
You've got a lot of nerve. You had me set up this whole deal. Had me find John Moran to play sucker for us. Had me frame the business of picking up my watch. I timed it out perfect for you. What do? You go dancing with a blonde.
Grace, be quiet. This fellow's up to something.
Me? Now, what would I be up to?
What about that other girl he talked about? What happened to her, Joe?
Why don't you tell her, Joe?
Cut it out, will you?
Did she plant stolen jewelry in a sucker's room like I did to Moran?
Grace, listen.
Yeah. I'm listening. Go on, explain.
Holiday, where are you going?
Just opening the door. You see, I'd like the district attorney to hear the rest of your explanation, too. This is the last chapter to a story I was afraid might have an unhappy ending. But Johnny Moran's father is free. The district attorney has Grace Willard, Joe Coakley, and the stolen jewelry. And Johnny? Johnny is out of the hospital.
Mr. Holliday.
What did you say, Johnny?
I said you might have been killed going up to the apartment like that.
No, I was safe for the DA just outside the door.
Gosh, and you figured it all out by yourself.
No, you helped, too, when you telephoned me. And I hate to mention this, kid, but did you bring the $18 with you?
Sure I did. I pay off, you know. Here.
Oh, thanks, kid. I was just a little worried.
I was going to pay before, Mr. Holliday, but I didn't think you needed money that bad.
I needed it to put with this check. Here. There was a $500 reward for recovering the jewelry, and it's going to a bank account for you.
$500? Gee, gosh, I guess I'm rich.
Johnny, what are you going to do with all that money?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is take you out and buy you a drink. How about an Idiot's Delight?
A what?
Idiot's Delight. It's got a pint of ice cream, 3 bananas, some oranges, and 7 flavors.
Well, Johnny, I don't know.
Mr. Holliday, I just heard that Johnny got out of the house. Oh, there you are, Johnny. How do you feel?
I feel swell, Susie. I just invited Mr. Holliday out to have a drink.
He can't go out, Johnny. He's got some very important work to do.
Well, gee whiz.
Thanks a lot, Susie.
Thanks? What are you thanking me for?
You don't know it, but you've just saved me from a horrible fate.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holliday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Tonight, from his notebooks of the strange and sinister, Dr. Fabian tells you the story of The Bride Vanishes.
Terror doesn't strike only in dark places. There, on the sunlit, fabulously beautiful Isle of Capri, one woman had already vanished without a trace. And they warned Lucy Courtney, the lovely young American bride, that she looked too much like the other woman, that the terror would again strike from nowhere on that balcony of death. Would you have dared to step out upon that balcony alone, as Lucy did?
CBS brings you another strange and incredible tale of mystery and murder by the world-famous best-selling mystery writer, John Dixon Carr, directed by John Dietz. Now, here's Mr. Carr's famous Dr. Fabian to tell you his tale, The Bride Vanishes.
Blue water, a dazzle under the sun. Behind you, the bone-white beaches, and Vesuvius, dull purple in a heat haze. And the island of Capri, 20 miles out across the Bay of Naples. As I bade goodbye to Tom and Lucy Courtney on the deck of the Mauravania, I wished I were going with them to Capri. I didn't hear the story of the horrible events which befell them until we returned to Naples again, a story that began soon after they boarded the small harbor steamer that chugs across the bay toward Capri.
It's the most perfect place for a honeymoon, Tom.
Oh, it's heaven. With you along, Lucy, I'll become the best painter in the world in less than 2 weeks.
Well, I hope you'll take some time off for me.
Don't worry, darling. There'll be lots of time for us. Even with all the colors in the world at hand. Even with all the fascinating models available here in Italy.
If you ever have another model but me, I'll scratch your eyes out. I'm warning you, Tom.
Listen, dear. Do you honestly like it here in Italy?
I like Naples. I love the way they run around singing Neapolitan songs to each other. And I like the color and the sailboats and the little lights going up Vesuvius at night. Only,
You shivered. What's wrong?
ever since we got aboard this little steamer, people have been staring at me, Tom.
Oh, I can't blame him for that.
No, I mean in a funny way. Even your American friend, what's his name?
Granger?
Mr. Granger. When you introduced him to me at Naples, I thought his eyes were going to pop out.
He's standing over by the rail now. He lives at Capri.
Why does he persist in wearing that white 10-gallon hat here in Italy?
You know, before Granger made money in oil wells, he was a real old-fashioned cowpuncher. And he's proud of it. Good fellow, too.
Well, he's too polite to say anything, but he keeps looking around at me.
Well?
He looks frightened.
Frightened? This isn't the time to start imagining things, Lucy.
Oh, I know. Maybe I'm just so happy, I'm afraid it can't last.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, but wouldn't it be awful if something did happen, Tom, and we weren't together any longer?
Hey, wait a minute. Hasn't our ship stopped?
Oh, yes, I hadn't noticed.
Seems a funny place to stop. No sign of a harbor, only rocks and little gray cliffs. Oh, Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger.
Yes, young fella?
Do you happen to know why we're stopping here?
Well, that's an easy one, son. We're stopping so that you and your good lady and anybody else who's curious can get a look at the Blue Grotto.
The Blue Grotto? Where is it, Mr. Granger?
Shade your eyes with your hand, ma'am. You see that tiny little arch under the cliff?
Yes?
And all the little white rowboats coming out toward us?
Yes.
Now, when the first boat comes alongside, you climb down that iron ladder and get in. The boatman will row you out and through the arch into the grotto. It's a great, big, dark cavern. The water in there looks as though it's lit up underneath with blue fire.
Would you like to go out and see it, Lucy?
I'd love to.
Well, let me give you a little tip, Mrs. Courtney. The current's pretty fast out there. You'll go shooting under that arch like 60.
Oh, are we likely to upset?
No. But the arch isn't as high as your head. And when you see it coming, lie back flat in the boat. That is, unless you want your head knocked off.
Thanks, Mr. Granger. We'll remember. See you later. Easy on the ladder, Lucy. Don't look around yet.
I'm all right, darling. I'm just as good a swimmer as you are.
I'm in the boat now. Take one more step.
All right.
Steady. Now, turn around facing the boatman and sit down here beside me.
Oh.
All right, boatman.
Corto di bacca.
Tom, what's the matter with the boatman?
Hey, easy, man. Do you want to upset us? Sit down.
You come back, yes?
Come back? Well, I've never been here before in my life.
Push off, man. Start rowing. The other boats are piling up behind you.
You come back.
Start rowing, can't you? Andale subito. Basta.
Oh, Tom, he can't take his eyes off us.
I wish he'd watch out where he's rowing.
You come to live at the Villa Borghese, yes?
Tom, how does he know that?
This lady, she's not dead?
Dead? Of course she's not dead. What are you talking about?
She never come to Capri before?
Never.
Then I tell you, she will disappear just like the other one.
Disappear?
See. I rest on my oars, I tell you.
Tom, aren't we moving rather fast?
Yes, that's the entrance to the grotto ahead.
I tell you, there was a lady, so much like you.
For the back, so it's scare me.
Look, old man, I don't want to teach you your business, but you've got your back to that grotto.
Take this lady back where she come from. Don't take her to village of Borghese.
Down, Lucy. The current's taking us into the grotto. Flatten your back. Down.
Senor, I'm sorry. I almost make you to get hurt.
Do you know you nearly got your own head knocked off?
Excuse me, no, I'm used. Now, I will row you around the Blue Grotto.
I don't think I like it much, Tom.
Neither do I.
It's dark, except for that blue light under the water. It's transparent. You can see the fishes swimming.
Just a minute, boatman. This lady who disappeared from the Villa Borghese.
2-3 years ago, she disappeared.
You say she looked exactly like my wife?
Si, senor. She was going to be married. She was trying on, what do you call, a wedding dress. Her mother and sisters, they was in the room with her. She walked out on a balcony over the sea. You know what I mean by balcony over the sea. And nobody ever hear of her again.
You mean she jumped over into the sea?
Oh, young girl going to be married to kill herself? No.
Then what did happen?
Senor, I do not know. But sometimes they say you can meet her ghost. In here. She floated just under the water where you can see her. And it turned over and over. And the wedding veil is still around her face.
Tom, let's get out of here.
You want to go? Yes?
Lucy, if this fellow is stringing us along...
He is not stringing us along.
Then somebody ought to know what this means. If we've inherited a haunted balcony where people disappear like soap bubbles, I say it's too much. Let's get back to our steamer and talk to Granger.
Mr. Granger! Mr. Granger!
I'm aboard, ma'am. You too, young fella. The ship's starting in half a second.
Hey, give me a hand, Lucy.
Yes, dear. Oh, didn't anyone else go to the Blue Grotto?
Well, ma'am, no. The other boatman refused to take them after they saw you and Mr. Courtney go. I'm sorry,
It's all right. We've just heard the story.
I ought to have told you about it myself. All the way out here, I've been cussing myself and thinking what an ornery old badger I am for not telling you when I first met you in Naples.
The girl did vanish, then?
By a first-rate miracle, yes. In broad daylight, within 20 feet of her mother and sisters.
You don't look like a man who'd believe in miracles, Mr. Granger.
I'm not, son. I'm just telling you what happened.
But why is everybody so excited? Somebody must have thrown her off the balcony.
Josephine Adams was all alone on a balcony 40 feet up a cliff, smooth as glass. She didn't fall, and she wasn't thrown because there was no sound of a splash. And she didn't come back from the balcony because her mother and sisters were in front of the only door. Yet within 15 seconds, 15 seconds, mind you, she just vanished.
You believe that?
Sure, I believe it, son. It's a fact.
Did you know the girl's family?
Very well. We got a real English-speaking colony here. Oh, we're pulling in. About a half a minute now, I'm going to show you your new home.
Oh, can you see it from the deck here?
You sure can, ma'am. It's on the edge of the cliff. Professor Davis's house on one side of it, and my shack's on the other. That's why I want to ask you a question.
Well, of course. Ask anything you like.
I'm an old stager, ma'am. Not exactly up to high-tone society around here, but... You trust me?
Yes, I think so.
Then promise me something. Unless you're with somebody you do trust, keep away from that balcony.
Do you honestly think there's danger?
I don't know, son. If I did, I wouldn't have to talk this way.
Oh, that sounds like a dog barking. I thought I heard it before.
It is, a big police dog. And led by a very handsome woman, if you ask me.
Oh, Lord, I didn't know she was aboard.
Who?
The Countess. She lives in our colony.
Why, she looks like an American. You take your eyes off her, Tom Courtney.
She is an American. Married a Count Pachisi or something like that. Just call her Nellie.
My dear Harry Granger.
Hello, Nellie.
It's true. Everybody told me so, but I couldn't believe it until I saw her. She does look exactly like poor Josephine Adams. Just as small, just as dainty.
Please. Is everybody trying to give me the jitters?
Nellie, I want you to meet some friends of
Oh,
mine.
you don't need to introduce me. I know who they are. You're the nice young couple who've taken that villa. I'm Nellie Lucchese, and this is my dog, Tiberius. Named after the wicked Roman emperor, you know, who used to live at Capri. I must confess I'm terribly fascinated by wicked things. Aren't you, Mr. Courtney?
Lucy, stop tickling me in the ribs. I haven't done anything.
No, and you're not going to.
Tiberius seems to have taken quite a fancy to you, Mrs. Courtney. I've never known him to go up to a stranger before.
Well, I only wish I could borrow him. He might be a charm against... Oh, I don't know.
We'll be at the harbor in a few minutes. Then you must let me drive you up to the villa. You won't be able to get any servants, I'm afraid, because they won't stay here. But you can camp out. Oh, look. Look, there's your villa. We're passing it now.
Oh, where?
On the cliff where I'm pointing.
Hey, wait a minute. There must be some mistake. That's not the Villa Borghese.
It sure is, son.
But that's a palace. Like all the other houses there. And I rented it furnished for about $25 a month.
Can't you guess why you got it so cheap, son? If you take my advice, you'll turn around and go back to Naples for the next steamer.
Oh, Harry Granger, don't be an idiot. Let's have some excitement. Let's have some excitement.
Oh, Tom, it is beautiful.
Yeah. Too infernally beautiful, if you ask me.
Oh, there's the balcony.
Well, it's all right but daylight. Marble and tapestries. But at night, when you've got to put out the lights, and you start thinking about what happened there, you...
The moon over Capri makes a deathly daylight. You could actually see to read on that balcony if anyone should go out there. Frosted glass doors open out on it from a big room on the ground floor. And two deliberately calm persons and a dog sit looking at one another.
Lucy, stop it.
Stop what?
Stop looking over at that balcony.
I'm sorry, darling.
Why are we sitting here anyway? There's an inner room that's much more comfortable.
It's like having a toothache, Tom. A very little toothache.
I may be dense, Angel, but I don't follow you.
Well, you put your tongue against the tooth to see if it'll hurt. You know it will hurt, but you go on doing it just the same. That's us.
And maybe you're right.
Oh, Tom, did you ever think we'd have a lovely house like this?
Well, the house is all right, yes. And then they have to go and spoil everything. Our honeymoon with this blasted Tommy around about...
Please, Tom, you're just as jittery now as I was this afternoon. Why, even Tiberius is jittery.
Yeah, I guess I am. Easy, boy, easy.
Well, there's whiskey on the table. They call it Vicky here. Mix yourself a drink.
In a minute, not just now. Lucy, there's nothing wrong with that balcony. Suppose you walked out on it this minute.
I've had a horrible longing to try it. Just because I know I shouldn't.
Well, nothing could attack you. All you'd have to do would be yell. That would bring Granger out on his balcony like a shot. And the neighbor on the other side of us would... who is on the other side, by the way?
A brain specialist.
A what?
A specialist in brain disorders. Professor Davis. He's English. Listen.
Somebody in the inner room. Easy, Tiberius, easy.
Tom, I'm afraid.
It's all right. You hold Tiberius's collar while I open the door.
Here, boy.
We don't want him to fly at anybody. We're going into the other room and stay there. You ready?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Courtney. Good evening, Mrs. Courtney. I am no ghost, though you appear to regard me as one. I am merely your neighbor, Professor Rutherford Davis.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Granger mentioned you.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion. No one answered my knock, so I ventured to come in.
Oh, it's no intrusion, Professor Davis. We're a little disorganized here, that's all.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Courtney, I wish I could say welcome to Capri. But I have a very different message.
Well?
If you value Mrs. Courtney's life, you'll go back to Naples immediately.
Not you, too.
I do not say that as a ghost hunter, sir. I say it as a specialist. May I sit down?
Oh, of course. Please do.
Thank you. Oh, we seem to be forgetting our manners, Professor Davis. Will you have a drink?
Thank you. Perhaps a small whiskey.
I'll get it, darling. You sit down and talk to Professor Davis.
You're not going back into that room alone.
I'm only going to get the drinks, Tom. And I promise to be good. Tiberius can come with me, can't you, Tiberius?
Oh, I see. You've borrowed Tiberius from the Countess Lucchese.
Yes, she was kind enough to offer him. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be back in just a minute. Come on, Tiberius.
I hope this is all right, Professor.
No, sir, it is not all right. Your wife is in very great danger, sir.
But why? Because of that balcony?
No, because she looks exactly like the late Josephine Adams.
I don't get it.
Mr. Courtney, did you ever hear of paranoia?
Some kind of mental disease, isn't it?
Yes. The paranoid begins by imagining that he or she is being persecuted by someone. Persecuted by the most unlikely and harmless kind of person as a rule. First, he hears things. A voice in his brain whispers, "You'll be killed, you'll be killed, you'll be killed." He hears it in the tick of a clock, in the rattle of a train, in the footsteps on a street. There are holes in the walls through which his enemy is always watching. Invisible speaking tubes bring him messages. There are pains in his joints and nightmares of attempts to poison him. His brain bursts and he kills, he kills, he kills. Oh, excuse me for speaking so strongly.
But how does this affect us?
Mr. Courtney, will you examine the sheet of paper?
What is it?
A fragment of a typewritten diary. I found it on the cliffs months ago. Don't ask me who wrote it, but I know that a criminal lunatic on this island imagined that poor, inoffensive Josephine Adams was his enemy. So he killed her.
Killed her? How?
I don't know.
And what happened to the girl's body?
I'm not a detective, sir. The body was carried out to sea, perhaps, or washed along the cliffs and into the Blue Grotto to be lost. But don't you understand the danger to your wife?
You're not suggesting
to
that...
somebody's cracked brain, your wife is Josephine Adams created all over again.
Kill Lucy? What couldn't be done?
It was done, my friend. Listen.
That sounded like a dog howling.
Miss Courtney is rather a long time in getting that whiskey.
She wouldn't go near the balcony. She promised not to go out on the balcony.
People do very perverse things, my friend, when they know they shouldn't.
Lucy! Lucy!
That seems to be Tiberius out on the balcony. I can't see anything else from here.
She's gone! She's gone! She's gone!
An empty balcony, a howling dog, and a sea turned clear silver under the moon. That was how it was pictured to me with such intolerable vividness that I seemed to have lived through it. Then, after the tumult and the shouting, there are other pictures. Don't you hear the noise of that motor launch with a half-demented young man at the wheel? 3 other familiar figures are gathered round it. Don't you recognize the white 10-gallon hat of Harry Granger, and the neat pointed beard of Professor Davis, and the brunette prettiness of Nellie Lucchese?
But what on earth is he going to do?
I'd like to know that one myself.
Listen, please, all of you.
Take it easy, son. We're with you.
What time is it?
Time?
Yes, what time is it?
It's 2:30 in the morning, going on for 3.
12 hours. Then the tide ought to be just where it was this afternoon.
What's the tide got to do with it?
A whole lot. Somebody set a trap and made Lucy fall off that balcony. I know it.
Oh, that's absurd.
If Lucy's been carried out to sea, there's nothing we can do about it. But if she's been carried along with the current and into the Blue Grotto...
The Blue Grotto?
One moment, sir. You're not proposing to run this big launch under that arch after dark?
Yes, Professor, that's just exactly it.
Oh, go on, do it. I'll back you up. Let's have some excitement.
It will be exciting enough, I assure you. Mr. Courtney, have you got some wild hope of recovering your wife's body?
I've even got a wild hope she may be alive. Lucy's a very strong swimmer.
You're acting like a nut, son.
Get set, everybody. I'm going to swing around.
We're in the current now. Better hold tight.
I've got to duck my own head when we go through. Everybody else flop down.
I still protest against this. Don't you understand, Mr. Courtney?
Get ready. Here we go.
What on earth's wrong? There's no blue grotto. It's black as pitch.
My dear Nellie, I kept trying to tell all of you. The blue grotto effect is caused by the sun's rays. There never is one except when the sun is out. Just how does our friend propose to find anything in here? Listen.
Oh, something's got hold of the boat. I felt it move.
There's a hand there. A wet hand. Lucy.
She's not alive.
Mr. Granger, help me lift her up over the side. Right, easy. Don't tip the boat. Lucy. Lucy, darling. Are you all right?
Tom.
Are you all right, Lucy? Can you hear me?
All right. I'm just exhausted. I got in here, couldn't swim out against the current.
Well, don't try to talk.
Got to talk. Going to faint. Tom, who's with you?
Only our friends.
Who's with you? Is the murderer with you?
A pleasant prospect to be shut up in the dark at 3 o'clock in the morning with a criminal lunatic.
Who spoke then?
Lucy, don't hold me so tight. Let go, dear. I'll get the boat started and have you out of here in just a second.
Who spoke then?
Only Professor Davis.
Tom, I've got to tell you. You know that girl, Josephine Adams, died. Almost killed me.
Has anybody here got some brandy? Or a flashlight?
I have a flashlight, my friend. Will you allow me as a medical man to examine Mrs. Courtney?
Better keep back for just a second, Professor. She's hysterical. Give me the flashlight.
I walked into other room. No one with me. All alone except Tiberius.
Yes, Lucy.
Somebody called my name from the balcony. I thought, very soft. Mrs. Courtney. He said, Mrs. Courtney.
Did you recognize the voice?
Yes. That's why I went.
Hadn't you better start up this boat and get out of here?
Who spoke then?
Don't pay any attention to them, Lucy. Nobody can hurt you now.
I went out on the balcony. Bright moonlight. Bright as day. There was nobody there.
Nobody on the balcony?
No. I looked out over the sea, and something came at me, Tom. Something flew out of the air and came at me.
Just one moment before Mrs. Courtney goes on. Is anybody in this boat carrying a revolver?
Not that I know of.
Excuse my mentioning it, but I felt something metal brush past my hand.
It was only the flashlight, probably.
Will you please let Lucy go on and finish? Lucy, you were on the balcony, and something came at you.
Yes. Like a snake, sideways, out of the air. It went over my head, fastened around my neck. It was a rope with a noose in it.
A rope?
That's it, a rope. It was thrown from another balcony. I'm small and light like Josephine Adams, and it pulled me sideways over the rail, and I fell.
Take it easy now, darling. You're perfectly safe.
Is she perfectly safe?
The murderer, he let her fall on the rope. But the rope was jerked tight long before she struck the water. That broke her neck, and the murderer lowered her softly.
So there wasn't any splash?
No.
And the current took her away, rope and all?
That's it. It would have happened to me, only the rope slipped through the murderer's fingers.
Through whose fingers?
Somebody in this boat has got a revolver.
Who's overboard? Somebody went.
Switch on that light, my friend, and shine it on the water.
All right, Professor. There's your light. Look at it. Turning over and over. The water in the blue grotto is red now.
Tom, I'll come after it.
It's all right, Lucy. I swear you're safe now.
Did he shoot himself?
Yes.
Did who shoot himself?
Who had a balcony exactly like ours on the house next door? Who began life as a cowpuncher and would have known how to use a lasso?
Who knew Josephine Adams well and got it into his maniac head that Mrs. Courtney was Josephine Adams all over again?
Harry Granger. Look. There's his 10-gallon hat floating away.
And so ends my story, which, while your own honeymoon may have ended, you may do well to remember next time you plan a vacation in sunny, carefree, whatever its name is. But next week, we shall find terror lurking in a very different sort of spot. In a storm-surrounded cottage in the remote English countryside. It's the story of a girl who married a man she knew too little about. A tale of poison, and of a rat that played the accordion in a cupboard. And so, next week when I tell you this strange tale for which I use the phrase, "Till death do us part," won't you join me, Dr. Fabian, in my cabin B13?
From Cabin B13, CBS has brought you another strange and sinister tale of mystery and murder, written by the world-famous best-selling author John Dixon Carr and directed by John Dietz. Arnold Moss is featured as Dr. Fabian, and in tonight's drama, Joseph Curtin appeared as Tom Courtney, Mary Patton played Lucy, and Rod Hendrickson was heard as Mr. Granger. The music for Cabin B13 is composed and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for Dr. Fabian's tale, Till Death Do Us Part. More great drama comes to you on CBS tomorrow night and every Monday when Lux Radio Theater presents Hollywood's great stars and great plays. Tomorrow night, Monday, December 13th, Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery will co-star in The Seventh Veil, a powerful drama of a girl pianist and the strange man who fostered her career and then fell in love with her. Be sure you're with CBS tomorrow, Monday night, when Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery create these stirring roles for you in The Seventh Veil on Lux Radio Theater over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How many of us have at one time or another said, "Boy, if I had to do it all over again," or, "Gee, I wish I were so-and-so," or, "If I had the breaks he or she had, I'd have done much more with my life"? Today, we explore just such a possibility. A man who had a second chance, but unfortunately, only one memory. A man who was two people and almost died twice.
Charlie! Don't you know me?
I'm afraid I don't.
It's only 2 years. Have I changed that much?
2 years? Since what?
But don't you remember me? Mary.
I couldn't have met you 2 years ago.
But you did.
I wasn't born 2 years ago. That's why. Our mystery drama, Stranger from Nowhere, was written especially for Mystery Theater by James Agate, Jr. and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by... I'll be back shortly with Act One. We're in Texas, USA. I don't have to tell you one of the reasons for its fame. I shan't name names or actual sites, but the reason is space. One of the main space centers of the country is there. It is also where you'll find geneticists, scientists, and the newest electronic gear listening to space out there for whatever or whoever is out there. More I can't say because I think Uncle Sam is still a little sensitive about the strange case of Charlie Robinson.
It's symbolic, really, the way Mary came into my life on a merry-go-round.
It was late Saturday night. I'd spent all day at the carnival watching the people with their children having fun on the rides. The slides, sticky cotton candy all over their faces. Made me wish I was married and had a kid of my own. Then the place emptied, and I got onto the merry-go-round for a last ride.
I love riding on these things. Looks like we're the last grown-ups left in the old Tex Carnival.
Hi.
Hi.
What's that you're riding on, a giraffe?
Oh, no, this is an ostrich. Doesn't going around like this bring back your childhood?
No, I never had one of those.
Charlie Robinson, it's not you. It couldn't be.
How'd you know my name?
Oh, typical. Typical Charlie to be riding a white horse.
What do you mean?
Always riding off in some strange direction, your banner flying.
Look, why don't you explain yourself?
Well, I'll try to as soon as this merry-go-round stops.
Phew. Hey, that is some unusual power you have.
Oh, I thought so, too. All I have to do is say, stop the merry-go-round, I want to get off, and it stops. So, you don't recognize me, Charlie?
Haven't a clue. Wish I did.
Does the name Mary mean anything to you?
Is it yours?
Mm-hmm. Has been all my life. Oh, you're embarrassed, aren't you, Charlie? Never thought we'd meet up again, did you? Why did you leave?
I am sorry to say this, but I don't know you at all.
In 2 years, have I changed that much?
2 years? Since what?
Well, that's when we met 2 years ago. It's Mary. Oh, don't tell me you don't know me.
I couldn't have met you 2 years ago.
Well, what are you saying?
I wasn't born 2 years ago, that's why.
Oh, Charlie, stop kidding around. What do you want me to believe? That you're only 2 years old?
I realized the moment I said 2 years ago, I wasn't on Earth. It was a mistake. But sometimes things slip out before you can stop them. But this girl and that name I couldn't figure, because Charlie Robinson was a name I was sure I'd made up for my identity on Earth. My real name is Selrah, S-E-L-R-A-H. I put a C in front of it, spell it backwards, and it makes Charles. Yeah. As soon as I got back to my apartment, I unscrewed the silver spheroid and talked to my contact, Jarva. Jarva?
Yes, Selrah. What is your report? We are ready to take it down.
Jarva, I've had an unnerving experience today.
What is it?
A young lady said she knew me. She called me by my Earth name.
What did she want?
I don't know. Recognition, acclaim. I thought you might help me, Jarva.
You have been sent to the planet Earth to observe, not to have warm feeling for Earth females. I will consult and get back to you.
My mother planet has a tie with planet Earth. Millenniums ago, our name was Kill. We learned that on many stars and hominid-inhabited planets in our galaxy, this name was negative. Therefore, 400 Earth years ago, we renamed ourselves Tycho Brahe after the Danish astronomer who discovered Cassiopeia. I was there.
Selrah?
Yes, Jarva? I'm here, still awaiting instructions.
Do you remember the Earth year 1600?
1600 Anno Domini. Very well.
You had a meeting in Prague with Johann Kepler and the great astronomer after whom our planet is named.
Tycho Brahe, yes?
On that occasion, you were 30 Earth years old, the same as you are today. And you made yourself into an expert astronomer. My instructions are, now, make yourself into an expert American from Texas.
Yeah, it's all very well for you to tell me, but what about the Earth female called Mary?
If you cannot carry off your disguise and your orders, you will be recalled. But in disgrace.
Oh, plead my case, would you? I'd give anything to return to Tycho.
I will report your wish, but don't expect much consideration until you have served your time.
At night, I look out of my window up at the stars and I cry. Somewhere out there is my homeland. 1,000 light years afar, or 1,000,000, who knows? I don't. I'm so lonely. I hate the daily pretense to be Charles Robinson, to be always on my guard, to be living a lie. It's almost unbearable. Hello?
Tracked you down, didn't I?
Who is this?
Charlie Robinson. Don't give me that who is this routine. It's Mary, and you know it is.
Oh, yeah, of course. I was just sitting here.
Staring out the window, I bet.
How did you know?
Because, darling, you always used to.
I did?
If I didn't know you so well, I'd be insulted. After disappearing as you did, and then our accidental meeting on the merry-go-round, I think you'd be full of apologies.
Apologies for what?
Are you continuing this pretense? I suppose you've forgotten you asked me to marry you.
I did.
You most certainly did.
And, did I marry you?
Very funny, aren't you?
Hello? Hello?
I didn't bother to knock. So, this is where you live. Well, don't you think this charade has gone far enough?
Mary, I am being honest with you. I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't remember marrying me? You don't remember our honeymoon? You don't remember disappearing 2 years ago?
Well, tell me more about myself.
There's not that much to tell. What are you trying to make me believe? You have amnesia?
Please tell me about myself, whatever you know.
Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. You had a good job here in Houston in space research. We went on our honeymoon to the Solar Disturbance Forecast Center in Colorado. We came home, you disappeared. No one ever saw you again.
Solar Disturbance Center, huh? I had no idea you all were that far advanced in cosmic investigation.
Charlie, how can you look me in the face and say this is all news to you? If that blank expression is your way of avoiding responsibilities, you've got another thing coming. Look, I'm willing to be nice about all this, but you'd better remember real hard that you are married.
Jarva?
Yes, Sarah. What is the latest you report?
I'm married to an Earthwoman 2 years ago.
Was that necessary for your research?
You don't understand. I've been given a body identical to someone called Charles Robinson, who lived on Earth 2 years ago and disappeared.
I know.
You knew all along and never warned me?
We didn't wish to impede your research.
Well, what am I going to do?
Be friendly, up to a point. You are to make friends with more Earthlings. You have been given a 30-year-old body. Get to know Texas people. Do what a 30-year-old Earthling does.
Chronometry is an Earth science to measure time. Clocks and calendars do not exist on Tycho Brahe. By earthly standards, I am thousands of years old. My instructions were to make friends, so I contacted Mary and invited her for drinks to my apartment.
I want you back home with me.
Mary, besides my physical resemblance, what makes you think I'm your husband?
1,000 things, starting with your name.
I told you I made it up. It's a coincidence.
Are you in hiding, Charlie?
Oh, yes, in a way I am. Look, I wonder, I just wonder if I could trust you with the truth.
Darling, I forgive you. Whatever it was that took you away has brought you back. When you disappeared, I used to think it was the shock of your parents dying in that accident the day we came back that took hold of you, and off you went.
Mary, my parents died 3,000 Earth years ago.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that. It scares me.
If I could prove to you I am not your Charlie Robinson, that I come from another planet in intergalactic space, could you keep that a secret?
Another planet? Oh, sure I could.
All right. Now, what do you see in that bookcase on the top shelf?
Well, it's a sort of a silver ball.
Right. Now, I'll get it down for you. I'm going to open it and put the two halves on the table. Pull up a chair, huh?
Uh-huh. Well, what is it? It's not silver, is it? It looks sort of iridescent.
There. I've unscrewed the two halves of the sphere. Now, lay them side by side, face up.
Is it some kind of a magic trick?
Maybe I overestimated your intuition. Jarva? Can you hear me? Jarva, are you listening? Jarva, I have a visitor with me. The earthling woman I told you about. Will you speak to her?
I don't hear anything. What are you doing, Charlie?
I'm communicating with my control on Tycho Brahe.
Tycho Brahe?
My home, the planet that I come from.
Oh, yes, of course.
Her name is Jarva, and only I can hear her. But perhaps if you are patient, she'll speak to you.
Oh, yes, sure. Now, listen, Charlie. I just remembered I have an appointment at the doctor's, so if you don't mind, I'd better go now. Take care, will you? Everything is going to be all right.
Who do you believe? That's the problem. I've no reason to doubt Charlie's sincerity, that he's positive he's come from another planet called Tycho Brahe. Is it his imagination or ours? His ability to communicate with this Jarva, his control. There are too many imponderables at this moment for me to advise you one way or the other, except to say, stay with us until I return shortly with Act 2. A clear case of amnesia? Is that what we have here? Could be. Or is it possible Charles Robinson is a being from another planet, straitjacketed into the body of a human with human memories and speech? Those of you who have made Mystery Theater a listening habit know that could also be. And so, thinks Charlie, since my assignment is to observe the Earth species in their native habitat, I'll begin by switching on a television set.
Concludes our interview with science fiction writer Joshua Pride, whose last year's bestseller has just come out in paperback. Mr. Pride, have we left out anything we ought to mention?
Nothing really, except if you don't mind, since I'm here to plug my book, I'd like to mention again the name of my novel is Tycho's World.
What? What did he say?
Certainly. Tycho's World. Remember, folks.
Which takes us to a planet of non-mortals who are eons advanced in their civilization.
Thank you. Our program is Other Worlds. Our guest today, author Joshua Pride.
Jarva, can you hear me?
Yes, Sarah. This is Jarva. Why do you call me?
I just turned on a Houston, Texas television channel, and they were interviewing a science fiction writer. Now, this writer has written a book called Tycho's World, supposedly about our world.
You must be mistaken, Sarah. Are you certain?
I am very sure, but how could he know what Earthling would have any idea? Well, someone's at the door. Who is it, Jarva?
Probably that female Mary. Answer her.
Hold on a second, Mary. I'll be right there. What'll I do about this man who calls himself Joshua Pride, this writer?
We leave that to you. If he's dangerous to your mission, you will know what steps to take.
Coming. Oh, I'm awfully sorry. I was watching television. I didn't hear you.
I was beginning to get worried. Can I come in?
Sure, why not? Why are you here, Mary?
I've come to apologize.
For what?
For running out on you the other day. Remember? You were going to communicate with your control in another world. I got scared. I thought you were crazy.
And what do you think now?
That you need me.
Now, look, Mary, something has happened. I just saw something on television, and I need your help. There's somebody I've got to know more about.
Of course I'll help. And you can do something for me. For both of us, really.
What?
Well, I found out today something I never knew. The space project you were working on 2 years ago when you disappeared was headed up by a Dr. Latrobe, a genetic studies project. Do you remember him, Charlie?
No, I don't. What are you getting at?
Well, he never knew we were married. He called me today. He would like me to bring you to see him.
Mary, I am not that Charles Robinson.
He says he worked with you. I think maybe he could help straighten things out.
Oh, all right. I'll see him. But I want you to do something for me first.
Anything, darling.
There's a science fiction writer called Joshua Pride. Now, I just saw him interviewed.
Joshua Pride? Oh, of course. I took a creative writing class with him last year. He lives here in Houston.
I want to meet him. It's very important.
Well, I'll do my best.
Can I see him today, tomorrow?
I have no idea. I'll go to talk to him, and I'll find out when he can see us.
Not us, Mary. Me, alone. I have to see him alone. Do you understand?
Mr. Pride, it was good of you to let me see you on such short notice. I didn't think you remembered me.
Well, of course I did, Mary. For a former student, I'm always available. Besides, you sounded so distressed on the phone. What's on your mind?
Well, 2 years ago, I married my husband. He was working at the Space Genetics Research Center. I didn't know that then. It was also hush-hush. And then Charlie's parents died, and a day later he disappeared. He just vanished. So I went out to work, and, well, as you know, last year I thought I'd like to do more than just a 9-to-5 secretarial job. So I took your writing course.
You showed a great deal of promise. Have you kept up your writing?
Well, I tried to. But that's not why I'm here. See, Charlie, my husband, he showed up the other day, but he's different. He's not the same as I remember him, Mr. Pride.
Oh?
For one thing, he must have injured himself, because there's this long scar in the middle of his forehead, and he talks crazy. He says he doesn't remember me at all, that he wasn't even on Earth 2 years ago, that he's from somewhere else. Another planet.
Do you know why he wants to see me?
He didn't say. It would be a big favor to me if you would come.
Well, I don't know, Mary. Let me think it over, and I'll get back to you.
You mean you won't?
Well, I mean, I have certain obligations to myself, others. If your husband is suffering from certain delusions, how could I blindly go ahead and meet him alone, as you say? Well, I'll think about it.
When Mary told me Joshua Pride was reluctant to meet with me, I knew something was wrong. He was either afraid for some reason, or he, too, was from my planet, Tycho. I consulted my control.
Speak, Sarah.
This so-called science fiction writer has not yet agreed to see me.
Why do you say so-called?
Because I am not sure he is what he claims to be. He could be from the far side of our planet because he's unlike us. I saw his face clearly on television, and he has no third eye or even the slightest scar of its removal.
That means nothing. He could have had a better plastic surgeon than the one who removed your third eye.
Why is he hesitating to meet me?
Sarah, we have told you to deal with the problem. Don't get in touch again until you have.
If this disguised entity from our galaxy, or even the far side of our planet, has been sent to stop my work, he must be disposed of. I purchased a copy of his book, Tycho's World, and a revolver.
Hello?
Mary Robinson?
Mr. Pride? Is that you?
Yes, it is. Look, I've given a good deal of thought to your situation, but I'm afraid I can't help.
You don't mean you can't help, but that you won't.
Well, whichever way you want to interpret it, to invite a complete stranger to my house for me to see it, well, let's put it this way, Mary. I just don't have the time.
I'm sorry I asked you, Mr. Pride. I had no idea. And of course I understand.
However, Mary?
She hung up on you, didn't she?
Who are you? How did you get in here?
Your front door was unlocked. I'm Charles Robinson, the man Mary wanted you to meet. May I sit down?
I suppose so, now that you're here.
Thank you.
Oh, I see you have a copy of my book.
You're afraid of me, aren't you?
Well, I'm alone. It's nighttime. Stranger walks into my house. Why shouldn't I be afraid?
By the way, Joshua Pride, that isn't your real name, is it?
What a strange thing for you to say. As a matter of fact, it is. That's a real chip you have on your shoulder, Robinson.
It is your real name?
Look, I'm not going to call the police or anything like that, see? After all, it's important for me to keep seeing new people, get fresh impressions. So, you just sit back, Robinson. Make yourself comfortable, and we'll have a nice talk. All right?
Where did you get the name Tycho from?
It just came to me.
Liar.
Well, I must have read it somewhere.
I open your book to page 78. Here, you say this planet Tycho was once named Argon, but in honor of a Danish astronomer, the name was changed to Tycho Brahe. How did you know that?
Well, I haven't the foggiest. It seemed like a good idea.
Yeah, of course, you only have half of it. Our planet's original name was Kill, not Argon.
My dear man, I used the word Argon because I could then call the early space and time travelers Argonauts. That's why.
Yeah, you're mistaken about that also. You're quite wrong.
Robinson, Charlie, it's all made up, invented. It's not right or wrong.
There is no such thing as space on Tycho. We are time beings and time travelers only. That is why I go back hundreds, thousands of years as if they were what Earth people called yesterday.
Will you explain to me why you came here?
To find out why so much of what you have written is based on fact, and how come you know it all.
I think I've had just about enough for an evening.
You may, but I haven't. And that's why I brought with me this handy means of persuading you to tell the truth.
Now, hold on just a moment. We're not going to get anywhere by using force.
I believe this is the way a revolver is loaded. Here, I marked this page 148. You talk about how each traveler to Earth is assigned a control.
Yes, I do.
And here on the next page, 149, you call this control by the name of Jarva. Now, don't tell me this is also a coincidence, that Jarva came to you out of the blue.
But it did. I made it up. It's all fiction.
Most of it is fact.
You say.
I know. Because Tycho is my home.
You're mad.
You are either one of us masquerading as human, as I am, or you are here to unmask me. Let me see. How does this safety catch work? Oh, yes.
Think what you're doing.
Over the centuries, I've come often to Earth to watch, to report, and return. Sometimes I have to destroy an enemy, an unworthy creature.
I'll tell you anything I possibly can, but put that gun down. It could go off.
Unless you tell me by what right you use the name of my planet and my people, I have no alternative but to fire.
No, don't.
If you are from Tycho, a bullet won't dispose of you. You know that. I know that. Of course, if you are human, it means the end.
Stop, Robinson. Yes, I am from Tycho. Yes, I've been assigned to spy on you.
Scientists have gone on record with a proposition that there is no confirmed evidence that somewhere, in any one of the billions of systems of stars, of nebulae, of clusters, of interstellar matter, that life, superior to ours, does not exist. Every day, our monitors record unexplainable interruptions of light and radio waves. So do not discount the possibility of truth in what you are hearing. It could be. I shall return shortly with Act 3. As our story becomes more intricate, it also becomes more incredible. A creature arrives on Earth, the duplicate of a man who has disappeared, identical except for a third eye, which he has had surgically removed. The creature is called Charlie Robinson. He thinks like a man, yet often talks like a history book. He is controlled by a voice contained in a silver sphere. He has just shot a writer called Joshua Pride.
Mary, what are you doing here so late?
I had to see you, Charlie. I called and called, but you weren't here.
I had to go out.
I've made a date for us to see Dr. Latrobe.
Who's that?
Charlie, remember your promise? You said you'd see him.
Did I say that?
The man you worked for here in Houston 2 years ago in space genetics. He's waiting for us now.
Now? It's 11 o'clock at night.
He said he'd see us now. Please, Charlie, we must.
What's the hurry?
It's for your own good. You promised.
I don't understand why we can't go see this man tomorrow. I'm very tired.
Tomorrow will be too late, believe me.
Why? Why?
Because your life is in danger. Please come. Oh, no. Charlie, is there a back way out of this apartment?
I don't understand.
You don't. Tonight, you tried to kill Joshua Pride. You fired a gun at him. He called me as soon as you left. I'm trying to save you. Now do you understand? Those are police down there.
What will they do to me?
For attempted murder, probably put you in jail. I'm the only one who knows. Whatever you did, it wasn't your fault. Hurry, please.
Prison? There isn't a prison on earth that could hold me. You're behind all this, aren't you, Mary?
Charlie, what are you saying?
How did the police know where to go?
I don't know.
No jail can hold me.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Charlie.
If my bullet hit him and he's still alive, then Joshua Pride is one of us.
Everything's going to be all right, Charlie.
Where are we going?
I told you, to Dr. Latrobe's.
What for?
Because he knows you and he wants to help.
No, you're out of your depth, Mary. All of you earthlings are digging their own graves. You don't realize it, but you are.
We're not far from Dr. Latrobe's house.
What none of you realize is that your precious Earth belongs to the lowest scale of all terrestrial planets, composed of silicates and metal.
Right, now just 100 yards more or so. Now, can you see his upstairs window through the trees, Charlie? It's lit. He's there.
Jarva. I can't go without Jarva. I've left her at my place.
Come on, now don't stop.
No, I have to go back. They'll find her and destroy her.
Charlie, what are you talking about?
My contact, a silver sphere. Jarva, my control. It's my only way of communicating with my planet. I've got to go back.
The police have your apartment surrounded. They're bound to. You go back there and they'll capture you. Let me go back for you.
You would?
Charlie, you're my husband. I love you. I'd do anything for you. Now, where is that silver sphere?
It's on the bookshelf to the right of my bed. Top shelf.
I'll find it. Promise me not to move. You sit right there by that birch tree until I get back. Darn it. Where is it? Oh, I can't make out anything in the dark. It's not here on the shelf where he said it was. Maybe if I just reach past these books. Oh, now I've done it.
Why didn't you turn on the light, miss?
Oh.
You can see what you're doing much better.
I was just...
I know. You were just looking for something to read.
You're a policeman.
That's right.
I was just looking for something for a friend.
You happen to know where we could find him, miss?
Find him? Who?
Your friend. Isn't his name Charles Robinson?
I know Oh, Charlie. Oh, yes, I do.
You know where he is now?
No, I don't. No, not at the moment.
You know he attempted to commit a felony?
Oh.
Obviously you do. I'm on duty here, miss, to apprehend anyone who shows up, so I'm going to have to ask you to come along with me to the station house.
I can't do that, officer. It's very important that I find something Mr. Robinson left here.
If it's a revolver you're looking for, don't bother. It's been recovered.
I've got it. It rolled under the bed.
Is that what you came for, a silver ball?
Yes. It's important to Charlie.
Okay, let's go bring it to him.
Oh, I couldn't do that. I promise.
You don't seem to understand, miss. Assault with a deadly weapon. Robinson, the perpetrator, tried to kill someone, a stranger to him. For his own safety, he'd better be picked up.
Could I go first and sort of explain it to him? You see, I'm his wife.
Let me just have a look at that silver ball. I want to make sure it's no bomb or anything. What is this? It's empty.
To you and me, it's empty. That's right.
Okay. It's all yours.
It's hard for me to explain, but my husband wants it very much. Charlie, where are you?
Right here behind you.
Oh, you startled me.
Did you bring Jarva?
Yes, here she is.
Oh, Mary, you're wonderful. I was so afraid.
Charlie, I want to tell you something.
No, wait. Until I've made contact. And then we can talk. Jarva? Jarva, can you hear me? This is Selra, Jarva. There's nothing.
What is it? What's the matter?
Jarva?
Charlie?
I can't get through. Jarva, this is Selra, citizen of Tycho Brahe. Help me, Jarva. Don't leave me on Earth alone. Mary, it's all over. They've abandoned me.
Charles Robinson, will you put your hands up and come forward quietly?
Oh, Mary.
It's for your own good.
Glad you're here, Mary. You know Joshua Pride.
Yes, I do, Dr. Latrobe.
Hello, Mary. I understand Charlie's getting better every day.
Yes, Robinson is improving greatly. Everything he imagined seems to be disappearing from his mind.
Everyone's been so understanding from the beginning. The police letting you take Charlie to the hospital, Dr. Latrobe, to say nothing of you, Mr. Pride, not pressing charges.
When Dr. Latrobe told me the bullets were blanks, I didn't want to look silly. Besides, Robinson wasn't himself. It was amnesia, wasn't it?
No doubt about it.
What I don't understand is where did he get those wild ideas about coming from another planet? My fictional planet, in fact.
I expect very soon it will all seem like a bad dream, if he remembers it. He's lucky. He won't, but I always will.
Why so?
2 years ago, when Charlie was working here, I found him in the laboratory one morning, unconscious.
But why wasn't I told?
Mary, we had no idea he was married. His parents had just died in an accident, and we thought he was alone in the world. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Yes, Doctor. Yes, she's here. I'll send her right along. Thanks. I'm glad to hear it. That was Dr. Mercer, the neurophysicist in charge. He says, Mary, if you'll go down to his office and wait, you can have a visit with your husband. The whole thing had to be kept quiet, Mr. Pride. We were doing these top-secret genetic studies, so...
So, when you found Robinson unconscious that morning, you couldn't bring him around, eh?
He came to a total amnesiac. How could we release him like that, knowing no one, not his own name or where he was from? Here we had a man with a great brain capability, but no memory. So we used him as a guinea pig.
You're kidding.
We programmed him, giving him memories, ambition, a reason for living.
Well, how could you do that? Oh, my Lord, of course. You used my book.
Tycho's World, exactly. And all the fictional characters in it. Robinson became one of them. It took months, but we instilled in his dormant cells who he was, where he came from, and what he had to do on Earth. Spy and report. We gave him the name Selra. Java, a character in your book, became his control.
That explains it.
We gave him a miniaturized sender receiver in a sphere he carried with him, which we monitored day and night. The scar on his forehead, which was really the result of a fall in the laboratory, became plastic surgery removal of a third eye.
I never thought when I invented that idea that someone would believe it.
We monitored Charlie for almost 2 years, and during that time, he has been living in 2 worlds.
I can't believe I'm hearing this, Dr. Latrobe. I'm appalled and very angry. To tamper with a man's brain, officially no less, is the most criminal assault on a human being that I can imagine. To make a man lose 2 years of his life, it's unforgivable.
You don't understand. He'll be as good as new and never know it.
But what for? Why?
Would he have been better off to remain a mental vegetable? However, there was a reason. Probably the most important one any man could have today.
Charlie, are you awake? It's me, Mary.
Hi, Mary. Hope you're not angry with me.
You really recognize me, don't you?
Of course. I apologize for ending up in the hospital the first week we're married like this.
You just get well, and we'll pick up where we left off.
Tell you a funny thing, I've been trying to remember what happened. Was it last night or the night before my first back at Dr. Latrobe's lab? I know I was working late.
You didn't call me. I was getting worried. What's a new bride going to think?
I was standing on one of the lab tables to change a light bulb in the ceiling that had gone out. That's all I remember. I must have fallen and knocked myself out. See the scar on my forehead? I really heal fast, don't I?
Oh, you're in good shape, darling.
And Latrobe's not mad at me for holding up the experiments? How long have I been here? A day or 2?
Nobody's mad at you, Charlie.
Oh, you know, Mary, I'm getting awfully sleepy. They keep giving me these drugs, so I'll relax.
Well, I'll come back to the hospital.
You better. I want to go home tomorrow. You have my word to keep it quiet. Why did you pull that mind indoctrination on Robinson?
This government has reason to believe emissaries from other planets are at this very moment right here on Earth, living among us, disguised as human beings. By programming Robinson, following his every move, we hope to learn something about the reasoning process of such a non-mortal person, a creature from outer space who is sent here and must deal with life in our world.
I don't know. Why not live and let live, Doctor?
Because it's about time we found out whether, in this vast universe, we have friends or enemies.
We have given you a glimpse into a file marked Top Space Secret. As I said in the beginning, if this account were widely known, it might be a bit embarrassing to Uncle Sam. However, I'm confident if anyone can keep secrets, it's you, that scrupulous league of listeners to Mystery Theater. I shall return shortly. In an automated and impersonal world, in a society that trusts the readouts of a computer rather than the readings of the human heart, nobody can close his mind to the possibility that someday science may become the ultimate deity. So, as the facts become known to me, I shall continue to open secret doors to the universe so we may be forewarned of the mysteries of the future. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Carol Teitel, Court Benson, and Gordon Heath. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Mystery Playhouse, a rebroadcast for the servicemen and women of the United Nations.
Good evening. This is Peter Loring. The circumstances leading up to horror and tragedy are many times as innocent seeming as a Sunday school picnic, and the perpetrators of evil appear often as ordinary, normal human beings. Yes, but they are capable of conceiving acts of diabolic destruction, as you will hear tonight in the Mystery Playhouse. Listen now to Mr. Boris Karloff in Those Who Walk in Darkness. We look in on a scene taking place in a private room at Bayside Hospital. A man with heavily bandaged eyes lies restlessly in a bed. At his bedside are his wife, Valerie, a nurse, and a famous eye surgeon, Dr. Paul Wade. Dr. Wade looks strangely and intently at his patient before he speaks.
The dressings at midnight and again in the morning, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Well, Doctor, what did you find? Will I be blind? Is it very bad?
Now, take it easy, Mr. Denton. There's nothing to worry about. Nothing at all.
You're sure? You aren't just saying that.
I'm quite sure.
Valerie, did you hear that? I'm not going to be blind. Valerie, where are you?
Right here, darling.
Did you hear? I won't be blind. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, darling, it's marvelous.
You don't sound very excited. Valerie, don't you realize I'm going to see again?
She doesn't sound excited because I don't want you to be excited, Mr. Denton. You've got to relax. Try to sleep.
Sleep? With this ungodly pain? My eyes feel as though they were on fire.
That will stop as soon as the opiate I gave you takes hold. You'll be comfortable, I'm sure. Now, good night.
You're going now, Doctor?
Yes, I'll look in on your husband in the morning.
Stephen.
Yes, Valerie?
Do you mind if I step out into the corridor for a moment?
But you promised not to leave me. I'm afraid, Valerie. Everything's so dark.
The nurse will be here, dear, if you want anything. I just want to ask Dr. Wade some questions.
Questions? But he's already told us.
Yes, Stephen, I know. But I'd like to find out about the treatment and how I'm to take care of you when we get you home, you know. Just little things.
All right. But hurry back. I want you near me.
I will, dear.
Good night, Mr. Denton.
Good night, Doctor. And thank you.
You're quite welcome. After you, Mrs. Denton.
Thank you.
I suggest we step into the consultation room across the hall. We'll have more privacy.
All right.
Here we are.
Thank you.
Well, it's been a long time, Valerie.
Yes, Paul, it has.
Almost 10 years, isn't it?
About that.
Strange that you should have called me, of all people, to treat your husband's eyes.
Oh, I was panicky, Paul. I didn't know what to do. It all happened so suddenly. Stephen was working in his laboratory at the house when suddenly I heard a violent explosion. I ran in and found him clutching his eyes and screaming, "I'm blind." First thing I thought of was an ambulance. Then you...
Why didn't you think of me 10 years ago?
That's not fair, Paul.
Was it fair to turn your back on me and then to marry a man almost twice your age?
Paul, please, why bring up ancient history?
It isn't ancient history to me. I've never forgotten you.
Paul, about Stephen's eyes.
What about them?
I have a feeling that you weren't telling him the truth.
You're right.
Oh, you mean he's not going to regain his sight? He's going to be blind? Oh, Paul.
You don't expect me to be terribly concerned, do you, Valerie? After all, he did take you away from me.
Don't be vindictive, Paul. It wasn't Stephen's fault. He didn't even know of your existence.
And you never told him that we were on the point of being married.
No, never.
It's rather ironic that we should meet again at the bedside of my rival, your husband,
A man who may forever walk in darkness.
Don't say that, Paul. It's horrible.
But unfortunately true. A moment ago, you told me not to be vindictive. I'm not, really. But if I were, I could have my fill of vengeance if I told him about us. And then told him that he'll be blind forever.
You wouldn't, Paul.
Or I might take another form of revenge. I could tell you that an operation is called for. A very delicate operation.
Are you trying to say that there might be a chance?
Yes. But supposing I refuse to perform the operation?
Paul, you're joking. You can't mean that.
Perhaps not. But you call me vindictive. Suppose I operate and my scalpel slips. What if he dies?
That would be murder. You're not a murderer, Paul. You wouldn't risk your professional reputation. Why must you torment me this way?
You really love him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Then forget the things that I've been saying. I want you to think of me as a friend. I want you to trust me.
I do trust you, Paul.
Thank you. Now as to the possibility of surgery. Here is the situation. The transparent film over your husband's eyes, the corneas, were burned and torn with the explosion. They've been so damaged that blindness will result, even though the eyes heal.
But you think an operation would cure that?
Possibly, although it's a very delicate job. The injured cornea must be peeled away and replaced by a fresh, healthy one.
Where can you get healthy corneas?
From the eyes of the dead.
Oh.
It isn't quite as horrible as it sounds, Valerie. You know, dying people often will their eyes for just this purpose. We maintain what we call a corneal bank. It's much the same as a blood bank, only but there's this difference. Corneal tissue can't be stored more than 48 hours. It must be fresh, or it's no good.
You have some available in the bank?
No, that's the trouble. I'm afraid we haven't.
But there's got to be some, Paul.
I don't know where, Valerie. Unless...
Unless what?
I was just thinking. Last night, one of the interns asked me to look at a charity case that puzzled him. He lives in a dirty little shack near the waterfront.
Yes, Paul.
I stopped by and examined him. I found an incurable condition. There's no way to save him. He won't live more than a day or two. But his eyes are healthy.
You mean you think he might...
I don't know. You'd have to have his consent, of course.
Take me to him, Paul. I'm sure I can make him understand.
Oh, it may not be so easy, Valerie. He's a strange person. A mystic and a spiritualist.
Let me try. Just take me to him.
All right. We can go there now.
How can anyone live down here, Paul? Wet streets and fog rolling in from the river. I shudder.
You'd be surprised where people are forced to live. That's the house over there. That gray shack.
Does he live alone?
No. There's a toothless old woman. I don't know where he picked her up, who keeps house for him. She's rather hideous and, I suspect, a bit demented. So don't be frightened when you see her.
I'll try not to be.
Here we are. There's no bell.
Those foghorns are giving me cold shivers.
Yes, they do sound eerie. Here comes the old woman.
Yes?
We'd like to see Chandra, please.
You can't. He's getting ready to go away. Chandra's going on a long journey.
Yes, we know. We'd like to see him before he leaves. We are friends of his.
Eh?
I said we are friends of Chandra. I was here last night. Don't you remember?
All right. Come in. His room's at the end of the hall. You know the way. I have to stay here by the stove. I'm cooking something. Yes, something for Chandra's journey.
I see. Come, Valerie.
something for Chandra.
Paul, she's ghastly.
But harmless, I'm sure. Here, this is the room.
Dark in there.
Yes, but there's a lamp burning. But the wick is down. I'll turn it up. There, that's better.
Paul, there on the cot. Is he alive?
Yes, still alive. Chandra. Chandra.
Who calls Chandra?
It's Dr. Wade. You remember me? I was here last night.
Yes. Chandra remembers, but it is too late. I am going away on a journey.
I know. That's why I've come. I brought a young lady with me, Chandra. She has a favor to ask.
Chandra has no favors to grant. Soon I will start to the other side.
Let her tell you what she wants, Chandra. Now go ahead, Valerie.
Chandra.
Well?
Chandra, my husband suffered an accident. An explosion. His eyes. Oh, Paul, I can't. You tell him, please.
All right. Can you hear me, Chandra?
I hear you.
So this young lady's husband just lost the sight of both his eyes. He'll be completely blind unless I perform an immediate operation. Unless I take parts of two healthy eyes and place them on his. She's asking that you give her your eye. Do you understand?
I understand I am visited by those who would rob me.
But you're going to die anyway.
Die? No, you are wrong. There is no death. I am going on a journey.
Please help me, Chandra.
No, I will need my eyes. I will need them to see into the great beyond, to guide me through eternity. The eyes are the windows of the soul.
I'll give you anything you ask.
No, I said no. Oh.
Oh. Something's happened.
He's dead.
Then it's all right. You can take his eyes.
No, I can't. He refused you.
Paul, listen to me. A doctor's first duty is to the living, to heal them, to make them whole. What responsibility have you to this lifeless thing?
It's a matter of professional ethics, Valerie.
Paul, you've got to do it. For me. Blindness would drive Stephen out of his mind. He's always hated the dark, like a little boy. Paul, please.
It wouldn't be right, Valerie.
It's a matter of life and death, not right or wrong. Paul, you have your surgical kit with you.
Yes, but...
Paul, please. I beg you.
All right. Close the door.
Well, it's good to be home again, Valerie. That hospital room was beginning to get me down.
It's going to be even better once the bandages are taken off.
Yes. Just another week, that's what Wade said. Oh, he's a good doctor, Valerie. I like him.
I'm glad.
Imagine being able to see again after all these weeks of darkness. I've never liked the dark. Why, it will be like coming into a new world. Yes. Tell me, what sort of an operation was it, Valerie?
Well, I don't know.
You sound like you're trying to hide something.
Oh, don't be silly, Stephen. Oh, that must be Paul. Dr. Wade, no. I'd better let him in, Stephen. I think Jenny's in bed.
Good evening, Mrs. Denton.
Good evening, Doctor.
Sorry I'm so late, but I had an emergency call.
Oh, it's quite all right.
Hello, Doctor.
Well, how is the patient?
Oh, fine, thank you, and anxious to get these bandages off.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes, but blindness is a curse.
Don't be so morbid, Stephen. You're very lucky.
Yes, I know I am. It's a warm night, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, a lovely night. Stars and a new moon.
They say a new moon's a good omen if you look at it over your left shoulder. Did you know I was superstitious, Doctor?
Well, I guess we all are in one way or another.
Yes. Oh, would it be all right if we took a short walk in the garden while Valerie makes some coffee? That is, if you have the time, Doctor.
Yes, plenty of time.
Well, can't I come along?
Oh, no, this is a stag party. You fix some coffee for us like a good girl, and we'll be back shortly.
All right.
Here, we can go out through the terrace.
Here, let me take your arm.
Thank you, Doctor. What a gorgeous night.
Yes, isn't it? See how the moon is... Oh, sorry, old fellow. I forgot for a moment.
That's all right. I'll be seeing it soon enough, thanks to you. And now you're seeing it for me. Over my left shoulder, I hope.
Why, no. It's the right one.
That's bad luck. Oh, but you couldn't possibly bring me bad luck, Dr. Wade. Not after giving me back my sight. You'll never know what you've done for me.
No?
No. You can't possibly know how much it was because you're not in love with Valerie. Valerie's my life, Doctor. So young, so beautiful. Without eyes, how could I see her beauty? I'm getting on in years, you know, and there'd be very little left for me if I couldn't look at Valerie and see the warmth of her smile. Oh, I don't expect you to understand that. Nobody can understand it except the one who's in love.
Perhaps you're right. It must be very pleasant to see with the eyes of love, even though the eyes are borrowed.
Borrowed? What do you mean?
Oh, why, nothing. Nothing, really.
That's not the truth, Doctor.
Shall we keep walking?
No, I want you to explain what you meant when you said my eyes are borrowed. It had something to do with the operation you performed, did it not?
Now, look
I won't be put off. I told you I was superstitious.
Give me back my eyes.
Who said that? Dr. Wade?
Who said what?
Give me back my eyes.
There, a strange voice.
I didn't hear anything.
Yes, I heard a voice saying, give me back my eyes.
Give me back my eyes.
There it is again, Doctor. Oh, for the love of heaven, whose voice is it? Tell me, I'm blind, I can't see.
I think perhaps we'd better go in, Mr. Denton.
No, I tell you, I heard a voice.
Oh, but you're tired. Now, come.
But all right. I can't understand it. I swear I heard a strange, hollow voice.
There was no voice, at least. None that I heard. Here we are. Step up. That's fine.
Back so soon?
I think you'd better go right to bed, Mr. Denton. You're tired and unnerved.
Yes, I will.
Coffee will be ready in just a few minutes.
Oh, I think I'll retire, Valerie.
Is something wrong, Stephen?
He's tired.
Oh, here, let me help you.
No, don't bother, please. I can find my own way. You stay with Dr. Wade. Doctor, are you sure we didn't hear?
I'm positive.
I see. Well, good night.
Good night.
I'll be in shortly, Stephen.
All right.
What happened, Paul?
I'd rather not discuss it.
Please, you must tell me.
Well, it's something I've been worried about.
What do you mean?
I haven't brought this up before because I was hoping against hope that the thing I feared was not true.
Paul, you don't have to hide anything from me. Is something wrong with Stephen?
I'm afraid so. I'm afraid the explosion injured his brain as well as his eyes.
Oh, Paul.
It isn't going to be easy to take, Valerie.
What happened in the garden?
He said he heard a strange voice saying, "Give me back my eyes." Oh, I shouldn't be telling you this, Valerie. You're trembling.
Oh. I'm thinking of that Hindu, Chandra. You said he was a mystic, a spiritualist. Do you think it's possible that... Oh, no, it couldn't be.
No, Valerie. I'm afraid Stephen's brain has been affected. And the horrible part of it is that I'm convinced the complete insanity will set in eventually.
Stephen.
I heard what you said, Doctor.
Oh, Stephen.
It's all right, dear.
Stephen, darling.
Come back into the bedroom, Mr. Denton. I want to talk with you. No, Valerie. You stay out here. Or better yet, go and get me some hot water.
Hot water?
Yes, I think I'll change these bandages and I'll want the water boiled. So watch it for at least 6 minutes.
Very well. I'll go to the kitchen.
Now, Mr. Denton, shall we go into your room?
It's no use, Doctor.
Let me guide you. There. That's fine.
I know you're trying to cheer me up, but I tell you it's no use, Dr. Wade. I understand. I'm going mad.
I'm sorry you overheard. After all, I could be wrong. Although
you know it's true.
I may as well be frank with you, Mr. Denton. Give me back my eyes.
That voice. I tell you, Doctor, I keep hearing that voice.
It's nothing. Your imagination is working overtime. Now, I'll get you a sedative. Valerie? Oh, here you are. I thought you were in the kitchen getting some water for me.
No, I didn't go. You didn't fool me asking for hot water.
Fool you? I'm afraid I don't understand.
You monster. You horrible monster.
What are you talking about?
Get away from that door. Let me go into my husband. Let me tell him.
Just a moment.
Get your hands off me. Let me go. I should have known right from the beginning. Instead, I trusted you, had faith in you.
Valerie.
Holding me. Make my skin crawl.
Valerie, I demand an explanation.
You'll get it, all the explanation you want. I suspected something wrong when you sent me for hot water. That was just to get rid of me. Get me out of the way for 6 minutes. But I didn't leave this front room.
Now, listen.
I did listen. Bedroom door didn't quite latch. I saw what you did. He couldn't see you because his poor eyes are bandaged. He's blind. But I saw your lips move, and I heard you say the words, "Give me back my eyes."
Valerie, will you please let me...
If you don't get your hands off me. You unspeakable monster. Trying to drive Stephen mad. Playing on his superstitions, his fear of the dark, of the unknown. To turn him into a raving maniac.
Valerie, be quiet.
Quiet? Why, you filthy, desperate... What was that? Stephen! Stephen! He shot himself. He's dead. Oh, Stephen.
Valerie.
Go away. Go away.
Valerie, it was all for the best.
Best?
Let me talk to you, Valerie. I can explain everything.
You murdered him.
I did it for you, darling, for us. Come into the living room and let me explain.
You murdered him. Just as if you'd held that gun to his head and pulled the trigger yourself.
Please, darling.
Go away. Leave me alone.
Valerie, believe me, I did it to free you from a man who didn't deserve you. I did it so that you could know happiness with me. You're young, Valerie. You have years ahead of you. You're entitled to everything in life. You understand? Come into the living room. There, that's it. We're going to be so happy together. Let me close the door and shut out the last memory of what has gone before. Now, our life is before us. Here, sit down.
My head, Paul. I have a terrible headache.
I'll get you some aspirin. Where is it?
In Stephen's laboratory. I'll get it.
Let me help you. There.
I think it's on the middle shelf. Turn the light on, Paul. The switch is on the right.
I have it. Let me get the aspirin for you.
I can find them more easily.
I've been thinking, Valerie. After this is all over, we are going away on a trip. Perhaps somewhere off in the mountains, or... You've got the wrong bottle, dear. That's not the aspirin.
No. It's one of Stephen's chemicals. It's acid, Paul. Sulfuric acid.
Oh, Valerie, put it back on the shelf. That stuff will burn.
No, Paul. No, you cold-blooded murderer. You're going to know what Stephen knew before you forced him to take his life. You're going to know what it is to walk in darkness.
Valerie.
Forever. Down my eyes!
There, my friend, is a young lady who takes literally the old adage, an eye for an eye. Thank you, Boris Karloff and cast, for keeping our growing reputation for horror quite intact. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll follow me, please, I want you to visit the green room. The players are rehearsing our next performance. Come. Come, come.
Watson, what do you know about this man, Damery?
Damery? What Damery?
Lord Damery, of course. You seem to have his photograph in all the society weeklies.
Well, naturally, the fellow's a household word in society.
Yes. He's a man of the world with a natural turn for diplomacy, and he's asked me for a 4:30 appointment, which I've granted.
You mean that Lord Damery's coming here, but it's 4:30 now. Look at the mess.
Oh, yes. Sherlock Holmes and the elementary Dr. Watson, played by Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce, respectively, will appear in our next tale of mystery. This is Peter Lorre closing the doors of the Mystery Playhouse. Good night. Sleep tight.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Fed up with the everyday grind. Tired out by the dull routine. Want to get away from it all.
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are speeding through the English countryside. The fast express train rocking beneath your feet. And you know that somewhere in the dark ahead of you, a band of men are plotting the destruction of the train, are planning the moment of your death.
Today, we escape to England at the turn of the century and the story of a complete train that vanished from the face of the earth. As Sir Arthur Conan Doyle told it in his fascinating tale, The Lost Special.
"20 years with Scotland Yard have brought me into contact with many weird and unusual events in human affairs, but none more strange than the occurrences which began on the afternoon of June the 3rd, 1890, in the railway station at Liverpool. On no case before had I ever felt myself so helpless, groping blindly, as it were, for an unseen adversary. not being certain of the nature of the crime, not even knowing, in fact, if it were a crime. Suffice to say that along a short stretch of railway line in Western England, I learned what is truly meant by terror of the unknown. At 4 o'clock of the afternoon in question, having completed a rather minor investigation which had brought me to Liverpool, I was sitting in the waiting room of the railway station reading and waiting for the 6 o'clock train for London, entirely unaware at that moment of a rather ordinary conversation that was taking place in the office of Mr. James Bland, the station master, a few yards away.
I'm very happy to know you, Mr. Carroll, and you, Mr. Gomez. And now, if I might learn the nature of your wishes?
Simply this, Mr. Bland. My companion and I have arrived on the steamer from Central America, which docked less than an hour ago. It is of the utmost importance that we reach London as quickly as possible in order to arrange passage across the Channel to France.
I see. Well, it's unfortunate you missed the 3 o'clock train, Mr. Carroll. However, there'll be a limited leaving at 6 that will put you in London.
That is not soon enough, Mr. Bland. I cannot stress too highly the importance of my reaching Paris at the earliest possible moment.
I can understand that, but there simply isn't any other train until
Quite
6.
so. Quite so. I am informed, however, that it is possible to charter a special train upon occasion.
A special? Yes, it's possible. Rather expensive, though.
The cost is not important, Mr. Bland. How soon can the arrangements be made?
Well, Mr. Hood, do we have an engine available?
Yes, sir. Number 247 is on the north siding under emergency steam.
Good. Very well, Mr. Carroll. It's 4:08 now. We can roll a special out of here at 4:30. The charge is £55.
Gomez, you will pay Mr. Bland £55.
Who is on the standby crew, Mr. Hood?
Let's see. John Slater is engineer, McPherson guard, Smith fireman.
Call them at once. Have them carry 2 standard coaches behind the engine, and telegraph the station master at St. Helens to hold the local on siding there until the special goes through. Make sure the line is clear as far as Manchester.
Yes, sir.
I'll send for a porter to take care of your briefcase, Mr. Carroll. Seems to be rather heavy.
Thank you, no. I prefer to keep it with me, if you don't mind.
Certainly, whatever you wish. Now, if you leave here at 4:30, you should be in Manchester at 6:15. The station master there will clear you on to London. And I trust you'll have a very pleasant journey.
As I say, I was not aware of these events until a while later, and would have placed no significance on them in any case. At 4:31, the special train with its 2 passengers and 3 crew members pulled out of Liverpool station and headed for Manchester. And at 10 minutes to 6, I was summoned to the office of Mr. James Bland, the station master.
And so that seems to be it. Very likely I have no real reason at all to be worried, Inspector Collins. But since I saw you below there in the station, I thought it wise to call you in on it.
Well, I'm happy to be of any help, Mr. Bland. Yes, as I understand it, your special train is running behind schedule, is that it?
Incredibly behind schedule. Nearly half an hour overdue at Manchester right now. We've wired them to check and report back.
Well, it isn't exactly unheard of for a train to run slow, Mr. Bland.
It is, unless there's some reason, and I can't think of one in this case. The special had clear track all the way. It passed through St. Helens at 4:52, right on time. They wired us, and then 15 minutes later released the local to follow along behind it into Manchester.
You mentioned something about Mr. Carroll having a companion, I believe.
Yes, a great hulking brute named Gomez. He didn't utter a word while they were here. Seemed to be a sort of bodyguard. Carroll himself was small and stooped with a swarthy complexion, possibly a Latin American.
And you got the impression that he was carrying something rather valuable in his briefcase.
Yes, he wouldn't let it out of his hands. And he seemed to be in great fear of something, though I haven't any idea what it may have been.
What about this second chap, Horace Moore?
Typically English, about 40 years old, seemed very anxious to reach his sick wife in London.
Here's Manchester on the wire now, Mr. Bland.
Good. What do they...
Well, just a moment. Well, here's a message. Assumed change in your original plan. Local from St. Helens arrived Manchester. Reports no sign of special train.
Oh, but that's impossible. St. Helens reported the special through ahead of the local.
Well, is there a branch line between St. Helens and Manchester, Mr. Bland?
No, not even a double track. There's only a single track main line straight through. Sidings, of course, at the local stations for loading purposes. But, Mr. Hood...
Yes, sir?
Check every local operator from St. Helens on. We've got to get to the bottom of this. I can't understand it, Inspector Collins. A locomotive and 2 coaches can't simply... Well, it's utterly impossible. It can't have just disappeared.
a few moments, the answers began coming in over the wire. The first was from St. Helens.
Repeating our previous message, a special train passed here at 4:52, local departed 15 minutes later.
Then from Collins Green.
Special passed here at 5 o'clock, followed by local train 17 minutes later.
And then Earlstown.
Special passed here 5:06, followed by local 18 minutes later.
Newton.
Special passed here 5:12, local train 17 minutes later.
At Kenyon Junction.
Special through here at 5:20, local passed 19 minutes later.
And then Barton Moss.
Local through at 5:53. No special train passed here today.
I tell you, it's absolutely unprecedented, Inspector Collins. An entire train and 5 human beings vanishing from an open track between 2 local stations only 8 miles apart. It's impossible.
The only thing to the contrary being the fact that it has apparently happened.
But I can't understand it.
Mr. Bland, I think you'd better make arrangements to get us out to Kenyon Junction as quickly as possible. Within 10 minutes, we were in a coach behind a goods engine moving at full throttle on the main line east out of Liverpool. Since the missing special had been reported safely through Kenyon Junction, there was no need for concern with the country this side of that station. While the coach rattled and banged along the miles, we spent the time poring over a large-scale map of that 8-mile stretch between the junction and Barton Moss.
As you can see for yourself on the map, Inspector Collins, it's rather open country through there.
Yeah.
Low rolling hills, mostly, with quite a lot of coal mining and 1 steel mill. No towns or villages near the railway line.
Yes, so I see, Mr. Bland. What about these spur tracks that join the main line? There must be a dozen or more of them.
14, to be exact.
Isn't it possible the special could have been switched onto one of those spurs?
Well, yes and no. 8 of them can be eliminated immediately. Besides being narrow-gauge tracks, they're also much too flimsy to bear the weight of a standard locomotive. Furthermore, they end at loading bins adjacent to the main line. They're not actually connected to it.
I see. Well, that still leaves 6. Are they all standard gauge?
Yes, but 3 of those 6 can be eliminated, too, since they've been abandoned for years. The mines they were built for are no longer operated. The Red Gauntlet, Despond, and Heartsease collieries.
Yes, but abandoned or not, if the tracks are still there, couldn't they be used?
No, they could not. When service to the 3 mines was discontinued years ago, the switches, along with several hundred yards of track adjacent to the main line, were removed to prevent accidents.
And that settles that. But we still have 3 lines left.
Yes, and all in operation. They serve the Big Ben and Perseverance collieries and the Carnstock Ironworks.
Good. Then there's the probable area of our investigation.
Probable? Inspector, I fail to see anything probable about a train scheduled from Manchester turning up in a dead-end siding.
Well, for many years now, Mr. Bland, I've been approaching problems of this sort with a certain theory of logic. Once both the obvious and the impossible are eliminated, and we seem to agree on those, then the solution must lie in the realm of the improbable, no matter how fantastic it may at first seem.
I can't believe it. Why wouldn't the train crew report in? What about Mr. Carroll's anxiety to get to London? Why wouldn't
Wait. We're slowing down, aren't we?
That's right, sir. We're pulling into Kenyon Junction.
This is the last station to report seeing the lost special. Very well, gentlemen. This is where we start to work. We stopped in the junction only long enough to rig acetylene spot lanterns at either side of the coach, directed in such fashion as to light up the roadbed and embankment along both sides of the track. And then we puffed slowly out onto the main line and headed towards Barton Moss, 8 miles away. The first mile of those 8 dropped behind us and brought no significant discovery, and we moved on through the second mile. Save for the flood of light from our lanterns and the dull red glow from the firebox of the engine, the night was as black as pitch. Now and again, the ugly shape of a loading bin for one of the narrow-gauge feeder lines would loom out of the darkness ahead of us and float past, ghostly for a moment in our lights, and then dissolve away behind us into the blackness. But on the roadbed, the rails themselves remained unmarred, undisturbed, and offered not the slightest clue to explain a disappearance that grew more mysterious by the minute. We completed the second mile and moved on, and then suddenly...
What is it, Inspector? What do you see?
Stop the engine at once, Mr. Hood.
Yes, sir. What is it, Inspector?
I think I've seen something.
I don't see a thing.
It's just off the embankment there, in the edge of the bushes. We'll need a hand light.
Here you are, sir.
Good. All right, come on now. Let's have a look.
By heaven, there is something right enough.
I see now. Well, it looks like a man lying there.
Oh, it's more likely the body of a man from the position he's in. Well, now, lad. Oh, well, let's turn you over and have a glimpse at your face, huh?
What? Inspector. Why, this is John Slater.
Huh? And who is John Slater?
He was the engineer on the special.
Oh. Well, he's dead. His neck's broken.
Dead?
I'll venture a quick guess it was caused by a fall from the cab of his engine. Traveling rather fast at the time, I'd say. You can see where he rolled through the bushes for some little distance there.
But then what happened to the locomotive, Inspector? Afterward, I mean.
Well, that still remains to be seen, Mr. Hood. We can be fairly certain of one thing, though. A special must have come at least this far out of the junction. Otherwise, it's pretty difficult to account for the engineer's body being here.
No more difficult, surely, than it is to account for any of this. This whole thing is incredible. Impossible.
Well, we still have our improbabilities, Mr. Bland. Those 3 connected spur lines are ahead of us yet, and the chances are one of them is going to supply some kind of an answer. By midnight, I'd completed a thorough check of the 3 lines. The first one, to the Big Ben colliery, ran 1.5 miles back into the hills and ended against the face of a huge pile of coal. Not large enough, however, to cover a locomotive and 2 coaches. I made certain of that. The line to the Perseverance colliery was hardly more than 1/2 mile long. It had been blocked all day, and it was still blocked by a string of loaded ore cars, and ended beyond them against the open rock face of a quarry. And the last line, running to the Carnstock Ironworks, was a double track, and had been left open all day. However, a sleepy superintendent informed me that over 200 repairmen had been busy on the roadbed until well after dusk, and it was impossible to imagine a non-scheduled train passing through such a horde of witnesses unnoticed. Oh, shortly after midnight, dog-tired, we walked into Barton Moss Station, still without the slightest explanation of the mystery. I want to send a wire through to Scotland Yard.
Scotland Yard? Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'm prepared to postpone further investigation.
Investigation?
Until daylight.
Yes, sir.
Now, sign it, Collins. Can you get that up right away?
Right away, sir.
Peaceful English countryside and a dead engine driver.
You speaking to me, sir?
Oh, no. It is strange, though.
Strange, sir?
In broad daylight, a 40-ton locomotive with 2 carriages and 4 passengers has vanished from the face of the earth.
In just a moment, we will return to Escape. But first, 10 great shows come to you every Sunday night on CBS, and right and bright in the middle is America's #1 comedy, The Jack Benny Show. Tomorrow night, Jack will take his place on CBS All-Star Night with a cast that's made The Jack Benny Show a welcome visitor in millions of American homes. Yes, Jack Benny, Amos and Andy, Helen Hayes, Eve Arden, and all the other great stars come to you over most of these same stations in CBS's 10 great shows on Sunday nights. And now, with our star, Ben Wright, we return to the second act of Escape and The Lost Special.
By the next morning, of course, the story was out and the daily papers went to work on it. But fortunately for Scotland Yard, the main attention of the press was directed at the moment toward the international scandal, which had been brewing for a week or 2 among high financial circles in France. As it was, however, letters to the editor in the Morning Post gave us quite a rough go of it. Oh, with all manner of crackpot
It seems
suggestions.
difficult to believe that the worthy operators of Scotland Yard have overlooked the one obvious explanation as to the whereabouts of the missing train. May I advise them that some 2 miles from Barton Moss, the railroad line crosses the West Branch Canal. Unquestionably, the special leapt from the bridge and lies now in the muddy water.
This whole affair is obviously the work of some subversive organization. And until the culprits are brought in to face their just deserts, no man, woman, or child in England can be considered safe. Now, my advice
we are
in the matter
witnessing the fulfillment of ancient prophecies. The forces of evil grow bolder and begin now to invade the earth openly. There is no doubt But what that strange man Caratol was really the devil in disguise. And it is high
Our first
time...
action this morning is to gaze quickly across the city toward Westminster Abbey. Considering the recently demonstrated inefficiency of Scotland Yard and the Manchester-Liverpool railway affair, it's quite possible the Abbey may be spirited away some night soon.
A week passed, and then 2 weeks. We scoured the whole western countryside, following up every lead, tracking down each rumor, and we got nowhere. 3 weeks, 4, and then the press began to ignore the matter. 2 months went by. Nothing new. 3 months, and the activity of Scotland Yard in the matter had come to a standstill. The reason was simple enough. We had no idea what else to do. So the records were finally taken from the active file and marked, case still open and unsolved. Even though I worked on other assignments, my mind kept turning continually back to the case of the lost special. I tried to think of some avenue left untried, some path overlooked, and I could think of nothing. I reviewed all of the improbabilities I'd tested and disproved, and I tried to... Improbabilities. Suddenly a fallacy in my own logic began to dawn on me. Arbitrarily, I had called certain explanations impossible and touched them only lightly in my investigation. And yet what could really be classed as impossible in a case which itself was utterly impossible? Back down to Barton Moss again, and then 10 days of painstaking work. At the end of those 10 days, I was certain that I'd found at least the essentials of the answer, and I was equally certain that I could never prove it. I could see only one bare chance, a desperate chance against long odds. I laid my plan before the chief inspector, and then Scotland Yard went into action.
The London Times, 21st November, 1890. Rumors are circulating that a man named Dalton, arriving in Liverpool on the steamer Vistula tomorrow, may hold the key to the long-standing Manchester railway mystery. According to reliable sources, Mr. Dalton possesses recently discovered copies of the documents which were carried in the briefcase of the ill-fated Mr. Caratol. It is further stated that Scotland Yard is arranging to meet Mr. Dalton at the Liverpool pier and rush him forthwith to London.
The next afternoon, accompanied by Mr. Dalton, I walked into the office of Mr. James Bland, station master at Liverpool, and chartered a special train for London.
We shall have the train ready for you to leave in 10 minutes, Inspector Collins.
Good. I'm most anxious to get Mr. Dalton and his briefcase to London as quickly as possible.
Yes, I saw the squib in yesterday's paper, and I was afraid then you'd be wanting a special train arranged. I'm still worried about it, as a matter of fact.
Oh, I hardly think there's any need to be. You've run a good many specials up to Manchester since that affair 6 months ago, and you've never lost another one, now have you?
No, but I'll confess I've shaken in my boots every time I've watched one of them pull out of here.
I say now, you're going to have me jumping at my own shadow.
Oh, don't worry, Mr. Dalton. I'll have you in London before you know it, and none the worse for the trip.
Nevertheless, Inspector, you'll have to admit the situation today is very much like the one 6 months ago.
Oh, yes, in some ways.
The mysterious stranger arriving by steamer from South America, and in urgent haste to reach London. The carefully watched briefcase, which, according to rumor, contains the very same sort of material Mr. Caratol was carrying.
But there is one difference. Mr. Dalton is being accompanied by an agent from Scotland Yard.
Yes, but Mr. Caratol also had a guard, that chap Gomez. And both of them disappeared.
Oh, come now. Surely you don't think that anything so fantastic could possibly...
Oh, no, he's right, Mr. Dalton. It did happen once, and a number of the elements are similar. Well, Mr. Bland, I'll wire you as soon as we reach Manchester.
Hardly necessary, Inspector. I think I shall go along with you.
What good? But if you're looking forward to excitement, I can't promise it.
No, it will probably be a very ordinary trip. But if I stayed here, I'd be a nervous wreck by the time you reached Manchester.
Well, then come along by all means. Mr. Dalton and I will enjoy your company.
Your train is just pulled up the platform, gentlemen.
Good. Well, gentlemen, we can't keep the fates waiting, huh? Let's get aboard.
Well, it's certainly been an uneventful journey so far.
Why, I hardly expected anything to happen this side of Kenyon Junction. And it's right ahead of us, then.
Inspector Collins, You mean you are expecting something to happen on the other side of it?
Oh, yes. Yes, that's the whole purpose of the trip.
I don't believe I follow you.
Yes, I imagine it is about time that you were brought in on this, Mr. Bland. I didn't want to take any chances by discussing it before we were well along towards the danger area.
We're passing through Kenyon Junction, Inspector.
Good. Mr. Dalton there is a Scotland Yard agent, by the way, Mr. Bland.
Oh?
And all he's carrying in that mysterious briefcase is half a dozen ham sandwiches.
I think I should welcome some sort of explanation, Inspector Collins.
Yes, do you ever hear of the old trick an archer uses when he loses an arrow? He shoots another in the same general direction, follows it, and sometimes he finds both of them. Well, this train and all of us aboard it constitute the second arrow, Mr. Bland.
Do you mean you're expecting this train to vanish like the other? Why, you're deliberately risking our lives.
Oh, the risk is not quite so great as you may imagine.
But what makes you believe the attempt will be repeated?
I've created as nearly as possible the same set of conditions that led to the first disappearance. If I'm right about the motivation, the parties concerned can hardly afford not to repeat.
What motivation? I fail to see one.
Well, it requires a bit of assuming, Mr. Bland, but the assumptions seem to fit the facts as well as the method used. Let's take some of those facts. Mr. Carator was in a frantic hurry to reach Paris. His briefcase apparently contained something of great value. He was afraid an attempt would be made to prevent his reaching Paris.
Yes.
In Paris at that time, a huge financial scandal was brewing, which later came to nothing because of lack of evidence. The scandal involved illegal land operations in Central America. And Mr. Carator had just arrived from Central America with his briefcase.
Even so.
Yeah, and finally, it must require a good deal of money to bring about the disappearance of a locomotive and coaches, whereas ordinary criminals rarely have a good deal of money. Now, do you follow me?
Yes. Yes, of course. If all that's true, then the idea was to eliminate Caratal completely, along with his evidence.
And that's exactly what was done.
Inspector, we just passed the spot where John Slater's body was found.
Well, then heads up, Mr. Dalton. It's only a few hundred yards now.
Tell me this, Inspector. Have you also discovered how the thing was done?
Oh, yes. But I'm in the unfortunate position of not being able to prove it.
And what do you think it's going to prove if the same thing happens to us?
Oh, that. Well, I forgot to mention that there are 20 agents of Scotland Yard concealed in the coach behind us. They're specially selected, armed with rifles, and are there for the express purpose of making sure the same thing does not happen to us.
We're slowing down, Inspector Collins. Well, I think this is it.
Slowing down? Why?
We're leaving the main line.
But we can't leave the main line. There's no siding here.
Oh, yes, there is. There's the spur track to the Heartsease colliery.
But it's abandoned. There's no connection to the main line. The rails were taken away years ago.
Ordinarily, you would be right, Mr. Bland, but at the moment there's an excellent switch installed at the main line, and also a very serviceable set of rails connecting it with the old track. We're traveling over them now, as a matter of fact. You see anything, Mr. Dalton?
Not yet, sir.
The train is being manned, incidentally, by Scotland Yard agents. I took the liberty of holding the regular crew in the coach behind us until we could find out which of them has been bought off, which scheduled to end up like John Slater.
But I must confess,
Inspector, look. Men are coming out of the bushes behind it. They're already starting to pull up the rails.
You see, Mr. Bland, in 15 minutes you'll be right again. There'll be no connection between the Heartsease siding and the main line.
Yes. Yes, I see now. By heaven, I never would
Mr.
have...
Bland, it won't do any good to try to signal with that pocket handkerchief.
I'm afraid I don't quite understand you, Inspector.
Then perhaps you'll understand the fact that you're under arrest for the murder of Caratal, Gomez, and John Slater.
Why, that's utterly ridiculous. Why have we stopped?
In order to permit it... There's your answer. I think that 20 agents of Scotland Yard should prove more than a match for your assistance.
Your guesses are nothing less than preposterous, Inspector. What could I or anyone else gain by merely switching a train onto an abandoned siding? The other special, if you recall, disappeared.
Ah, yes, so it did. And straight ahead of us, a mile and a half, if you recall, Mr. Bland, this spur ends at the Heartsease mine shaft, one of the largest inclined shafts in this part of the country. According to the records, it used to be 900 feet deep. But upon investigating it last week, I found it closed off by a tremendous cave-in at 400 feet. Now tell me, Mr. Bland, was the cave-in caused by the explosion of the locomotive's boiler when it struck the bottom? Or did you dynamite the shaft after the train went into it?
You've no proof of any of this and no evidence whatsoever against me.
Your train crew in the coach behind us have all signed statements. And I think we'll get a good deal more evidence from the men who are being rounded up out there now.
I I have nothing further to say.
Oh, there's nothing you can say, Mr. Bland. We've seen your bank account with those mysterious and heavy entries which are dated about the time the special disappeared, which I'm sure we shall be able to trace to certain French sources. We've succeeded in tracing down McPherson and Smith, the fireman and conductor you bribed to vanish. Too bad you couldn't bribe Slater, the engineer, because his death was most unfortunate. You see, his body furnished us with our first clue. Yes, Mr. Bland. Without Slater's body, we might really have thought that the lost special had disappeared into thin air.
Escape is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald. Today we have presented The Lost Special by Conan Doyle, adapted for radio by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Dunkel. Starred as Inspector Collins was Ben Wright, and the featured players were Parley Bear, John Daner, Edgar Barrier, Larry Dobkin, and Paul Frees. The special music was arranged and played by Ivan Ditmars. Next week...
You're aboard the Orient Express, rushing through the European night, bound for Constantinople. And in your compartment with you, a gun pointed at your head, a small, mysterious foreigner is about to take your life.
Next week, we escape with Graham Greene's exciting novel of intrigue, Orient Express. Goodbye, then, until this same time next week, when CBS again offers you Escape. For more adventures, seek it out with two top CBS shows tonight. The Adventures of Philip Marlowe and Gangbusters, both regular Saturday features on most of the same CBS network stations. Be sure to hear them tonight. Now, stay tuned for 5 minutes of the latest news, to be followed by the Let's Pretend program over most of these same CBS stations. This is Roy Rowan speaking for CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. The Four-Sided Triangle, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If life's tossed you into a barrel of trouble, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I'm here briefly on a visit from Canada just to make certain of one thing. Was Dr. Kenneth Sterrett, my best friend, murdered, or was it really an automobile accident? As a novelist, I admit the situation is trite. The older, successful man, the restless, beautiful wife. And if my suspicions are right, even the inevitable other man. If you care to interest yourself in something you may dismiss as an obsession on my part, I'll be at my hotel all day. Sincerely, Owen Marby.
I checked every angle, Marby, and there's no reason to suspect that Dr. Sterrett's death wasn't an accident.
But, Mr. Valentine, my stubbornness about Ken being murdered isn't exactly groundless.
Yeah, well, maybe. But there are a lot of dangerous hairpin turns coming down Eagle Canyon Drive. The Sterrett house is practically on the mountaintop, and there's always a fog rolling in there at night.
I knew Ken very well. He was my roommate when he was going to medical school at the University of Toronto. He was the most exasperatingly careful, methodical man I've ever known. He drove a car the way old ladies used to drive electric buggies.
But that night he received an emergency call from a hospital. He may have been in a hurry.
And there's something else.
Yeah?
Last year, on my way to a lecture engagement, my plane had to stop over for a few hours. I had a drink with Ken, and he showed me a picture of Juliet, his wife.
Go on.
He implied, and very definitely, that they weren't happy. He suspected there was another man, though he didn't know who it was. Later, at the airport, by the merest coincidence, I saw Julia and that other man. They were in the cocktail bar.
But how can you be sure that was the man, Mr. Marvin?
Well, they're seen almost constantly together now. His name is Charles Dallison. But this is the important point. They're very careful to give the impression they didn't meet until after the so-called accident. Why?
Well, that's an interesting question. Now, tell me, Julia Sterrett doesn't know you, does she?
No. Ken may have mentioned me casually, but that's about all.
Uh-huh. Then I could be Owen Marby.
Well, you sound as though that imagination of yours is going into action.
Well, just like you, Marby, I'm flying blind at the moment. But I'll see what I can do to put your mind at rest. Okay, now, Brooksy, you're on your own. Don't let the head waiter steer you anywhere but the booth next to Julia and Dallison. It's all reserved for you.
But how do you know they're going to show up for dinner tonight?
Well, I checked that, too. Just try to overhear as much as you can. Now, I got to get going. Julia Sterrett, isn't it?
I beg your pardon.
Well, I recognized you at once from the picture Ken sent me, and the head waiter assured me I was right. I'm Owen Marby.
Oh, yes, I remember. Ken used to speak about you. Charles, this is one of Ken's friends from Canada.
Dallison's the name.
How do you do?
Won't you join us, Mr. Marby?
Oh, well, thank you, but worse luck, I have to meet a book critic in a few minutes.
Oh, that's right. You are a novelist, aren't you?
Yes, Mrs. Sterrett. But I still manage to find life infinitely stranger than fiction. For instance, running into you at Henri's like this tonight. But I was going to look you up anyway, Julia.
I should hope so.
I thought it no more than right to apologize for making it more difficult for you after Ken's death.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Well, I must confess that when I first heard what happened, I was convinced there was foul play.
You don't write mystery novels by any chance, Mr. Marby?
No, I don't. It sounds like it, doesn't it? No, I should have known that if there were any suspicion in that direction, the county autopsy surgeon would have cleared it all up.
Autopsy? But why...
Well, you see, in a rash moment, I even wrote your district attorney what seems now to have been a melodramatic and slightly hysterical note.
I think you can be forgiven, Marby. You know, a tribute to your friendship with Dr. Sterrett rather than your zeal as a busybody.
Oh, but I won't consider myself really forgiven, Julia, unless you have dinner with me tomorrow. Of course, the invitation includes you, too, Dallison.
Sounds delightful. But why so formal? I think you two can find your way to my mountaintop. Suppose both of you just drop in tomorrow evening.
Oh, fine, thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must be running along. Nice to have met you, Dallison.
Thank you.
And I know we'll have a lot to talk about, Julia. Good night.
Good night.
I don't like it, Charles. I don't like it at all.
Oh, now, please, Julia.
The man is lying. I'm sure Ken never sent him any picture of me. This was no coincidence tonight. I tell you, he staged it. He's up to something.
Shut up, Julia. Do you want the whole place to hear you?
He's the only one who never believed it was an accident. I could tell by the tone of his letter of condolence. He still doesn't believe it.
Julia, we'll have to do something about your nerves. If you let a little thing like this upset you...
Let's get out of here, Charles.
Brooksy, for the love of heaven, where you been? What happened to you? Do you know what time it is?
Well, if you'll stop lathering me with questions, Johnny, I'll give you all the horrendous details.
Okay, come on.
Oh, my feet. Let me sit down.
Oh, here, sit down.
Well, how did I know those two were going to park halfway up Eagle Canyon Drive and get into a gab fest?
What? How the dickens did you get way up there on Eagle Canyon Drive with them?
Well, in that booth, I could hardly hear anything they were saying, except that they were going to leave in a few minutes.
Yeah?
Well, so I beat it out and wrapped myself in the blanket in the back of their car.
Oh, great. All they had to do was spot you, and then you'd have been...
not a chance. It was too dark, and the back of that custom job is a half a block from the front seat. I had all I could do to hear what they were talking about.
Well, for the moment, I won't inquire how Claire Brooks, girl Gumshoe, got away undetected, but just what did you overhear?
Well, nothing and everything. See what you can make out of this conversation.
I can't help it, Charles. There was something about Marby. I can't explain it. It was as though he were laughing at us all the time.
You're going to make life very difficult for yourself, Julia. If you go to pieces every time you bump into a visiting fireman who once knew your husband.
Oh, darling, let's not wait any longer. It's been 8 months now since Ken. There's no reason why we can't be married.
It's simply not the way I planned it. You were to wait 1 year. That morally approved period for widow's weeds to blossom forth again into passion flowers.
You and your plans. I want to be able to laugh again.
And I want you to, Julia. We'll laugh together. And wherever we go, we'll have the orchestra play something fitting. Say the Merry Widow Waltz.
Isn't there anything you can't joke about? Didn't you feel any qualms at all when Marby went babbling on about writing a district attorney? That nonsense about an autopsy? Didn't you...
Wait a minute, Julia. Yes, autopsy. A term so blankly used by policemen when they suspect poison in the case.
Charles.
Come to think of it, Julia, maybe you're right. We ought to know more about our guest from Canada. It'll help us decide the best way to entertain him tomorrow night.
Well, what do you say, George?
Well, give me a minute, will you, Angel? See, incidentally, how did you get back without being seen? It's 4 miles from that eagle's nest to the boulevard, and not a house or a gas station in between.
Oh, when I took off my high heels, it was a snap. Got an extra pair of arch supports on you, mister?
Oh, brother. A mere man salutes you, Brooksy.
At ease, Buster. I still say, what do you make of it?
Oh, not a thing you could stick a pen in. All which they couldn't deny having said. But it wouldn't be going out on a limb to assume that the suspicions of Owen Marby are far more fact than fiction. Okay, Lieutenant, don't blow your top. I'm not asking you to exhume Dr. Sterrett's body.
Well, thanks, Valentine. That's real white of you.
Just the same, I bet the medical examiner would find traces of something to show the doctor was poisoned, and it was no accident that he lost control of the car.
Miss
and I'll bet
Brooks, the ME might even find the lost cord, but I can't go asking for an autopsy order on just a lot of hearsay evidence and vague suspicion.
Well, I was only trying to help you
It's a pretty generally accepted thing that once people are dead, you ought to leave them alone.
Oh, really?
Unless there's a darn good reason to dig them up.
Look, please, both of you, what's all the shooting about? I didn't even suggest anything like that.
Well, you might have.
After all this time, even if we found anything, it wouldn't clinch the case against either Mrs. Sterrett or Dallison. It'd be too circumstantial.
Oh, now, look, don't get me wrong, Valentine. If you came up with something tangible, I'd be glad to play ball. As it is, what do you want from me?
Okay. Tomorrow, I'd like you to put a man on Charles Dallason's tail and report on everything he does.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Brooksy can keep an eye on Mrs. Sterrett.
Within reason. I'm not at my best climbing up and down mountains.
Just as they want to be prepared to receive me, I'd like to hold a few top cards myself.
Darling, you're not only going in the wrong direction from the Starrett house, but you're going there a little too fast. I don't recall any 60-mile-an-hour zones within the city limits.
Would you mind going over your day with Mrs. Sterrett again, Angel? There's one part of it that intrigues me.
Oh, I don't know why. Beauty parlor at 11. Lunch at Miranda's tea room alone. Visit to a Dr. Rayford on Barton Street. A stop over to Rexall Drugstore, and so to home.
I think I'll have a few words with Dr. Rayford on the way out.
Well, why, George?
Old operations always make stimulating conversation. But right now, I'd better take care of this little matter.
George.
Sorry, Brooksy.
Well, of all the dopey things, what are you trying to do?
You'll see, Angel. All right, Buster, get out of that car.
What's the idea of stopping that way? You want to kill somebody?
Come on. Step out, friend, outside. Don't get bug-eyed. You've seen a gun before.
What is it, George?
Just a minute, Brooksy. All right, now, Bud, you've been on my tail all day.
Well, you're nuts.
You ought to know better than to try to shadow somebody with that beach umbrella jacket you're
I
wearing.
don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll break it down into one-syllable words. Dallison hired you, didn't he? Have you reported to him yet? Okay, I don't have time to play games with you. But you present a very vexing problem, fella.
Yeah, I see what you mean. What are you going to do with him, George?
Oh, I think we'll drop him off at headquarters and let Lieutenant Riley keep him company.
Yeah, but if he doesn't call Dallison, they're bound to wonder why.
And it may even cramp their style tonight. I hope. because it looks like those two will be playing for keeps. Okay, Buster, start moving. I got a very important date.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Whether you're driving a brand new car or one of the older models, there's one way, and a sure way, of getting the very best performance out of it. And that's to depend on Chevron Supreme gasoline. For this carefully blended high-octane gasoline puts command performance in your car. It commands fast starts, smooth, steady acceleration, all the extra power your car needs on steep hills. No matter where you motor in the West, you can be sure of command performance from your car when you have Chevron Supreme in the tank. That's because this premium quality fuel is climate-tailored to each different altitude and temperature zone. Makes no difference if you're driving in the Northwest, in the desert, the Rocky Mountain country, or in the coastal cities. Chevron Supreme is climate-tailored to your region. And that's why you can count on it. So to get the best out of your car, get Chevron Supreme tomorrow. Get it at standard stations and at independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Every 45 minutes, a murder takes place. Every 2 hours, said murder is a perfect crime. So, if you're in George Valentine's business, you can just take it in stride when you have to impersonate a Canadian novelist to prove an 8-month-old accident was a homicide. But then you find yourself being shadowed, so that as you set out to meet the suspected couple, you're really quite grim. Meantime, a minor crisis is taking place between Brooksy and Lieutenant Riley in the latter's office.
A fine thing, Miss Brooks. I agreed to cooperate with you and Valentine, and what happens? What happens?
Well, you did manage to keep this Eddie Thorpe under wraps for the night.
Well, sure, on a vagrancy charge. But one of these days, I'm going to get caught up the creek without a paddle messing around with you two.
Well, I wish I knew what George expected to find stopping off at Dr. Rayford's office. Mrs. Starrett only dropped in there for a few minutes today.
Don't you know by now that when he gets a brainstorm, it's like an act of nature? You don't know what he'll do next or why. I tell you, one of these days I'll... Hello, Riley. Oh, Valentine, where the devil are you? I thought you'd be with them by now.
Oh.
What? Shh, quiet. Okay, I'm listening. Go on.
Where is...
Huh? Now, look, you. I'm not going to be a party to anything like that. Now, don't be a fool.
What's he going to do?
Quiet, will you? No, not you. You know what it'll mean if it doesn't work? Now, wait a minute. Sure, I can get the ME's office to make up that prescription, but listen to reason. You can't... Yes, I understand, but... Okay.
What does he want you to do? You can at least tell me that.
He wants you to park on Eagle Canyon Drive, just around the first turn, coming down from the Starrett home. You're going to have a little package to give him.
Package?
Yeah. I'll be waiting down on the boulevard for the both of you.
But George never keeps me in the dark like this. Why now? Why?
Hello. Let me have the medical examiner's office. Well, find him wherever he is. It's an emergency.
How about another drink, Marby?
Soda, wasn't
Yes, thanks. You know, I'll be glad to get back to Canada so I can tackle my new novel again.
Four-sided triangle. What an odd title.
Yeah, the story's been giving me quite a bit of trouble.
Oh, really? What's the plot? Maybe we can help.
Well, frankly, nothing very original. The usual triangle. But the lovers are completely successful in doing away with the husband in the case.
I'm sorry.
You've already begun to intrigue Julia, but go on, Marby.
Well, they do it so neatly, in fact, there's no suspicion of crime. Not a shred.
Then what seems to be the trouble?
I can't decide whether to let my hero and heroine, if you can call them that, live happily forever after, or let them face retribution.
Here you are.
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I was playing around with the notion of introducing a character who won't believe the husband's death was an accident.
The fourth side of the triangle, I presume.
Yes, that's it exactly. He's one of those virtuous pig-headed men. He doesn't rest until he ferrets out the truth. And, well, so on and so forth. How does it sound to you, Julia?
He sounds like such an exemplary character. Would you say he was quite true to life?
Oh, well, just take me, for example. My first impulse when I heard about Ken. I kept seeing in the accident more than there was. And I imagine I'm fairly typical.
Was that your only problem with the book, Marty?
No, but I was thinking of introducing something more subtle. You know, try to find some little, almost meaningless thing my two scoundrels might have overlooked in their planning. Say a matter of coincidence.
I thought novelists always tried to avoid coincidence.
Well, now, why should they? It happens all the time. Now, you and Dallison here, Julia.
What about us?
Well, I doubt if anyone's aware that you knew each other before Ken's accident.
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't.
Let him go on, Julia. This is very interesting.
But you see, by the merest of chance I was talking about, I happened to see you together in the cocktail bar at the airport.
Oh, what?
Yes, it was last year, and I only stopped over in town for a few hours.
Goodness, we're out of ice. I better go in the kitchen and get some.
Excuse me, Marty. There's always a running feud between Julia and the ice trays.
Oh, I understand. I had the same trouble.
Julia, you realize what you have to do.
Charles, another...
He knows. The three of us know now. The business of us being together at the airport can lead to a lot of other things.
Why is he toying?
Because, fortunately for us, he's a ham. At the right moment, see that stuff gets in his drink.
Couldn't we wait till that man you hired calls?
Whatever he found out following Marty isn't important now. Now listen carefully, Julia. He has to have enough liquor in him so that when he's found, it'll be obvious why he went over the side into the canyon. There'll be no questions.
But I can't. Oh, Charles, I can't.
The timing has to be just right. We'll have to get him out of here so it'll happen when he's halfway down the mountain, where the curves are the worst. So you wait till I give the signal.
I wish I could be the one to give the signal. Just for once.
When I think he's had enough, I'll raise my finger like this. I'll say, this has been great fun, Marty. Let's do this more often.
All right, Charles.
And for heaven's sake, try to control yourself. The rest of our lives depends on how we act in the next hour.
Well, it's about time, Ferris.
I did everything but fly, Lieutenant.
Okay, I'll take that. Here you are, Miss Brooks.
I'll ask you again, Lieutenant. What is this? What have I got here?
I told you before Valentine made up the rules for this little game. I didn't want any part of it. You heard me on the phone. Now there's no choice but to play it his way. Just give him that package.
For 2 cents, I'd call a cab, just so I could tell somebody where to go.
Go on, get in that car and get started. And remember, park just this side of the last big turn before you get to the top.
And you know why none of my novels made any of the book clubs?
Why, no, Marty. Why?
They've never been long enough. They got to be at least 900 pages before they're even considered. They don't bother reading them. They just weigh them.
You sound bitter, Owen.
Oh, thank you very much. Gin and bitters. Don't mind if I do. It's a very fine drink.
Oh, say, look at the time. You know, this has been great fun, Marty. Let's do this more often.
That's right. We must do this more often. Let's make it soon.
Oh, hey there, Julia. What are you doing all the way over there?
Just getting a little nightcap. We can all do with one, I think.
Oh, good.
Here's yours, Charles. And yours, Owen.
All right, thank you. What do we drink, Joe?
Why not to your new book?
Oh, yes, that's very good. The Four-Sided Triangle. Right? It tastes funny, doesn't it? I'll tell you a secret. I can't even taste it at all.
Well, old man, I'll see you at your car, eh? I'll put on the floodlights. It's beginning to fog up in the canyon.
All right. Good night, and sweetest dreams be thine through all thy shining way. Poetry.
Yes. And watch yourself driving, Marty. We wouldn't want anything to happen to you.
George.
Have you got it, Brooks?
Yeah.
Let me have it.
Oh, darling, I saw your headlights
Quick,
leaving down
Hazel,
the...
quick.
Well, here, but...
Now, get inside and take the wheel.
Okay, George.
Here's to you, Brooksy. Happy days.
Oh, darling, you know you're scaring me to death, don't you?
That makes a couple of scared people. Step on it, Angel.
Okay. Okay, Miss Brooks, we'll take care of him
She
now.
fainted. I didn't dare stop.
Yeah, I know. Come on, boys. Come on. Get him into the ambulance.
Got a hold of him, don't they?
Yeah. All right, let's go.
I'm going with him,
You'd
Lieutenant.
only be in the way, believe me.
In the way? Well, you don't expect me to
Now,
stand...
boys, don't wait for the hospital. Start pumping him out now.
Oh, pumping him out. You knew this was going to happen, and you let it. And now you're going to tell me.
There was no stopping him.
What did he do?
He found out Dr. Rayford gave Mrs. Starrett a prescription for some poison today.
Poison?
Presumably to make a solution to use on her flower beds. Being a colleague of her late husband, he didn't even think twice about it.
And George walked into this and purposely
The
let himself
stuff in
be...
the bottle you gave him is supposed to be the antidote for the poison. If he got it in time.
Oh, that big, crazy, stubborn...
Well,
loon.
that's what your boyfriend calls getting evidence that'll stand up in court. He just naturally likes to do things the hard way.
You must forgive me, Lieutenant Riley. This has been a great shock. Mr. Marby was my husband's best friend.
Yes. Just when did he leave? What time was it?
Oh, hours ago. About 10:30. You see, he was feeling rather, gay. We felt that if he was going to drive, he oughtn't overdo it.
Even so, I suggested that he stay over. Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah. Well, like they say, liquor and gasoline don't mix. I guess it'll be the same routine report. Do you mind if I sit down?
No. Go ahead, Lieutenant.
Sometimes I wish we could make some of these fool drivers take a look at what we saw when we found Marby down in the canyon. Oh, believe me, it would make them think he wasn't a pretty sight.
Lieutenant, please stop it.
Now, Julia, we know you're upset, but this isn't going to help any.
Nothing's going to help now.
Marby!
Hello.
No!
Julia.
No! Don't come near me! We killed you, didn't we, Charles? We killed him!
Shut up!
Just like we did Ken. We're only imagining this. Everything's going to turn out all right. Tomorrow we're going to laugh and be happy. That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the way.
That's it, Lieutenant.
Hey, say, Valentine, were you serious about the way you wanted me to dedicate my next book?
I certainly was serious about the way you dedicate your next book. Sure was, Mr. Marby. To Mr. and Mrs. George Valentine.
Mr. Darling.
So you just let us know, Marby, and we'll make a special trip down to City Hall the very day your book comes off the press.
Oh, golly. I just don't believe it.
I like your other suggestion, too. I should be more commercial. Aim for the book clubs. Write something 800-900 pages. Of course, it'll take years before I get it to my publisher, but it may be worth it.
Oh, years, huh? Oh, why doesn't one of these build-ups ever pay off for me? Oh, maybe I just don't live right.
The return of spring means, for most folks, the time for another house cleaning. And speaking of things attended to at regular intervals, how long has it been since your car's oil has been changed? You know, for the life of your car's engine, nothing is more important than a crankcase drain and a refill with RPM motor oil at regular intervals. Like any other piece of equipment used daily, your car's engine is bound to accumulate a certain amount of harmful contaminating material. RPM motor oil was compounded to take care of these troublemakers, to keep them from building upon interior engine parts during the oil service period. When the oil is changed, this harmful material is drained out. That's how compounded RPM keeps your engine clean mile after mile. And that's not all. For RPM also protects hot spots left bare and exposed to wear by ordinary motor oils. It stops corrosion and rust-proofs as it lubricates. Why not see about that oil drain and refill tomorrow? And for protection you trust, be sure you refill with RPM motor oil, first choice in the West. Get RPM at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations where they say and mean we take better care of your car. Next week, we'll pick up George Valentine in Mexico, in a house as mysterious and sinister as its name, Casa Diablo.
George, if Bixby had somebody in this house to see that none of us left here alive, whoever it is must have turned on him. You know, like Frankenstein turning on his... George, you're not even listening to me.
Angel, if there's a grammar school around here, I think I'm going to enroll in the kindergarten.
Huh?
We're right down to the oldest outdoor sport in the world, Brooksy. The hunter and the hunted.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Francis Robinson as Brooksy. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Herbert Little Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Barton Yarborough as Marby, Lorene Tuttle as Julia, William Woodson as Charles, and Mark Lawrence as Ferris. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Whistler, another signal mystery. Tonight, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, bring you another in a series of strange tales by The Whistler. A story of revenge and ironic justice, set against a background of eerie beauty and sudden death. Listen to The Last of the DEVEREAUX. But first, an interesting fact. Last week, 100 motorists were asked how long since your front wheel bearings were repacked. Believe it or not, 72 out of the 100 didn't even know wheel bearings are supposed to be repacked, which will probably account for 72 cases of wheel bearing trouble at a time when car parts are hard to replace. You see, front wheel bearings aren't lubricated every 1,000 miles like the rest of your car, but every 10,000 miles. Car manufacturers say front wheel bearings must be removed, cleaned, and packed with fresh grease. It's a precision job because the bearings must be adjusted so as not to bind, yet not be too loose. That's why it's a good idea to have your neighborhood signal dealer do this important job for you. He not only has the needed tools and special wheel bearing grease, but because he's in business for himself, you can count on him to do a conscientious job that will keep your wheel bearings happy for another 10,000 miles. Yes, 72 out of 100 didn't know it. But repacking your front wheel bearings is a mighty important way your neighborhood signal dealer can help your car go farther. And now,
I am the Whistler, and I know
I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. In the bayou country of the Deep South, a land inhabited by the descendants of early French settlers, stands an ancient mansion called the Cypresses. Owned for generations by the aristocratic DEVEREAUX family, the plantation boasts acre upon acre of sugar cane, bending to the warm river breeze, and life goes on much as it has in the past. Beauty is everywhere, but danger too, like the treacherous morasses which lie beneath innocent flowers. Paul Vertel, who is definitely not aristocratic, has long wanted the Cypresses for his own, hopelessly it seems. But times change. Paul is now rich, and today, as the heavy door of the DEVEREAUX mansion opens, he believes his ambition is about to be realized.
Yes, sir?
I'm Paul Vertel. I'd like to see Monsieur DEVEREAUX.
Yes, sir, if you'll kindly step inside, sir.
Yes.
Master DEVEREAUX's been right poorly lately. Doctor says he can't have no shock of no kind. I hope y'all ain't going to worry him none.
That hardly concerns you.
Yes, sir. Master DEVEREAUX, this here's...
Paul Vertel. You must have been expecting me.
Yes, monsieur. That will be all, Matthew.
You sure you don't want me?
It's quite all right.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated, monsieur. May I pour you a brandy?
My visit isn't social. I've come about...
The foreclosure.
Yes. This is your last day to redeem the property. It is now 3 minutes until 4. Unless you can pay me $15,000 by 4 o'clock, I shall have to take possession of this estate.
What do you want with my land, Monsieur Vertel? You're no sugar planter. You're a trader. Yet you've taken great pains to buy up every note I've given in the last 5 years. Notes that I've had no trouble renewing.
Cypresses took my fancy. I have the habit of getting what I want. Wasting time. I assume you're unable to pay the money, therefore...
Your assumption is not correct, sir.
It's not correct.
Only a few minutes ago, I completed arrangements for a loan. The money has already been placed to my account. 2 minutes still remain before the deadline. I'll write you a check.
I don't think you will.
What do you mean?
In a minute and a half, if you haven't paid me the money due, the Cypresses will be my property. I've counted on having it, you hear? I won't be cheated out of it now.
I'm an old man and a sick one. But I am going to that desk. Get out of my way or I shall ring for help.
You won't be able to.
This is DEVEREAUX land. You won't get your filthy hands on it.
I warned you.
It's you who should be warned. Take the Cypresses, but its ghosts will haunt you. Its wine will sour in your glass. The river will rise up and cover the land, and you, Paul Vertel, will sicken and wither and die.
I won, DEVEREAUX. Your curse is as dead as you are. Who's there?
Oh,
Who are you? I can't...
what have you done?
The sun's shining in those windows. I couldn't see. Who are you?
Is he dead?
I don't know. Well, yes. Yes, he is.
Matthew.
It must have been his heart. We were just talking, and he suddenly collapsed.
Here he is, Miss Ann. Oh, Lordy. Master DEVEREAUX. I know who it was. I know it was this here gentleman who...
Call Dr. Carton. And Matthew, get Charles and carry him to his room.
Poor old Monsieur DEVEREAUX. But how very fortunate for Paul Vertel, now the new master of the Cypresses. Paul is quite pleased with the way things are going. By nightfall, a Dr. Carson has already signed the death certificate. An inquest would have been such an annoyance. Then, too, there is this Miss Anne, young and fascinating. Miss Anne, who at the dinner table identifies herself as Anne Martin, the Devereux's housekeeper with a strong love for the cypresses, its gloomy old house, and its swamps.
Now, what do you intend to do with the cypresses, Monsieur Vertel? Sell it at a handsome profit?
Oh, no. I intend to live here, mademoiselle. When a man has spent 20 years fighting a highly unsympathetic world, he sometimes longs for a gentler mode of living. I mean to find it here.
I believe there's an old family saying that only a Devereux can be happy at the cypresses.
I found that old family sayings have even less vitality than the old families which say them.
I didn't know if you planned to stay, Monsieur Vertel, but I had a room prepared for you.
I'm afraid there's no choice. I was, unfortunately, all too aware that Devereux couldn't meet his obligations, so I made arrangements accordingly. An agricultural expert will be here first thing in the morning.
I begin to understand your success in the world. Oh, but here's Matthew with some port wine. You'll find it very excellent.
Oh.
To the new master of the cypresses.
And new life for a dying house.
Monsieur Vertel, your wine.
Oh, I'm clumsy. Please forgive me.
You didn't drink the toast.
The clock, it struck 4 times.
Is there anything odd about... Oh, I see what you mean. It must be nearly 11. That's strange. I've never known that clock to be wrong before.
Master Devereux died at 4 o'clock. It's his spirit wandering.
Matthew, you better go back to the kitchen.
Yes.
These old servants. Oh, but you seem tired, monsieur. Would you like to go to your room?
Huh? Oh, well, yes, I believe I would. It's been a trying day for us all.
I'll show you up.
Oh.
It's at the head of the stairs.
Thanks. That's a spooky place.
I suppose a stranger would find it so.
Oh, mademoiselle.
Yes?
Don't suppose you've made any plans for yourself, that is.
Why, no, I haven't. Everything happened so quickly, I'll have to find another job, of course.
I hoped you'd consider staying on here for a while at least.
All right, monsieur, if you wish it.
Oh.
Someone will have to make arrangements for the funeral. There are no relatives.
You're more than repaying any debt you owe Monsieur Devereux.
I want to do what I can. Oh, here's your...
Good Lord. Devereux.
Oh, I must have made a mistake. He looks quiet and peaceful in the candlelight. Lying there so still.
Yes, his troubles are all over, if that's what you mean.
Miss Anne, you take that gentleman out of here. Take him out before harm comes to him.
Who's that?
Oh, it's just Charles, Monsieur Devereux's man. He's sitting up with his master's body.
Please take that gentleman out of here, Miss Anne.
It's all right, Charles. Shall we go, monsieur?
By all means.
And so Paul Vertel becomes master of the cypresses. He's not superstitious enough to believe in a dead man's curse, and he should now be very happy, particularly since lovely Anne Martin is so friendly and helpful during the next few weeks. But there are other things which are not so pleasant. And as Anne and Paul drive a horse and buggy down a plantation lane one afternoon, Paul is somewhat querulous.
Oh, this is a crazy idea, Anne. Paying a state visit to a Negro village.
No, it isn't. If you want their loyalty, you must get to know them, take an interest in them.
I suppose you're right. It's just that I don't feel too well today. Headachy and generally out of sorts.
You've been taking quinine?
Oh, yes, religiously.
Then it's the hard work you've been doing the past 3 weeks. Not to mention the worrying.
Small wonder the way things have been going. Cane almost ready to harvest, and then the mill breaks down.
It'll be running in time.
And the weather. There's rain in the air. Bad storm might ruin everything.
Oh, Paul, you're determined to be a pessimist.
Oh, perhaps. That house doesn't help. Grim, moldy old ruin. If I believed in ghosts, I'd say it was haunted by legions of dead Devereux who go around blowing their dank breaths down your neck.
Oh, there's the village now.
It's almost as dismal as everything else around here.
It seems deserted. I wonder...
And what are those silly decorations hanging in front of the houses? Has there been some kind of a celebration?
No. No celebration.
Oh, you look worried.
Those decorations, you call them.
What about them?
They're charms. Bits of cloth and sticks and heaven knows what else. Whoa there, boy.
Huh. Deathly quiet.
It would be. Paul.
Yes, what is it?
The door of that cabin there. It moved.
Yes, it's opening.
Oh, Charles, it's you. Where is everybody? Why didn't you come out to see us sooner?
Well, come on. Speak up, man. Answer, mademoiselle.
The colored folks, they all go away as soon as they find out Mr. Vertel he come here. They don't want no truck with nobody that got the curse of death on him.
So that's why they put the charms up.
Yes, sir. The charm to protect the cabin from the evil while they're gone.
Stop talking like an idiot, you impertinent fool. I've got a good mind.
You ain't gonna do nothing, Master Vertel. You's afeard. You got a trouble enough on your soul, and you ain't got much time left.
I got much time left. Anne, get me out of here. Get me away from this lunatic.
You are listening to The Whistler, another Signal mystery, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil.
Days have passed since the visit of Paul Vertel and Anne Martin to the Negro village, and the aged retainer's warning that Vertel hadn't much time left, that death by a dead man's curse was near. But today, Anne has persuaded Paul to accompany her on a picnic in the woods, perhaps in the hope that it will rouse him from his melancholy mood.
Oh, come on with that picnic basket, slowpoke. You're a fine country gentleman. Out of breath already.
Well, it's been a long time since I've spent an hour tramping through woods as thick as these. Where on earth are you leading me?
Oh, it's not much farther. It is such a lovely spot. Grass as soft as a park lawn. You'll adore it.
It better be mighty wonderful.
You'll see. Oh, Paul, look.
Huh?
A redbird. We can make a wish.
I doubt it'll do me much good.
Of course it would. Redbirds are absolutely dependable. I give you my personal guarantee.
All right, I've made it. Would you like to know what it is?
If you tell, you won't get it.
Anne.
Paul, don't hold me so tightly.
Anne, darling, I want you to marry me.
You do?
I realize you've only known me a short time. Even if you don't love me, I promise you won't regret marrying me.
Somehow, I don't think I would.
Then you will marry me, Anne?
Yes. Oh, Paul, thunder. And look at those dark clouds.
Anne, please.
It's going to rain any minute. We better get back to the house.
Oh, after dragging that basket all this distance?
We can have our picnic at home if everything's not soaked. Come on. I know a shortcut to the road. Are you sure you're going in the right direction? Looks as though we're heading into a swamp. You see that little hill over to the left?
Yeah?
The road's just beyond. Hurry, I felt a drop of rain.
I can't keep this up much longer. I'm winded. Anne!
Paul, here. Take my hand.
Oh, the slime. It gives me the creeps.
You're all right now. Lucky you didn't sink very deep. Stay on the path, though. These bogs are like quicksand.
Oh, this is a horrible place.
We'll soon be on solid ground. Not much farther now.
I hope not. Hey, what's that on top of that hill?
It's a marker of some kind, I guess. Only I don't remember anything of that sort around here.
Well, there's a mound of earth there beside it.
In a few steps, we'll be able to make it out.
There seems to be a grave. Only...
It's open. I don't understand. A grave out here in the middle of nowhere?
Well, let's go on, Anne. I've caught my breath.
I'm curious. It's a marker, all right. A tombstone. Something's written on it. There's still enough light to read by if we go closer.
It's like the earth's freshly turned. The grave's empty. What?
Don't read it, Paul.
Huh?
Let's go, quickly.
I can scarcely see it. Here will lie the mortal remains...
Oh, no.
The mortal remains of Paul Vertel. Now doomed. Soon dead.
Drink the coffee, Paul, and take this quinine capsule with it. You've got an attack of malaria.
Yes, of course. I just gotta hold myself. Those chills. Can't you get that doctor here to see me, Anne?
I've been trying to reach him on the phone.
This is mighty poor weather for even a doctor to go sashing around in. If you keep up like this, that old river gonna back right up in the bayou. I know as soon as them chickens started flapping their
That'll
wings...
do, Matthew.
Yes, Miss Anne.
Oh. That keeps seeing that grave.
Try not to think.
I'll try. Here, Anne, give me your hand, will you? There. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen to me anymore. To me or anything.
Poor darling.
All these ghastly warnings. I'm as sane as any man. I realize they're only trying to frighten me, but still I don't
I
want...
understand. Anyone at all would be unnerved.
Yes. You always understand. You've always been my friend here. My only friend.
I'm glad if that gives you comfort.
You said you'd marry me, Anne. There's more of a risk now, financially at least. If the rain keeps up, the cane will be ruined.
You think that would make a difference?
No. That's why I don't hesitate to ask you. Anne, marry me right away, will you, tomorrow? We can drive into town, find a justice of the peace.
Not San Michel.
Oh, wherever you wish. We can't have a proper honeymoon now. I'm needed on the plantation, but we can have a wedding reception and invite the neighbors for miles around. They can't refuse. Well, we can be gay for the first time in weeks. What do you say, Anne?
But you're ill. The malaria.
Oh, no, it's nothing. I'll be all right.
Oh, would it be proper? I mean, this house and all.
Oh.
It'll be just a month tomorrow since Monsieur Devereux died.
Of course it'll be proper. Besides, I'm supposed to be doomed. Well, marrying you will be my answer. It'll be my defiance.
You're sure?
I'm very sure. And with you beside me, I'll fear nothing. Because you're strong and brave. You'll be my protection.
Yes, Paul. I'll be your protection.
Paul feels that he's beaten his jinx now, that he'll have nothing else to fear. The next day, in a town not far away, he and Anne are married. The ceremony is performed by a magistrate, with strangers as witnesses. Afterwards, they drive back alone to the cypresses, while the rain pours down and the rising river spreads beyond its banks.
Well, Madame Battelle, here's your home and your first party with guests who've come to help you celebrate. Oh, there. Oh. Charles, Matthews. Confounded, why isn't one of them here to take care of this horse?
I'm not going to wait.
I'll come with you. Oh, now what?
Try the door.
Why? I don't understand.
There's no one here. No servants, no guests, no one.
But why?
The guests didn't care to accept your invitation.
Nonsense. No, it's this terrible weather.
The servants have gone away because they're afraid.
It isn't like you to talk that way, Anne. Here, let me take your coat.
You were afraid last night.
That's not true.
Well, since we had the place to ourselves, we may as well go in the parlor. See? Everything's been arranged for the reception. A wedding cake, flowers, even champagne.
I see.
You're suddenly very glum, my dear, and you were so gay a little while ago.
Oh, it's this house that depresses me. It's like a tomb.
Means someone's going to die when a dog howls like that. But you're not afraid, are you, Paul? I'm here, you know. Your protection.
Why do you keep implying that I'm afraid?
Because you're trembling.
It's the malaria, do you hear? There's nothing else. Wait a minute. There's a note on the desk with the inkstand.
There's no one who will be writing us notes.
Oh. No.
Let me see.
Oh. Here.
I, Paul Vertel, being about to die, wish to find peace of soul. I therefore confess that I came into possession of the estate known as the Cypresses by fraud.
True.
And by the murder done with my own hand of Robert Devereux.
Stop it.
This handwriting, it's not yours.
You mean you find it familiar?
It's Monsieur Devereux.
Monsieur Devereux, it can't be. The dead don't write. It's a forgery. It's a forgery. Unless...
Yes.
Unless Devereux's alive. Yes, that's it. That's it. He must be alive. It's all been some ghastly joke. That's what it is.
You'll find no comfort in that thought. Robert Devereux is dead. I saw him buried.
Well, then...
The confession isn't signed.
No. It's not going to be. Now, this is a trumped-up fantasy to frighten me. And it's failed. It's failed miserably.
Yes, Paul. Of course.
Come on. Let's have some champagne. Come on. We'll have a toast. Toast to all the accursed Devereux clan. May they rot in eternal perdition. Wine. Sour. Anne, what are you laughing at? Oh, no. That clock.
Yes, Paul. The clock. You remember when you first heard it?
Talk like that. Don't talk like that.
Why not, Paul? Surely you're not frightened.
The lights. What's happened?
They've gone out, Paul. The lights. And you're alone in the dark. Alone with that cursed Devereux clan. One alive, the other's dead.
Anne, what are you trying to do to me?
You remember Robert Devereux's last words. Take the cypresses. But its ghost will haunt you. Its wine will sour in your glass. The river will rise up and cover the land, and you, Paul Vertel, will sicken and wither and die.
You?
Yes. I'm Anne Devereux, daughter of the man you murdered.
But you married me.
Because I knew you were going to die. And that when you did, the cypresses would come back to me, your wife.
You managed all this trickery.
Can you be sure it's just trickery?
You lied, cheat. You're worse than I am.
You've been haunted by ghosts, Paul.
Let me get my hands on your throat.
The cypress's wine has soured in your glass.
Where are you?
The river is rising. Its water is covering the land.
I trusted you.
You've sickened and withered, and you will die. You see, even the storm wants to see the finish, Paul.
Shall not die. And you won't escape me by running out into the storm.
You'll have to be fast to catch me, Paul. And the malaria's taken your strength.
I've still got strength enough to strangle you. Kill you. I'll catch you and I'll kill you.
Paul. Over here, Paul. Just a few feet away. You can see my white dress. My wedding dress.
Yes, I see you.
Do you still want to kill me, Paul?
Yes, I want to kill... Oh!
What's the matter, Paul? I'm waiting. I'm almost within reach of your hand.
It's quicksand. Anne, I'm sinking.
Oh, Paul, dear. You should have been more careful. You should know your own land better. Where there is land.
Anne, help me. Help me, Anne, before it's too late.
You have nothing to fear. You're not going to die. You said that yourself.
Oh, help me. Help me.
You didn't help my father.
Anne had mercy.
You had no mercy.
Anne, please.
This is Devereux land. Always shall be. The river will cover it. But when the waters recede, the cane will grow again. Tall and green.
The Whistler will explain these strange happenings in just a moment. Yes, friends, it is great to trade with dealers who give not just the service you ask for, but also the service they know your car needs to make it last. That's why so many folks are switching to signal stations. They know that when a man's operating his own business, he naturally tries to please you better, so you'll come back again. And these days, when our present cars have to outlast the duration, such conscientious signal service can spell the difference between the 1 in every 12 cars that will go off the road this year and those that will go farther. Now, back to the Whistler.
And so Anne Devereux got the Cypresses back in the family. Yes, she'd tricked Paul Vertel, using every means at her command to break him in body and mind. She had an ally in the malaria, of course, but Anne even helped that along by giving Paul capsules of plain flour instead of quinine. Unfortunately for them, people can't store up as much hatred as Anne did without hurting themselves. And that's why when they found her after the storm, she was still laughing, quite insane.
Broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and your neighborhood Signal dealer, at your service to keep your car running for the duration. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen. Music composed and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. This program is being transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Sunday night at 7:30, the Whistler will bring you another Signal mystery, Till Death Do Us Part. Bill Pennell speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. You're invited every Saturday over most of these NBC stations to a one-hour concert by the renowned NBC Symphony. Tomorrow's symphony performance features Metropolitan Opera star Helen Trouble as guest soloist. For tomorrow's broadcast, the orchestra will be under the baton of the widely acclaimed conductor Wilfrid Pelletier. For the world's great music, hear the NBC Symphony brought to you tomorrow and every Saturday. Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Yes, who's calling? Mr. John Blake? Well, is this a matter of business? That's fine, Mr. Blake. I'll just call him.
Archie, I'm not here. Tell him I'm up in the plant room with the orchids.
I was going to call him to the phone, but he's up in the plant room with his orchids. What sort of a case is this, sir? Really? Really, is that so?
Is it a man or a woman?
Oh, I understand perfectly. It's a man.
Well, at least that's something different.
Yes, sir. Very urgent, I understand. And I assure you, Mr. Wolfe will be here waiting for you. The fee? Shall we say about, $1,000?
I will not see any client until after dinner. Fritz is having mountain quail on toast.
Yes, Mr. Blake. Come at once. What were you saying, boss?
Confound you, Archie. Nothing but business. All the time. What's the problem?
I don't know. And at $1,000, considering our bank balance, I'll help him poison his great-grandmother.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
What we chose to refer to as the case of the hasty will began, of course, with an urgent phone call from the mysterious John Blake. At the moment, Nero Wolfe was seated in his chair, which was specially built for his 300 pounds, and I was giving him a lecture on the importance of money.
Archie, that will do. I'm not interested.
You will be when you learn you can make no more purchases of beer and Skittles. You've passed up 2 cinch cases now. Each would have meant a healthy fee. Let us hope this Mr. Blake has a nice, fat problem that will take us days to solve.
Archie.
Yes, sir?
Answer the door.
Good evening. I'm John Blake.
Oh, yes. Come in, Mr. Blake. You have no idea how welcome you are.
Archie, show Mr. Blake in and close the door. That draft is unbearable.
This way, sir. Mr. Wolfe doesn't care for anything resembling air. Oh, I'm Archie Goodwin.
Good evening, Mr. Blake.
Mr. Wolfe, I have a little business for you. Now, before you say anything, I know you're not a lawyer.
I'm not a member of the bar, let us say, Mr. Blake.
Of course.
What kind of business, Mr. Blake?
I have here a short will, which I have typewritten myself. I haven't signed it yet. Also, I have here a sealed envelope containing a letter which I want you to be prepared to deliver to the addressee.
A will and a letter. Very well.
Yes. Do you know who I am?
Seems that I've certainly seen you before.
Same here. I just can't place you.
Well, I'm John Blake, president of the Plymouth Building and Loan.
Oh, of course. I've seen your picture many times.
You have a staff of the best attorneys in the city, Mr. Blake, and this is most assuredly the business of attorney.
Perhaps. But in this particular instance, I wanted an individual who had no interest in me, nor previous knowledge of my affairs.
I see.
Also, I wanted a person who was, well, shall we say, not too well fixed.
Well, you certainly couldn't
Archie.
Imagine Mr. Wolfe being in need of money.
Just why can't your attorneys handle this?
You'll know in a moment. But when I leave here, I want you to forget the whole thing, for the time being.
Indeed. You have said it.
Here's the will. You may read it.
Archie.
January 25, 1951. To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn.
So, simple enough, isn't it?
That's all. Now, the pen, please, and I'll sign it. Now then, you sign as witness, Mr. Goodwin. You retain the will, Mr. Wolfe, and the envelope here, which is addressed to Hilary Blake, my brother, who is now living in this city.
Your brother?
He's just recently returned from 25 years in Australia. Though Hilary has written me several times, I have not favored him. We've been estranged these many years over, a certain unpleasant situation which this enclosed letter will clear up.
Are you in fear of your life, Mr. Blake? Murder?
No, Mr. Wolfe. There was a time, yes, but, not now. You will know what to do with the will and the letter, though, when the time arrives. Now, as to your fee, you said, 1,000?
Well, we usually receive...
1,000 will do.
Well, here's a check, all made out.
If you're thinking of suicide, Mr. Blake, we must warn you.
If you don't care to go through with this, please say so. I'm not planning on suicide, I assure you.
We have taken the job, Mr. Blake.
And good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for your kind indulgence.
Well, that's the simplest little 1,000 we ever made.
I believe, Mr. Goodwin, you're going to be quite surprised. I want you to get acquainted with John Blake's secretary. You will more than earn this 1,000, young man. Archie. Archie, is that you?
Yes, boss.
What time is it?
It is 6 p.m. The clock is right in front of your eyes.
I'm thinking, Archie, it's very interesting. Very. An entire day has passed since the visit from John Blake. Did you learn anything from Blake's secretary?
I did. He left his office late yesterday, she said. His daughter Anita is quite upset because he didn't come home.
Check his club?
Yup. I didn't talk to the daughter, but I learned that she's engaged to a young fellow named Wilbur Martin. She told the secretary that her father had been acting strangely of late, a bit morose.
And what does the daughter feel has happened?
Anita's afraid he's been kidnapped.
You haven't met nor talked to any other than the secretary?
Not yet. And so far, no one's called the police.
Good. We must, for the time being, prevent that. What did you learn of Blake's brother from Australia?
He's been here only a year. They've met only once or twice since his return. The secretary thinks the breakup was because of their love for the same woman. Hilary became very wealthy in Australia.
Very well, Archie. It is time for you to visit Miss Anita Blake at her home.
I'd love to, boss. She's a mighty purty gal.
Phooey. Archie, you can do me a great service.
Anything.
Be sure to close it tightly as you leave.
Close what?
The coal chute, of course.
I'm awfully glad you could come, Uncle Hilary. Wilbur seemed to think you might know something about Father's disappearance.
No, I don't know, Wilbur. I'm just as nonplussed as you are.
When did you see your brother last?
Oh, it's been 4 or 5 months. Why?
Well, I just wanted to know.
What do you two think has become of him? Surely you know his recent actions better than I.
Well, at first I thought he'd been kidnapped. Now I'm afraid it's suicide.
Oh, I say, really now. Have you been putting such ideas into our head, young man?
On the other hand, could have been murder.
Indeed. Well, I suggest that the police be called. Hospitals, the morgue, every place. Have you thought of doing that, young man?
I was going to.
Oh, really? Then what are you stalling about? I'll just step into the library and do it myself.
Oh, it can't be, Wilbur. It just can't be.
Miss Blake, there's a Mr. Goodwin to see your father.
Oh, I'll see him.
Thank you, Miss Blake. I'm Archie Goodwin.
This is my fiancé, Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Mr. Martin?
How do you do?
What is it you want, Mr. Goodwin?
Is your father here, Miss Blake?
Why, no. No, he isn't.
What is your business, Mr. Goodwin? Why do you want to see Mr. Blake?
As a matter of fact, I don't really want to see Mr. Blake because I don't think he's here. I came to see Miss Blake.
Just who are you?
I'm a detective.
Police?
Private investigator with NERO WOLFE. John Blake has disappeared. I know you're trying to keep it out of the press because you think he's been kidnapped.
We have called the police.
Oh, what do you think has happened to my father?
I think he's dead.
Oh, dear. Why do you think that?
Yes. Just what do you know, Mr. Goodwin?
Oh, Anita, I want to ask you a few questions. I think it's advisable.
Mr. Blake.
Yes?
I thought you were done for. That is...
I don't think I...
This chap is a detective.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Blake, but curiosity got the better of me. I hope I haven't wrecked things.
What are you talking about?
You remember the agreement.
What agreement?
Mr. Goodwin, do you know who you're talking to?
Why, yes, John Blake.
Oh, no, Mr. Goodwin. This is my Uncle Hillary, my father's brother.
Hillary? Hillary Blake?
Yes, my father's twin brother.
John and Hillary were twins.
Of course.
That's news to me. I didn't know that.
What did you know about him?
Well, now that I look at him, now that I can recall his speech, there is a difference.
And now, why do you think John Blake is dead?
I've just come from police headquarters.
You mean he's been murdered?
No. From all indications, he's committed suicide.
Suicide? Are you sure?
Poor father. Oh, I was afraid of this.
This morning, a hat and an overcoat were found on the East River docks near Pier 9. In the coat was a typewritten copy of a will made yesterday. The hat bears the initials J.B.
There was a will?
Yes. Could you identify the hat and coat, Miss Blake?
Well, yes, of course.
Very well. Come in, Sergeant. This is Sergeant Hanlon. Miss Blake, do you recognize this coat and hat?
Yes. Oh, yes, I do. They were father's. Oh, Wilbur.
Suicide? I can't understand it.
But the hat and coat are not conclusive evidence. What about the will found in the pocket?
Show them the will, Sergeant. Read it, miss.
You read it, Wilbur?
To my daughter, Anita Blake, I do hereby bequeath all my property, personal and real, including the portrait painting of her mother, my dear deceased wife, Marcia Blake. This will supersedes any and all instruments previously drawn. But no signature.
I have the original. Here you are.
Where did you get this?
Notice the signature of the witness?
Archie Goodwin. You witnessed his signature?
In NERO WOLFE's office.
But Mr. Blake had his own attorneys.
Nevertheless, he came to Mr. WOLFE to take care of the will. If we hadn't recognized him from his photos in the papers, I wouldn't have witnessed the signature.
Anita, is this your father's handwriting?
Yes. Yes, it's his, all right.
But there still isn't proof that he's dead, nor that he committed suicide. No corpus delicti.
And the body may not be found for days. But this evidence we have here certainly indicates that a body will be found eventually.
Maybe not, Mr. Goodwin. It's possible they could have...
What were you going to say?
Nothing.
Miss Blake, in a way, I blame myself for your father's death.
How do you mean?
I had a sort of premonition. It's obvious now why he came to NERO WOLFE.
Is it?
He wanted someone who didn't know him personally. His own attorneys would have been able to see through his plan and prevent his carrying it out.
But he made a will. Why did he draw this new one?
Yes, that's what I don't understand.
Well, I still am not convinced that he committed suicide.
Mr. Blake, here is a letter he asked to be delivered to you.
Oh, well now.
Perhaps it will shed some light on the problem.
What does it say, Uncle?
Jove. It says, Hillary, 25 years now, jealousy and bitterness have kept us apart. I know why you stayed in Australia all these years. I know you loved Marcia, She was rightfully yours. But I loved her, too, and I couldn't go on without her. I know you've despised us both, and I've pretended to despise you. I had to pretend, because I lied to Marcia. I told her you were engaged to marry a woman in Sydney. Marcia was innocent. I was to blame. When Marcia died last year, and you wrote that you were coming back, I knew then that your resentment had faded, but I didn't answer you, and I've kept away from you because I couldn't face you. I've told you all this because things have happened which you will learn soon enough that have decided me to close my book and write fini. I have made a new will, leaving everything I possess to Anita. Anita is young, Hilary, and I beg you to watch after her as though she were your own, which, but for my selfishness, she might well have been. Forgive me, Hilary. Well, this certainly indicates suicide.
But what does he mean by things have happened?
That, Miss Blake, is the motive, for which we'll just have to wait.
Yes, for that and the body.
Well, boss, up here in the conservatory a bit early, aren't you? How are the orchids?
Oh, it's a nice sunny morning. Even though it is around 0 outside, the sun is fine for them. And behold, Archie.
Huh? What is it?
The Dendrobium sclerostel.
Yes, indeed. What about it?
Showing 2 buds. Most encouraging.
Indeed so. Boss, I can't take the steam heat here.
Tell me, this painting of Marcia Blake, is it large?
It hangs over the Blake mantel, about 3 by 4 feet.
I find it most intriguing that John Blake should mention the painting in so short a will. And Hilary, does he seem to offer any suggestion on this problem?
He has very little to say. Wilbur has definite ideas, and he's in there pitching all the time. He has a rather unpleasant way about him, though.
You have talked with Inspector Kramer?
I have.
And asked Miss Anita and Hilary to meet you at the morgue to look at the body?
Right. And I left Wilbur out of this gathering.
This body is practically unidentifiable, huh?
In Kramer's opinion, it is.
After you're finished down there, I'd like to have a chat with this Wilbur Martin.
Okay, but you'll get nothing out of him. I've tried.
Archie, you're becoming so conceited. Soon I fear I'll have to fire you.
If it were summer, I would forthwith resign.
Run along and close our coal chute behind you.
Morning, Inspector Kramer. Up early.
Yeah, Goodwin. I just love to come down to this morgue.
This is Miss Anita Blake and her Uncle Hilary Blake.
Howdy do.
Good morning, Mr. Goodwin. I hope you don't object too much to my joining the proceedings.
Oh, I know, Wilbur. I suppose it's all right.
Please, Mr. Goodwin, what's happened?
There's a body here. Rather badly bruised and cut and in a bad condition, but I think you should look at it.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Miss Blake, but I'm afraid it's necessary.
Very well. I'll be all right.
Now, I'd like to come along.
Oh, yes, Wilbur, you must.
Well, come on. This way. Well, here we are.
Wilbur.
What do you say, Miss Blake?
Now get hold of yourself, Anita. Please, you must.
Yes. Yes, that's Father.
And you, Mr. Blake?
It's certainly hard to say. It looks as though it might be John. Was there no means of identification on the body? No jewelry or...
Father never wore any jewelry.
There was nothing but this suit here. Nothing in the pockets.
That's Father's suit, all right. I know. Oh, why? Why did he do it?
Come along now. That's all for today. Mr. Wolfe, this is Mr. Wilbur Martin.
Ah, yes. How do you do, Mr. Martin? Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
No. Take the red leather chair. That's right.
So glad you could come. Archie, beer first. Tell me, Mr. Martin, you saw the body?
I did. Whether it was John Blake or not, I'm not sure. But Anita feels positive enough.
You are skeptical about the suicide theory, huh?
Well, yes, I am.
Are you trying to cast suspicion on someone else?
No.
He thinks he was murdered.
I do?
But not by you, of course.
Certainly not.
But who would know that John came here, signed the will, and gave us the letter to his brother? He must have contemplated suicide, don't you think?
Are you positive it was John Blake who signed the will?
How interesting. You think it was his brother Hillary who came here, posing as John, huh?
It could have been.
But the man was quite gray and had no Australian accent.
Hillary could have dropped the accent for a short while and grayed his hair, and they were twins.
So enlightening, Mr. Martin. Do go on.
After he left you here, he could have killed John and thrown him in the river, and left his overcoat and hat on the wharf.
And why would Hillary kill John?
Well, there may have been several reasons. Maybe because of Marcia. Several reasons.
Tell me, did John Blake object to your engagement to Anita?
No, why should he?
I don't know. I merely asked. Anita Blake identified her father's handwriting. She identified the body. You still believe it's murder?
Maybe she only thought it was his handwriting.
You had best be careful, Wilbur. In trying to make a murder out of this, you might place yourself in a most unhappy position.
I checked the letter and the will with papers at John's office, and the handwriting is identical, in my opinion.
Maybe Hillary is clever at forgery.
Maybe.
Did you have the experts check the writing?
Not yet.
Then how can you tell unless you had a bona fide sample of Hillary's writing?
I take it that you found a sample of Hillary's writing? Some letters from Hillary to John?
Yes. I found a package of them in John's desk at his home.
That, Wilbur, is most encouraging.
Here they are. Several of them tied together. Some written in 1928 and a couple in 1948.
Now, we'll tell you something. We never thought John committed suicide either.
You didn't?
No. And before you go, Wilbur, write your name here on this pad.
Very well.
Thank you so much. I hope we shall see you tomorrow. Well, I'm surprised, Inspector Kramer, to see you out in such inclement weather.
I like the cold spells.
Sit in the red leather chair.
Yeah, thanks.
Good. Have your experts finished checking the will and the letter?
Yep, but not all through with a package of Hillary's old letters that Wilbur found.
What's the verdict?
If this is forgery, it's the cleverest bit of forgery we've ever come across. My men say the will and the letter you received appear identical with the specimens from John's office.
Indeed. The will and the letter then do seem to have been written by John Blake.
Yes. But on the other hand, and this is unusual, by comparing this letter from John with a letter Hillary wrote from Australia in 1948, we found characteristics in both men's letters which were definitely similar.
Then, Inspector, you feel that Hillary might have written the letter and signed the will. That it was Hillary who came to my office?
It's a tough thing to prove, but I think that's being on the right track.
Inspector, what about the rest of the package of letters I got from Wilbur Martin?
They're still working on those down at headquarters.
What about young Wilbur?
So far, can't see much in him to worry about, but it's a bit early.
Archie, phone out to the Blake mansion and tell Wilbur Martin that we've uncovered the whole thing. And if Wilbur's in on it, he'll be gone before you get there. We can pick him up later.
Okay. I'll let you know about the rest of Hillary's letters.
Good. We won't phone out there until you're finished.
I'll call you as soon as possible.
Archie, I want you to look into the affairs of the Plymouth Building and Loan Company. See what you can learn about the actual stability of the company.
Okay. Boss, please put on your muffler and overcoat and open a window. A candle couldn't burn in this place. Yeah. I'm on my way.
Anita.
What is it, Wilbur? What's happened?
I came out as soon as I heard.
Well, what's happened? Speak up, man.
You haven't heard? You don't know?
No, what?
Look at these headlines.
Plymouth Building and Loan crashes. Wilbur, what does this mean?
It means your father embezzled the funds of the company and he has gone to the wall.
What?
Yes, close the doors.
Oh, no, Wilbur, no, I can't believe such a thing.
I'm sorry, Anita, but there it is in black and white.
Then this is the motive for John's suicide.
Why?
Why? Because he knew he was caught. What else?
He could have put the money back, couldn't he?
Yes, but maybe he lost it by trying to make more to cover up the shortage.
I don't think he lost it.
You don't?
No.
Oh, nonsense. He must have. Else why would he kill himself?
Maybe he didn't kill himself.
Oh, this is awful.
Oh, please, Anita. You mustn't worry. I know this is very embarrassing for you, but it isn't your fault. Now, let me take you away for a while. We can run down to Mexico until this blows over.
You won't take her to Mexico. You won't take her any place.
Just what do you mean?
What What's wrong with you, Wilbur? You're acting stupid.
Your father may have fleeced the company, but I don't believe he lost the money.
Wilbur.
He hid the money, and your Uncle Hillary found the hiding place. And he set up the suicide to cover your father's murder. Hillary killed him.
Oh, you're crazy. You're out of your mind.
Why, this doesn't make sense. I have all the money I need.
Yes, you have now.
Pack your things, Anita. I'll phone the airport for reservations.
You can't leave at a time like this. You won't leave this room.
Do you know what can be done to you for threatening people with firearms? I'll call the police.
You don't need to call the police. I've just talked to that detective, Mr. Goodwin. He's on his way here. The police have uncovered everything. I know you killed John, and you have the money.
Wilbur, you're out of your mind.
I know what I'm talking about.
Get out of here. Get out.
I won't leave. No one will leave till Goodwin comes.
Ah, Archie. Come in, Miss Blake. Mr. Blake, Mr. Martin, glad you were all able to accept my invitation. You too, Inspector Kramer.
Yeah, I know how glad you are I could be here, Wolf.
Please be seated, folks.
Hillary was going to Mexico on the next plane and taking Anita with him.
Mexico?
John Blake stole the money from the company, but Hillary found out about it and killed him.
Mr. Wolf, this is utter nonsense.
Mr. Blake, Inspector Kramer's handwriting experts have examined the will and the letter left with me. They have also checked them with your recent letters from Australia.
Indeed.
And your letters from Australia show a definite resemblance, having the same characteristics as the letter and the will you've given me.
You mean you think that I signed the will and wrote the letter?
Definitely.
Ridiculous.
But there's something else. The will mentions a painting of Marcia Blake, Anita's mother. Archie, where is that painting? Did you bring it?
It's here.
Bring it in here, Sergeant.
Just a moment.
I hope you don't mind, Miss Blake.
What are you doing to it?
Tearing off the paper backing of the picture.
Yes, and there you are. There's the reason for the whole thing.
Bonds. Pasted in the back. Thousands of dollars in negotiable bonds. Then Hillary did know about the money. He killed John for all this. He had Anita order the picture to be credited for shipping.
I did no such thing.
Nevertheless, you didn't kill John Blake.
Certainly he did.
Look at these two letters from Hillary Blake to John here in America. What are the dates?
September and November 1948.
Those were supposedly Hillary's most recent letters to John. And look at these letters, June and July 1928. Notice any difference?
All are signed by Hillary, but the ones dated 1928 are not at all like the ones written in 1948.
Not the least similarity. The ones dated 1928 were written by Hillary. But those dated 1948 were written by John.
By John? How do you mean?
Carry on, Inspector.
You're under arrest, Mr. Blake. Not for murder, because there's been no murder. You're under arrest on a charge of embezzlement.
Embezzlement? Oh, but how can
And you, Miss Blake, are under arrest as an accomplice.
What? I don't understand. Mr. Wolfe.
Wilbur, you yourself unearthed the old 1928 letters, really written by Hillary from Australia. The recent letters are not in the same handwriting. They were poorly forged by John in 1948. Furthermore, we checked with Australia and learned that Hillary Blake died in Sydney 10 years ago.
And this man here is really John Blake, posing as Hillary to escape the penalty for looting the company.
Anita. It just doesn't seem possible.
Anita knew all about it, and they might have gotten away with it if they hadn't come to us, Archie.
What a fantastic plan.
I'm giving you back your $1,000, Mr. Blake, but I'm afraid it won't do either of you much good now. Thank you so much, Inspector Kramer, for dropping in.
Well, boss, that was a clever bit of deduction.
You really think so, Archie? It was quite a blunder for so clever a man as John Blake.
Why did he make the mistake of coming to us?
There are many holes in the plans of the criminal mind. He must have forgotten about the 1928 letters, or he would have destroyed them.
And he underestimated Wilbur's intelligence. And I thought he was a dope, too. But he was half right.
He really slipped up on the body in the morgue. Inspector Kramer was most kind to cooperate with us in that little act. Anita was too eager to identify the first body she saw.
And the painting. You sensed there was more importance attached to it than the fact that it was a work of art.
True. Some beer, please, Archie.
Coming up, boss?
Now, that brings me to an unpleasant subject.
What's that?
You were talking about resigning. Are you still in that frame of mind?
Resigning? When did I say anything like that?
Then you're going to be content with conditions as they are?
Why, of course. What are you saying?
And you don't mind it a bit as long as this dreadful weather continues?
Well, not at all. Don't mind what?
Going in and out of the house through the coal chute.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout and produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In tonight's cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin, and Victor Rodman, Louise Arthur, Hal Gerard, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Disappearing Diamonds. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
And now, tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you the story of 3 convicts on a road gang in Florida who planned the perfect escape through the Everglades. We call it Quiet Night. So now, starring Stacey Harris, here is tonight's suspense play, Quiet Night.
We listened for it every night right after lights out. Then it'd be there, passing over us, headed across the Everglades toward Miami. For a moment, it was like having somebody come and see you on Visitor's Day. Only when you're on a road gang, you don't get no visitors. There were 80 of us in that camp on the edge of the mangrove swamp. Every night, we'd quiet down and listen to that airplane. Wondering about the people up there, where they'd been, where they were going, and wishing we were going with them. Then it'd be gone. But I'd feel good just knowing other people would hear it. People across the swamp over in Lakeland. They'd hear it about 6 minutes after we did.
George. George Upshaw, wake up. George.
What? Oh, Martha.
Honestly, George, if you're so all-fired sleepy, why don't you take your clothes off and go to bed?
I can't yet. Haven't checked the jail.
Seems to me that'll be Bert's job. That's what a deputy's for, isn't it? Keep the sheriff from running himself to death?
Bert does his share.
When? If he wasn't your nephew, he'd starve to death.
Hand me my hat, Mother.
George, you know what Doc Lang told you. You gotta start taking it easy.
I will. So long.
George?
Why?
Remember how you used to kiss me whenever you left the house?
Well, we were younger then, Martha. People our age don't...
Never mind. Go on.
What's eating you, Martha?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it was here in the plane coming over from Havana. Remember when we took it home from our vacation?
That was 9 years ago. They'd have a new plane by now.
We haven't had so much fun since. We ought to get away for a few days. Maybe go to St. Petersburg and just sit on the benches for a spell.
We will, one of these days.
One of these days. Well, if you're going to jail, hurry up about it so you can get home and get your rest.
It took the plane less than 4 minutes to cover the 12 miles between the sheriff's farm and the parking lot next to the county courthouse.
How's this stinking mosquitoes?
Want to put the window up?
No, it's too hot.
Bert, we ought to get out of here.
Can't, honey. I'm on duty.
I don't mean tonight. I mean get away from Lakeland for good.
Where you figuring on going?
Oh, up to Jacksonville over in New Orleans.
Nah. Wouldn't work.
Now, what makes you talk like that?
You?
Me?
If you didn't settle down. I wouldn't do what your husband did, but I wouldn't stay around you for 2 seconds.
Honey, I never loved Harry.
And you shouldn't have married him.
I had to. I hated my folks. Harry got me away from them.
How old were you?
Almost 17. Bert, I wrote Harry today.
Oh?
I told him I wanted a divorce so I could marry somebody else. You will marry me, won't you?
I'd like to see somebody try to stop me.
The night the plane didn't come over was the night that Harry showed Fats and me the letter. We figured the plane was late, held back by the wind or something, so we waited, listening. And while we waited, Harry had me read his letter.
You through, Joe?
Yeah.
What'd you think?
It's tough.
Let me read it, Harry. Later, Fats. Listen to this, Joe. He's a wonderful man. I'm sure he'll treat me good. How do you like that?
It's tough, Harry.
Well, what'd you expect, Harry? No woman can wait 10 years. You fuzzy
Quiet,
you guys. Listen.
You hear it, Jeffers?
I thought I did. I guess not. She sure turned out to be an ever-loving wife, didn't she? Makes me wonder if I did right killing Red Simmons. Maybe it should have been her. But you could still do it, Harry. We get enough money, we're making a break. Ain't that right,
Fats, I told you before, don't talk about it, huh?
We'd sure surprise her.
Any of you guys got the makings? Yeah. Just don't forget where you got them, huh?
Thanks. Hey, Harry. Yeah? You know that picture you got of her? You know, the one where she's wearing shorts? Yeah? Well, I was just thinking, you don't want it no more now. Why don't you give it to me, huh? Okay, Harry? What would you do with it, Fats? Oh, nothing. Just I ain't got no family, and I could sort of make like she's kinfolk. You know what I mean, Harry? I know what you mean. Well? No. Ah, you guys, you ain't got no feelings.
Here's your tobacco, Joe. Thanks.
That's okay, Jeffers.
Joe, that plane ever been late before?
Not since I've been here.
Man, I'm getting nervous. Where do you suppose it's at?
Alice Michaels, stewardess, Miami. John D. Erickson, Atlanta. Paul
Martha,
R.
why
Brown,
don't you
Miami.
turn that thing off?
Do they know where it went down yet?
One of the CIA men spotted it about 30 miles this side of Sable Lac, right in the middle of that cypress swamp.
How are you going to get to it?
Walk. Only way we can.
George.
Now, Martha, don't worry. Bert's going with me. We'll have plenty of help.
From where? Who's going to help?
We're taking 4 or 5 trustees from that road gang. They're closer to it than anybody else.
They going to help you walk, George?
Now, Martha.
You know what Doc Lang said? You aren't to exert yourself.
I'll be all right.
I swear I don't understand why it's your place to go at all.
Martha, as long as I'm the sheriff of this county, it's my job.
When you be back?
I don't know. Depends on how long it takes us to get in there. Yes, there's Bert with the truck. Bye, hon.
Be careful, George.
I will.
Before we'd finished our grits, we'd heard what had happened to the plane. By 9:30, we were sitting in the back of the county sheriff's truck, bumping over an oyster shell road headed west toward the Gulf. The sheriff and his deputy had picked Harry, Jeffers, Fats, and me because we knew the swamps, and because we were trustees. After about half an hour, they stopped the truck. We piled out.
Put something back in. Come in to sit on. All right, you man. All right, knock it off. Sheriff wants to say something.
From now on, we'll walk, and as fast as we can. When we reach the plane, we'll clear the trees and brush so a helicopter can get in to carry out the bodies. Any question?
Sheriff, how far is that plane from here?
About 10 miles southeast.
Something bothering you, mister?
Just thinking. 10 miles of swamp can be a long way.
Sheriff, how we go about finding it?
The plane from Lakeland will drop a smoke pot on it in about 5 hours. It'll burn long enough to guide us in. Anything else?
Oh, what are we going to clear those trees out with?
There's a crosscut, a handsaw, and an axe in the truck. You want to say something, Bud?
Yeah. I'm not turning loose this shotgun at no time. First man even looks like he's thinking about a break gets it right in the gut. All right, grab the saw. Hey, you, fat boy.
Oh, yes, sir?
You tote the axe. Wear off some of that blubber.
Yes.
A little rough on them, weren't you, Bud? They are trusties.
Maybe 3 of them. I ain't seen their records. But not Harry Breyer. You know what he did.
Yeah, a lot of men might have done the same thing. We've never been in that kind of situation.
Well, I tell you this. The road boss can call him a trusty all he wants. It ain't gonna cut no ice with me.
We started then, single file, with the sheriff leading and the deputy behind us. Like he thought we'd be crazy enough to run. Even if we did get clean away, where'd we go without money? We really moved along until we hit swamp. Then every step we took, our boots went in up to our ankles. Getting our feet free out in front of us again was like walking up a hill.
Joe.
Yeah.
Look at the sheriff.
What about him?
He's going to drop most any time. He's sick, Joe. Go on, Sheriff. Drop. Drop, Sheriff. Go on. Drop. Drop. Drop.
What happened? Right here, Sheriff. Here, take a break, you men. Fall out.
Fats. Hurry. Bring your backs up against this tree. Sheriff's got the deputy worried. What guy's unloosening his collar for him?
Yeah. Hey, and you guys hungry yet?
No. I think I'll eat one of them sandwiches.
Joe. You been thinking about that plane? No, I don't like to think about things like that. I just hope I can forget them.
I've been thinking about it, Harry. You know, every night when it used to come over, I sort of imagined I was on it. And the stewardess was being nice to me, bringing me my food and all. Boy, she was sure pretty. I mean, at least I thought...
Shut up, Fats. Stop talking about it, will you?
Joe, that plane was carrying lots of things besides people.
Maybe.
No, maybe. That was a big plane. 4 motors. A plane like that carries mail, packages, sometimes real valuable stuff like money being shipped from one bank to another.
Yeah, Harry.
And what's been holding us up? Money.
It's no good, Harry.
You crazy? Why not?
How are we going to keep the sheriff or that deputy from seeing us?
Well, there are 4 of us. They can't watch all of us at the same time.
Come on, Joe. It's what we've been waiting for, ain't it? Tell him it's what we've been waiting for, Harry.
He knows it. I don't need to tell him.
Well, I guess we got nothing to lose.
Okay, Harry, okay.
Knock it off. Comes the deputy.
You. What's your name?
Joseph McGuire.
What are you doing?
8 to 10, armed robbery, second offense.
You?
Henry Fats Carver.
Offense?
Oh, sir, it was a misunderstanding.
I know you're innocent.
Yes, sir. I'm sure glad...
Never mind. All right, I know you, Harry. You. What's your name?
Paul Jeffers, sir.
Offense?
Burglary. First offense.
You think you can find your way back to the truck?
Why, yes, sir. I think so.
All right. Go on over to the sheriff. He's sick. You're taking him back, and don't you rush. Do it easy, here?
Yes, sir.
The rest of us are going on. Fats, you're going to lead.
Well, how I know which way to go, sir?
I got the compass now, I'll tell you. Joe, you follow Fats. And Harry, you and me, we'll bring up the rear.
started again. And there are only 4 of us now. Fats, Harry, me, and the deputy. 3 of us against 1 of him. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. But we were waiting for that one moment when he'd take his hands off that shotgun. And then it came.
Okay, Fats, hold it up. Do you men see smoke rising off ahead?
No, not yet.
Hey, Mr. Deputy, can't somebody else carry this here axe?
No.
Joe.
Yeah, Harry.
Sir, are you sure we're headed in the right direction?
I'm sure.
He's not so sure. Look at him, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
He's going to reach in his pocket for that compass.
Fats.
There he goes. Now, Fats, now! The gun, Harry! Get the gun!
But Harry didn't need the shotgun. Fats had used the axe. I picked up the compass and we turned away to the southeast.
Something bothering you, Joe?
Huh? Oh, I don't know. I was just thinking.
About what's at the plane?
Oh. I was thinking about that deputy.
Don't feel bad about him. He was itching to use this here shotgun on us.
Yeah, that's right.
I just don't know. You suppose he had a family?
Him? Who'd marry something like him?
Hey, you guys, hey!
What's the matter?
Look at it.
Wait.
What?
It's smoke. Black smoke.
It's the plane! Come on, it's the plane! Come on!
You are listening to Quiet Night, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. For a good time tomorrow during the day, don't miss the goings-on when it's Arthur Godfrey time. Remember, every Monday through Friday, you can join those gifted fun makers over most of these same stations. And now we bring back to our Hollywood sound stage Stacey Harris, starring in tonight's production, Quiet Night, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
We were heading for that thin stream of black smoke rising out of the swamp that marked the position of the fallen plane. Ahead of us in a straight line, about 200 yards long and 50 wide, the tops of the trees had been neatly sheared off by the wings. And then we saw it. Parts of the plane were scattered about in the mud as far as we could see. The wings had burned, but nothing else. The cabin was in 2 sections, with the larger section dead ahead of us. We climbed up into it.
Joe, you ever been in a plane like this one?
Once?
Yeah, when?
When I was trying to get out of the country.
You know where they'd keep mail and stuff like that?
I think so. I think it'll be up front, about where the pilot sits.
Oh, maybe in here somewhere, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Let's take a look at it.
Watch your head, Joe.
All right.
Boy, I haven't seen anything this bad since the Navy.
You in the Navy?
For you. Just for you.
Well, it wouldn't take me. I got a bad knee. I tried to get in, but on account of this bad knee of mine, they just didn't
Here it is, Harry. Come on, let's get it out of here.
Okay. Come on, Fats. Grab a hold of one of these here bags.
Boy, this thing's... Listen.
It's a helicopter. Come on.
Oh, what about this mailbag?
Get it later. Come on. Now, grab the axe, Fats. Hurry over here. Now, Fats, get busy chopping on that tree. Go on. All right. Come on, Harry.
Where is he? Can you see him?
No, not yet. The tree's too thick. He's going to have to get right over us.
Here he comes.
Act natural. Cut out the jump, Fats. Smile. Wave to him. That's it. Now give it a smile. Smile. Hi. 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 Hey. That's it.
think he's looking for that deputy?
I hope not.
What are we so worried about? He can't land.
No, but he can use that radio of his. If he thinks something's wrong, they'll come after us before we get a chance to get out of the swamp.
Here he comes again.
Well, if he's planning on us making a clearing so he can land, he's got a long wait.
How much out of that mailbag, Joe?
482.
Not bad.
Well, why don't we look in that other part? Maybe we'll find some more stuff.
In a minute, Fats.
Altogether, we got about 1,500.
That'll get us to Cuba. From there, we can work our way down to South America.
When do you think we'll get there, Harry?
Couple of weeks, Fats. We can rent a boat in Lakeland. A friend of mine's got one.
Now, that's providing we get across to Lakeland tonight.
Yeah.
How far is Lakeland from here?
15, 20 miles.
I'm tired. How come we got to make it all in one night?
Because that helicopter will be back in the morning, and when there's no place for him to land, he's going to know what's happened.
Oh. We better leave in about an hour.
Hey, we got any more of them sandwiches left?
Nah, nothing.
You're so hungry, Fats, why don't you take a look in the galley?
In what?
The galley. Oh, over there, the tail section. The stewardess usually keeps the food back in there.
Okay, I'll go take a look.
Cigarette, Joe?
No.
Tailor-made?
I don't want one, Harry.
Okay. Oh, here, let me give you your share.
Keep it.
What?
Keep it, I said. I don't want it.
What's the matter with you?
I don't know. I'm getting fed up with everything. Us, this place, Fats, you, everything.
Nah, you'll feel better when we get on that boat to Cuba.
Hey, you guys!
Now what?
Yeah?
Come here, quick!
What is it?
Take a look in here. Look, there's a young kid.
Got her. Let me see. This kid's alive.
You crazy. How could he be?
I don't know, but look at him.
Nah, he's probably so messed up inside he won't live long.
Well, you can't tell. Kids like this are strong. They take a lot, bounce back hard.
What you reckon we should do about him?
Nothing.
Just walk away from him, huh? Just forget he's here?
Well, what else can we do? You a doctor? Am I?
You don't look like he's hurt so bad he ain't bleeding.
If we're going to get to Lakeland before morning, we can't fool around with him.
Fats, take this rag outside. Dip it some water, will you?
So you put a cloth on his head. What are you, Joe? Some kind of healer? You got a magic
Go on,
cloth?
Fats. Do it, huh? Come on, Harry. Help me straighten him out. Come on. Take it easy. Hand me that blanket behind you. Okay.
Joe.
I'm not leaving this kid, Harry.
What?
I told you how I felt about things before. I'm fed up. I would have gone, but not... Well, I can't now.
But, Joe, you're the one that's been talking escape. You stood by while we killed the deputy.
All right.
You watch.
All right.
Now, all of a sudden, you get religion. Why?
This kid, that's why. This kid dies, he'd be just the same as if he were with barrels of that shotgun right in his face and pulled the trigger.
Now, how do you figure that?
Because if that helicopter had a place to land, he'd be in a hospital by now. That's how.
Hey, guy. Sun's starting to go down.
Give me that rag.
Hey, maybe I can help, Joe. Let me see his
Get out of here, will you? Now, go on, both of you. Get out.
I'll give you half an hour. Then you're coming with us. And, Joe.
What is it?
Don't you worry about it. That kid'll be dead by then.
But the kid didn't die. And in a few minutes, his breathing came easier, like he knew he wasn't alone anymore. I looked through his clothes for some kind of identification, but there wasn't any, not even his flight ticket stub or baggage check. He'd been traveling with somebody, his father or mother or both. But he would live. Yeah, I'd get him to a hospital in time, and someday he'd know what I'd done for him. It was a nice dream, and then the half hour was up.
Joe!
I'm over here, Harry.
You notice the sky? It's clouding up.
Yeah, I noticed it's going to rain.
We're leaving, Joe.
Well, go ahead.
You're coming with us. We can't let you stay, Joe. They'll be here in the morning. You'll tell them where we've gone.
Now, you know me better than that, Harry.
Sure. Not even if they promise you a pardon, huh?
I'm not going with you, Harry. Now, you and Fats can... Where's Fats? Where is he, Harry? Fats? Fats?
Hey, Joe, come on here. He's doing it for you, Joe. For you.
Fats. What did you do to the kid?
Now, Joe, I didn't do nothing to him. Harry told me to, but I didn't. No, don't hit me, Joe. Please, don't.
That's enough, Joe. Cut it out.
You put him up to killing the kid, huh, Harry?
It's for your own good, Joe. For all our good. We gotta stick together.
No. Not now, not after this.
You got a choice?
I think so.
Against this shotgun.
It's clouding up outside, Harry. You can't make Lakeland without stars. Or without a compass.
What?
Where's it at? What'd you do with it?
No soap, Harry. You want that compass? You give me the shotgun.
You hit it while you were outside just now.
That's right, Harry.
Tie him up, Harry. We can make him tell us where it is.
You want to try, fat boy? You go ahead. Well, go on. You got all night.
No. You know we haven't. Okay, Joe. You win.
Oh, Harry.
Shut up.
All right, Harry, break the shotgun. Come on. Give me the barrels, and I'll go get you the compass. They left a few minutes later. I didn't bother to wish him luck because I knew it wouldn't do any good. I put another blanket over the boy and went outside. It was just beginning to rain when I picked up the axe and started chopping away at one of the giant cypress trees. Might take all night. But tomorrow, that helicopter had a place to land. And I heard it. Like a ghost coming in from the Gulf. Heading across the Everglades toward Miami. People in Lakeland could hear it about 6 minutes. Other people, too, clear across the state. And it was gone. For a moment, it was a real quiet night. Only for a moment.
Suspense, in which Stacey Harris starred in tonight's presentation of Quiet Night. Listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's script was written by Charles B. Smith. The music was composed by Lucien Moraweck and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Helen Klebe, Herb Butterfield, Charlotte Lawrence, Tony Barrett, William Forrester, Joseph Kearns, Joe Duval, and George Walsh.
For dramatic excitement, don't miss the next explosive episode of the FBI in Peace and War, tomorrow night over most of these same stations. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. The Radio Workshop presents the new and unusual Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
This is Henry Simon, bringing you another story from my files here at the Missing Persons Bureau.
In these stories of the Missing Persons Bureau, dramatized for Henry Simon by Ross Napier, names and addresses have, for obvious reasons, been changed. In one moment, the search for Charlie Porter. Address unknown. And here again is Henry Simon.
When Charlie Porter decided to take up boxing as a career, he was still selling newspapers on the Tottenham Court Road. But he'd been told by those who'd seen him participating in amateur bouts that he had a very great fistic future in store. Even so, he was determined not to let it go to his head. So he continued to sell his newspapers right up until the time he won his third professional bout in 1949. It was soon after this that he teamed up with a fight manager named Joshua Lawrence, who guided him steadily up the ladder of the preliminary ranks, finally securing him a supporting bout to a championship fight at the Haringey Stadium. Luck was against him, however, and in the second round his opponent swung a wild punch that lifted Charlie clean off his feet and put him back in his dressing room in a very dazed state of mind.
I didn't even see it coming, Josh. I was all set to finish him off, and I didn't even see it coming.
Oh, relax, Charlie boy. It was a lucky punch, that's all.
But I didn't even see it coming. If only I'd seen it coming, I'd have been all right. If only I'd seen it coming.
You just forget about it. It'll be a different story next time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, different story. Funny thing, though, I didn't even see it coming.
As fate would have it, that punch was not the last that Charlie didn't see coming. In his next 18 bouts, stretching over a period of almost 3 years, he took the count 15 times. And in the remaining 3 only managed to stay on his feet because his opponent was either too old or too tired to administer the coup de grace. Then came that eventful eve in the August of 1954, when Charlie Porter graced the Hampton Square for the last time. He was back at the bottom of the bill, and he wouldn't have been there except for the fact he was called as a last-minute substitute. For 4 rounds, he was mercilessly battered by a fusillade of punches, none of which he saw coming, but all of which took their toll, until at length, early in the 5th round, he sank to his knees. He tried to rise, but his legs refused to function. And with the crowd's derision echoing in his ears, Charlie Porter took his final count.
I couldn't get up, Josh. I tried, but I just couldn't.
How'd you feel?
Okay. Bit woozy up top, but okay.
Well, this time I really mean it.
What?
You're through, Charlie. Finished.
Oh, now, Josh,
I'm not arguing with you. You've taken too many beatings. I aim to see you don't take any more.
But I'm fit, I'll tell you that. I'm as fit as ever I was.
No, you're not, kid. You're in bad shape. I didn't realise till tonight just how bad. You wandered around that ring like a man in a dream, letting Hogan hit you as he pleased. I looked for all the world like you couldn't even see him.
Oh, it was just I had a headache.
You always got a headache these days, and it's small wonder. Tomorrow morning you're going to see the doc and have a thorough checkup.
If he says I'm okay, will you let me go on fighting?
I told you no.
Oh, please, Josh, you know how much it means to me. It's my whole life.
Oh, well, think about it. But only if he gives you a perfect bill of health.
Oh, he will. Like I keep telling you, I'm as fit as ever I was.
All right, Charlie, you can come back in now.
Thanks, Doc. Did you check the X-rays?
Yes, I checked them.
Well, what's the verdict?
You a married man, Charlie?
No, sir. Oh, there'll be time enough for that when I retire from the ring. I've got to make me name first.
Oh, we can't all make the top, son.
Oh, I'll get there. I've just had a runabout, that's all.
Tell me, what's your mother think about you fighting for a living?
I haven't got a mother, sir. She died when I was a baby.
Father?
Well, no family at all.
No close relatives?
Well, not that I know of. You see, I was raised in an orphanage, but why all the questions?
Oh, just curious. I'm afraid Josh was right, Charlie. Your fighting days are over.
Oh, you're kidding me, Doc.
Only wish I were.
But there's nothing the matter with me. I feel great. And if those x-rays say any different, they're wrong.
How about that headache?
Well, it's still there a little, but it's better than it was.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I can't pass you.
Now, Doc, you've got to. Look, what do I have to do to prove I'm okay? I'll do anything you want. Anything, if you'll only...
You're beating your head against a wall, son. There's nothing you or anyone else can do to prove you're fit when you're not.
But what's wrong with me?
To put it in 3 short words. Too many punches.
I'll go to another doctor. I'll even get myself another manager if I have to. Nobody's going to stop me fighting. Nobody. Yeah?
Charlie, you can go to a dozen other doctors and find yourself twice as many more managers. But it won't make any difference. You should know that where the boxing authorities are concerned, my word is law. If I say you're out, you're out. That's all there is to it. You've taken your last licking, son. You'll never fight again.
You want to see me, Doc?
Sit down, Josh.
Where's Charlie?
He's gone.
I was supposed to meet him here.
He told me to tell you he couldn't wait.
And from that and your expression, I take it the x-rays didn't come out so good.
You should have made him quit a long time ago.
You think I didn't try? Doc, that kid's like my own son. I'd do anything in the world for him.
Oh, I know you would, Josh. That's the whole trouble. You've done too much. By letting him have his own way, by being soft with him, you've done more damage than you'll ever know. You let sentiment warp your judgment. And in this business, that's a fatal mistake.
Give it to me straight, Doc. What's wrong with him?
He's got a brain tumor.
Is that as bad as it sounds?
Oh, couldn't be much worse.
Did you tell him?
I thought I'd leave that to you. All I told him was he had to quit. He took it very badly.
Can anything be done?
If he's operated on immediately, there's a faint chance.
And if not?
He'll be dead inside a month.
Cleveland Private Hotel.
Hello. Is Charlie Porter there?
No, I'm sorry, he just left.
When just fit him back.
We don't. He's moved out.
What?
Just a few minutes ago. Who is it calling?
Josh Lawrence, his manager.
Oh, yes. Yes, he left a message for you, Mr. Lawrence. Have it here at the desk. Would you like me to read it out?
Please.
It's just a few lines scribbled on the back of an envelope. Dear Josh, I'm going away. I don't know where, but the doc says I'm through with fighting, so it doesn't really matter. I probably won't see you again, but I'll never forget all the good turns you've done for me. Thanks for everything, Charlie.
For the Missing Persons Bureau, the case of Charlie Porter had its beginning 2 days later, when I was visited here in my office by Joshua Lawrence, who acquainted me with the facts as I presented them to you.
He's dying, Mr. Simon, and he doesn't know it. Only an operation can save him. Even that's 100 to 1 against. But there's a chance. There's a chance he'll come through if he's operated on right away. And that means in the next few days.
Doesn't give us long.
You've got to find him, Mr. Simon. I'll pay whatever you want. Just find him, that's all.
I take it you already made certain inquiries.
I've looked everywhere and checked with everyone I can think of. But for all the progress I've made, I could have saved me time. No one's seen him. No one's heard from him. He's just disappeared.
How's he placed for money?
We can't have more than a few pounds. 10, perhaps. 15 at the outside.
It won't take him far.
He doesn't have to. In London, he could bury himself in any one of a million places.
Quite. He had rooms in Hammersmith, you say?
He was at a private hotel at Cleveland, Essex Road.
Uh-huh. And he left this message with the proprietor?
Yes. I don't blame him for not wanting to see me again. This whole thing's my fault. If I'd made him quit 12 months ago, it'd be okay.
He's not aware of that, though, is he? What I mean is he can scarcely blame you for something about which he knows nothing.
Well, that's a fat consolation.
You've been his manager since 1949.
I've been a father and mother to him. At least I've tried to be. As a fighter, he hasn't been worth a peanut since he lost that sport bout at Haringey. One punch and it wrecked his whole career. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it happen. If I hadn't stood by and watched him being slowly chopped to ribbons by fellows who had whipped him with both arms tied behind their backs. Just like that, his timing left him. his speed, his concentration, everything. All because of one rotten Sunday punch. That's when he should have got out there and then. But I don't know. Before that, the kid had a future, a big one. Another year to be on top. But instead, what happens? He takes a nosedive and winds up with his brain scrambled.
The luck of the game. Isn't that what they say?
Don't talk to me about luck. So help me, if that kid dies...
There's little to be achieved by blaming yourself.
Who else can I blame? I let him go on, didn't I? I let him beat him to a pulp.
He wanted to continue fighting, and because he wanted it, you let him. It was foolish of you, even more foolish of him. But even the wisest and the very best of us make mistakes. Oh, by the way, I don't believe you mentioned his age.
24.
Have you got a photograph of him?
I've got a whole folder full here. Old publicity stills. You can take your pick.
Ah. How long ago were these taken?
A few years. Hasn't changed much to look at, though. Got his nose broken twice, but they mended it up like new. Too bad they can't do the same with his head.
Perhaps they will, if we find him.
What are the odds, Mr. Simon? Let me have it on the chin. Do you think we...
It's quite impossible to say just now. We'll do the very best we can, and that's all I can promise.
You'll let me know if anything comes up?
Of course.
My number's on that card. You can reach me there any time.
Fine.
Look, I'm sorry I went to pieces a bit earlier. It's just that I'm pretty much on edge.
Understandably so.
I've seen this kind of thing happen a dozen times to other boys. I was in the ring myself once. Almost lost my eyesight. If I hadn't got out when I did, I'd have probably been where Charlie is today.
Henry Simon returns to continue this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
It was a tragic business, whichever way one looked at it. Yet to a certain extent, it had been brought about by the two people involved, Joshua Lawrence and Charlie Porter themselves, who were now, so far as we were concerned, client and quarry. Accordingly, directly Lawrence had taken his leave, I sent for Agent Bob Hunter and briefed him on the various aspects of the case. As far as I can gather, Hunter, the boy seems to have spent his entire life in London. He was born and bred here, and apart from the odd country tour, he's never been further afield than Stepney. His parents are dead, he has no relatives to speak of, and outside of the boxing profession, he has very few friends.
Well, no romantic interest?
Not to Lawrence's knowledge.
It leaves us with a pretty open field, Chief.
Yeah, I'm afraid so, especially in view of the time limit.
Yeah. What about before he turned pro? How'd he make a living?
Selling newspapers. That was his other world, the world he grew up in.
Maybe he's gone back to it.
It's conceivable. See, I've made some notes here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, from the age of 14, he worked for a newsagent on the Tottenham Court Road, Donald Baker. He was still employed there when Lawrence first met him.
This Baker's still in business?
Well, there's a D.L. Baker newsagent listed in the current phone directory, 142 Tottenham Court Road. I expect it's the same man.
142.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chief, I'll go have a talk to him, see what he knows.
At Baker's news agency, not very far from Goodge Street Tube Station in the Tottenham Court Road, Hunter sought out the proprietor, Donald Baker, a plumpish, balding man of middle age.
Charlie Porter.
That's right.
Whatever happened to that lad? Haven't heard of him in years. Not since I saw his name on the sporting bill at the Albert Hall. It must have been back in 51 or 52.
Oh, he hasn't get in touch?
He did for a while, when he was winning. Then he dropped a few bouts and, well, just faded out of the picture.
How long was he working for you?
Oh, let's see now. It must have been 5 or 6 years. He had a stand up on the corner of Oxford Street. Come to be a sort of home to him. Worked like a Trojan, he did, from 6 a.m. in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, except when he was fighting. I used to be an amateur then, of course.
Guess you got to know him pretty well.
Oh, about as well as anyone did. He was a nice lad. Had a good heart, you know. And no one was ever more willing. Oh, I was sorry to lose him, I can tell you.
Where was he living then?
Somewhere in Aldgate, I think. Up Painter Roadway.
I don't suppose you'd have the address.
Well, it's probably around somewhere. I could look it up for you.
Oh, if it's not too much trouble, I'd sure appreciate it.
I'll have to go upstairs, though. I'll just ring for the wife. Have her mind the shop while I'm gone. Sorry to keep you so long. Got so much junk up there, I can never find anything when I want it.
That's okay. Any luck?
Yep, for what it's worth. Yeah, so here it is. Charlie Porter, care of Mrs. T. Hollis, 221 Fowler Street, Aldgate.
The Fowler Street address proved to be a decrepit lodging house in an untoo savoury area. Groups of ragged children were playing games ranging from football to hopscotch in the centre of the road, which was lined by heavily laden garbage tins waiting to be emptied.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, ma'am. Could you tell me if a Mrs. Hollis lives here?
Well, yes, I'm Mrs. Hollis.
Oh, well, I'm glad to know you. I'm Bob Hunter from the Missing Persons Bureau.
The police?
Oh, no. No, we're a private organization.
Oh, for a moment you had me worried. I thought perhaps one or other of my lodgers might have been in trouble.
Well, no. Actually, it is about a former lodger of yours that I'd come.
Oh?
Yeah, a young fellow by the name of Charlie Porter.
Charlie?
You remember him?
I should say I do. Looked after him for long enough. Well, he's like one of my own. Till he went into that fight business. Nearly broke me heart, it did. Fine boy like that.
I take it you don't approve of fighters.
It's what they do to each other I don't approve of. Anyway, he left me not long after.
Have you seen him since?
No, had a few letters from him for a time, but... Well, I suppose he was there because I never went to any of his fights.
Yeah.
But what's this all about? Has he got himself in some kind of scrape?
Well, sort of. He's disappeared.
Disappeared from where?
From where he was living. And a friend of his wants to contact him urgently.
Has he retired from the ring then?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, but I suppose he'll go back to it again, directly the fancy takes him.
No, he won't, Mrs. Hollis. You can rest easy on that score. He's out for good. The big problem is, well, it's vital that I reach him in the next few days. That's why I'm here. I thought perhaps you might be able to give me some kind of a lead. You know, the name of a friend he might have turned to, maybe, or someone he knew in the old days when he was selling his newspapers.
Oh, there's only one person I can think of outside of myself, and that's Mavis.
Mavis?
Mavis Denton. She and Charlie were sweethearts.
Yeah?
Till he started fighting seriously, that is. She was more against it than I was. In the end, they had to bust up. She went her way and he went his. They were so wrapped up in each other, too. It was a terrible shame.
Any notion where I could reach her?
Oh, yes. She was not far from here in Clarence Lane. You won't catch her home now, though. She works during the day.
Where?
Woolworths. So it's behind the counter.
Do you know which branch?
The one near the station. You'd have passed it on your way here.
She is still Miss Denton, is she? Or...
Oh, yes. Got herself engaged once, but it never came to anything. She's never really forgotten Charlie. Doubt she ever will.
Well, thank you very much. I guess I'll go have a chat with her.
You shouldn't have any trouble finding her. She's blonde and very pretty. Works on the electrical goods counter, just by the door as you go in.
As luck would have it, Hunter encountered Mavis Denton as she was leaving to take her tea break, and having introduced himself, persuaded her to join him for a cup of coffee at a nearby cafe.
No, Mr. Hunter, I'm sorry. Charlie and I have lost touch completely. I haven't set eyes on him since we quarreled about his fighting. He left the district soon after that.
Well, is there anybody you could think of who might know something? You know, anyone at all he's likely to contact?
Not really. Apart from Mrs. Hollis and myself, he didn't have many close acquaintances. You say he's retired from the ring?
Yeah, that's right.
He hasn't been hurt, has he?
Oh, well, he's taken a lot of punishment over the last few years. More than that's good for anybody.
I tried to warn him, to try and talk him out of it, but he wouldn't listen. He'd been told that he had the makings of a champion, and... Well, he had always wanted to be someone, and the temptation was just too much for him.
It's an old story. They're all going to be champions when they start off. One or two make it, but the rest, big majority of them, they wind up like Charlie, broken down punchbags.
Oh, it's so wrong. So dreadfully wrong.
Well, I guess they figure it's worth the risk.
Have you tried Bill Palmer?
Bill Palmer? Who's he?
Oh, he has a grocery store up the street. Charlie used to run errands for him when he had time off from his newspaper stand. Occasionally they went to the football together, just the two of them. Yes, they were pretty close at one time. I know Charlie thought a lot of Bill.
Bill Palmer, up the street, huh?
About 3 blocks up on this side. Oh, there's a big green sign up out in the front. Buy your groceries here.
Oh, yes, he was quite a boy, was Charlie, Mr. Hunter. Full of beans and plenty of drive. Must say, though, it didn't get him far in the ring.
Only saw him fight once. That was enough. Yes, got the ears belted off him. Sheer murder it was. That's too bad. You know, I really thought he had it.
Yeah. You haven't heard from him at all lately, I suppose?
No, I'm afraid not. For all I know, he could be dead.
Yeah, well, if I don't find him in a hurry, he will be.
What's that?
Well, he's got to go into hospital for a brain operation. Hence the urgency.
Doesn't he know about it?
No. It's a terrible thing. He cleared out before anybody had a chance to tell him. So you can see, Mr. Palmer, how vital it is. Try and think. When he left the hotel where he was staying, he was broken up. Now, his whole world had just been shattered because he'd been told he had to give up fighting. Now, can you think, where would he go in that state of mind? Who would he turn to? Not Mrs. Hollis or Mavis Denton, and not you, but who else is there?
Yes, wait a minute. When he was a kid and things weren't too good, he always used to fall back on old Father Jeffries.
Father Jeffries?
Yes.
Priest?
Yes, priest. Charlie's strict Catholic, you know. Brought up in a Catholic orphanage.
Is this Father Jeffries still alive, do you happen to know?
I couldn't rightly say. You see, this here used to be his parish till about 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Then he was moved out to Putney somewhere or other. You could ask at the presbytery, they'd know.
Father Jeffries?
That's right.
Why, yes, we hear from him quite often.
He's at Putney now, I understand.
Yes, St. Mary's Church in Wesley Road.
Father Jeffries proved to be a man in his early 70s, but age rested lightly on his shoulders, and he carried himself erect, his cheerful reddish face curiously free of wrinkles, his blue eyes keen and clear, and his smile broad, ready, and infectious.
I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Mr. Hunter. Do sit down. Make yourself comfortable.
Well, thank you, Father, but I'm kind of pressed for time yet.
As you wish. But tell me, to what do I owe this pleasure?
It has to do with an old parishioner of yours, a fellow named Charlie Porter.
Charlie?
Yeah.
What about him?
Well, have you heard from him at all recently? I mean, over the past week or so?
Oh, why do you ask?
Well, it's vital that I contact him as soon as possible.
Vital to whom?
To Charlie himself. He's dying, Father, and he doesn't know it.
Dying?
Yeah, he has a brain tumor. The odds are against it, but an immediate operation might save him, so you see...
Enough said, Mr. Hunter. Come with me.
Where?
I have heard from Charlie. 4 days ago he came here, and he told me the doctor had said that he had to give up fighting and wanted to know if I knew of any kind of job that might suit him. He always used to come to me with his woes, you know, whenever he needed guidance or a shoulder to cry on.
Well, were you able to help him as regards the job, I mean?
Well, you might have noticed we have a rather beautiful garden here, as well as a large expanse of lawn.
Yeah, I saw a guy hard at work with a mower out there.
Yes, I used to push that same mower myself and tend the garden. But I'm afraid the years are catching up with me. No longer as active as I was, nor do I have the time to devote to it that I had. And that's why I was only too happy to let someone else take over.
Well, I'm sure you were, Father, but...
And you should have taken a closer look at that man behind the mower.
Huh?
Charlie Porter, Mr. Hunter. Shall we join him?
Henry Simon returns to conclude this story in just a moment. And here again is Henry Simon.
Charlie Porter received the news that he was dying a good deal more calmly than he had the doctor's verdict that he must give up fighting. It was Father Jeffries who convinced him, finally, that he still had very much to live for, and restored in him the will to carry on. Accordingly, 3 days later, the operation took place, and thanks to the skill of a prominent London brain surgeon, it was a success. On his subsequent release from hospital, Charlie was dispatched by Joshua Lawrence to a rest home in the north of England, where he was later visited by Mavis Denton, who the following year became his wife. And so, from the very jaws of tragedy, ultimate happiness emerged. And now, this is Henry Simon, inviting you to meet me here again, and for the present, bidding you au revoir.
The restoration of Exham Priory had been a stupendous task. For little had remained of the deserted pile but a shell-like ruin. But because it had been the seat of my ancestors, I let no expense deter me. The place had not been inhabited since the reign of James I, when a tragedy of intensely hideous, though largely unexplained nature occurred. It appeared that my ancestor was accused, with much reason, of having killed all the other members of his household in their sleep. This deliberate slaughter, which included his father, as well as 3 brothers and 2 sisters, was strangely condoned by the villagers and slackly treated by the law. With this sole heir, nevertheless legally denounced as a murderer, the estate had reverted to the crown, the accused man making no attempt to exculpate himself or regain his property. Shaken by some horror greater than that of conscience or the law, and expressing only a frantic wish to exclude the ancient edifice from his sight and memory, Walter de la Power fled to the United States, where, by the end of several generations, the family had achieved a proud and honorable, if somewhat reserved and unsocial, Virginia line. After the Civil War, the family moved north. I emerged and grew to manhood, to middle age, and to ultimate wealth within the grayness of a Massachusetts business life. My wife, Emily, died shortly after the birth of our only son, Alfred. And Alfred, in the Aviation Corps in 1917. They both had died, leaving me old, bereaved, and aimless, a retired manufacturer. I traveled, eventually to England, eventually to Anchester, eventually to the ancient family seat, Exham Priory itself. The jumble of tottering medieval ruins, covered with lichen, perched perilously upon a precipice, denuded of floors and other interior features save the stone walls and the separate towers. The priory had been allotted to the estate of the Norris family by the crown. And now, 3 centuries later, I purchased the ruin for a surprisingly reasonable figure and resolved to divert my remaining years by restoring my ancestral home. I had secured the interest, assistance, and the friendship of Captain Norris, whose knowledge of the place had been increased through the years by his having accompanied the many architects and antiquarians who loved to examine the strange relic.
Mind your foot on that big stone over there. The architecture, you see, is peculiarly composite. Gothic towers resting over there on Saxon or Romanesque substructure. The foundation is of a still earlier order, blend of orders, I suppose, Roman or even Druidic or native Cymric, if legends speak truly. And merged on the one side, you see, down here, with the solid limestone of the precipice.
Amiable Captain Norris. The place and its ancestry had an almost consuming fascination for him. He knew every detail of its history and its former structure, and became of inestimable help in the reconstruction.
The priory itself actually stands on the site of a prehistoric temple.
Yes.
A druidical or anti-druidical thing which must have been contemporary of Stonehenge and dates like that.
Well, it's unfortunate that our neighbors aren't all antiquarians such as you, Captain Norris. I had not been in Anchester a day before I knew I came from an accursed house.
Oh, yes, the country folk around here have their own sense of tradition, I'm afraid. They hated the priory hundreds of years ago when your ancestors lived here. And they hate it now, with the moss and mold of abandonment on it. We'll have to go outside of the immediate vicinity for our workers. You see, it isn't so much hatred as the almost unbelievable fear they have of the place. And the scope appears to include both the priory and, I'm afraid, its ancient family.
Yes, I don't seem to be able to convince the villagers how little I know of my heritage.
Oh, but to them a lineage is beyond a matter of knowing. It's in the bone and blood itself. Yeah. I'm not sure I disagree. But what do we see? After 3 centuries, a power has returned to his ancient site to reconstruct the very house. And for the villagers, you've come to restore a symbol abhorrent to them. Oh. Rational or not, they view Exham Priory as nothing less than a haunt of fiends and werewolves.
Captain Norris. Superstitions, ghosts, and...
Oh, no, not quite that.
You share their worries, nevertheless.
Well, so would you, Power. It's not a matter of the present, and it's not all superstition. This is an ancient place, Power. That indescribable rites had been celebrated here, no one doubts. Rites of the Cybele worship the Romans had introduced. Inscriptions still visible in the subcellar of the priory bear the unmistakable letters and signs of Magna Mater, whose dark worship was once vainly forbidden to Roman citizens. About 1000 A.D., the place is mentioned as being a substantial stone priory housing a strange and powerful monastic order and surrounded by extensive gardens. You will see them right over there.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Now, mind that stone there. The people didn't need any walls to keep them out. They were too frightened of the place altogether. It was never destroyed by the Danes, oddly enough. After the Norman conquest, it must have declined tremendously. There was no impediment when Henry III granted the site to your ancestor, Gilbert de la Poer, he was called then, first Baron Exham in, I think, 1261.
Yes, well, then it's the location, the house, not the family that inherits the bad name.
Well, they became aligned, you see, and not, so far as we know, unwillingly. True, before their occupation, the family bore no evil report, but something strange must soon have occurred. In one chronicle, there's a reference to a de la Poer as cursed of God. It's a strange phrase. Village legendary had nothing but evil and frantic fear to tell of the castle. The fireside tales were of the most grisly description. Mind your head down. Yeah. All the ghastlier because of their frightened reticence and cloudy evasiveness. I'm afraid they represented your ancestors as a race of hereditary demons.
But what precisely happened, Norris? What went on?
Well, there are the vaguer tales. Hackneyed spectral lore, perhaps. Wails and the usual howlings heard around the place. Graveyard stench after the spring rains. The servant girl who'd gone mad at what she saw in the full light of day in the priory. The accounts of vanished peasants are less to be dismissed, though not especially significant in view of medieval custom. Prying curiosity meant death, and more than one severed head had been publicly shown on the bastions around Exham Priory. Yes. Well, it's difficult. A few of the tales were exceedingly picturesque. For instance, the belief that a legend of bat-winged devils kept witches' Sabbath each night at the Priory, a legend whose sustenance must explain the disproportionate abundance of coarse vegetables harvested in the gardens. But most vivid of all, there was the dramatic epic of the rats.
The rats?
Yes, the scampering army of obscene vermin which had burst forth from the castle a couple of months after the tragedy that doomed the place to desertion 3 centuries ago now. A lean, filthy, ravenous army which had swept all before it and devoured fowl, cats, dogs, hogs, sheep, and, even 2 villagers before its fury was spent. Yes, around that unforgettable rodent army a cycle of myths revolves. Scattered among the village homes and brought curses and horrors in its train.
Yes, and that was just 3 months after Walter de la Poer had murdered his family and fled to Virginia.
Yes, I should say about that.
One thing puzzles me about that murder. Walter de la Poer must have known for years the sinister tales about his family, so that this material could have given him no fresh impulse. I can scarcely conjecture what discovery could have prompted an act so terrible. What had he witnessed or stumbled upon?
Take this pass down here. Yes. The general whispered sentiment seems to have been that he purged the land of immemorial curse.
Such was the law that assailed me as I began, with an elderly obstinacy, the work of restoring my ancestral home. While living with Captain Norrie's family during the restoration of the priory, I collected many such tales of superstition or fact. But it must not be imagined that they formed my principal psychological environment. I was constantly praised and encouraged by Captain Norrie and the antiquarians who surrounded and aided me. When the task was done, over 2 years after its commencement, I viewed the great room with pride. Wainscoted walls, vaulted ceiling, mullioned window, broad staircase, all there, all as it had been. Every attribute of the Middle Ages was cunningly reproduced. The new parts blended perfectly with the original stone walls and foundations. The seat of my fathers was complete, and I looked forward to redeeming at last the local fame of the line, which ended with me. The interior of the old house was, in truth, wholly new, and free from old vermin and old ghosts. The first incident occurred 6 days after I moved into the priory. That night, dispensing as usual with a valet, I retired to the West Tower chamber, which I had chosen as my own. The room was circular, very high, and without wainscoting, the stones being hung with tapestry. I did not draw the curtains, but gazed out at the narrow north window, which I faced from the canopied four-poster. At some time, I must have fallen quietly asleep, but I recall a distinct sense of leaving strange dreams. As I awoke, I found myself looking intensely at a point on the wall, a point to which my eye had nothing to mark it, but toward which all my attention was directed. Whether the tapestry actually moved, I cannot say. I think it did very slightly. But what I can swear to is that behind it I heard a low, distinct scurrying, as of mice or rats. Then it was gone. Some sort of effect of echo, perhaps, coming from some other area of the house. There was no need of my looking behind the arras, for the walls were of solid stone, several feet thick. It was a while before I could drift back to sleep, and I seemed directly to re-enter my earlier dreams, except that this time the vision was clearly, horribly before me. I seemed to be looking down from an immense height upon a twilit grotto, knee-deep with filth, where a white-bearded demon, a swineherd, drove about with of fungus beasts, whose appearance filled me with unutterable loathing. Then, as the swineherd paused and nodded over his task, a mighty swarm of rats rained down on the stinking abyss and fell to devouring beast and man alike. But suddenly I was awake, wide awake. On every side of the chamber, the walls were alive with nauseous sound, the verminous slithering of ravenous, gigantic rats. I could see a hideous shaking all over the tapestry. But the motion disappeared almost at once, and the sound with it. I sprang out of bed and tore aside the arras to see what lay beneath it. nothing but the patched stone wall. I stepped out of the room and stood for a moment at the head of the great ancient stairway, listening to the house. I could hear them. I could hear them faintly at first, but coming from all the walls. And as I descended, the stampeding continued with such force and distinctness that I could finally assign to their motions a definite direction. These creatures, in numbers apparently inexhaustible, were engaged in one stupendous migration from inconceivable heights to some depth inconceivably below. Rats? When I questioned the servants, they said they heard nothing. I didn't want to alarm them by insisting. No, I wasn't dreaming, Norris. It was no dream.
But there have been no rats at the Priory for 300 years. Even the field mice couldn't be found in these high walls.
Wherever would they be found in walls of solid stone?
You say they were headed downward.
Captain Norris helped me explore the subcellar, but absolutely nothing untoward was found. We could not, however, repress a thrill at the knowledge that this vault was built by Roman hands.
You see up here, it's not the debased Romanesque of the bungling Saxons, but the severe and harmonious classicism of the age of the Caesars. Look here at these inscriptions. T.M. Temp Dona Lucius Praecius Pontificatus. What is it? Attis. Yes. Attis.
The reference made me shiver, but I had read Catullus and knew something of the hideous rites of the Eastern God, whose worship was so mixed with that of Cybele.
Look, hold your lantern up here. No, not that one. That's by this stone block here.
Oh, yes, I see.
Yes, you see the design cut into it? A sort of rayed sun? That's not Roman. No, that's not Roman at all. It's of an earlier origin. These altars had merely been adopted by the Roman priests from some older, perhaps aboriginal temple on the same site. Come down here. Let's have a look down here.
Norris and I determined to pass the night in the crypt, and couches were brought down by the servants. We retired with the lanterns still burning to await whatever might occur. The vault was very deep in the foundations of the priory, and that it had been the goal of the scuffling and unexplainable rats, I could not doubt. But why? Why? As we lay there expectantly, I found my vigil occasionally mixed with half-formed dreams. I saw the twilit grotto and the swineherd, the fungus beast wallowing in filth. They seemed nearer and more distinct. I could almost observe their features. Beast, but not exactly beast. They became more distinct as I watched, looking up at me. Terrifying. Norris, wake up, Norris. Wake up.
What is it, fellas? What's wrong?
Did you hear them? Did you hear them, Norris?
What?
The rats.
Rats? I heard nothing at all.
Still downward. They were going still farther down.
No.
There are cellars below us, Norris.
Cellars?
Norris, was it hallucination? Was it madness? Why have they stopped? Why is it silent now?
Perhaps you've been shown what certain forces wish to show you.
They were headed downward. In this altar. See, Norris? The lantern flickers at the crevice here between the altar and the floor. There must be some kind of...
By Jove!
There must be some way of descending, some door, some kind of entrance.
Balanced by some sort of counterweight, I expect. You see? Look here, look. The entire stone pivots aside. By Jove! There's your cellar power.
Stone steps descended into an abysmal dark, but sprawled across them as far as we could see. Skeletons. Attitudes of panic fear all over them. The marks of rodent gnawing. The ghastly array of human or semi-human bones. semi-aped them. We descended the hellishly littered steps.
Horrifying, but extraordinary. Look here. Out through solid rock. Notice the strokes here. Look, according to the direction of all this passage must have been chiseled from beneath upward. No, look at that. You notice the air? There's a cool movement of air. Probably some fissure in the cliffs above. Yes, look, Papa, the stairway ends here. There's light filtering down from somewhere up here. I can't quite see it, but... Harry, it must be morning outside. You know, almost enough light to see. It's a sort of grotto. Enormous. You can just barely...
The descent from reality had almost prepared me for what was to come. Norris, when I reached him, stared out with a look resembling that of the skulls at his feet. Then I followed his eyes over the subterranean world before us. Dear God.
We must not underestimate the archaeological importance of such a discovery as this.
The Twilit Grotto was of enormous height and stretched farther than any eye could see. There were buildings and other architectural remains. In the center, a circle of monoliths, but dwarfed, everything dwarfed by the spectacle on the ground. An insane tangle of bones, human or nearly so. Like a foamy sea, they stretched postures of demonic frenzy, either fighting off the menace or clutching other forms with cannibal intent.
Yes, these skulls suggest a rather baffling mixture. Mostly lower in the scale of evolution than Pithecanthropus, but in every case definitely human. Actually, some of them seem to be supremely and sensitively developed types.
Horror upon horror.
All the bones gnawed.
Altars serving as butcher shop and kitchen.
Mostly by rats.
Cauldrons. Dining tables.
Not all by rats, my Jack.
Goblets brown-stained and dried. Horror upon horror.
Notice the stone pens over here. For the keeping of herd, I expect, and out of which they must have broken in their last delirium of hunger or rat fear. Herds of some primordial human type. Fascinating. And there are row of cells nearly rusted through. Their tenants still locked inside.
And on the bony forefinger of one, a steel ring with my own coat of arms.
Strange ideographic carvings here on some of the skulls. Here, look at this, Pa. You know, I believe they're Phrygian in origin. Cases of formally arranged bones with parallel inscriptions in Greek and Latin.
Still downward, I could hear them. Where else could they draw me? Across the grotto, carrion pits of sawed bones, picked bones, open skulls, nightmare chasms, unhallowed centuries grinning their unnameable fancies. Then to the edge of a depth hideously foreshadowed by my dreams.
An apparently boundless depth. Power, there's no end to it. A great mouth, lined with human debris. Spewing, swallowing, yawning out from the primordial. Power, stay out of it, Matt.
The rats, questing new horrors, determined to lead me on. I ran, following them. I heard voices, echoes, but above all that insidious scurrying. I felt them all around me. I was one of them, part of the ravenous army that feasts on the living and the dead. Well, why shouldn't rats eat a deal of power? As a deal of power eat forbidden things? No, I am not that demon in the Twilit Grotto. It's not Nari's body I tear apart. Is not blood I feast upon, and flesh you faint and fear at what my family do. I'll learn you how to grunt. World is wine gebieters right. Magna Mater! Magna Mater! That is what they said. I said when they found me in the blackness over the half-eaten body of Captain Nari. Now they have blown up Exum Priory and shut me into this barred room at Hanwell. Fearful whispers about my heredity and experience. When I speak of poor Naris, they accuse me of a hideous thing. But they must know that I did not do it. I did not do it. They must know it was the rat. It was the rat whose scampering will never let me sleep. The demon rat that raced behind the padding of this room and beckoned me down to greater horrors than I have ever known. The rat they can never hear. The rat in the wall.
That was The Rat in the Wall by H.P. Lovecraft. The part of Captain Norris was played by Bernard Mays, and Powers was played by your host of Black Mass, Eric Bauerfeld. The technical production was by John Whiting. And now, good night.
Cabin B-13. My name is Fabian, ship surgeon of the luxury liner Mauravania. Tonight, as we lie alongside the docks at the great port of Southampton, the ship is ghostly, deserted. Our passengers on this world cruise have gone to London. And as I sit here in my cabin, B-13, I'm reminded how the tides and storms of 1,000 voyages have wrought nothing more strange, more sinister than man's desire for adventure in the strange ports and lands we touch. I remember Bill and Brenda Leslie. It was years ago before the war, and the effect on their characters of the mortal terror that overtook them in London. CBS brings you John Dixon Carr's famous Dr. Fabian, ship surgeon, world traveler, and host in Cabin B-13 for strange and incredible tales of mystery and murder, directed by John Dietz. London and Hampden's Hotel in Norfolk Street off the Strand. A quiet little street sloping down to the river, quiet little hotel. So dingy with its stuffiness of old carpets and yesterday's tea trays that you'd never suspect how fashionable it is or how expensive. Can't you hear the lift whining as its two latest arrivals, the husband American, the wife English, go swaying up to a bumpy stop.
This way, sir.
Come on, Brenda.
Will there be anything else, sir?
That's all, thanks. Oh, wait a minute. Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Bill, darling, please don't look so bewildered.
Was I looking bewildered?
I know the furniture's red plush and dates back to the 1860s. I know we can't get a private bathroom.
By George, the waiters look as old as the furniture.
But if only we'd gone to Claridge's or the Savoy or any one of a dozen places I suggested.
But, darling, you don't understand.
No?
Who the devil wants to go to Claridge's or the Savoy? This is London.
Oh, Bill, I'm afraid I still don't understand.
I've been in the diplomatic service for 7 years. I've been stationed in 3 capitals. But I've never been here.
It's a lovely old town. Oh, it's home.
It's home to me, too, in a way. It's put a spell on my imagination ever since I was a boy so high. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Fu Manchu, hansom cabs rattling through the fog.
Darling, you don't think we still ride about in hansoms.
No, but it's the spirit of the thing. Here, look out of this window.
Yes?
Gray and black buildings. Twilight coming down. And yes, look down there.
Where? I don't see anything.
It's one of your famous barrel organs. Here, let's have the window up. It's under our windows, Brenda. What's the tune, dear? Do you know it?
Oh, something about she was a lassie from Lancashire. It's a very old one.
But it's right, don't you see? Everything's right. And if I crane out of the window sideways like this, I can see down to the river. That's where the bodies fall off walls and the police launches go out.
Oh, Bill, please listen to me.
Yeah?
Put your arms around me. Look down at me. There.
I have a funny face. I admit I have a funny face.
I love you terribly, Bill.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean any words like very much or a lot. Just silly and terribly. But of all the romantic Americans I've ever met, you have the most absurd and fantastic ideas about England. You don't really expect to find Scotland Yard men in bowler hats trailing you every step. Now, do you?
That wasn't the point, Brenda. I only
When you
said
think
that...
about it, just remember the barrel organ. Safe, stodgy, comfortable. That's London, Bill. Will you remember?
Well, at least they've got telephones in this place. Hello?
Mr. William Leslie?
Yes, speaking.
This is the reception desk, Mr. Leslie. There's a man here who insists on seeing you. In fact, the man is on his way upstairs. He's a police officer.
What did you say?
A police officer, sir.
A police officer, huh? I see. He isn't by any chance from Scotland Yard?
Yes, sir. I thought you might like to know.
Did you hear that, Brenda?
Yes, I heard it, but surely...
About 6 hours in England.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Bill. There must be some mistake.
Well, there probably is. All the same, come to think of it, I don't feel very keen about facing one of these bowler hats in real life.
But why do they come to us? We haven't done anything.
Nothing I can think of. That's what worries me.
Get ready for the hat and the raincoat and the cropped mustache.
Yes?
Mr. Leslie? Mrs. Leslie?
That's right. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Sorry to have to trouble you, sir. I'm a police officer, Metropolitan CID. Here's my warrant card.
I see. Chief Inspector...
Radford, sir. And I'm bound to tell you I'm here about a pretty serious matter.
But we haven't done anything
Easy, Brenda, easy. Sit down, Inspector.
Thank you, sir. Now, don't mind my notebook. It's a mere formality. You and your wife arrived this morning by the Mauravania. Your wife is British and carries her own passport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
A week from today, you leave by the same ship for Lisbon. At Lisbon, you take up a new diplomatic assignment at the American Embassy. Correct?
Yes,
just one moment. I'd like you to look at this snapshot I have here. Who is it?
But it's Bill. I mean, well, except for that awful shirt and tie. Well, it is Bill.
So help me, I never had that picture taken.
I know you didn't, Mr. Leslie. That's Flash Morgan. Ever hear of him?
Never. Is he wanted for something?
He's wanted for several murders. We won't mention bank robbery. Also, he's a ripper, if you know what that means. uses a razor and likes it.
Me, the image of a famous murderer?
They don't look so different from the rest of us. Do you realize, sir, you can't leave this hotel without being nabbed as Morgan by the first copper you meet?
But I can prove who I am. I've got my papers.
You got your papers. Right. Suppose Morgan gets them.
Morgan?
The Mauravania sails a week from today. Somebody called William Leslie, carrying diplomatic immunity, sails with her. What's to prove it's really you?
You mean he might...
I do.
Oh, that's impossible. He couldn't get away with it.
No, I don't think he could, but I'll give you 10 to 1 he tries it. This is too small a country to hide in, and he can't get away. He's desperate. This is his last hope.
What about Brenda here?
There are several things that might happen to Mrs. Leslie. All unpleasant. There's just one more matter I'm bound to warn you of.
You've warned us, Inspector Radford. We appreciate it most awfully. What else could there be?
Morgan may try to get into this hotel.
Safe, stodgy, comfortable. I see what you mean, Brenda.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Oh, just a little joke between my wife and myself. It's getting chilly. Better close the window. Look here, Inspector. This, Ripper, or whatever he is, couldn't possibly know there's a man who looks just like him.
He couldn't, eh? Have you seen any evening paper?
No.
Some fool took a picture of you getting off the boat train. It's been published with comments on the resemblance. You'll find Morgan's story also with pictures on the front page. Here's the Standard. Read it.
But haven't you got any idea where this man is?
No, madam, we haven't. He used to have a hangout at 96 Fleet Street up over a barber's shop. But he won't go there now. He's loaded with money from the Whitehall bank job. He's got a razor. And he's ready to use it. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Inspector, wait. What do you want us to do?
I want you to stay in this hotel, both of you, until that boat sails.
Cooped up here for a week, just on a theory of yours?
Yes, Mr. Leslie. Just on a theory.
Suppose I do go out.
I can't stop you, sir. The guard I'm leaving here can't stop you. But I might send you some photographs of people with their throats cut. Sorry to have upset you. Good day.
Hardly any change yet in the purplish-white tinge of early evening. No street lamps alight. But a thin mist, white with late October chill, is creeping up from the river as Bill and Brenda Leslie still sit in the red plush room, staring at nothingness.
Brenda?
Yes, dear?
What was the number of that address Radford gave us, where Morgan used to hang out?
I don't remember.
96, wasn't it? 96 Fleet Street?
Why do you want to know?
Because I'm going there. And I'm going now.
Yes, I thought that was it. Bill, you can't. You mustn't. You can't do anything there.
I know.
Then why go at all?
Sweetheart, you know what our life is.
It's a wonderful life.
Oh, with you, yes, every minute of it. But the diplomatic service. Vous allez bien, Madame la Comtesse? I am sure, Signor, that the Rio Alta Bridge will be a great success. Who precedes whom at dinner? Does the envoy's wife eat artichokes? Look, Brenda, suppose I captured Morgan before the police do.
Bill, are you absolutely mad?
No, darling. Once or twice in every man's life, something taps him on the shoulder and says, "Come on, I dare you." Mostly we turn away and pretend we don't notice. But not this time. I'm taking the dare.
Bill, come back here. You're not to go.
Where's my overcoat? I've got it. Now, this address...
If you go, I'm going with you.
Oh, no. This isn't a woman's kind of dare, and you know it.
It's as much my dare as it is yours.
96 Fleet Street, up over a barber shop. How do I get there?
If
you don't tell me, Brenda, I can easily find out.
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, it's not very far from here. You could walk it in 10 minutes.
That's better. That's much better.
What about your identification papers?
I'm throwing them out here on the bed. Morgan won't get those.
But if you haven't got those papers, you won't be able to prove who you are.
I'll have to risk it, Brenda. See you later.
Bill, come back. If you had any reason for going there, I wouldn't mind. But it's idiotic. Oh, don't leave me. Please come back. Please. I'll be with you, Bill. I'll be with you if Morgan doesn't see me first.
Footsteps. Slow-moving footsteps. Footsteps on gritty pavement where, beyond Temple Bar, Fleet Street curves down into dimness. A dead street, hushed and shadowy, with St. Paul's like a grey cloud far ahead. Too late for office workers? Too early for newspaper offices. Let's be Leslie on the left-hand pavement. I can tell you, believe me, every half-thought that tumbles through his brain as he walks.
Can't see the numbers, that's the trouble. Fool stunt, I wish I hadn't tried it. Can't turn back now, seem afraid. What if something jumped out of one of these doorways?
He's a ripper, if you know what that means.
Are you absolutely mad?
Mustn't remember things like that. Fleet Street. Dr. Johnson, 18th century. No people around. A street lamp's lighted. Good thing. Might walk a little faster. No harm in walking a little faster. There. Number 34. Even number side of the street, too. Can't be far off now. Mist rising and as cold as... Is that a policeman's helmet? Behind me, up against the sky? Doesn't matter. Police mean safety.
If you haven't got those papers, you won't be able to prove who you are.
Still doesn't matter. Nobody can see my face. Another policeman's helmet. Swear to it. Over in that alley. A little faster. Take it easy now. Don't run. They can't possibly...
You there! Stop! Wait a minute!
Mustn't get panicky. How do you stop panic? Got to find that address. Got to justify myself. Got to... Run! Run! 96. Little entry. No door. Flight of steps. Easy on the jump now. Run up quiet as you can. Door with glass panel. Henry M. Jenkins, Bob. Door open and...
A large room, perhaps not too clean, with a cork floor giving back no sound. Facing you, a window. On your left, another door. On your right, a wall of mirrors with two white barber chairs. This is what Bill Leslie sees amid a gleam of mirrors and a thick odor of hair tonic. On a white stool sits a little old man with yellow-white hair and a reddish nose, peering up from a paper with Cockney friendliness.
Why, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to crash in like this.
Not a bit of it, sir. Nobody here, sir. Glad to have you come up any way you like.
I've come about something important. Oh, I want a shave, please. And I'll just close this door.
Shave, sir? Very good, sir. If you'll just come over here. That's it. Your overcoat, sir. Allow me.
Oh, thanks.
And in this chair, please. Now, we'll just whip out the cloth and round your neck it goes.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't tilt me backwards yet. Are you Mr. Jenkins?
Now, that, sir, is what I call a real honor.
What's so funny about it?
Sorry, sir, it's only a joke. My name is Jenkins, and that's a fact. But mostly the gentlemen call me Old Scratch.
Old Scratch?
Oh, not in a religious way. Lummy, I don't not. With me, a chapel goer for 40 years, and a teetotaler so's me hand wouldn't shake. Excuse me, sir. Mix the lather. No, sir, it's only a joke. If they call me Old Scratch, or as it might be Old Nick, it's 'cause they know I won't nick 'em. Never miss with a razor, I don't. There now. Now we just tip the chair back. And I'll bet this lather I'm putting on is as comfortable as going home to tea and kippers on a night like this. It's remarkable, sir, how comfortable... Here, sir. What is it? What's wrong?
I was trying to signal you, that's all.
Hey?
Keep on lathering. Don't speak any louder than I do.
What is it, sir? What's up?
Flash Morgan has just come in.
Who?
Flash
Morgan.
But there's nobody here but you and me. Lift your head up and look.
You didn't see him. You were looking at the shaving mug. I saw him come in by the door from the stairs when you moved the chair. You sure you don't know who Morgan is?
So help me, Harry, I don't.
He's a killer. Wanted by the police.
The police? Here now.
Finish with the lather. Then start shaving. But make it quick. Get a razor.
Yes, sir. But...
That's it.
Where's the bloke? Is he a blooming ghost?
He didn't look at either of us. He didn't make a sound. I saw him in the mirror. He bolted the glass-paneled door on the inside. Look over and see if it isn't bolted.
Yes, sir, it's bolted.
He walked to a door at the back of this room. Behind me. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Of course I can see it.
Where does that door lead? Upstairs?
No, sir. There's no upstairs on this side of the house.
But there's got to be. Morgan lived... or had some friends who...
Don't move your chin like that. Keep your head where I put it. If you was looking for 96 proper, you must have seen the numbers in a bad light.
Oh?
That's under the arch and round the back, like a lot of these old houses. This is 96B.
And where does the door lead?
Only to a cupboard, sir. A big cupboard. Somebody's hiding there now.
That's right. Morgan's there with his razor.
That's the end of the shave, sir. I trust it's satisfactory. Hot towel, sir.
Here's thanks. Hot and steaming. Hang on to your nerve, old Scratch. We'll get him in 2 minutes.
Towel satisfactory, sir. I'm a peaceful man, Governor. I don't want no trouble.
Now listen. When you take the towel off, go to the shelf under the mirrors and mess around with the bottles. Ask me if I'd like some kind of lotion. And edge toward the glass door. When you get near it, run like blazes and yell for the police. The whole neighborhood's full of cops. Morgan will come out fighting when he hears you run. I'll pick up that high stool and try to hold him off. The cops didn't find me because they went to the wrong 96.
That door behind you.
Well?
The knob's moving.
Then we'll have to do it when I count 3.
I can't, sir. I just ain't up to it.
You can run, can't you? 1, 2, 3.
Let her stay where you are, both of you.
Oh, well. What do I hear in Chief Inspector Radford?
You do? Sorry to break the glass door, old Scratch, but it seemed to be bolted on the inside. Yes, it is. In you go, boys. We may need several men here.
Well, Inspector, don't you recognize me? I'm Bill Leslie.
Yes, you probably are. Where's Morgan?
He's in that cupboard over there. I don't want to handle him. Have your men got guns?
We don't carry guns. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go over and guard that window. Davis, you stay here. I'll take the wasp out of his nest.
Right, sir.
Coming out, Morgan? No? All right, have it your own way. I'm turning the knob and... Lord almighty.
Find that blood, sir.
It's Morgan, all right. But he won't give any trouble now. His throat's been cut.
His throat's cut? But who? Who?
Curse it, Mr. Leslie. Why do you have to go and kill him?
There's a famous building on the Thames embankment. Once red brick with white trimming. Now smoke darkened, redolent of old stone. Inside it looks rather like a hospital, does New Scotland Yard. Not far away down the Misty River, there's a great clock. As 3 persons sit in a small official room.
Mr. Leslie, why don't you tell us the truth?
Inspector, I have told you the truth. So has old Scratch here.
Every word of it.
Let's face it, Mr. Leslie. You killed Morgan, and you don't seem to understand the law here.
How do you mean?
To kill a wanted man, even a murderer, is just as serious an offense as killing the Prime Minister. I can't help you if you say you didn't kill him. But I can get you off scot-free if you admit you did it in self-defense.
Look, Inspector. I never set eyes on Morgan except when he walked through that shop. Scratch never saw him at all. I never stirred out of the chair for 1 second. Scratch never left me. Never even took his hands off me for a second. Neither of us did it.
Then who killed Morgan?
I don't know.
The door was bolted on the inside. The window was locked. How could anyone get in?
I just don't know.
You don't think a ghost got in and killed him?
Well, what do you think happened?
I know what happened.
Oh?
Oh, yes. You rather thought you and Morgan would try to corner each other. You were both in Fleet Street within 20 yards of each other when those police whistles blew.
And you lost both of us. What happened in the meantime?
You and Morgan met at the barber's. There was a fight, and you killed him unintentionally.
I killed him with what?
With his own razor. We found it in the cupboard. Then you bribed old Scratch to keep his mouth shut.
Here now, Inspector.
Easy, Scratch. Stop rocking back and forth.
Oh, I'd like to tangle up me hair and pull it out by the roots. Oh, I'd like to stand on the track with a engine coming. Oh, I'd like to... Lummy, ain't there any justice?
Morgan was loaded with money, carried 1,000 quid in an oilskin tobacco pouch. It wasn't on his body. If you gave it to Scratch and Scratch hid it in the confusion after we broke in...
You know, Inspector, I've been wrong about this whole thing.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, not the way you mean. I thought my big trouble would be to prove my identity. But you don't doubt my identity. Or do you?
I don't know. But officially, until your wife identifies you...
That's what I've been asking all night, and you won't answer. Where is Brenda?
Well, sir, the fact is...
You haven't got her locked up somewhere.
No, of course not. The fact is, we can't find her.
Isn't she at the hotel?
No, your wife left the hotel just after you did.
Brenda left the... Where'd she go?
To 96 Fleet Street.
How do you know that?
The real entrance to 96 is at the back, up a flight of stairs past the barber's window. One of our men saw her there, then lost her.
You mean Morgan may have seen her before he came into the shop and attacked her?
Mr. Leslie, you're the one who's got to take it easy. Just sit down, gentle-like.
Do you see now why you've got to give up this crazy story that you didn't kill Morgan and that you and old Scratch were never out of each other's sight?
But it's true.
Don't you see what I want to know? Did Morgan kill your wife? I want to know whether there was any blood on the razor before you fought Morgan.
This, as they say in the nursery books, is an office. That's a filing cabinet. You're smoking a pipe. I've got to hold on to things because they're getting blurred. Blast you, I never fought Morgan.
Want to think it over for a while?
Brenda's dead. That's what you're saying. Don't start to object. That's what you're intimating. And if Brenda's dead, on the course of it...
Chief Inspector.
Sergeant, keep out of here. I told you not to...
Yes, sir, but I couldn't help it. She's here. She's been in the anteroom listening to every word you've said.
Who's here?
Mrs. Leslie. She says she wants to give herself up.
Bill!
Please stay where you are, Mrs. Leslie. You want to give yourself up?
No, not for murder. Oh, I'm so horribly frightened and mixed up. I don't know what I did say. But I had to talk to you because I saw the murder committed.
You saw it from where?
From outside the window, on the back stairs. Oh, Bill, darling, I got there before you did. You had to ask directions at the beginning. I saw you come in.
Into the barber shop?
Yes. But I think I'd have known what happened even if I hadn't seen it.
Are you one of our women detectives, Mrs. Leslie?
Oh, please, Mr. Radford. It's because I am a woman that I'd have noticed. You're too used to it. Bill thinks that man you call Old Scratch was never out of his sight for a moment. But he's forgotten something.
Forgotten what?
You've forgotten there were 30 seconds when you had a hot towel over your face and eyes.
Sergeant, better grab our friend Scratch's arms, quick.
Keep away, hurry, please!
Got him safe, man.
Go on, Mrs. Leslie.
Well, he went to the cupboard. He opened the door only partly and slashed inside. He dropped the razor inside and came back with an oilskin pouch of money. He put the money under a trap in the cork floor. It took less than 30 seconds if you timed it.
It's a pity I ain't got another razor. Old Scratch never misses with a razor.
Better put the cuffs on him, Sergeant.
You see, I already guessed he was an accomplice of Morgan's.
You what?
Oh, Bill, you're so adventurous you won't use common sense. He was reading an evening paper with pictures of Morgan and you, too. But he said he'd never heard of Morgan. You spoke first, so he knew you were the American. And he saw a way of killing his partner, Morgan, for the money. If he just dropped that razor in the cupboard, the police would think it belonged to Morgan, wouldn't they?
I'm afraid they would.
Only I'm an awful coward. I was so paralyzed I couldn't even scream. Somebody chased me. Maybe it was the police. And I fainted in some old woman's room. Oh, Inspector, may I go to my husband now?
You may, Mrs. Leslie, with the apologies of the CID.
Bill, please take me away from London before your sense of adventure starts again. I don't understand these detective stories.
And so, in rather a pleasant vein, I end my story of the husband who sought trouble and the wife who got him out of it. And as I, Dr. Fabian, ship's surgeon of the Mauravania, sit here in my cabin, B13, remembering this story, I wonder what other memories of strange and sinister happenings will come back as we touch at the other ports of our world cruise. I hope to greet you again next week in cabin B13.
Next week, as the Mauravania docks at Cherbourg, Dr. Fabian will bring you from his cabin, B13, a story in which he himself plays a small part. A tale with not quite so pleasant an ending as tonight's. A strange adventure which he calls The Man Who Couldn't Be Photographed. Cabin B13 is created and written by John Dixon Carr, outstanding mystery novelist in both England and America, who is also famous as Carter Dixon. These Dr. Fabian stories are all newly written for you by Mr. Carr and have not appeared before on the air or in printed form. Dr. Fabian is played by Arnold Moss, and on tonight's drama, Joseph Curtin played Bill Leslie, with Naomi Campbell as Brenda and William Podmore as Jenkins. The music is composed and conducted by Merle Kendrick. Cabin B13 is edited by Charles S. Monroe, and the productions are directed by John Dietz. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The whole of life is but keeping away the thoughts of death. Those are not my words. They were set down in the 18th century by an Englishman named Samuel Johnson. Our persistent, incurable optimism drives us to live as though there would never be an ending. The knowledge that life will close is buried deep and covered over. But deep as it lies and hidden as it is, the knowledge is there. And we silently wonder, as Mr. Johnson did, must not all things at the last be swallowed up in death?
Look there. Look there.
Where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything, Captain.
Huh? But you must. It's a ship. Yes, it's a ship. It's coming. For me.
Our mystery drama, The Unquiet Tomb, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Fred Gwynne. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Samuel Johnson was preoccupied throughout his 75 years with the vagaries and vicissitudes that punctuate our brief lives, till he wrote these despairing lines. Must helpless man, in ignorance sedate, roll darkling down the torrent of his fate? Stay with us now for the story called The Unquiet Tomb.
Nicholas! Nick, where are you? Nicholas! Can't you hear me?
I hear you, Captain Jack.
The sun's starting to set.
I know, Captain.
Then where in the name of heaven is my brandy?
I'm fetching it now.
Bring me a shawl to put over my knees.
Yeah, I've got it. There's a sharp wind blowing from off the sea.
Hand it over.
Shall I help?
Hand it over. I'll do it myself. I'm still able.
Of course you are. Shall I pour your brandy, Captain Jack?
Yes, you'd better do that.
There you are, Captain Jack.
Pour yourself one, too.
How's that?
I said pour yourself a spot of brandy. Is that so hard to understand?
Well, it's been years since you suggested that I drink with you, Captain.
Yes, well, I'm suggesting it now. Of course, back there, it wouldn't have been proper for us to drink together. Bad for discipline.
Bad for morale, surely.
And when we came here, I don't know, we stuck to the same old ways. Force of habit, I suppose.
I always understood that, Captain. It would never have entered my mind to presume.
But now it all seems stuff and nonsense. Know what I mean?
Perhaps I do, Captain. In part, anyway.
And besides, I begin to feel the need of human company. It was different, of course, when Nellie was alive. You remember how she was, Nick?
I remember.
So full of spirits. So happy to be alive. Well, you know.
Yes, she was my own sister, Captain.
And then there was Kevin Murdoch. Now he's gone. Why did he have to go back, Nicholas? He had a good life here. Why did he want to go back to the polluted life of civilization?
I think you know why, Captain.
Look. Look there. Look there.
Where, Captain?
On the horizon. It's a ship.
I don't see anything.
But you must. Your eyes are better than mine. There's a ship out there.
No, Captain.
Yes, a ship. And it's coming for me. To carry me away.
But now, Captain, surely you don't mean you leave your island.
You think I'd do that? Leave my island? No. But that ship will carry me away. Yes, it will carry me away.
A flight of fancy, Captain. There's no ship.
What? No? No ship?
You imagine it, Captain.
Well, you could be right, I suppose. It's possible, you're right. Remember when I purchased this island? From the Dutch? Or was it the French? Or the English? Bought it for pennies. In point of fact, I'm not sure I ever paid them anything at all. Whoever they were. Did I pay them, Nick?
I don't believe you ever did.
Well, nobody cared. Nobody even knew this island was here till I put in a bid for it. And when I did, they brushed it off like you'd whisk away a fly. What did they want with an island that covered no more than 8 square miles of earth, set in a distant sea? Did they care for its beauty? Its serenity? No. There wasn't a penny to be made from it, so why should they care? Do I speak the truth, Nick?
The very truth, Captain.
Even you? You thought me mad to settle on this scrap of paradise, didn't you? Didn't you?
Well, that was before I'd seen it, sir.
But once you'd seen it...
Then it was a different matter altogether.
Oh, man alive. The joy in my heart when I saw you waving from the small boat. One of my own. My old compatriot. My fellow fighter. I knew straight off that together we'd have ourselves a tiny piece of heaven here. And Nellie. Nellie standing beside you in the little boat. I never expected that. Bringing a woman with you. That was your bit of inspiration.
It was to free her mind of an infatuation she'd had for a man back there.
And it did. It did. Freed her from everything that was mean and rotten. Remember, Nick, how we set about building this house out of the coral rock.
Build it according to no plan at all.
What did we need of plans? The soul of this place is to have no plan. No plan at all. Simply to live each day as it comes. To rest each night in order to be ready for the day that will dawn.
Aye, we'd rise with the sun.
Nellie would give us breakfast.
And work like stevedores.
Harder than that.
Till Nellie called us for dinner.
Oh, her sweet voice. I can hear it now.
Captain O'Shea, I've dinner set on the bench. There's fried fish today. Captain? I'm toasting the breadfruit, so hurry. Stop your work now. This instant or the fish will be overdone.
We're coming, Nellie. We're yours.
Nick, serve up the fish and be generous. There's plenty.
Oh, this one was a whopper.
There's breadfruit for you, Captain.
Again?
No complaining now. I won't have it.
It lacks something. Breadfruit does.
Yes. Taste is what it lacks.
I took a walk along the beach this morning, and you know what I found? Little yellow plums growing right out of the sand. Millions of them. Now, if there was some way to get out the pulp and some way to make a jam out of them.
There should be a way.
And brandy.
A yellow plum brandy.
A yellow plum jam. A yellow plum pudding. There's no end to what we can do.
No end. No end. We shall go on forever and ever. There will be no end to this dream of paradise. We shall live like this to the end of our days. Agreed?
Agreed.
Of course, the reality of the thing is, my end will come first. I'm 50 years old and a bit more.
Well, now, Captain Jack...
Don't dwell on such things, Captain O'Shea. Not on a day like this, when we're all so happy and content.
You two. Neither of you has reached 30. But I...
Oh, come now, Captain, you...
No. Today's the day to think about it. Later, I'll fear it no more, and I'll push the thought away. But today I can think about it with a clear mind.
If you must.
I have it. I have it.
What's that, Captain Jack?
I'll build me a tomb. A tomb of coral. Inlay the walls with the most beautiful shells to be found on the beach.
I can find the shells.
Before we go on with the house, Nick, we'll construct a tomb. And build the house about it. Yes. I shall live out my days on this wee island, and when my life is over, I shall lie in my coral tomb and hearken to the waves and the gulls and be at peace. How happy we were, the three of us. It seemed we needed nothing more. No one else. But then, it was a particularly fine day, I remember. The house was finished. We were so proud of it. We were standing on the beach. Remember? You and I, Nick.
Captain, that boat's aiming to anchor here. They've lowered a dinghy. There's a man in it.
Oh, that's a fine ship.
About 30 foot, I should say.
Draws about 6 feet.
Aye, nice and beamy.
What do you say we walk down and welcome him? Find out what drew him here.
Hello! Hello there!
Hello! Well, he's one of us at least, not some crazy foreigner.
Have I your permission, sir?
You have better than that, sir. You have my welcome.
My name is Captain Murdoch.
And I'm Captain Jack O'Shea. Welcome to Shea's Island, Mr. Murdoch.
Thank you, sir.
And this is Nicholas Higgins.
Of course. Well, at last, Mr. Higgins.
You've met before, you two?
One night in a bar, many months back, a year ago.
It was this man told me about the island, Captain. He was taking his future into his own hands and coming to join you.
Well, come up to the house, Mr. Murdoch. We'll give you some fine plum brandy, and you'll tell us...
I didn't come alone, Captain. My wife is on the boat.
And my 2 children. With your permission.
Oh, fetch them. Meanwhile, we go up to the house and tell Nellie we have guests.
Nellie? You said Nellie?
Yes, Nick's sister. She's my housekeeper, my cook, my companion. Now go. Fetch your family and bring them up to the house.
You're very kind. They'll be most pleased.
A fine man. And to think that you know him, Nick.
Well, hardly that. We only met that one night. We talked some.
Yes? Well, he doesn't seem your sort exactly. More a man of my class, if you get my meaning.
Oh, yes, I do. I get your meaning.
Just what I've needed. And never knew I needed. People of my own sort to converse with. Nick, I'm going to ask this man, Murdoch, to move in with us.
What? Here? In this house?
Why not? Be plenty of room.
But, if they stay...
Oh, they'll stay. This island is going to bewitch them as it's bewitched me.
They could live on the boat.
Oh, no. I want them here. Another woman in the house. Company of the female sort for Nellie. And children running about. Oh, it'll be wonderful.
What are you talking about, Captain O'Shea? A woman? Children here? With us?
My guests, Nellie. And treat them with every respect, as you do me.
Certainly, Captain.
Nellie, the man's name is Murdoch.
What? You said...
Kevin Murdoch. He's here with his wife.
Yes, his wife and 2 children. Oh, we'll be quite a household.
Do you think it's wise, Captain, having them to live here?
It'll be great fun, Nellie. Oh, we'll have such times. Go and fetch brandy and biscuits, and let's make the Murdochs really feel at home. For, know it or not, this is their home. They never did move out. And we were happy together, all of us. Well, weren't we, Nick?
For time, perhaps.
Yes. Yes, we were happy. I insist upon it. I knew such pleasure, such happiness. I was near to bursting with it until...
Yes, Captain?
Until the dying began.
There is a theory, and it's only a theory, that each man holds 2 instincts. One is called Eros, after the god of love. The other is Thanatos, a personification of death. These 2 are thought to live side by side in every human soul. Sometimes the one is in the ascendancy, sometimes the other. But neither ever resigns or concedes the battle. I'll continue with Act 2 shortly. If most of us push away the thought of death, our poets and philosophers dare to think about it and write about it. Here are lines written in the century past by the English poet Swinburne. From too much love of living, from hope and fear set free, we thank with brief thanksgiving whatever gods may be, that no life lives forever, that dead men rise up never, that even the weariest river winds somewhere safe to sea.
Such happiness, such joy. The house came alive. I could have conversation of an intelligent sort with Murdoch. No offense meant, Nick.
None taken, Captain.
And with Mrs. Murdoch planning the meals. And she rearranged the furniture. Remember that?
I remember.
Made draperies for the windows. Sailed the sloop to the mainland to get the material. Remember?
I remember.
And dyed them herself. The exact shade of the casuarina tree. Oh, she did hundreds of things to improve the house.
She did indeed.
This terrace was her idea, with a full view of the sea.
It was indeed.
Nick, it just suddenly occurred to me.
Oh, what's that, Captain Jack?
Did I let Mrs. Murdoch do too much to the house? Did I let her impose her own ideas on me?
Well, they was good ideas.
Yes, but Nellie'd been the only woman here up to the time the Murdochs arrived. She was happy to watch the house grow, cook the meals, tend to our wants, yours and mine. Wasn't she, Nick?
Very happy.
Well, now, to have a high-born lady move in here and start to change things around, did that grate on Nellie's nerves, perhaps? Did she resent another woman taking her place, as it were?
Perhaps she did.
At any rate, after a while she started to lose interest in the life here. You must have noticed it.
I did.
I talked to her about it, you know.
You did?
Oh, yes, I was very concerned, because we'd been so happy. You've been happy here, haven't you, Nellie?
Oh, yes, Captain.
But now you're not.
Yes, I am.
Well, I never hear you laugh anymore. I hardly ever see you smile. After all we've been to each other, Nellie, after all we've accomplished together, how do you think that makes me feel?
I'm sorry, Captain.
Well, now I want you to tell me what I can do for you.
There's nothing.
Nellie, is it possible you want to go back there? Leave us and go back to that inferno you escaped from?
Oh, no. No, Captain Jack. I'd never go back there.
I didn't think so.
No, I want to stay here.
You're sure?
To the end of my days. Promise me I can stay till I die, Captain. I want to die here on this island. Promise me that. I want to know. I want to be sure.
Set your mind at rest, Nellie. You'll stay here on this island till you leave it. In life or in death.
I want never to leave. Alive or dead.
What do you mean, Nellie?
When I die. Oh, I know it's asking a great deal, but when I die, will you bury me in the tomb beneath this house? Oh, I know you built it for yourself, but could you see your way? Would you? There's room there. There's plenty of room. If I could know that I would lie in that tomb through eternity.
Does it mean so much to you?
It means everything.
Well, then you have my promise, Nellie. My solemn promise. You shall lie in the tomb beneath this house you helped to build. She seemed better after that little talk, Nick. She did, didn't she? Livelier, more like her old self.
For a time, she did.
Yes, for a time.
Till she sickened and took to her bed.
And died.
Yes.
Well, but I kept my promise. I said to you, build her a wooden coffin and put it in the tomb under the house.
Which I did.
Yes, I kept my promise to Nellie. She lies there now in the tomb I built for myself, and she'll lie there through eternity.
I wonder if that was a wise thing to do.
What else could I do? I gave her my word, my sacred promise. What else could I do but fulfill it?
It was only a few weeks after that. The youngest Murdoch child took sick, lived a few days, and died.
Yes, I regret that I took so little note of it. I was sorry, of course, but my condolence was mechanical, perfunctory. I realize that now. But I was distraught over Nellie's passing. I hope they understood.
They sailed the sloop to the mainland and bought a tiny coffin made of lead.
They asked me if I might place it in the tomb. I said yes. I don't know why. I don't know that I even attended the interment. Did I?
No, you did not.
I should have.
But when the second child died...
Ah, yes. When the second child was taken...
We put the little body in another lead coffin. We was all there, Captain. You and I and the Murdochs.
We'll place it next to the other, Kevin?
Well, of course, my dear. That's be all right with you, isn't it, Captain?
What's that?
My wife says we place the coffin side by side with that of our other child.
Of course. Wherever you like.
Kevin? Where is it?
What, my dear?
The other coffin, where is it?
Why, it's right where we... It's not here. It's gone. Captain O'Shea, the other coffin is gone. It's been removed.
Oh, surely not. It must be here.
It's not. It's not here. Someone's stolen it.
Nick, that's not possible, is it? That someone could have gotten into the tomb?
Not remotely possible, Captain.
Then where is it?
With your permission, Miss Murdoch, I'll look around.
I remember perfectly. I couldn't possibly forget.
It's here.
Here? Where?
Look over here, Miss Murdoch.
Thank the Lord you located it, Nick.
What? Look at it. Kevin, look at it. It's standing on end. On the bare ground.
That's not the way we left it. You know that, Nick. You were with us. We put it on that high shelf and not standing on end like it is now.
Oh, this is horrible.
Oh, well, now, we'll put it back, just as it was.
I'll put it back. I'll do it.
You know, after that, I thought the Murdochs might leave. Desert us and leave the island.
They didn't want to leave their children's burial spot, I suspect.
We did go over the whole place, Nick. There was no indication of water seeping in.
No sign of an underground quake.
No sign of anything. Just the two little leaden coffins. And, of course, Nellie.
Nellie. In her wooden one.
Yes. Nick, there is a boat out there.
No, Captain.
I can see it. I see that held the Murdochs here.
You could be right.
In spite of the loss. Dying.
They had each other.
And the island had them.
Maybe that was it.
They didn't have each other for long.
A few months.
Mrs. Murdoch went so suddenly. Got up from the dinner table. Went upstairs. Said she felt a mite queasy. It couldn't have been more than 10 minutes later.
Yeah. She was dead.
I'll never understand it, Nick. Never.
Or what came after. In the tomb. O'Shea! O'Shea! It's happened again.
What is it, Murdoch? What's happened?
The coffins of the children. They've been moved.
Impossible. I can't believe it.
Look there. One on end. The other on its side. 8 feet apart. We put them side by side. You were there. You know we did.
I swear to you, we went over the entire place.
Take them out. Put them on the sloop. My children. My wife. I can't leave them here. Mr. Murdoch. It's not safe. Please, listen to me. I can fix everything. You said you had fixed everything. Leave the coffins of the children here, Mr. Murdoch. Leave your wife's here, too. In a few days, come back, and you'll find everything as it should be. Can I trust you? I believe you can, Mr. Murdoch.
Trust him, Murdoch.
Have I your permission, Captain? To do whatever I think necessary? Anything at all?
Anything.
Tomb.
Yes, Nick.
It was worse than before.
How? How worse?
Not only was the coffins of the children strewn about the place, but Mrs. Murdoch's was tilted to one side, leaning up against the back wall of the tomb. It was marked, scarred, and it was filthy.
But what did you do, Nick? You promised Murdoch.
I did as I promised. And 3 days later, when Murdoch visited the tomb,
Everything was in order. The little coffins side by side. Mrs. Murdoch's cleaned and set in place.
But what did you do, Nick? Tell me now. The ship is coming in.
I'll tell you, Captain Jack. Even if it makes you angry. Even if it makes you hate me. Even if you kill me.
Who knows what happens when those we love start the long sleep called death? I don't know. And if you are honest, you will admit that you don't know either. But again, a poet tries to add his little lines of hope. Swinburne, whom we quoted before. Who knows, but on their sleep may rise such light as never heaven let through to lighten earth from paradise. I'll be back shortly with our final act. Forgive me if I quote to you again from the writings of Algernon Charles Swinburne. He wrote these lines in 1878 in memory of his fellow poet Baudelaire, who had died the year before. There is no help for these things, none to mend and none to mar. Not all our songs, O friend, will make death clear.
Nick, tell me now how you put things right in the tomb. Because whatever you did, Murdoch seemed satisfied. He told me so. He would visit the tomb every other day or so, and he'd come to me and tell me everything was in order, nothing disturbed, all the coffins in place. After a while, he stopped going there. His mind was at rest about it, or it seemed to be.
I'm sure it was, Captain Jack.
Then why did he leave the island? Why did he have to go? The house seems so empty now, just you and me.
I think you know why he left, Captain Jack.
No, I don't. I don't at all.
Captain, you know what he wanted. He told you what he wanted.
Title to the island? Is that what he wanted? He and I talked about it one day. I said I'd gladly give him title, but strictly speaking, I didn't have title myself. But I was sure that after my death, he'd be free to stay on.
No, it wasn't the island he wanted, Captain.
Then what was it? Why didn't he tell me what he wanted? I'd have given it to him.
He did tell you, Captain Jack. But it wasn't in your power to give it to him.
He never told me. When did he tell me?
Remember the morning you and I was having coffee right here on the terrace, and he come out of the house looking very solemn, very grave, unhappy even?
Good morning, Captain Nick.
Good morning, Murdoch. Sit down. Beautiful morning, isn't it?
Beautiful.
What are your plans for the day? Have you made any?
No, I haven't.
Such a splendid day. Huh? Shall we go fishing?
We did that yesterday.
Ah, yes. So we did. Well, then, we could simply sail around the bay. Sail clear around the island. We can do that in a couple of hours or less. There's a fine breeze. Huh? What do you say?
Not today, Captain Jack.
Well, then, what did you have in mind? Anything special?
Yes. I do have something special in mind, as a matter of fact. Captain Jack, you know how I appreciate all the hospitality you've shown me.
Oh, don't speak to me of hospitality. It's been a joy to have you here. Oh, I know there's been tragedy. Oh, awful tragedy. Your children, your wife, but that could have happened anywhere, Murdoch. You know that.
There's no blame attached to you for that, Captain.
I well know how you must have grieved for them. It broke my heart to see you grieve, but I'd hoped that, well, I'd really thought that all that grief was subsiding. Was I wrong?
Not really wrong, Captain.
Well then, everything's all right, isn't it?
No, Captain.
Well, why not? We have a fine life here, haven't we? The leisure, easy living. Well, what is it you want, man? Well, what can I do for you to make you more content? We share equally in this island, do we not? If you think we don't, tell me where I failed and I'll correct it. Simply tell me.
There is nothing you can do, Captain.
But there must be. There must be.
No, there's simply not the life for me, Captain Jack.
Not the life for you?
3 grown men on a little island.
And what's wrong with that?
It's a child's dream.
It's everyone's dream.
Oh, no, Captain, it's not. Anyway, it's not mine.
You don't mean you couldn't, you wouldn't leave, would you? Leave the island? You wouldn't do that. You couldn't.
I must, Captain.
Oh, no. When we have everything here.
No. Not everything, Captain.
What am I to do?
You'll be all right.
No, I'll not be all right. I'll be lonely.
And if I stay, Captain Jack, I'll be lonely. Loneliness I cannot bear.
Now, what do you mean by that? I don't understand you at all. What do you mean by that?
If you don't know, Captain...
Well, I do not know.
Dear Captain O'Shea, you must simply take my word for it. I cannot stay with you on this island. I shall set sail tomorrow.
What did he mean, Nick? He never really told me. What did he mean he'd be lonely here?
He needed a woman, Captain.
A woman? Why, he could have had a woman any time he wanted to. He only had to sail the sloop to the mainland to find a woman. Hundreds of them. Thousands. He could have had his pick.
Not that sort of woman, Captain.
Well, what sort of... Oh. You mean he wanted a wife?
Someone who loved him. That sort of woman.
Oh, well, I suppose that's different.
Aye, very different.
Yeah, I suppose he wanted to get married again.
I think so.
Well, I can understand that. Yes, that's understandable.
Yeah, I think so.
Nick, I'm going to tell you something. I hadn't meant to, but now, Nick, look, the ship is coming closer. Yes, it's sailing this way. You do see it, don't you?
Perhaps I do.
Yes, coming closer. Nick, I am going to make a confession. I married Nellie.
You did?
Yes. Yes, I did. I took the sloop one day, and we went to the mainland and found a priest, and he married us. See? I understand that a man wants a wife, huh? Someone who loves him. Well, I thought that being married to me, that would mean Nellie could claim right to the island, you see. If anyone would have a claim to it, she would. You understand?
I think so.
Now, when I die, why, I suppose the island will be yours. As a brother, who has a better right to it, Well, I couldn't leave it in better hands, Nick, and I want you to know that's how I feel about it. Nick, you will cherish it, won't you? You will take care of it. You will, won't you, Nick? Won't you?
Yes, Captain.
But I'm wandering on again, aren't I? Nick, we started to talk about... what was it we started to talk about?
It doesn't matter, Captain.
Yes, it does matter. Yes, the tomb. The tomb and what you did to set it to rights. You were going to tell me about that. I'll confess to you. I haven't been inside the tomb since Mrs. Murdoch was laid away. Her husband visited often, but I never did. I should have, I suppose. But I wanted to remember Nellie as I'd known her in life. I never went near her in the tomb.
It's just as well.
Perhaps, Nick, I was unfeeling.
Nellie wasn't there.
Yeah, of course, her spirit wasn't there, but...
Neither was her body.
What? What's that?
I removed it. I removed her body from the tomb.
What are you saying?
It was the only way, Captain.
You were telling me you took Nellie's body out of the tomb? Nick, you actually...
I had to.
But I promised her. I gave her my word of honor that she would lie in the tomb forever. Nick, I gave her my solemn vow. It was almost my last word to her.
I know, but you...
And she was my wife, Nick. You couldn't have known that, of course, but if you had come to me, if you had asked me...
You'd never have permitted it, Captain Jack.
Of course I wouldn't have permitted it. Why did you do it? It was my plan to be buried next to her. Nick, why did you ever do it?
You gave me permission to do anything necessary to settle the disturbance in the tomb. The scattering of the coffins. You said I could do anything I saw fit.
But not that. Not that.
You said anything at all.
But why that? Why did you do that of all things?
Because it was Nellie who was wreaking the havoc.
From her coffin? Within the tomb?
Yes.
But why? Why would she do that?
You sure you want me to tell you?
Of course I'm sure. Tell me.
She loved Kevin Murdoch, Captain.
What?
She loved Murdoch. She's loved him for a long time. Remember I told you that I brought her here to recover from an infatuation back there?
Murdoch?
Yes. But he was married, had children. He broke her heart. I thought that here, with us, she might recover. And she was well on the way when he sailed here with his family and took up residence. I tried to warn you.
Are you telling me he followed her here?
Yes, Captain.
He loved her so much.
After his own way, he loved her, yes.
And she? She loved him? Loved him still?
Yes, Captain. And when his children were put into the tomb with her, her fury that she'd held in check for so long, her fury burst forth. When I saw her poor wooden coffin starting to disintegrate, I began to have some fears. And when the coffin of Mrs. Murdoch, her rival, her hated rival, was placed in the tomb, she took her revenge. I'm sorry.
What did you do with her?
I took her out, Captain. Coffin and all. Or what remained of it. And I burned it. Then I put what remained in the dinghy. And I rowed out a good way into the sea and dropped them over. What is it, Captain? What are you doing? Wait, Captain Jack.
Don't follow me, Nick.
You're not going in the water, are you, Captain?
Take one step towards me, Nick, and I'll shoot you down.
Captain, it's getting dark.
Nellie! Nellie!
Captain! Don't!
I'm coming, Nellie! Rest easy, Nellie! Coming! Don't be afraid. I'm coming to join you, Nellie! I'm coming!
Did Nick try to rescue his friend? If he did, was he successful? Did he bring him back?
For darkness was falling over the sea, over the island. Or did he simply stand on the shore and watch his friend go to meet the death he sought, to meet the ghostly ship he had seen coming to fetch him? I'll be back shortly. Have we depressed you with our story of death and dying? I sincerely hope not. These days, we speak more freely about the stark and undeniable fact of death, in hopes, I suppose, of fearing it less and accepting it more equably. Shakespeare told us centuries ago that death, unnecessary end, will come when it will come. There's really little more than that to be said on the subject. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Robert Dryden, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Home of 24-karat service.
Weekends will...
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invites you to Let George Do It. Lady in Distress, another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the odds against you are so great you know you're headed for a dead end, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, what I'm up against is something you can't put in so many words. But you gotta believe me, it's got me scared out of my skin. I'm just another showgirl getting her first real break. But I'm afraid it's gonna be my neck. Maybe you can help me. But I've
got to see you today. After that, it may be too late to do any good. Signed, Vivian Drake.
Yeah, that's my letter. But you're not Mr. Valentine.
Oh, I'm not even Mrs. Valentine. Yet.
But I don't understand.
Well, I'm Miss Brooks, his assistant. I make these lightning appearances when the great man is among the missing. I thought maybe I could help you.
What could you do? I gotta talk to him, and it's something that can't wait.
Well, Mr. Valentine's on a case that's taken him to Seattle. He'll probably be gone the whole weekend.
I guess that washes me up.
Just what did that letter of yours mean?
Well, you see, I happen to have a brother.
Well, you'd be surprised how many people do.
Yeah, but not a crazy kid brother like I got. He's got himself into a mess, and me along with him.
Yes?
Well, I'm not a very good singer. Not too good a dancer either. As for looks...
You'll do. But where's the connection?
I'm coming to that. It was only my looks that got me a job in Julia's nightclub in Des Moines. It didn't matter whether I could sing or dance because it's really just a racketeer's joint with a floor show as a cover-up.
Mm-hmm. Well, what brings you here?
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. I don't understand it. I was offered the top spot in a show at the Peacock Lounge.
And you're not that good.
And something else. Julia, who runs the place in Des Moines, got a grand to see that I came here to take this job. Why? Can't you see? I'm being worked into some kind of a deal where I'm going to end up as a patsy. I know it, but there's nothing I can do.
I'm sure you had occasion to say no before.
Yeah, lots of times, but not to a heel who can send my brother to jail. And I'm his payoff. It's as simple as that.
I think I get the picture. Tell me, what do you know about your prospective employers at the Peacock Lounge?
Nothing yet. I've been sitting around trying to get up enough courage to go there and find out what they got lined up for me. I can't stall anymore. But my one hope was that Mr. Valentine might find out what this is all about.
Oh, come on, honey. That's not going to help a bit. Tell me, who operates the Peacock Lounge? Do they know you?
A couple of guys named Philip Geary and Glenn Cooley. They never laid eyes on me before. That's why I can't believe all this sudden interest in my talents.
Then I could waltz in there and they wouldn't know the difference. It'd be perfect. I don't have any talents either.
Would you? Oh, but you don't know what you're walking into. I can't let you.
Huh?
It's about time you came to the phone. Yeah, she fell for it. I did everything but sing Mother McCree. But the frame is on.
Pardon me, friend.
Yeah, what? Hey, what's the matter? Don't you feel well?
In a few minutes, I have to get back on the train. Get to Seattle.
So do I, but it looks like you'd better stick here in Farmington, fella. See a doctor. As it is, you can hardly move.
I know. Pain across my chest. It hits me like this sometimes. All I need is...
Yeah, what?
That drugstore across the tracks. Take this, please. Buy me a bottle of Alcoid. Always helps me.
Well, yeah, sure, anything. But look, I don't want this train to pull out and leave me in this burg.
It just takes a second. Believe me, you've got plenty of time. I know.
Well,
every drugstore carries it. Hurry, please.
Okay. Better lean against this wall. Stay that way. I'll be right back. Look, Pop, I don't know how you spell it. I only know how to say it. Alcoid. Alcoid.
Yeah, so you said. Funny, never heard of it. You say your friend is ailing in the chest?
That's right.
Now, I could make up something with a little of that...
Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There goes my train. Oh, Valentine, the Good Samaritan. Hey, station master.
Yes, sir?
When is there going to be another train out of here for Seattle?
8:10 in the morning.
Oh, great.
You want to know of a good hotel?
Hey, just a minute.
Yeah?
Do you remember a short, stocky guy leaning against the wall here, right here? He wasn't feeling so hot?
Sure, I noticed him, but I wouldn't say there was anything wrong with him.
What do you mean? Did you go over him with a stethoscope?
No, but you should have seen him streak after that train when it started to pull out.
Riley speaking.
Hello, Lieutenant. This is Valentine.
Well. Say, pal, you better get down to town, and I mean pronto.
What are you talking about?
Well, I met your girlfriend. She's cutting capers out of school. She took some nightclub thrush under her wing, a dame in the hotel on Marlborough Street.
Wait a minute. Let's have that again, Riley, and translate it as you go along.
Private investigators don't peach on their clients, Miss Brooks informed me, so I don't know the whole story.
Riley, will you get to the point?
Well, it seems that Miss Vivian Drake imagines she's in some kind of a mess, and the letter was urgent, and you were out of town, and there you are.
Yeah, here I am, planted in Farmington, population 2,814, and I mean planted.
Huh?
Yeah. Someone was anxious to get me out of town, and then they made sure I got stranded here.
Well, I'm working on a very interesting case, too. Would you like to hear about it?
Stop horsing around, will you, Riley? I was on my way to Seattle to meet a client. Well, I just called up, and there ain't no such person.
Okay, pal, let's play it straight. How do you figure it? You think Brooksy was sucked into some kind of a phony deal?
If I can find a cab in this place, I'll be back in town to find out for myself.
Could you tell me where I could find Mr. Geary or Mr. Cooley?
Sure, honey. That table, other side of the room.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Don't mention it, honey. You know, this is the funniest thing.
What's the matter? Is my slip showing?
I just heard what you said to the hat check girl.
Well, it wasn't supposed to be a secret.
I mean, I was sitting at that very same table. Then I went to the Potter room, and now I meet you going back to where I just came from. Imagine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you picked the worst night if you want to see the boys. They're expecting someone, and they're going to be terribly busy.
Oh, well, don't fret yourself, honey. I think I'm the one the boys are expecting.
Vivian Drake? Oh, no, you couldn't be. Just couldn't be.
Well, of course, my birth certificate could be wrong, but
I'm Chicky Larson.
You want I should tear up telephone books and shower you with confetti?
But for a whole year, I danced right next to Vivian at the Empire Club in Kansas City.
Uh-oh.
When I heard the boys was going to give you the top spot in the show, I was so happy for you. And now you aren't you, are you?
Now, look, listen to me, kid. Vivian's sick. She sent me to take her place. But this is a big break for me. And I'll take care of Vivian, too. My real name is Mitzi Raymond.
Now I'm all mixed up.
Well, the point is, we have to stick together. We're all showgirls, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, what the boys don't know won't hurt them.
Well,
That's fine. I knew you'd see it my way.
Did you? Well, if you say so. I guess I do.
Hey, you certainly know how to pick 'em. How do you do it, man?
Let's say I have an eye for talent, Glenn, and you're the money man.
Oh, she's going to go over great in the show. One look at her and you can see that.
Could you gentlemen stop talking about me in the third person? Poor little me is right here with you, remember?
Smart as a whip, too.
Sure. You should hear Vivian sometimes, Glenn. She says things I don't even understand.
Chicky, darling, I'm very fond of you. Don't make me wonder why.
Huh?
Mr. Cooley.
Yes, dear?
May I make a suggestion?
Of course. Anything.
Well, why don't I sit on your lap now?
Huh? Oh.
You mustn't mind Glenn, Vivian. He just naturally admires talent, but he likes to do it up close.
As I remember, there was some mention of a job for me. When do I start?
Oh, we got a wonderful routine all set for you, honey, but we won't start working on the new show until next week.
But you got nothing to worry about. We rented an elegant suite for you at the Remington Arms, as of today.
And it's perfectly gorgeous. The dressing room has mirrors on the ceiling. I almost got a sprained neck.
I'm all for rounding up some of the crowd and going over there right now. A celebration in your honor, Vivian. Let the champagne flow.
Gee, the USS Vivian, about to be launched.
All right, Miss Drake, maybe it was a coincidence that your letter came in when I happened to be out of town. But don't you think it was sort of a dirty trick to play on another girl, letting her walk into a shuffle like that?
Miss Brooks seemed to know what she was doing. And I didn't know where to turn.
Okay. You just stay put. I'll see what the score is with the Misters Geary and Cooley.
Oh, yeah. It can't miss. Famous last words. Come on, answer.
Never mind that.
Huh?
The call can wait until later.
Artie.
Quick, give me a hand with it.
Yeah.
Close the door.
Yeah. Boy, you're a lifesaver, Artie. He was headed for the Peacock Lounge.
I just got in on a plane. Lucky I ran into Valentine like that. There was nobody in the hall.
What'll we do with him?
He's got to stay put till this deal's over.
When's that gonna be? I'm getting the jitters.
It's on the griddle right this minute. We'll dump him in the closet and let him sleep through it.
You heard me. Riley. Put Riley on the phone. What? Say that again. I'm not my usual bright self at the moment. All right. Let me have the number he left for me. What are you talking about, Riley? What happened to Brooksy? Well, you can speak freely. This is a private phone. Oh, you said that before you... All right. Remington Arms. That's me knocking on the door.
I'll have the fingerprints checked in a minute.
What do you say, Doc? When did it happen?
Please, Miss Brooks, please, try to control yourself, will you? You're not helping things any.
I am trying, Lieutenant.
May I come in?
Huh?
Just what's going on here?
George. Oh, George.
Oh, easy. Stop this, Angel. Hey, how am I going to sock somebody in the jaw if you hold me like this? Now, who's been pushing you around?
I don't know what happened, George. That's the way it was when I came to. I don't know whether I did it or not.
All right, shut up, Brooksy. You're not making sense. Come on, Riley, let's have it.
Well, the guy on the floor there with the letter opener in his back, that's Glenn Cooley.
Yeah?
Fingerprints belong to Miss Brooks, all right, Lieutenant.
Okay. Well, I can skip that then, Valentine.
What's the rest of it?
Look, pal, why don't you wait till she pulls herself together and let her tell you, huh?
I want it from you, Riley.
Okay. Well, there was a party here tonight. Everybody else left except Miss Brooks and Cooley. And there he is.
And I really don't know what happened.
I'm sorry, Valentine. The next edition hits the street at 6 o'clock. It's going to have to read, we're holding Miss Brooks on suspicion of murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Car owners, the big news of the month is the arrival of that new improved Chevron Supreme gasoline. If you haven't tried new Chevron Supreme, what a motoring thrill you've got ahead of you. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. It's specially blended to give your car faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, ping-free power on hills. And it's a premium quality gasoline that's climate-tailored. In any of the West's temperature and altitude zones, you can count on new Chevron Supreme to get the best out of your car. So wherever you live, wherever you drive, try this new motoring thrill tomorrow. Get a tank full of new Chevron Supreme at an independent Chevron gas station or a standard station where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You find yourself highballing to Seattle to service a client. En route, you discover your client is the figment of somebody else's imagination. And in your absence, Brooksy takes on a case of her own. One thing leads to another, as the saying goes, and presto, a tableau of Brooksy and a dead man, the former charged with murder. If you're as allergic to being taken for a knothead as George Valentine is, you perceive something like this.
Look, if you don't sit on your emotions, Brooksy, I won't be able to help you. Now, come on, let me do the talking.
All right, George.
The reason you didn't know when the party broke up is that somebody slipped you a man-sized Mickey while you were making like Vivian Drake.
Then suddenly I didn't know where I was or what was going on.
Riley's going to put Geary, the chickie girl, and the others under the lamp the first thing in the morning and sweat them. But suppose they all tell the same story.
What story?
That Cooley had been making a play for you all evening, and you were straight-arming him.
But that's true.
Which makes it bad, Angel, bad. Because people being people, they'll think just one thing. When he hung around after everybody left, slapping his wrist wasn't enough, they'll think. You had to let him have it.
No. But I can't be sure. Not really sure. But, George, you don't think...
Brooksy, I'll let you stay right here for asking a question like that.
I'm not very smart, am I?
You just forget that in this combine, I'm vice president in charge of sticking his neck out. But let's look a few more of these unpleasant facts in the face. Vivian Drake's taken a powder, as she hasn't been taken for a ride.
But, George...
And there's no such place as Julio's in Des Moines.
You don't have to say any more. In other words, they've got me right in the middle of the field for the crows to pick on.
Brooksy, I'm drawing you diagrams like this to make you understand this is no time to fold up.
You mean stop being feminine?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'll start working on a beard right now.
Good girl. Now, let's see. It's almost 5 a.m. I'd better get busy because we got a date for lunch today.
Have we?
Yeah. And you're not going to be eating it off of a tin plate. Having fun?
Who are you?
The name's Valentine.
Valentine? I know you. You're a holiday. When everybody loves everybody else. Will you be my Valentine?
You must have a pull around here, sister. A whole nightclub to yourself, 5:30 in the morning. Bar and all.
I'm Chicky Larson, fiancée of Mr. Philip Geary, I think.
Who gave you that shiner?
Mr. Philip Geary.
Where's he?
Back there in his office. How'd you get in here anyway?
I'm a second-story man, sister. There's only one story here, so it was twice as easy.
Sure, that's right. I don't get it.
Why did Geary paste you in the eye, Chickie? What's he sore about?
That girl, Vivian Drake, who wasn't Vivian Drake, because I know Vivian Drake. I didn't tell Phil that she was Vivian Drake at all.
Yeah?
And then she went and killed Mr. Cooley.
How do you know that?
Police called Phil and told him. We're all going to be questioned in the morning.
Oh.
I don't think my fiancé is a gentleman. I don't mind being socked in the eye. But do you know something? After the party, he wouldn't even take me home. He just shoved me in a cab.
Oh, he's a real heel, Chickie. But let's make some more nice talk, huh? Did you notice whether Geary went back into the Remington Arms after he put you in a cab?
I didn't notice anything. I was too insulted. I didn't go home either. I came right here and waited for him. I guess I showed him.
Oh, now take it easy. It's not that bad, Chickie. Or is it? Why don't you tell me?
I bet Phil will never trust me again. After me not telling him about Vivian, I bet he'll even make me take out all the money he gave me to put in my safe deposit box.
Money? What money? How much?
$30,000. That's how much he trusts me. Hey, you trying to get something out of me?
Oh, I wouldn't think of it, Chickie. I'm just trying to be your big brother.
I have a brother already. I don't like him either because he's a man. It's the girl who pays and pays.
Yeah, Chickie, that's right.
I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks. That fat dodo Cooley had it coming to him.
Well, I got to talk to your fiancé. So you better get a piece of steak for that eye.
Oh, no. It'd probably be from a bull. That's a man cow, and I hate all men.
Who's that? What do you want?
I've been looking all over for you, Buster. I didn't think you'd be at your club this time of morning.
What I do or where I am is no business of yours, whoever you are. Now get out of here.
What are you doing, Geary? Straightening out your accounts after what happened to Cooley last night?
What?
You could have done this before, you know. As long as you decided to get the money partner out of the way. Now you won't have to explain about the 30 grand you chipped him out of, will you?
Even if you're a cop, I don't have to answer any questions. I've got a date with you in the morning, and I'll have my lawyer along with me.
No, Buster, I can't wait that long. Now, stay on your feet, Geary. I got no time to pick you up.
Leave me alone.
Now, listen, I'm Valentine. You arranged that Seattle junket, didn't you?
I never heard of you.
You had me slugged so I couldn't barge in on the little party you had all set to frame Miss Brooks.
You're crazy. Who is she? What are you talking about?
When the others left the Remington Arms, you stayed behind. Come on now, what's the fix? You're going to answer my questions if I have to stay here and change the shape of your face.
Valentine, what are you trying to do? I'm working my head off trying to help you and Brooksy, and you go and nearly massacre Geary. If I didn't know a few unsavory things about him, he could have you thrown in the clink for assault and battery.
There's more of the same for anyone else I think did this to Brooksy. Now, I want to see her.
Oh, just like that, huh? Oh, ye gods, man, how far out on a limb do you think I can go for you?
I want to see her, Riley.
I can't give you a visitor's pass to the city jail good for all hours of the day and night. Honestly, Okay, I know how you feel. I think I can swing it.
I'm sure one smart cookie, Angel. The one person I want to help, I can't.
Oh, you did what you could, darling.
Oh, yeah. The only way I know how, it seems, with my fists. I can't use my head. I can't think beyond Geary. Everything stops right there.
Now, you'd better sit on your emotions.
But, Brooksy, I couldn't get a thing out of him. And when he gets ringed around with a lot of high-class legal talent, it's going to be even worse. It may take months to get hold of the so-called Vivian Drake. And in the meantime, you'll have to sit the whole thing out right here. If I can't do any better than this.
Well, it's not a bad cell. Southern exposure, the matron tells me.
Hey, what's that you're trying to hide there, Brooksy?
Oh, it's nothing, Jordan. Nothing.
Let me see.
Well,
Brooksy.
I guess I'm just a ham at heart.
Why do you want to torture yourself like this?
Oh, no, I asked the matron to get me the newspaper. I didn't get much of a play, did I? Only page 2. George, why don't you go out and get some breakfast? And a little sleep wouldn't do you any harm either. I don't want to be a Pollyanna, but things will work out and... Oh, put that paper down and listen to me.
Oh, no, but it's a wonderful paper, Angel.
What?
Yeah, beautiful, blessed paper. People don't realize the miracle of journalism, what you can learn by reading a daily newspaper intelligently, carefully.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Angel, you're so right. I think I got something. Hey, jailer, turnkey, lover boy. Let me out of here. What I'm trying to tell you, Geary, is that you're yellow.
Lieutenant, did you have me brought down here just so Valentine could tell me that?
Shut up and listen to him.
Gee, have I got ahead? I had a little too much last night.
You'll live, Chickie. Geary, your scheme to get rid of Cooley was a thing of beauty. And in a way, it worked.
What do you mean, in a way? Cooley gets buried tomorrow.
Now, get the picture. A showgirl from out of town who means nothing to anybody kills a notorious wolf. Chances are she'll get off on a plea of self-defense. And Geary is in the clear with everything he filched from his partner. Now, that was the plan.
How are you going to prove anything like that?
I'm not going to bother. Because the whole thing happens to be immaterial, irrelevant, and has nothing to do with the flowers that bloom in the spring, Trella.
Get to the point, will you?
Not so loud, Lieutenant. My head.
What head?
You see, Geary, after all your masterminding, the human factor crept in. Yeah, you lost your nerve and couldn't kill Cooley.
Well, thank you. That leaves Miss Brooks on the spot, doesn't it?
What about that?
Let me go on with the character analysis. You're not only yellow, Geary, but you're a patsy. A fall guy. A grade A schnookle.
Now, wait a minute.
Somebody's making you jump through the hoop without you even knowing it. And using your own little maneuver to do it. Oh, that takes real brains, friend.
Okay. Who is this genius?
Come on, Chickie. Stop holding your head and take a bow.
You're talking to me, Mr. Valentine?
In person. You produced a Vivian Drake, all right, but you got a brighter notion.
Did I?
Why not get somebody like Miss Brooks to pose as Vivian Drake? Then when Cooley went to his reward, it wouldn't be just another one of those things. There'd be all that extra publicity, and I'd be more than a little interested. You know I couldn't rest till I traced it down to Geary.
Just a minute. Sure, then that 30 grand in your safe deposit box, Chickie, that would be yours for keeps.
You can hold that innocent stare, sister. But you were far from innocent when you decided to go through with it anyway when Geary lost his nerve. You sneaked back and did things with that letter opener.
Come on, Miss Larson. Say something.
5:30 this morning, when we were alone at the bar, you did everything to put me on the trail of Geary. But you also talked too much. You said, I just hope nothing happens to that nice Miss Brooks.
Well?
Chickie, you couldn't have known her name was Brooks. The first edition identifying her as such, the one I saw in her cell, didn't come out till 6 o'clock.
You going to let that pass, too, Miss Larson?
All right. Ever since I can remember, I've played the wide-eyed, simpering idiot to please men. This once I almost fooled all of you. Men, I hate them.
Go on, Angel. Let's see what's in the morning mail.
Oh, George.
Yeah?
For a while, darling, would you mind opening the mail? Right now, wielding a letter opener. Well, I have a crazy fear I'll go off looking for another Vivian Drake.
Oh, how do you like that? Now, look, if you ever get into a jam like that again, Angel, I'm gonna... Well, I'll...
Yes. Darling. Hand me the letter opener, boss. Where's that mail?
When you start out in your car tomorrow morning, remember there's a new motoring thrill available at your standard station or your independent Chevron gas station. It's that great new Chevron Supreme gasoline. For today's high-compression engines, you can't buy a better gasoline. Through constant research and road tests, new Chevron Supreme has been perfected to give your car its best performance. Faster starts, faster warm-ups, extra pep in traffic, and ping-free power on hills. This premium quality gasoline is climate-tailored, too. Wherever you live in the West, wherever you drive, new Chevron Supreme gets the best out of your car. Try it tomorrow. Ask for it at independent Chevron gas stations and at standard stations, where they say and mean, we take better care of your car. Next week, when we catch up with George Valentine, we'll find him and Brooksy in a deserted doctor's office.
Now, here's a book I'd like to curl up with. The Human Foot. Its Anatomy and Pathology. Darling, what are you doing? What are you scribbling?
Brooksy, I have just verified a universal truth.
Oh, goody.
Mm-hmm. Every cause has an effect, and by the same token, vice versa.
Oh, goody again.
Or in other words, anybody who gets poisoned twice ought to drop dead at least once.
Louvain.
Yeah, Angel. He may be a mental marvel, but I won't buy that he's also a medical freak.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and Standard stations throughout the West. Robert Bailey is starred as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Let George Do It is written by David Victor and Herbert Little, Jr. and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Gene Bates as Vivian, Harry Bartell as Geary, Virginia Gregg as Chicky, Leo Cleary as Cooley, and Joe Duvall as Artie. The music is composed and presented by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Hollywood, California, the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold, Fay Ray, and H.B. Warner in The Boss.
Lux presents Hollywood. Our thanks to those of you who are expressing your approval of our program by regular purchases of our product, Lux Toilet Soap. You'll find you'll like our product as much as you like our theater, and we appreciate your loyalty, for it is your loyalty to Lux that makes this program possible. In our theater tonight are Edward Arnold, Fay Ray, and H.B. Warner, whom you'll hear in a moment in The Boss. As special guest, we bring you Dorothy Dix, nationally known advisor on love and marriage, and one of the most famous columnists in the history of journalism. Louis Silvers directs our music. The Lux Radio Theater is personally produced by Hollywood's master showman, your host, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Edward Arnold has long been familiar with the role of Mike Regan in Edward Sheldon's melodrama, The Boss, which we present tonight. As a stock company actor, Mr. Arnold played the role in St. Paul and Utica, where it served, somewhat ingloriously, to take him from the stage to the screen. He arrived in Utica, worn out from 2 exhausting years of work and worry. He was further distressed by an offer to make silent pictures, which he didn't know whether or not to accept. It all had a devastating effect on his performances in The Boss. Try as he would, Mr. Arnold couldn't get through an act without forgetting his lines. The rest of the cast was frantic. They begged him, they flattered him, they threatened him. Eddie, in turn, promised and tried desperately and failed. At last he confessed it was the movie offer that was upsetting him, and earnestly asked his furious director what he thought of his chances on the screen. I don't know, the director exploded. But if you do accept, you'll be doing a tremendous favor to every actor and director in stock. This appeal to his public spirit so touched Mr. Arnold that he left the stage, became a film star, and fooled his old associates by turning into one of the most dependable actors on the screen. Our other stars are Fay Ray and H.B. Warner. Miss Ray advanced to stardom from Hollywood High School. While still a student, she played extra parts, and in turn became a Western heroine, a feature player, a comedienne, and finally a star. In our play, she's Emily Griswold. My association with H.B. Warner dates back to the time he became the original star of Alias Jimmy Valentine. When we both came to Hollywood, one of the first roles he played for me was in The Ghostbreaker, in which he was locked in a prison cell with 12 large rats. The property man was unable to get any black rats, so we secured some tame white ones and covered them with lampblack. But while we were shooting the scene, the fastidious rodents, instead of attacking Mr. Warner, calmly sat up on their haunches and proceeded to lick off the lampblack with apparent delight. Since then, he's become celebrated for his spiritual characterizations, starring for me in The King of Kings, and recently for Columbia Studios in Lost Horizon. For us tonight, he plays the Archbishop. And now the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward Arnold in The Boss with Fay Wray and H.B. Warner. The tenement district of a Middle Western city. On a side street which comes to a dead end at the riverfront, a limousine is pulled up to the curb. In the back seat is Mike Regan, the political and financial boss of the town. And beside him, his boyhood friend, now his Grace the Archbishop. The priest leans forward, talking earnestly.
And there you have it, Michael. It's not a pretty picture, is it? Now the whole district and every shanty in it is rotten to the core. I don't know how they live in them. And you see, they can't help themselves, Michael. They can't lift themselves by their bootstraps. It's up to us. Michael, when you see what conditions are like...
Wait a minute, Your Grace. I don't like to interrupt, but you don't have to tell me about this district.
I know, Michael. You were born here. Well, so was I. But it's a long time since you've been back.
Now, what do you want me to do? Is it money? If it is, just say the word.
Well, money would help, of course, but I was thinking of something else.
Yeah?
You're a big man in this town, Michael. Half the men in this district have jobs at your mill. I was hoping you'd, take more of a personal interest.
Oh, now, Your Grace, I can't do that. That takes a lot of time.
Is your time more important than the lives of 8,000 people, Michael?
Well, it's my time that gives them jobs. Where'd my company be, Your Grace, if I was puttering around down here every day? I can't do it. But I'll tell you what I can do. You want me to help these people, and I will. You just tell me how much it'll take. Hey, there's a girl trying to...
Emily Griswold.
Oh, open the door, Dugan.
Yes, Good morning, Your Grace.
Good morning, Emily.
Oh, don't get out, please.
That's all right. How are you, my dear?
Well, I saw you sitting in the car, and I just wanted to ask you to drop in on Mrs. Holloway, if you could.
Is she bad again?
About the same. There's no hurry.
I'll run in and see her. Oh, this is Michael Regan, Miss Griswold.
How are you?
Miss Griswold has been helping us out in Shantytown.
Oh, is that so?
One of our very best social workers.
Well, I do what I can. It's not very much.
I've just been talking to Michael about taking a personal interest in things down here.
Oh, that's splendid. I'm so glad you're going to, Mr. Regan.
Huh? Well, I didn't exactly say
There's so much that can be done. If only people would understand that money alone doesn't help very much.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yes, that's just what we were saying. But, Emily, perhaps you and Mr. Regan ought to talk things over.
Why, of course, anytime. I have a lot of ideas, Mr. Regan.
Oh, well, that's fine. What about tonight?
Oh, I couldn't tonight.
Tomorrow?
Well, I'm pretty busy all day. But I usually go for a ride in the park before breakfast.
You mean a horseback ride?
Why, yes.
Well, it's a little out of my line, but I've always wanted to try it.
Well, good. I'll see you then.
Yeah, sure.
Goodbye, Your Grace.
Goodbye, Emily. Well, Michael?
She's a nice girl, isn't she, huh? Real high society, huh?
You meet all kinds in social work.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you've changed your mind, Michael.
Yeah, You wouldn't fool me, would you, Your Grace?
You won't regret it, Michael.
No, I don't think I will.
No.
Morning, boss.
Hello, Ed.
Morning, Mr. Regan.
Hi.
Nice day, boss.
Not bad.
Good morning, Mr. Regan.
Hello, Davis.
Out riding this morning, sir?
Yeah, I'm getting so I can almost stay on a horse now. Hello, Porky.
Hi, boss.
Waiting to see me?
Yeah.
All right, Davis, outside.
Yes, sir. The mail's on your desk, sir.
Thank you. Well, Porky.
Well, he's come, just like he said he would.
Oh.
That young Griswold guy.
Oh, yeah? Did he say what he wanted?
No. But I only need one guess. It's probably about them contracts you've been taking from under his old man's nose.
Well, what about him?
I was just wondering what you was going to do.
Well, I'm going to keep him, of course. I got him fair and square, didn't I?
Sure. Only I was thinking, you are out riding with his sister every morning.
Porky, you're a softy. Business and sentiment don't mix. You know that. Send him in here.
Okay. Mr. Regan here now.
Thanks.
Well, come in.
My name's Donald Griswold.
Yeah, I know. Sit down.
You probably also know why I'm here.
I guess so.
Regan, you've been underbidding us on every contract we have. I want to know what's behind it.
Oh, there ain't nothing behind it. Except I can sell cheaper, that's all.
The Western Amalgamated went over to you this morning.
Oh, did it? Well, that's the way it goes, young fellow. They say that competition is the life...
This isn't competition, Regan. It's robbery.
Yeah?
We've had those contracts for years. And just because you pay your labor starvation wages, you think you can sneak in
That's
and...
enough of that, young fellow. I didn't ask you to come here. If you want to talk business, send your old man around. I don't deal with kids.
When can you see us?
Will you be home tonight?
Home? I don't see what that has to do with it.
I'll be passing that way around 8 o'clock, that's all. I've been wanting to talk to your old man anyhow. Well?
I suppose we'll have to be there.
Good. Will you have a cigar?
Thanks, but we can still afford our own.
Oh.
Kid's got gumption, Mike.
Yeah, I guess it runs in the family.
So he's coming here. He insisted on it. I know what's in his mind, Dad. He thinks because he's got us in a hole, he can use us for a stepping stone. Well, he won't.
Donald, my boy, there's no use in getting excited. Regardless of what this man Regan
He's
is...
a dirty, blackjacking swindler.
Regardless of that, he has us right where he wants us, Donald. Those notes, they're due on the 1st. If we fail, I can't meet them. Those banks will go under like that. We can't take that chance, son.
Yes, I know. If we only had time. If I could only get him to keep his thieving hands off the Western contracts for 1 month. That's all I'd need. Just a month.
What could you do?
I'd get his men out on a strike.
Oh, you couldn't do that.
Couldn't I? They're like a powder magazine just waiting for a match.
How many of them are there?
Over 3,000. And sick to death of being rounded up like steers with a gang of toughs for cowboys. You know why those people in Shantytown can't buy food for their kids? Because Regan pays the men starvation wages and then takes it away from them in rent. He owns the whole district and charges them sky-high prices for living quarters that aren't fit for animals.
Are you sure of that? That he really owns that property?
Of course I am. Oh, he's kept it quiet, all right. He's afraid it might interfere with his social climbing. I tell you, Dad, that
wait.
fella...
Come in. Yes, Mitchell?
I beg your pardon, sir. There's a Mr. Regan to see you.
Oh. Show him in, please.
Yes, sir. You'll find Mr. Griswold in the library, sir.
Okay, here's $1 for you.
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, go on, take it.
I'm sorry, sir, but I can't.
Okay, buddy, it's your loss.
Got a snipe.
Quiet, Donald.
Hello, gents.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
Good evening.
Sorry I'm late. Pretty busy these days. Well, this is certainly a nifty layout you got here, Griswold. Real class.
Sit down, Mr. Regan. I don't want to take up too much of your valuable time.
Okay, let's get at it.
I'll go straight to the point, Regan. I've been handling most of the grain that lands in this city for nearly 25 years. But I'm afraid I'm too conservative to fight the conditions you've created. You've beaten me, Regan.
Oh, what about it?
Just a moment, please. I want to make the situation perfectly clear. For a good many years, I've also been rather prominent in the direction of 3 important banks.
Yeah, the People's Trust, the Union Guarantee, and the Farmers' Loan.
Yes.
Yeah, and they put up the money you've been fighting me with. You'll file your bankruptcy petition within a week. There'll be a run on those banks, and they'll go to blazes so quick, they'll never know what struck them. I know.
If you take over my business now, you'll shake the credit of the whole state.
I don't give a hoot for the credit of the state. I can hang on through any run.
Mr. Regan.
But you can. Say, do you know where a run would land you? Right in the county jug, with a steady job as a laundryman washing undershirts.
Regan, give me 6 months before you take over the Western. I have some loans coming in.
I'm sorry, mister.
4, then. At the end, you'll get the business just the same.
Sure. But I think I ought to make a moral example of you, Mr. Griswold.
What?
Yeah. What do you think the folks in the Fourth Ward are going to say when they hear that all their savings have gone blah? Sure, there are a lot of hooligans and that wouldn't know a cream to mint from a grand piano. But what are you going to tell them, Mr. Griswold, when they up and smash your beak off on the way to jail?
I assumed you came here to talk business, Mr. Regan.
I can see it's hopeless now.
Forget it. The trouble with you patent leather guys is you can't see a joke when it jumps up and hits you in the teeth. I'm trying to make it tough for you. I was only kidding. Hey, what do you say to a compromise?
Compromise?
That's the idea. Bunch up of the two firms.
You mean an amalgamation?
That's right. But my mouth's too full of teeth to say it. Well, what do you say?
An amalgamation. No, you can't do it, Dad. I've got to think of those depositors. I know that, but he's got something else up his sleeve. He must have. Why don't you lay it on the table, Regan?
You're a sharp young feller, ain't you? Well, you called my bluff, and I don't mind showing my hand. Mr. Griswold, I didn't care nothing about squaring things up this way when I started in to grab your business. I've been thinking. And right now, I'd like to make up good and close to you because...
Because what?
Well, because I want to ask your daughter if by any chance she'd mind being Mrs. Regan.
What?
Marry me, that's what.
Get out, Regan. Get out and stay out.
What do you mean?
You heard him. Get out.
Oh, so I'm canned, huh? Yeah, I get the bum's rush, huh? Well, let me tell you something, you stuffed shirts. I got you where I want you, and by heaven, I won't let go till you're squealing like a couple of stuck pigs.
We know what you can do, and we're telling you to get out.
Father, Donald, what's the matter?
Oh, good evening, Miss Emily.
Go upstairs, Emily.
No, I won't. There's something wrong.
Will you please get out of here?
What for? Miss Griswold's a pretty important person in this business. Let's see what she's got to say.
About what, Mr. Regan?
Emily,
I guess
dear.
I'd better do the talking, mister. Listen, Miss Emily.
Well?
I ain't seen you more than 4 or 5 times, but I'm no slouch when it comes to making up my mind. So here goes. I'm 38 years old and never had a sick day in my life. I don't gamble or play the races, and I never got mixed up with women because I've been on the jump all the time, I suppose, and they tell me that women takes up a lot of time. But now I'm getting along, and I've made my pile, and I feel like settling down and having someone pour my coffee in the morning and put my carpet slippers on the radiator at night.
You mean?
I guess you're wise. I want you to marry me.
To get a social position for his dirty politics.
Young fellow, I can put this through without your button in. I know you can help me, Miss Emily, and I ain't ashamed to say it. But that ain't the reason I want you.
Isn't it?
No. I'm crazy about you, that's why.
Yes, he's offered to buy you, Emily. He's offered Dad a partnership.
I've offered him more than a partnership, young fella. I've offered him a chance to hang on to his good name.
What do you mean?
It's nothing, Emily.
No, listen, Mr. Griswold. Your father's borrowed money from 3 banks. He just happens to be a director in them, that's all. When he goes bankrupt, they'll stop payment, and Mr. Griswold, the ex-game king, will hide his head in shame.
Dad!
What's more, those laborers of mine that you're so stuck on in Shantytown, they'll lose every bit of dough they ever managed to scrape together.
Dad, is this true?
Yes, Emily.
But they have so little. It means everything to them. I don't suppose there's anything else you'll take, Mr. Regan. You wouldn't offer that partnership on any other basis.
No, ma'am, I wouldn't. But I'll tell you what I will do. You take me up on my proposition, and I'll do better than the partnership. I'll give your father back half the contracts I took from him.
On the day of our wedding, I suppose.
Emily, don't be a fool.
I'm not a fool, Donald. Good night, Mr. Regan.
You mean you won't?
I said good night, Mr. Regan.
Okay. Good night. Who is it? Hold your horses, will you? This is a fine hour to be coming in. Ooh.
May I come in, please? I know it's rather late, but do you mind?
No, of course not. Come in. Sit down, won't you?
Thank you. I've come to tell you that if you still want me, I'm willing to take your proposition.
You mean it?
Yes.
You mean your father...
My father doesn't know anything about it.
I see.
Before we go any further, I'd like you to understand one thing. I don't care for you. I never will care for you.
No?
Well, that didn't seem to worry you before.
Oh, no, go on.
If I marry you, it's with the understanding that everything stops at the church door.
Yeah, but you...
Those are my conditions. I'll help you with my position. I'll do my best for you that way. But that's all. It's just an everyday bargain. If you want me, on that basis, you can have me. Well?
Huh. That's a pretty sharp offer you're making me. But I'll take it just the same.
On those terms?
I always take what I can get, and then I always get a little more.
You won't. This time.
No? All right. I'll take my chances on that.
And so ends Act One of The Boss, starring Edward Arnold, Fay Ray, and H.B. Warner. In a few moments, our stars will return in Act Two. Let's take advantage of this short intermission to play a little game. We're going to give you some bits of neighborly gossip about the screen stars, but we won't give you their names. See if you can guess to whom each item applies. You'll want pencil and paper for this. There will be 5 questions. Ready? A young lady who knows all the answers will read the questions, and at the end of each, give you the right answer and tell you how much credit to give yourself if you're right. Are you ready? Question 1.
We don't usually associate screen stars with homely domestic chores, but there is one Hollywood beauty who is frequently seen doing her own marketing. Do you know who she is? The answer is, and if you're right, give yourself 15, Miriam Hopkins.
Question 2.
Screen stars, poor dears, are usually too busy on location to go off on a honeymoon. One of them, however, recently determined nothing was going to interfere with her long-dreamed-of jaunt through Europe with her new husband. And off she went. Can you name her? The answer is Claudette Colbert. 15 for that one, too, if you have it right. Claudette Colbert.
Question 3.
To be included among the first 10 box office draws is the goal at which all screen stars aim. Recently, a young unknown came to Hollywood and took the country by storm with her first picture. She is the first woman star since sound pictures came in to reach that enviable first 10 spot in the short space of 1 year. Do you know her? The answer is Sonia Henney. Take 15 credits if you got that one. Sonia Henney.
Question 4.
One of our most charming Hollywood lovelies has 2 sisters in pictures. Equally lovely, but not as well known. Who are these 3 little maids? They look alike, too. Did you get it right? Loretta Young, Sally Blaine, and Polly Ann Young. You can have 15 for that one. Loretta Young and her 2 sisters.
Question 5.
The camera shows up the tiniest complexion flaw. Screen stars must keep skin smooth and clear at all times. What famous screen stars use Lux toilet soap to guard their priceless complexions?
I know the answer to that one. There are too many to mention. For actually, 9 out of 10 screen stars use Lux toilet soap. These famous beauties wouldn't dream of letting their pores become choked with dust, dirt, and stale cosmetics. They know that pores choked in this way cause cosmetic skin, dullness, tiny blemishes, and enlarged pores. Lux toilet soap's active lather removes thoroughly dust and dirt, stale rouge and powder, leaves skin soft and smooth.
That is certainly the right answer, Mr. Ruick. You can take 40% for it, and so can all the women in the audience who got it right.
That brings us up to 100%, and that's as it should be. For Lux toilet soap is mighty important to women everywhere. It helps them score 100%, helps to put them over the top. And now, Mr. DeMille and our play. We continue with The Boss, starring Edward Arnold, Fay Ray, and H.B. Warner. Several months have passed. Donald Griswold, roused to fury by Emily's marriage, has been fighting Regan openly. Agitating among the mill workers, he's brought them to fever heat, and the word strike goes whispering through the plant. Porky McCoy has just brought this news to the boss.
They're having a meeting tonight, boss, over in St. Mary's Hall. Young Griswold is going to speak, and he's bringing a whole crowd of the big shots with him. J.C. Tyler, Roland Adams, and the Archbishop himself.
The Archbishop?
Yeah. And if he speaks against us, we're through. The men will walk out like sheep.
Through, eh? All right. Let him quit. If the Western will stand by me for another week, I'll beat him to a standstill.
Oh.
I got a bunch of men on their way right now. 3,000 of them. They'll work for half pay.
Say, that's great, boss. That's swell.
Now, you get over to that meeting tonight and let me know how things are going, see? I'll be home if you want me. Call me anytime.
Okay, boss.
Lick me, huh? Yes, they will. Emily.
Yes?
I ain't interrupting, am I?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Hey, you're looking swell tonight. You know, I kept watching you at the dinner table and saying to myself, she's got all the other dames in this town lashed to the mast.
Thank you.
You know what day this is, Emily?
Day?
Yeah, it's October the 29th.
Well?
Well, think back 6 months and,
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd forgotten.
Yeah, well, I ain't. So I took the liberty of buying you a little something. Look, Emily, it's a pin. What's the matter? Don't you want it?
Thank you, Michael.
You ain't even looked at it. It's a diamond frog with emeralds in it. Look. Here, let me put it on.
Oh, no. If you don't mind, I'd rather not.
I see. That's the second thing I bought you that you won't wear. You're certainly not breaking down any, are you?
You said you'd take your chances.
No, I'm not beefing, but I thought... Okay, Emily, I won't bother you anymore.
I'm sorry, Michael, but that's the way it has to be.
Mr. Regan, sir.
Well?
There's a call for you, sir. Will you take it in here?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Hello? Yeah, Pokey. What? Oh, yeah, sure. I'll see him. Yeah, I'll see him in the office in 10 minutes. I gotta go to the office. I guess you don't mind much.
What's the matter?
Oh, they're sending a striker over to give me their terms. Their terms.
You're not going down there alone.
Yeah,
You can't do that. You mustn't.
Why?
Well, I don't want any trouble, Michael.
Oh. You know, for a second there, I thought you was thinking about me. I'll call you later.
Those are the terms, Regan. They're waiting for me over at the meeting. 8-hour day, 2 shifts, and a 25% raise in pay.
Is that all?
That's all.
Don't you want my watch and chain, too?
We don't want nothing that ain't ours by rights.
Who framed that resolution? Griswold, I suppose.
I ain't saying. Well, what's it going to be?
You want my answer, huh?
Yeah, and if it ain't the kind we like, we'll soak you all the harder later on. Well, come on, Regan. What do you say?
I don't say nothing. My right hand does all my talking, and here's your answer now. Come on, get up, you sneaking tripe. And take my answer back to Griswold. Come on, get up, do you hear? What's the matter with you? Come on, do you hear me? Come. God.
Michael.
Shut that door. What do you do down here? I told you...
What happened? What did you do to him?
Oh, they sent him over here, and I hit him.
Get some water.
Yeah,
Quick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Did I finish him?
I don't know. Give me your handkerchief.
What's that mark on his head? I didn't hit him there.
He must have fallen against the desk. Oh, I hope you're proud of yourself, Michael.
Oh, lay off, will you? I didn't mean to hit him that hard. I lost my head.
Do you know this man?
No, just that he was one of the men in the...
Do you know anything about him?
No.
Well, I do. He was at the hospital last week when I went to see his wife.
His wife?
She's sick. She's dying.
Dying? I didn't know that. What did he come here for? Why didn't they send someone else?
Well, it's too late for that now.
Yeah. Where's my wallet?
What are you doing?
Oh, just a couple of bills, that's all. I'll slip them in his pocket. I guess he didn't use them.
I suppose you think that makes everything all right.
Well, whether it does or not, it'll help, won't it? I didn't mean to hit him that hard. I lost my head.
Oh, I knew this was going to happen.
Michael.
Listen.
Michael Regan.
Someone come up the steps. I gotta get this guy out of here.
Michael.
It's the Archbishop.
The Archbishop? If he sees this, stall him for a minute. I gotta get this guy in the other office.
Can you carry him alone?
Yeah, sure, stall him.
Michael.
Come in, Your Grace.
Well, Emily. I didn't expect to find you here. Where's Michael?
He'll be right in.
I tried to call him at home, but they said he was here. I've got to speak to him, Emily.
Oh, yes, Your Grace.
Well. Good evening, Father.
I'm glad you're still here, Michael.
Sit down, Your Grace. Sit down.
I haven't time. I'm on my way to the strikers' meeting at St. Mary's Hall.
Strikers' meeting? Oh, now, you're not going to speak against me, Father.
That's just what I've got to do.
But why?
Young Griswold was talking to me this afternoon, and I see I've kept my mouth shut long enough. So I just stopped off on my way down for the sake of old times, Mickey, to ask you if you won't give in before it's all too late.
Give in and take a licking, huh?
Yeah, you were never much good at that, were you? You were always the fightingest kid in the whole 4th Ward.
I guess I was.
But remember, Mickey, Whenever you'd go too far, I'd rise up in the name of righteousness and beat the very stuffing out of you.
Well, you was 2 years older than me. And a blame sight bigger, too.
Oh, Mickey.
Yes, Father.
I'll give it up, my son. Tell the men you'll give them what they want. They deserve it, and... Oh, it's for your sake I'm asking, Mickey.
And if I don't?
I'll speak at this meeting tonight. I'll tell these strikers I'm behind them. I won't rest until I've struck you to the ground, my son, and I can do it. You know I can.
All right. You've got me, Father. I'll give in.
You mean it?
Sure. If you go straight home from here without showing yourself or speaking at the hall, I'll send them word tomorrow morning that I'm down. And by Sunday, we'll have the terms all settled.
You promise?
Well, sure, I promise.
I hope I can trust you, Michael.
You can trust me like you trust yourself.
All right. I won't go near that meeting tonight.
That's all I wanted to know, Father.
In a week, you'll have settled it for good?
Just 1 week, and I'll settle it for good and all.
Your Grace, do you hear that? Do you know what he means?
What are you talking about? What is she talking about?
I won't shut up. He's lied to you, Father.
What? You're crazy.
He's lied to you. He hasn't the least intention of giving up 1 inch to those strikers.
Don't mind her, Father. She's off a nut.
He's just fighting for time. Time, that's all he wants. A week? Why, in a week, he's going to have 3,000 men here to take over the strikers' job.
Who told you that?
Regan, is this true?
Oh, she's crazy, I tell you. I've had a change of heart. I feel as if every one of them strikers was my brother.
Your brother? Open that door, Your Grace, and look into the next room.
Shut up,
The man you'll see there brought the strikers' ultimatum to this office tonight. He'll show you how my husband treats his brothers.
Father, wait a second. Listen.
Get out of my way. So you lied, Michael. You lied to me.
It was an accident, Father. I didn't mean to hurt him.
No? And you don't mean to keep your word about settling the strike. Well, we'll see about that.
Wait a minute, Father. Where are you going?
To St. Mary's Hall.
No, Father, you can't do that.
I can and I will. I'll talk to the citizens of this town as a priest has never talked to them before. Now get out of my way.
Father, wait a...
These men speak to you, you've heard me. We've all told you that a strike is the only solution. Quiet! Now listen to a man whose one thought in this world is the welfare of his people. His Grace, the Archbishop.
Hello, are you still there? Well, listen, Porky. Take down everything he says, everything. Then call me here at home. Yeah.
Michael?
Oh, come on in.
I've taken care of that man.
Oh, how is he?
He'll be all right.
Well, then that's okay.
Yes. You did a good job.
Yeah? You didn't do so bad yourself. The Archbishop is down there at that meeting speaking against me now. That's pretty good, too. Turning against your own husband. Trying to soak him every way you could.
Oh, that's not true. I did it for you.
Yeah, and I treated you well. And I done everything I thought you wanted, big and small. And I kept out of your way as much as I could, sneaking in at the back door night after night, taking off my shoes when I went upstairs, beating it from a room whenever I heard you coming. I've tried to make living here easy for you, and it's been no cinch for a man like me. No cinch, I'll tell you. And that's the truth. And now what do I get? You lie low, waiting for the chance when you see I'm breathing hard and scrapping with both hands. You up and stick a knife in my
Stop
back.
it! Stop it!
Well, it is so.
Wait. Listen, there's something I want to say. I've hung on to myself for 6 months now. I've done my duty by you the way we agreed and shut my eyes to everything else. But I've come to the end. I spoke out tonight because I couldn't help it. Do you hear? I couldn't help it. And I'll go on that way unless you give up this shameful fight.
Give up? I don't know how.
Then I'm through with you, do you hear? I'm through with you.
Hello.
Oh, I've been a fool. I've been a fool even to hope that it
shut
might...
up, I can't hear. Hello, Porky. Did he speak in? What did he say? Yeah? Oh. I suppose they're walking out on me, huh? Leave me flat, huh? What's all that noise? Cheering, huh? Cheering.
Michael. Oh, Michael.
Oh, go away. Go on. Beat it and let me alone.
Come in.
Telegram for Mr. Regan.
Telegram. Give it to me.
What is it? Michael, what is it? What's the matter?
It's the Western. They've canceled my contracts. And they've gone back on me. Now I am finished. I'm smashed. Go on, tell me you're glad. Go on, get it off your chest. And laugh. Why don't you laugh? Go on. Don't be scared. I can't hurt you. I can't hurt nobody anymore. I'm done. I'm done.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. And so, ladies and gentlemen, the second act of our drama comes to its close. Our stars will be back in a moment, though, to continue this story of a mismated man and woman. Into the Lux Radio Theater now steps a lady internationally known for her advice on matters of marriage. Her name is Dorothy Dix. You've doubtless read her famous column that's syndicated in newspapers the world over. At the moment, she's sitting in the study of her home in New Orleans, behind a carved oak desk, across which the troubles of millions of persons have come to her. Miss Dix has just recently celebrated her 41st anniversary of the Dorothy Dix column, and yet that study is just as full of life, of interest, and of compassion as ever before. Tonight, for the first time in her life, she speaks over the radio. We're honored to welcome her on the air, and it's my privilege to extend the stage of the Lux Radio Theater to her now. Miss Dorothy Dix speaks to you from New Orleans.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. True, this is my first experience in speaking over the radio, and I feel that I'm a little advanced in life to undertake an active role in that very young field. Usually, I just listen, and as a listener, I've enjoyed many of your Lux plays. They're as fine in the field of entertainment as your Lux soap is in the field of beauty. Your play this evening interests me particularly. I have never heard the boss before, and I don't know how his problem is going to work out. However, I've known many Michaels and Emilys, though their problems have varied in 1,000 ways from the one we find in this particular drama. Although it is not possible to cover uncongenial marriage with one blanket of advice, I do want to say something about husbands and wives who find themselves at odds with each other, all their dreams of happiness shattered, and who are tempted to call marriage a failure and throw up their hands and quit cold. I contend that this is nearly always a mistake, and that there are very few marriages, even if they've gone on the rocks, that cannot be salvaged. How would you do this? Of course, there is no foolproof recipe for making a marriage a success, but there are a lot of things you can do that will help to keep one a going concern. And my first suggestion is not to be in too great a hurry to buy a ticket to Reno. Give your marriage a chance to gel. Don't call it off before you've made an honest try of it. It takes a lot of time for any business to get on its feet and for partners to learn to adjust themselves to each other. Many a business that tottered on the verge of bankruptcy has, in the end, made millions for those who had the grit to stick to it and see it through. And many a marriage that gets off to a bad start finishes in a glorious burst of happiness. My second suggestion is treat your husband or wife as you would like to be treated. If you crave affection, be a great lover yourself. If you hunger for appreciation, never forget to show it. My third suggestion is look for the virtues of the one to whom you are married and shut your eyes to his or her faults. There is a lot of self-hypnotism in love, and we can find in our mates what we want to find if we try hard enough. Don't forget that an ounce of tact will go farther than a ton of arguments and reproaches. And hold fast to the thought that husbands and wives do fall in love with each other, and many disgruntled ones find a happy solution to their difficulties. And if all of your efforts to make a happy marriage fail, still you profit, because you have enriched your soul and fortified your character. You have not cheated yourself out of all that is good and strong and rich in life by turning quitter. These thoughts I leave with you. I'm happy to have talked with you, and I will now join you as a listener. For I, too, want to know how the boss is going to solve his problem.
For your 3 suggestions, Miss Dix, accept our gratitude. We're back now in Hollywood, presenting Edward Arnold, Fay Wray, and H.B. Warner in The Boss. It's early the following morning, and Mike Regan has rallied himself for a last desperate effort. He and Porky McCoy are in a car, touring slowly through the town on the lookout for fresh activities of the strikers.
You oughtn't to be here, boss. If we run into any of that mob, they'll
Shut up, Porky. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah? I wish I was sure of that. Hey, look. Stop the car. There they are, boss. The whole mob of them. They're heading for the plants.
That's Griswold with them, ain't it?
Looks like him. He's taking them there for a meeting.
You're trying to bust me on the home grounds, eh?
Let me out, boss. I'll round up a couple of the old gang and we'll...
No rough stuff.
Okay, boss. But we ought to know what they're going to do. They might start...
All right, take it easy. I'll be at the house if you want me.
Okay, boss. I'll call you up the first thing.
Right.
Michael?
Hello, Emily.
I've been waiting for you all morning.
What for? To tell me you're sorry?
Yes.
Well, you don't have to. I don't need your sympathy. Not until I'm licked.
You mean you're still going to fight?
Still? I'm just starting. And it's going to be a swell show. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to turn the grain traffic from this town to Montreal.
What?
Yeah. I sent a wire last night to the shoreline, offer them half present rates if they'd unload at Montreal. I'm waiting for an answer now.
Half rate? But will it pay?
Hey, who wants to make it pay? All I want to do is get back at this town, and that's what I'm going to do. I'll show this town. I'll strip it clean.
What do you mean?
I got over $6 million invested in this place, and when I skip, my dough skips with me. You see?
No, I don't see. I don't see at all.
Well, then listen to this. A lot of that dough is in mortgages, overdue mortgages.
Michael.
Yeah. And before I leave here, I foreclose on every one of them.
You wouldn't.
No, watch me.
Whose mortgages are they?
Oh, just little ones down around Lake Street.
Lake Street? Why, that's Shantytown.
Sure, what about it?
Well, what's going to happen to those men? The men you've employed for years.
You mean the men that started the strike and beat me? They're going to lose their happy homes. That's what'll happen to them.
Michael, you can't. They're the people that made you. You can't ruin them just to satisfy your own miserable little idea of revenge.
Yeah, that's it, revenge. I'm going to squeeze them until I hear their bones cracking.
You won't. You won't, Michael. I married you only to help those people. And I'm not going to see my sacrifice go for nothing.
Now, how are you going to help it?
Well, I don't know. I don't know anything except that I'm your wife. And you can't do this. I'm your wife.
My wife? Yeah, that's a good one, that is. I guess if you was my wife, I might act different. You say you feel sorry for them strikers. Well, let me tell you right now, there's not one of them that ain't got more than I have. He's got someone to love him. What have I got? Nothing.
Michael, listen to me. I'm sorry for everything, really I am. I should never have married you with those conditions. But I'll change now. I'll be different.
Different?
Don't you want me to, Michael?
Emily, do you have to ask me that? Sure, I want
All right, then. I will.
Emily.
But you'll have to give up this idea of yours.
Oh, yeah?
You've got to leave those people alone.
Oh, so it's another bargain you're making. Is that it?
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. You're driving another bargain just like you did the last time. Do you think I want you if that's how you come to me? Do you think I'll take my wife that way?
Michael.
I won't have you, see? If you don't come to me of your own free will, I don't want you at all.
No, you're wrong. It is of my own.
Who is it?
Mr. McCoy to see you, Mr. Regan.
I can't see him now.
He says it's important, sir. He seems rather upset.
Yeah? Well, what did he... All right, send him in the library.
Yes, sir.
I'll speak to you later.
Boss.
All right, Porky, what's on your mind?
Boss, it's about young Griswold.
Yeah, well, come on, spill it.
He got the crowd down at the plant, boss. He got up in a barrel and sailed into you. Said he was going to lick you. Call you all the dirty names you could think of. I guess I sort of went off my nut and
Well, go on.
I heaved something at him, a bottle. I heaved it and it caught him in the head.
What?
He went down.
What happened then? Tell me, is he all right?
I don't know. They took him into Dugan's Cafe. Then the ambulance came and got him.
You fool!
I didn't mean to do it. Honest, I didn't. But they're coming down here, boss. The whole crowd of them. They're heading this way, and I...
Shut up and listen to me. Did anyone see you throw that bottle?
No. It was all looking at him. I was on the outside of the crowd.
Then it's all right. Go home to your wife and kid and keep your mouth shut. Do you understand? If there's any trouble, I'll take care of you.
Gee, thanks, Mike. I knew you'd fix it up for me.
Go on, get out the back way. I'll take care of you. Oh, Emily, I want to talk to you.
Michael, what's the matter?
What do you mean?
Look out of the window. That crowd of strikers. What do they want?
Well, it's all right. Just take it easy.
They found out about the mortgage.
No, it's nothing like that. Sit down, and I'll tell you about it.
What is it? Tell me.
Oh, it's about your brother.
What's happened to him?
Well, he went down to the plant to talk to the men.
Well?
And he was saying some rotten stuff about me, and they began firing things. Porky says it was a bottle that caught him in the head. They got him in the hospital as quick as they could.
Oh, you did it. You told them to do it.
Emily, you don't believe that. You don't believe I done a thing like that? No, you don't. You can't.
Don. Oh,
I never knew a
Don.
thing about it till Porky told me. I wouldn't have had it happen for anything. Oh, Emily, listen to me. I got the whole town lined up against me. I'm all alone. But if you will believe me, Emily, I don't care. And I will be different, too, from now on. I'll be as different as I know how. I'll throw up the Montreal deal. I won't foreclose any mortgages. I'll do anything you want me to if you'll only believe me. Emily.
Don't touch me.
Emily.
Don't come near me.
Oh, you don't think I done it. You don't.
You did it. I know you did it.
Oh, but just a moment.
Get out of the way. Mr. Regan?
Yeah.
I'm Inspector Kennedy from Police Headquarters. I've got a warrant here for your arrest. You'll have to come along, Regan.
Well, can you wait a minute, please? Just a minute. Emily, listen to me. I didn't do it, so help me God, I didn't. Emily. All right, Inspector. I'm ready now.
Here, baby, Donald Griswold sinking. Paper, Donald Griswold. Oh, body, Regan held for question. Never accused, held without bail. Regan held. Paper.
Michael, why didn't you tell them the truth? They'd let you out of here right now
If I turned around and blamed some poor sucker who don't know any better? No, Your Grace, I'm the guy that's responsible. I'm the guy that's taking the rap. That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to stand.
And still I say you didn't do it.
Oh, what makes you so sure?
Because I know who did.
Oh, you do?
Yes, a priest comes to know these things, Michael, even though he can't speak of them.
Well, what of it?
It's a fine sacrifice you're making, my son, but it may turn out to be greater than you think.
You mean if Griswold dies, huh?
Yes, Michael.
Yeah, I know. They'll hang me high in the kite. So, what? Porky's got a wife, he's got a kid, he's got everything to lose.
And you?
Me? I never had anything to begin with.
Michael, if you won't help yourself, there's nothing I can do for you.
That's right. I don't want any help. I don't want anything, Father.
Very well, my son.
Oh, Father, wait. There is just one thing.
Yes?
I'd like to see Emily again. Would you ask her to come? I don't guess she'll do it, but I'd like to see her just once.
Very well.
Name, please.
I'm Mrs. Regan. There was supposed to be a pass for me here.
Yes, ma'am. Here you are. The guard will show you to his cell.
Thank you.
Any chance yet, officer?
You'll have to wait, McCoy.
McCoy.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Regan.
Are you waiting to see him too, Porky?
Well, no. No, ma'am, I ain't.
This way, Mrs. Regan.
Thank you.
Five minutes, Mrs. Regan.
Emily.
How are you, Michael?
Oh, I'm all right. I'm glad to see you, Emily. Did the Archbishop tell you...
I haven't seen the Archbishop.
Huh?
No, I've been at the hospital since yesterday.
Oh. Well, I wanted to see you, Emily. It's about those mortgages.
Yes?
I thought I'd deed them over to you if you didn't mind.
Deed them over to me? But I thought you were going to foreclose.
I changed my mind.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. When you're up against it the way I am now, you sort of feel like squaring everything up. And I thought seeing you was so interesting to those men down there, you'd like to keep an eye on them and see that they don't get into trouble. They're just like kids, you know. I guess they need someone to look after them.
Oh, Michael.
Will you do it then? Oh, that's fine. I'll fix the papers up tomorrow.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, that's all right. Well, you're the boss now, Emily. The boss of Shantytown, eh? I guess you'll be a better one than me.
Are you going to Montreal soon?
Montreal? No. Guess I ain't going any place for a long time yet.
You mean on account of Don?
Yeah.
Well, then you don't know.
Know what?
Well, it's all right. He's going to get well.
Is he?
Yes, that's what the doctor says. He operated at 2:00. Don knew me before I left the hospital.
Oh, gee, I'm glad. I'm awful glad, Emily.
So you can probably go to Montreal after all.
Yeah, I suppose I can, but somehow I guess I won't.
You're giving that up, too?
Well, it looks that way.
But why? You don't have to.
Can't I do a decent thing sometimes just for the fun of it?
Just for the fun of it?
Well, I ain't doing it for any other reason.
You've changed.
Me? No. I'm just the same as I always was.
Well, then I've changed. Because everything looks different to me now, Michael. I'm sorry I didn't believe you about Don.
Oh, what's the difference?
You've done so many things, and I knew how you felt about Don, and when you told me, it all seemed to go together. I couldn't think...
Don't begin that again, please.
But now it's all right. I'm sure now. I know you didn't do it.
You believe me?
Yes, I do. And you've got to forgive me for not believing you before.
Quit it, Dawn.
But I'll make up for it, you'll see. I'll make up for it, I promise.
You mean you... No, Emily. I know you're just saying it to make things easy for me, but...
Oh, no, I'm not.
Sure you are. We can't pick it up now. We've got to start all over, only this time we got to start alone.
Why?
We were all wrong, Emily, right from the beginning. I was wrong in thinking I could ever make you happy, and you was wrong in thinking you could ever let me try.
Oh, don't. Please
People
don't.
have to love each other awful hard before they can get married. If you and me had done that, well, I guess everything would have been all right. But as it is, all the bills paid, the accounts all closed. If there's any forgiving to be done, I guess I'll do my share. I hope God gives you all the things you never could get from me, Emily. I hope you'll live happy. Good luck to you, and goodbye.
Mr. Regan?
Yeah?
That man, McCoy.
What about him?
He just spilled the whole thing. Went in to see the inspector and made an affidavit saying that he threw the bottle and you had nothing to do with it.
McCoy said that.
Yes, ma'am. So you're all right, Regan.
Officer.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call my chauffeur? I'm going to take my husband home.
Sure, Mrs. Regan.
Emily.
Michael, is that your overcoat?
Yeah, but...
Well, here, put it on. And be sure to button it up. It's chilly out. And your hat. Oh, wait. I'll show you how you'll have to wear it now. Not tilted over your eye like that, Michael. Straight, or almost straight anyway.
You mean like this?
Yes, like that. That's fine. Now take it off.
What? I just put it on.
Oh, Michael. Do you think I'm going to let you kiss me with it on?
Emily. Oh, gee.
that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes our presentation of The Boss and paves the way for a personal meeting with Edward Arnold and Fay Ray.
Many thanks, Mr. DeMille. It's such a pleasure to be here, and it gives me another opportunity to thank the sponsors of this program for their wonderful product. Here in Hollywood, where a girl has to be most careful about her complexion, Lux Soap is indeed a friend. I know I wouldn't think of using anything else.
You know, that's very kind of you, Fay, and I thank you. I've heard you're something of a poet, and I believe our audience would like to hear one of your efforts.
Well, I'm not so sure you should be so sure. You know, my career as an amateur poet began and ended when I was 14. While other kids were playing cops and robbers, I was writing poems. But after I saw one published, well, let's talk about Eddie. You know, I'm worried about you, Eddie. Haven't you been well?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm marvelous. Why?
You seem a little thinner than the last time you were here.
Yes.
Oh, that.
Are you reducing for a new picture?
No, it's not that.
Well, but you certainly are thinner.
Well, if you must know, it's because my wife is away. Yeah. She's in New York doing some concert singing, and until she returns, well, I'm doing the cooking.
I've always understood that you're an excellent cook. They tell me your sour braten and potato dumplings are a symphony in calories.
It's really nothing but a hobby to me, cooking. Just like Fay here writes poetry.
Oh.
Of course, anybody can write poetry. But
sure.
sour braten and potato dumplings,
Well, now, if your old sour braten is so good, what's the recipe? I bet you don't even know how to cook it.
Oh, yeah? I'll not only tell you how, but what's more, just to prove how easy it is to write poetry, I'll do it in rhyme.
I dare you.
All right, here it goes. Now, the title of this poem is Sauerbraten. I tossed it off one day after eating some of my own sauerbraten, so blame it on the cooking if you want to. Of all the things that man has begotten, what is more grand than sauerbraten? Especially when you serve it in those dumplings made of potatoes. I'm sure my teeth have never sodden a tastier dish than sauerbraten. So it tastes like food and not like water. Soak the meat in a bucket of water, and just to be sure it's especially nice, add a cupful of vinegar and a thimbleful of spice. The reason why it is sometimes tough is because many people don't soak it enough. Let it soak for 3 days or 4 at the most. Then cook in the oven like you cook a pot roast. Now for the dumplings made of spuds, in order that you won't be duds. And for the best results from a boiled potato, boil them first and peel them later. After they've cooled, they'll look much nicer if you slice them through a potato slicer. Then drop them into a batter consisting of pepper and salt and flour and mixing. It's not essential, but if you like to putter, slip in some croutons fried in butter. Back to the pot, the whole thing goes. Batter, croutons, potatoes. There to boil, bubble, bubble, bubble. Potato dumplings are an awful lot of trouble. But what tastes better if you've cooked them right? There's nothing more tender and nothing more light. You can have your squab. You can have your mutton. Please pass those dumplings and sauerbraten. By Edward Arnold, the end.
And now you know why I don't write poetry.
Good night, C.B.
Good night.
Good night, poets. A very important announcement about next week's play in Stars comes from Mr. DeMille shortly. Heard in tonight's drama were Howard Phillips as Donald Griswold, Frank Shannon as Porky McCoy, Wright Kramer as Mr. Griswold, Eric Wilton as Mitchell, Earl Gunn as Scanlon, Lou Merrill as the inspector, Frank Nelson as Davis, David Kerman as Dave, Sidney Newman as Gates, Eddie Kane as an officer, and Ross Forrester as a newsboy. Mr. Arnold appeared through courtesy of B.P. Schulberg and Louis Silver's 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for the new film Sally, Irene, and Mary. Back now to our producer. Last January, the Lux Radio Theater was honored with the presence of one of the greatest actors of our generation, who chose our stage as the scene of his first dramatic performance on the air. We are proud to announce that he has acceded to your many requests for a return engagement. So next Monday night, we present Mr. George Arliss, accompanied by his lovely wife, Florence Arliss, and an all-star cast. Mr. Arliss will reenact his memorable screen portrayal, The Man Who Played God, an inspiring drama of a sensitive man fighting to overcome a physical handicap and find his rightful place in society. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents George Alice in The Man Who Played God with Florence Alice. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Has been Melda Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, the ringing of that phone bell brings you mystery, adventure.
NERO Wolfe's office, Archie Goodwin speaking. Who? Oh, yeah. Hello, Doc. How are you? What? In trouble, you?
More trouble. You attract trouble, Archie. Hang up.
It's our dentist, Dr. Thrumming.
Let him wait. We never can find him when we need him. Tell him it's after office hours.
Doc, you're talking so fast I can't make head nor tails of it. Look, listen, Doc. Come on over here and we'll be able to hear you. It'll only take you a few minutes. Right.
You consistently disobey me. I want to work on my paper about odontocosms.
Doc Thrumming has a friend who's in some trouble, and he needs our advice. Besides, we owe Doc a fair-sized little bill, remember?
Money again, Archie. Money is the curse of our times.
Yeah, man. Bring on all the curses that is available.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's that renowned genius who is the bulkiest, balkiest, most ponderous, and most brilliant detective in the world. Yes, none other than that chair-borne mass of unpredictable intellect, Nero Wolfe, created by Rex Stout and brought to you in a new series of adventures over this NBC network in the person of Mr. Sidney Greenstreet.
This story is one we refer to as the case of the Midnight Ride. Oh, yeah, there was a ride, all right. But it would never have happened if we hadn't received another phone call a few minutes after our Dr. Thrumming phone. It was late in the evening, and Nero Wolfe was studying his paper on orchids while I was absorbed in playing some phonograph records.
Archie, not so loud. I can't possibly think when you play that infernal thing at such volume.
What was that you said, boss?
I said I can't understand why you can't get music from a phonograph without vibrating the top of the instrument.
That's right.
I can't understand why the neighbors haven't called the police. Do you hear that, Archie? Archie!
All right, I'll answer.
You're fired.
Naturally. Hello?
Hello. Is this Archie Goodwin?
I know, Mr. Wolfe's... What? Me?
Archie.
Yeah, who is it?
I need help, Archie, please. Come at once. Please. Oh, please. You and Nero.
Who is this?
This is Gloria... No, don't.
Gloria who?
Ronaldo West.
Hello? Hello? Well, did you hear that?
Another female bar. What happened?
Boss, who do you know named Gloria?
Gloria? I know nothing about anyone named Gloria.
She said her name was Gloria something. I couldn't quite get the last name. But she did say Ronaldo Road.
Well, it's quite possible that she resides on Ronaldo Road.
First, she asked if this was Archie Goodwin speaking, and before I had a chance to say anything, she asked me to come to her at once. She needed help. And for you to bring me along. For me to bring Nero along.
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, she said she was Gloria Bar or Mar or something like that, and then she said Ronaldo Road West, and then the scream, and that's all there was.
The usual pattern of your experience with women.
Sounded like a hand was slapped over her mouth, or she was grabbed by the throat. Bring Nero with you.
I am taking no more assignments this week.
Ronaldo Road West, where is it?
I don't believe there is a Ronaldo Road West.
If I remember correctly, Ronaldo Road runs north and south and is approximately 12 miles long.
But she said west.
What she probably tried to say when she was interrupted was Ronaldo Road, Westchester.
Westchester, of course.
Asked Inspector Kramer to try to check on that phone call.
I'll ask him to try.
By the way, do you expect to find this Gloria alive, Archie?
I certainly hope so.
And are you aware that if someone strangled her, then they must have heard her speak your name?
Yes, and yours, too. Shall I open it, boss?
Why not? Let us face it, Archie, huh?
It's me, Archie.
Wait till I slide the night chain off, Dr. Thrumming.
My nose.
I forgot all about you, Doc. Where have you been?
It's only been 3 or 4 minutes. I have never had such a disturbing night since I had my first patient. But at first I was afraid to leave the house.
And why were you so afraid, Dr. Thrumming?
But there were 2 men sitting in front of my place in a car. Oh, good evening, Nero.
Were they waiting for you, Doctor?
Well, why not? It's very likely. Since she called me, I've been so completely unnerved.
Here,
that
Doc, here. Have some brandy.
Oh, no. You know, I never... well, that is, a small one. I am upset. You understand, Archie. Well, that's better.
Just who called you and upset you so?
Oh, hello, Nero. Did someone call me? When?
You phoned me frantically that a woman called you. I couldn't understand you on the phone.
Oh, yes, poor Gloria. She was cut off.
Oh, Gloria. Did you say Gloria?
Well, didn't I? I thought I did. Oh, dear. What did you say?
I said Gloria.
Oh, my, isn't that strange? I thought that's what I said. No more, please.
We just had a call from Gloria. Who is Gloria?
Why, you remember. We all went to school together. That is... you do too remember. Gloria, you know, she was...
Just what is Gloria's last name, Dr. Thrumming?
Well, it was Gloria Barnsworth. I don't know what it is now.
That's what she was trying to say to me, Barnsworth.
Did she tell you where to find her?
No, she didn't. Oh, dear me. She was just about to tell me when I said I'd call you and Archie and get your help. And then she was cut off.
How do you know she's the Gloria Barnsworth you knew and I'm supposed to know?
My. Could you open the windows?
Why, yes.
Archie.
Oh, sorry, Doc. The air outside's contaminated.
Oh, is that so? With what?
Oxygen.
These factories. Oh, well, I found her picture in an old class photo. Here it is.
Oh, yeah, now I remember. But, Doc, you and this gal were several years ahead of me in school. I'm not in this picture, so she must be about 40 now.
Well, gentlemen, you both seem to have the situation well in hand now. So, if you'll excuse me, I will retire to my room.
Yes, but we don't have anything figured out yet.
But you will. Let me know in the morning how successful you have been. Good night.
Well, anyway, a woman called here, and just as she was about to tell me who she was and her address, she was cut off as though she was strangled.
Yeah, Archie, did you say someone strangled her?
I don't know, Doc. I hope not. Well, let's start our search along Ronaldo Road.
Archie, don't answer it. They're after me. The men in the car, they saw me come in here.
After you, nonsense.
They found out Gloria phoned me. Don't let them in.
Now, how could you know all that?
Oh, dear me. Do you mind? A short one? I'm so weak tonight. Please, Archie, don't open it. I warn you.
Now, just relax, Doc. I'll handle this. Good evening.
Evening. Are you Archie Goodwin?
No, he is.
Yes. No, I'm not. He is.
Put up your hands. Unhook the night chain. Now just turn off this light.
Oh, I told you.
Where's Wolfe?
Oh, he's been in bed for hours.
And who is this little man?
Why, I'm...
Don't you know? This is my brother Cuthbert.
Yes, he's quite right. I'm a bit older than he is.
Shut up, Cuthbert.
All right, get your coats and hats off that rack.
What for?
We're all going for a little ride along the river, and it's a bit chilly.
Oh, dear me. I feel faint. I'm getting dizzy.
Get your hat.
Yes.
And put that bottle down.
Yes, but it's so cold out
Get
tonight.
along. Here's the car. Now, Mr. Goodwin, hand over that gun in your pocket.
But I haven't got... Okay, there you are.
Thank you. Now get in the car. You get in the front seat with the driver, Goodwin. Your brother can get back with me. Okay, you know where we're going, driver.
Yeah,
but what? Get going.
But do you know who this guy is?
I do. Why?
Well, now, look,
Well, this guy is Archie Goodwin.
What if he is?
Well, this won't work. I mean, I didn't know it was going to be Goodwin. He's with NERO WOLFE.
What's your name, pal? I can't see you, but I seem to recognize your voice.
Well, you see, it was like this. I was in a...
Are you going to shut up and start driving?
Okay, I'm going.
Now, see here, it's getting very late. I don't like this. Where are you taking us?
Keep calm, Doc.
Yeah, don't get excited. Just take it easy. Listen, Goodwin, I got a record
Shut
for
up,
you.
you two.
What's the idea back of all this, friend?
Pull off the road here, driver.
Yes, but we're way out in the country.
Now, we'll all get out here.
Now, wait a minute.
I said get out. You too, driver.
Oh, now, wait a second. What's the big idea?
Now, all of you start walking over to that clump of trees. Go on.
What's he going to do?
What do you think?
Okay, that's good. Just stand there. Now, get out your gun, driver.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This isn't
Get
the
out
way
your
you...
gun, and don't turn around, driver. Now, let him have it. Go on, or I'll kill you.
I don't go in for this kind of stuff. Besides,
shoot and empty your gun into them. Go on. Now, just drop your gun on the ground. There. Now, I will take Goodwin's gun, and after I finish with it, I'll just toss it over beside his body.
You what? Hey, now, wait a minute.
You'll notice I have gloves on.
Hey, Doc. Dr. Thrumming. You all right, Doc?
Oh, Archie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I got you into this. I can't last long.
Where are you hit?
Tell Nero I make him a present of his new bridge work I put in.
Let me have a look at you.
I wanted to die in my bed with my friends around
You're
me.
not bleeding.
I wanted the choir to sing. What? I'm not bleeding?
No.
Are you?
No. The driver was a bad shot. He missed both of them.
Then what am I doing down here on the ground?
You fainted at the first shot. I dropped purposely on the second shot. He missed every time. Come on, get up from there. We're very lucky people.
What became of them?
Hand me my gun.
Oh, is this your gun?
Wrap it in his handkerchief. Come over here. Yep. Here he is, the driver.
And he's dead. This is dreadful, Archie. What do we do now?
You got a lighter?
Here's my pocket flash.
Well, here's his gun beside him. Don't touch it. Have a look through his pockets. I wish I knew what he meant when he said he had a record for me someplace. A picture of a girl. Says, to Mike from Violet. Mike. This fellow's face is certainly familiar, but I can't... Hey, wait a minute. Mike Jordan, that's it.
Mike Jordan?
Yeah, Wolf cleared him on a frame-up 3 years ago, and this girl Violet is an entertainer in a nightclub downtown.
Violet, yes, but what does all this have to do with Gloria?
Strange, there's no other identification on him. Maybe the other guy took it off of him. Well, now we got to find Violet.
How? We can't even find Gloria.
I think now that this guy Mike Jordan missed us deliberately. Let's start hoofing it back to that last crossroad. There was a telephone there. I'll call Nero. So that's the story so far, Mr. Wolf. Sorry to wake you up, but we wanted you to know.
Yes, we did. Oh, such a night.
What was your reason for telling the man that Dr. Thrumming was your brother?
Well, I didn't want him to know that it was Doc because Gloria had called Doc, and he must have known about it.
And the driver turned out to be Mike Jordan. And what did Mike say to you in the car?
Well, he didn't finish, but he said, I got a record for you, Goodwin. And then the man shot him up.
And when you located Violet at her place, she was cataloging recordings, Bring it in here now, Archie. Sit down, Dr. Thrumming.
Yes, I am a bit weary.
Come in, Violet. Violet, this is...
Hey, wait a minute. You're NERO WOLFE.
Sit down, Miss Violet.
Oh, what's the idea, Mr. Goodwin? Why'd you bring me here?
Well, you look at this photo. It says to Mike from Violet.
Where'd you get this?
I got it, Violet. What we want to know is, where's Mike now? What's he doing? Can you tell us where he lives?
What's Mike done now?
Can you tell us his address?
Maybe.
Do you know who he has been working for?
Yeah. A guy with a big car and a lot of dough.
You seen this man?
Yeah, kind of a good-looking guy. I think his name is Durant or something like that.
I understand you've been occupying yourself with cataloging some phonograph recordings.
Yeah, that's what I was doing when Mr. Goodwin came in. Mike's got a home recorder over at his place.
Do you have all the records that have been made on the machine so far?
No, just what we made in the last week. Lots more at his place.
Do you and Mike know of a woman named Gloria?
No, at least I don't remember.
It was on Rinaldo Road. Gloria Barnsworth was her maiden name.
Where is this Rinaldo Road? I don't know.
It's in Westchester, we think.
I've never been there. What has Mike done, Mr. Wolfe? Is it bad?
As a matter of fact, Mike is in the clear.
Good.
There's no charge against him, and there never will be. You haven't seen him for a couple of days?
No. And I never go to his apartment unless him and some guests are there. Do you know where he is?
Will you give me the address of his apartment?
Okay. 324 East 35th Street.
Thank you very much, young lady.
What's all so mysterious? Oh, something's happened to Mike. I can tell by the way you talk.
Very well, Archie. You have a special visit to make. Look for the machine, and it's quite late, so you had best hurry.
Well, I'm going with you, Archie. Good night, Nero. Oh, I mean, good morning. Oh, I don't even know what day it is.
Come along, Violet. We'll drop you at your place first. Well, there we are, Doc.
Yes, has his name right on it. Mike Jordan.
No, we're fairly certain that no one's in there. Hey, what do you know? It isn't locked. The lights are on.
I know.
Listen.
Yes, a light humming noise. Huh. But where is it coming from?
Over in that corner, those wall cabinets.
There it is. A radio. And a phonograph combination.
This and a recording machine. And the recording arm's still down on the record. Just lift it off and put the playback needle on. Yeah, there we are.
But look, I don't go in for that kind of stuff. You've been working for me for several weeks now, haven't you? Well, sure, boss, but I never went in for no kind of... We're going to pick this guy up and take him for a little ride. It ain't my line. All you do is drive the car. Okay, I'll take a chance, but remember, I'm just the driver of your car. If anything happens, I didn't know nothing. You'll do just as I say. Incidentally, I know a lot about you. Things the police would like to know. Okay, I'm working for you. I came out to Rinaldo Road to make an honest living. But I see I'm right back where I started. And worse. The guy just ain't got a chance. Oh, remind me. I've got to phone the place. Hello? How is it? I see. Yes, tonight. Yes, tonight, just as planned. Oh, yes, he's all right. No, don't worry. Goodbye. Have you got a gun? Sure, but I never used it. You won't need it. But I want you to bring it along just in case I do. Now, you've got nothing to worry about. I'll take care of everything. And nothing will be traced to either of us. You got your money? Let's go, Mike. It's getting late.
Well, Doc?
He did say Rinaldo Road.
That's where our Gloria called from, so they're all tied in together. Come along, Doc. We're going back to Mr. Wolfe again, and we'll just take this record with us.
Well, Archie, I guess this phonograph was worthwhile after all. Yes, indeed.
Hey, don't you find this a very interesting recording, Nero?
I'm sure we're going to add it to our collection.
And these are the two men who took you on the ride.
That's right. But we're really no further along in our desire to help Gloria.
That's right. We're on Rinaldo Road. Boss, if we can find the address, will you go with us down there or over there or wherever it is?
I might. And you already have the clue to the address.
We have? Where?
In that phonograph recording. Play it again, Archie. Just the part where he uses the telephone. And slow the speed way down. Then take down the numbers I call off.
Okay, boss.
Six, 5, 3, 2, 3. That's enough. By slowing down the record, we were able to count the clicks of each number he used on the dial. Now, there's the number the man called. We hope it is on Ronaldo Road. Have Inspector Kramer get the address of that number combination, and we are ready to make our assault.
I'll call Kramer, and then I'll get the car out. It hadn't been out for weeks. Maybe it won't start.
No such luck, Archie, I assure you. No such luck.
Oh, here it is. I think we must go through this big gate.
Yes, there's the number. 23 Ronaldo.
Slip up to the entrance as softly as possible. Turn out your headlamps.
Well, here we are, boss. Easy now getting out.
Don't pull, Doctor. Don't pull on. Yeah. There we are. Now come along.
Yeah, spooky sort of place, isn't it?
All big houses are like that. Must be 20 rooms.
Yeah. There's not a light in the place.
Use the knocker, Archie.
Uh-oh, stand back. Here comes somebody.
Yes?
Is Gloria in?
What? Gloria? And who are you?
We are here to see Gloria. Come.
It's this hour of the night? Certainly not.
Just a moment. She's an old friend of mine. Yes, and his, too. He's Archie.
My good man, what is your name?
Jennings, sir. And the household is in bed at this hour.
What is it, Jennings? Who's at the door?
They're asking for you, Miss Gloria.
For me? Well, come in, gentlemen. You may go, Jennings. Please.
Very well, miss. Just as you say.
Now, what did you want?
Say, Doc, is this the Gloria?
Well, I don't know. It doesn't seem...
Are you Gloria?
Yes.
Well, why did you call us?
Oh, then you're Archie Goodwin.
Yes, and I'm Dr. Thrumming. But you
I called you because I need your help. Desperately.
Gloria, what is going on here at this hour? Oh, and who are these gentlemen?
Well, you see, Uncle, Mr. Goodwin came...
Came to see you? Why?
Well, because
I think you'd better go to your room, my dear. Don't you think that is best? Your room and rest?
No, I don't want to. I won't.
Go to your room.
No, I won't. I can't. All those people walk in and out. They want to kill me.
Jennings, take her to her room.
Yes, sir. Come along, miss.
No, I won't. Let me go. There are hundreds of people. They'll kill me.
Come along.
No, please, no.
I'm so sorry. But there's nothing we can do with her. Now, Mr. Goodwin.
Yeah?
What is it you wish?
The girl called you Uncle. Oh, pardon me. I'm NERO WOLFE.
How do you do, Mr. Wolfe? Yes, she called me Uncle, but I'm not really a relative. I'm Dr. Gunther, retained by the family. As you can see, the girl is quite ill.
Oh, well, we're old friends of Gloria's, and we'd like to see her.
But you just saw her.
We don't refer to this young lady. We have in mind the elderly Gloria. Now, come, Dr. Gunther. You know to whom we refer.
What? You mean the girl's aunt? Well, it's very strange. If you are a friend of the aunt's, that you are not aware of her condition.
Her condition?
Yes. The aunt has been bedridden for nearly a year. Paralysis. And it seems to be most coincidental with your visit, but she passed away this afternoon.
Died? Gloria?
This afternoon? But how could that be?
We'd like to see the remains, Dr. Gunther.
Yes, we'd like to see the remains. Just where are they?
They are here, Mr. Goodwin. And if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way to the small parlor. There you are, gentlemen. I'll leave you alone. I'll be in the library.
Well, gentlemen, there she is. What do you say? Do you recognize this woman?
Well, yeah. It's been many years, but that is Gloria Barnesworth.
Well, good heavens, yes. It's Gloria, all right. Poor woman. I remember now. She married a very wealthy manufacturer named Kenton, who died. She's remained a widow, I guess.
He said she died this afternoon. Are you sure it was an elderly woman who called you this evening? And by the way, just feel her forehead.
It's warm. She couldn't have been dead more than an hour.
She isn't dead. No signs of pulse. Your cigarette case, please. Very slight moisture. Respiration barely perceptible. She's under heavy narcosis. Been given a heavy dose lately.
Let's get out of here.
Wait. Do you recognize the uncle, Father Dr. Gunther?
No, do you, Thrumming?
No.
Does he look like the man who took you for a ride?
It was too dark, boss, and he was all bundled up in heavy clothes.
Let's get out of here.
The door was locked after we came in.
He's right. Come on, Doc, let's put our shoulders to it. 1, 2...
Go! Well, gentlemen, what on earth does this mean?
Why'd you lock the door?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's a spring lock. I had no intention of locking the door.
And I suggest, Archie, that you have it repaired. And now, Archie, will you step to the door and let Inspector Kramer in? He followed us up the driveway.
Yeah, about time. Getting colder.
He claims is dead. She is actually under the heavy influence of narcotics.
Yeah? Well, who is she?
Mrs. Gloria Kenton, widow of the wealthy shoe manufacturer.
And this attractive young lady coming down the stairs is supposed to be mentally ill, which I do not believe. Her name is Gloria, too. A niece of the elder Gloria.
But Archie and I both knew Gloria Barnesworth. Kenton.
Yeah, I get it.
And I suggest that this man is not a doctor, but is young Gloria's husband, and they're attempting to force the Aunt Gloria to change her will in their favor.
This is utterly ridiculous.
The aunt was able to phone Doc Thrumming and me tonight, but she was apparently caught in the act.
And this man, who is posing as the uncle, hired Mike Jordan to drive his car while he picked up Archie with the intent of killing him.
Well, this is the same man?
The same. And if Mike Jordan hadn't recognized Archie, both of you would be quite dead. This man double-crossed Mike and killed him, believing that the whole thing would be blamed on Mike. Mike deliberately missed.
All right, so what's he going to do about it? Come on, let's get out of here fast.
Look out, he's a cop.
All right, now get those hands up and keep them up.
Come along, Archie. I have another appointment. The inspector can handle it from here on.
Oh, dear me. What happened? Am I all right?
Yeah, you just fainted again when the shooting started.
It's really quite fortunate that Mike Jordan recorded that conversation. Fortunate indeed.
How did you know this uncle was the same guy who took us for a ride?
First, by his speech pattern, he is undoubtedly a Canadian. But you must have missed the most important slip-up.
What was that?
When he escorted us to see the body, he said to you, Archie, if you and your brother and Mr. Wolfe will step this way... Now, how would he believe that Dr. Thrumming was your brother? No one mentioned it.
Of course, the clue I planted and then missed myself.
Quite right, Archie, quite right. What time is it?
8 a.m. I certainly appreciate your coming out for me on this deal.
Oh, but I didn't do it just for you. There is an Orchid Lovers Convention this morning at 9 o'clock.
What? And you mean...
Yes. I'm sure you'll enjoy it tremendously. Both of you.
Oh, brother.
Uh-huh. What's that?
Nothing, Doc. Nothing at all.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story by John Edison was based on the characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Harry Bartell as Archie Goodwin and Howard McNear, Gene Bates, Peter Leeds, Bill Johnstone, Grace Leonard, and Jay Novello. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Final Page. Don Stanley speaking. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC.
Tonight's presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Tonight, we bring you a story of courage on a safari in Africa. We call it Game Hunt. So now, starring Raymond Lawrence, here is tonight's suspense play, Game Hunt.
Move on ahead, will you, Charlie? See how much farther this bush stretches.
Yes, Warner.
You and I'll keep on, Mr. Babson, but more slowly.
Seems to me it's been too slow up to now.
It hasn't been, Mr. Babson. You leave the pace to me.
The day had begun much the same as other mornings on the safari. They had left their base camp deep in the Kenya country before a cloudy dawn broke. Babson, an American businessman, Arcross, a professional hunter, and a semi-educated native tracker whose unpronounceable Maasai name had been simplified to Charlie. During the weeks behind them, there had been no vital call on courage. The game had been fleet of hoof rather than dangerous, and many hides and trophy heads had been gathered without undue incident. But inevitably, a safari such as theirs enters a period when moments of peril will be met. It is the hope of the professional hunter that by this time all the killings of harmless animals will have prepared the amateur for the dangerous game, assured him of his own power, tightened his reflexes so that he will operate correctly and calmly. Oftentimes it works that way. Arcross, Babson, and Charlie entered this hazardous phase when they started after lion.
Wait, here comes Charlie. Well?
He's not far, Warner. Feeding on a zebra in a clearing. He's an ancient one and carries a great black mane.
Good. We've worked hard for him.
I hope he's worth it.
Shell in your chamber?
You think I'm that stupid, Mr. Arcross?
Oh, I just wanted to be sure.
All right. Well, can't we go on?
The wind is shifting some, Charlie.
It will work with us long enough, I think.
You think that because you're a lazy beggar and you want to stay on the game trail instead of fighting the bush?
No, Warner. The wind will help us long enough. There, Warner.
Giving the hyena a piece of his mind.
Why are we waiting? Can't we go on?
We'll go on. There you are. Here's your trophy. A black mane.
Oh, he's big. He's a beauty. Can he smell us?
Not with that nose full of zebra blood he's got. The wind, Charlie.
It holds.
You won't be able to take him the way he is, low behind the zebra, Babson. But he's bound to move before long. Now let's settle into a good position and relax.
Right. He's a monster.
Lord, look at him, Gorge. He's got a few hundred lazy days behind him, a wife to kill his food, and nothing more than to eat and sleep and grow a fine mane so that he'll look good on somebody's wall. Your wall, Mr. Babson.
I've got the place for him.
The sun came up today for him just like every other day. But it's the last sun he'll see, thanks to you and to Charlie and to me.
Warner.
We've thought of a lot of the last sunrises, haven't we, Mr. Babson? Eland, Kudu, Congoni, Oryx. No more suns for them.
Well, don't you want me to kill him, Arcross?
No. I'm tired of it. Killing's bad unless it's for food or to save your own life.
Why, now, look. The wife is coming.
Oh. She's prettier. Careful, Babson. He'll move now. He's a proper one now. Doesn't want a woman meddling, even if it is her kill. Watch it carefully, Mr. Babson.
He's starting to move.
Take your time. He's only chasing the old lady off. You'll come back for his meat.
He's moving away.
He'll be back and give you a good shot as he comes.
No, Babson. Not now, not now. Why did you fire?
I hit him.
You didn't stop him?
I hit him well. I know I did. I might have done better if you hadn't been yelling at me.
Oh, you'd have done better if you'd listened to me. You gut shot him. He can live for days or weeks.
He goes into the elephant grass over there.
Sure, always the nearest place you can think of. Mr. Babston, there's your trophy. He's wounded and he's held up. And he's the most dangerous animal in the world right now. You want to go in after him?
No, I don't know enough about it.
You knew enough to fire when I told you not to.
Well, we've hunted over a week for a good head. That's all I was thinking of when I saw him running away. I wanted him.
Right now, he wants you, Mr. Babson. Stay here. Charlie and I'll go in and try and get him.
Well, why don't you leave him? He'll die. I know I hit him well.
Not well enough. It's against the game laws to leave a wounded animal. And he'll charge any man he sees until he dies. Charlie, run back to the truck. Bring my flask, the big one, and the heavy rifle.
Courage is defined as that quality of mind which enables one to meet danger and difficulties with firmness. Well, the call for it had suddenly come, and there was a lack of it. None was really expected of Babson, because his money had bought, along with other services and knowledge, that commodity which was R-Cross's courage. But R-Cross, for the first time in his career, didn't have the required amount for sale. In an intangible way, he was cheating his customer. The native sensed this lack as he and the white man crossed the clearing. After long and intimate association, he thought he knew the hunter. But what he saw now made him, in his turn, uneasy. They passed the torn remains of the zebra and continued on toward the inevitable charge of the dying lion.
I've finally got so that I hate them, Charlie. I've disliked them for a long time, but for almost a year I've hated them.
Which, Bonner?
The trophy hunters. Girls and the lords and the movie stars. The complainers about the sun and the rain and the flies. Now the game isn't really as numerous as they've been led to believe by the movies taken from airplanes. Nobody's told them that an airplane flight and a truck safari aren't the same things. Isn't that right, Charlie?
For me, Bonner, I hate the tall elephant grass.
Well, the elephant grass belongs here. It grows so that gut-shot lions will have a place to hide. This lion knew all along that one day our gut shooter would stop making ladies' dresses in Chicago and come and visit America.
Bonner, it is the wife. Does she tell him we come?
If she has a great lion's love for him, yes. If she's shallow, she's scaring the jackal and the hyena away so that she can eat. You know as much about lions as anyone. Why'd you ask me?
I thought you had a very deep understanding of these two.
I was only being sarcastic about the gut shooter. Have you found sign?
That way. It went into the grass beyond the highest anthill.
All right. Maybe from the top of it we can see what we're getting into. That's the nastiest stand of cover I've seen. Grass is over 8 feet high.
Yes, Bonner.
Can't see 15 paces into it. It'd take our friend only the time of a breath to cover that distance. And let's look for a sign.
Bonner. Blood. Dark and thick from deep inside.
No artery cut, though. He's a slow bleeder. A ruddy slow bleeder. Give me the flask, Charlie.
We could wait, Bonner. Our friend will stiffen.
Our friend will rest and lick his wounds and maybe stop the bleeding. And we'd have no blood store spoor to follow. We'll keep on going. We went in here. An old game trail.
If it leads to water, we could find him there.
Unless he goes to the water and comes back to wait for us. And there's more blood up ahead. The wind isn't for us now, Charlie. It's coming in from every quarter. You get our scent from any direction.
There's a smell of rain now, too.
I don't catch it. You sure?
It comes. Another hour, I think.
If you smell up a rain, the blood's full be washed away. You smell too much. You've smelled the fear that's in me, haven't you?
For the first time. What is there about this lion and his wife?
Oh, nothing. Except a new feeling that I have. This is the last time out with a trophy hunter. There are better things to do than this. Oh, why do I do it?
The trophy hunters pay you much money.
You're an insolent beggar. Find some more for our signs.
It is there, ahead, where he lie down. There you see? His head was here and looking this way.
Sure. Down the back trail. Waiting for us.
He was running when he got up. Hey, look here. The claw signs. He's close enough that he caught our scent and got up and ran. He is not stiffened.
And he's waiting again, up ahead.
There's nothing else to do. To wait for us and to fight, or to wait for the slower death.
You have a wife and children, Charlie. How are they?
Eat well, Warner. The doctor has done much to stop the sickness.
When'd you see them last?
Before this hunt.
You must want to get back to them as quickly as possible.
Yes, Warner. Here, I see more sign up ahead.
A wife again.
She's closer.
What direction? Where is she?
Oh, the wind is against us now.
You don't know where she is?
No, Warner.
Give me the flask. This does nothing to build bravery.
I have never seen you when you needed to ask for it.
I haven't either. I've never been afraid until this time. You've been to Nairobi, Charlie?
Yes, Warner.
You like it?
No. There was too much noise.
I hate the city, too. But I found myself there. More of a reason to live, I mean, a woman. Said she'd be my wife. Something I've never had before.
A wife is good?
Not with this kind of business in the elephant grass. When you think of a wife, you don't do well with the problem of a gut-shot lion.
Tis the ancient one.
Where's he waiting for us, Charlie?
Oh, he has many places to be.
That stupid missionary school logic. Give me the big rifle. I'll carry it now.
Yes, Buona. Keep it dry, because the rain is coming.
Listening to Game Hunt, tonight's presentation in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Now, a message from CBS Radio. United States savings bonds, when held to maturity, pay 3% interest. That's guaranteed interest, not subject to any gamble whatsoever. In planning your savings program, you should have a steady flow of United States savings bonds as part of your plan to make sure that some of your earnings will reap guaranteed dividends. Ask at your bank about the bond-a-month plan by which deductions are made automatically in whatever amount you can afford. Buy United States savings bonds.
And now we bring back to our Hollywood soundstage Raymond Lawrence, starring in tonight's production, Game Hunt. A tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
The rain started to fall approximately 45 minutes after R-Cross and the native entered the stand of grass. Mr. Babson took refuge under a tree from where he could watch the jackal and the hyena worrying the remains of the zebra, and the increasing numbers of vultures patiently awaiting their turn. He fully admitted to himself now that he'd been wrong shooting the lion the way he did. He was filled with self-incrimination at having sent 2 men to search out a danger that he had caused. He imagined their bodies being torn by the jackal and the hyena, with the vultures waiting their turn. The center of the stand of grass was now a place of dull gray light and darker shadows, and a place of sound. The beat of the rain and the gusty wind made any attempt at silence unnecessary. In a way, this was good, because talk was a tension release that R-Cross very much needed.
Do you still find sign in this muck, Charlie?
Too much, Bonner. He stayed on the old trail, and his wife has been to him.
Has been to him?
See? Here. He's limping on the right leg in the back.
Look at the size of that forepaw. He's bigger than I thought.
And here are hers, going the other way again.
That puts her behind us now. She's hunting us, Charlie. We'll move on ahead. I'll watch the back trail. Charge may come from there first.
He's close, Warner. Blood spores here again. Here, very close. Or the rain would have washed it away, you see?
Very close, Charlie. It'd be nice if we could see farther into this grass. We'll rest here for a while. You know why I wanted to stop, don't you?
I've never seen this in you before.
Nairobi fear. And I'm not ashamed to show it to you, because you're my friend and you've seen me in better times. Flask, please, Charlie. Quit this business.
You stop all hunting?
Except for table meeting. Get a city job. A nice, safe, dull job in the city where you can go home every night after work. I've been
She's still behind us.
I've been a good hunter. It's been said that I think like an animal when I'm on the stalk, that I know what the game's going to do before it's done.
I've seen this with you.
And not anymore. Not after Nairobi. It left me. After the woman, I thought only as a man. I've been very bad with Mr. Babson. I mean, very bad right now. Female crossed the trail. Did you see her?
Yes, Warner.
I'm going to put her out of the way. We can't have her trailing along behind. Where is she, Charlie? It was close to here that she crossed.
Oh, farther ahead, Warner. You see it? The small grass broke in.
I see it now. Come on. Damn! If he fired it, I hope he did better than the last time.
Cross, is that you?
Yes. You all right?
I'm fine. I got the female.
Oh, bend some of the grass against the wind so that we can locate you. Oh, I see it.
Well, here she is. She never did see me. She's lying with her back to me in the old game trail, looking in your direction, I guess.
Yeah, waiting for us. We were stalking each other.
When she got up to move to the side, I had my sights on her shoulder. As simple as that. Oh, isn't she a beauty?
Yes. Lovely. It'll go well next to the males.
Where is he?
Well, we've been only a few paces away from him, but we haven't seen him yet. Mr. Babson, I told you to stay out in the clearing. Why'd you come in here?
Because I felt like a coward letting you two finish a job that I'd bunked.
Well, I want you to go back. You've done enough for us killing the female.
I'm going to stay with you, R-Cross. It was my excitement and bad shooting that caused it all. It's my responsibility more than yours. I'm staying with you. Why, I'd call myself a coward every time I looked at my trophies if I didn't.
All right. It's your privilege. But any time you feel like turning back, do it.
I won't turn back. I'll be all right.
Here is where we were close to him. The blood is gone, but his marks still show.
They stay on the trail?
Not for long, I think.
Well, let's find out how long. Here we are. He's off to the left.
Oh, his back leg is very bad now.
Now, see here, Babson. The signs of his dragging it.
It wouldn't mean anything to me without being told.
I feel good now, Charlie. No Nairobi.
What does that mean, no Nairobi?
Oh, it's a vague term we sometimes use in our trade. Sort of uneasiness. Now, this will go well if we all do our jobs carefully and calmly. Do you still want to stay with us, Babson? You don't have to, you know.
I shouldn't want to, I suppose, but I do. I feel good. I'm calm.
I said a lot of bad things about you, Mr. Babson, and I thought a lot worse. I'm sorry.
Oh?
Now, this is really quite simple. We'll move in a line a few paces apart. You on my left, Charlie on my right. When he decides to come, he'll charge anything that moves, so freeze when he starts. Charlie now will draw his attention and swing his charge towards us. Well, this isn't to favor you, Babson. It's to give you a better target.
Well, I'll have him broadside, you mean?
Right. And don't move your position and keep firing until your rifle is empty. Reload and start firing again. We'll be doing the same. But he can carry a lot of steel.
Right. A few paces this way for me?
That's good. All right, Charlie. Take us to him.
Yes, Buana.
Charlie, ahead. See the tops of the grass moving against the wind?
I see it.
It could mean he's down and he can't get up. At any rate, we know where he is. All right, Babson.
I'd like to see him.
You will. Carefully now. He'll be less than 20 paces away when we first see him.
Do you see him? Do you see him?
Not yet. Don't fire. We want him closer.
Lord, good Lord.
Hold, Babson. You swing in this way.
I can't stay.
Please, Babson, don't run.
I can't hold. I can't.
Open up, Charlie. I'll try and get you.
Stop him, Buana, now!
Buana? Does he die?
Careful, Charlie.
He's dead, Buana.
He doesn't look it, Charlie. You'd think he's ready to charge again, wouldn't you?
He's dead.
No, he isn't. Not for Mr. Babson, he isn't.
Buana.
Get that trophy hunter and bring him here. Load his gun with expanding ammunition. Bullets to finish the thing. To smash it.
Yes, Buana. I understand.
Oh, Cross, I'm ashamed that I ran, but I just couldn't help it. There was nothing I could do.
Of course there wasn't. Your first time and all.
Where is he?
Come here. I'll show you. Over there. You can just see his head.
Oh, yes, I see him.
He'll be ready to charge again if we let him rest. I thought you'd like the final shots.
Oh, I would.
Put your sights right under his ear and a bit to the front. Check the safety.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I hit him.
Again. Don't take any chances. One more. That'll do it, I think.
Oh, let's take a look at him.
Congratulations, Mr. Babson. You've killed your lion.
But his head. He's worthless as a trophy.
Yes.
It's ruined.
Isn't it a shame? I'm afraid he'd have to be this way. It's one of those things.
It was a gesture of contempt toward many trophy hunters. The destruction of an already dead trophy. Childish, perhaps, for a man of Arcross's age and experience. But it was important to him as the final act of his last hunt. Something that would be told and retold when old hunters gathered in Nairobi. A retribution that would be understood by the others. A thing that should happen to all uncontrollable gut shooters. The fear that was so important a part of the situation would never be mentioned. Except, perhaps sometime, very late at night, to his wife, when there would be true understanding of it.
Suspense, in which Raymond Lawrence starred in tonight's presentation of Game Hunt. Be sure to listen again next week when we bring you another presentation of radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense. Suspense is produced and directed in Hollywood by Anthony Ellis. Tonight's story was written by Gil Dow. The music was composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Wilbur Hatch. Featured in the cast were Stacey Harris, Joseph Kearns, and Jack Crucian.
You bring the girl on the dance floor, and we'll supply the music for a rock and roll dance party any Saturday night over most of these same stations. Starring Count Basie and Alan Freed, CBS Radio's Rock and Roll Dance Party features top-name guest stars, plus the vocals of Joe Williams with Count Basie's band, every Saturday night. And on the guest list for this Saturday, you'll find the Chordettes and Tony Bennett. Add Rock and Roll Dance Party to your weekend listening, and your heart can go dancing even if you never tap a toe. Stay tuned now for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these same CBS radio stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.